Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 89. While Jiraiya was still thinking about what the entire ninja world would look like if Minato's plan was passed, Won Jun had already turned his attention to Fujian Chi-shi, the player who has always been at the bottom of the team. Speaking of it, the time when Fujian Kishi joined the team was considered a veteran level, although the process of joining was a bit thrilling. He was even almost directly killed by Namikaze Minato. But after entering the team, Fujian Chi-shi's performance has always been good, so this time Won Jun also let him sit at this table. After joining the team, Fujian Chi-shi always wanted to improve his sense of existence, but when Won Jun really asked him, Fujian Chi-shi didn't know how to speak. As far as his heart is concerned, after listening to Namikaze Minato's speech, Fujian Kishi has always supported Minato in his heart. But if you really say that you support Master Minato, will Master Hashirama and Master Tobirama be upset? They are not happy about how I am going to get mixed up in the organization next? How to do? Won Jun didn't know that Fujian Chi-shi, who looked on the surface without any expressions, was thinking fiercely in his mind. After waiting for a while, Won Jun saw that he had not spoken, so he urged him, Chi-shi, you said that. What? I support Master Minato. Under Won Jun's gaze, Fujian Chi-shi glanced at Senju Tobirama, who was staring at him, and tremblingly said who he supported. That's the unified ninja world. It's exciting to hear. Although Tobirama-sama doesn't seem to be too happy, I am also aspiring to be rich and strong. Then, after Fujian Kishi chose to support Namikaze Minato, Won Jun's gaze turned to Tsunade, who was still playing. It's time for Tsunade, who do you choose? Ahem. As soon as Won Jun finished speaking, Senju Tobirama coughed twice, trying to remind Tsunade. Now Namikaze Minato is one vote ahead of his brother, Tsunade can't vote randomly. What? When Tsunade heard someone calling her, he raised his head quickly and looked at Won Jun with a puzzled look. At the beginning of the meeting, the little guy did not go to listen to the words of the audience. She has been immersed in her own world. Senju Tobirama put his hands on the table and leaned his body in the direction of Tsunade. Tsunade, ask if you support us or Minato. Hey! Little Tsunade didn't know what was going on, and looked at his second grandfather innocently. What? Forget it, don't ask Tsunade. Won Jun looked at the little Tsunade, who had been ignorant, waved his hand and said to Tobirama. At this time, even if she asked Tsunade's answer, she was probably talking nonsense, which was not reliable compared to Uzumaki Naruto next to her. Man Jun said so. Senju Tobirama did not continue to question his granddaughter, but turned his head and looked at Man Jun. Now in the whole room, there is no one who supports him, only Won Jun. As the captain of the entire team, Won Jun's vote is decisive. Ahem, in fact, there is one more member of our team, but he is out because of the mission, so I don't care about him. At the most critical moment, Won Jun still remembered Hoshigaki Kisame, who had found him once 2 days ago. In my own organization, there is still this undercover out there. It seems that the only thing left is me. Won Jun's own vote is the most critical one. If he voted for first-generation Hashirama, then the two sides will be tied. Maybe in the end, he will really have to use Tsunade to win. And if Won Jun voted for Minato, then Minato would directly win, and the organization would begin to implement his plan in the days to come. I support Minato. Won Jun's answer was a bit beyond Senju Hashirama's expectation. He thought Man Jun would support him. And just as Senju Hashirama was about to ask a question, Won Jun had already continued, since there are more people supporting Minato, then just follow Minato's plan. Brother. Although he supported Minato's plan in his heart, Senju Tobirama turned his head to look at Senju Hashirama. What should I do? Hey, that's it. Senju Hashirama sighed. Perhaps, his own ideas really don't fit the world. The 3 ninja wars that Manjun and Minato had talked about with him, and the battle he experienced in the world where Minato was located, made Senju Hashirama suspicious of him. Master First Generation. Jiraiya, who was still imaginative, saw that Senju Hashirama was about to give up, and hurriedly shouted. Jiraiya, you can't change what's decided. The snake G next to Jiraiya looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Every time Jiraiya looked slumped, Snake G was happy for a while. Hee. Orochimaru followed him twice, laughing at Jiraiya's fantasy with this laughter. Okay, now that it's set, let's go away. I will discuss with Minato and First Generation. After the short voting, Wanjun started to push people out, although most of the team is Hokage, not Hokage. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are also strong. But in the team, there are still levels, Minato and Hashirama, obviously in the highest level. After Manjun finished speaking, Senju Tobirama and Jiraiya were the last ones to want to leave. Tobirama wanted to fight for his brother again, and Jiraiya was going to continue to persuade Namikaze Minato. But under Wanjun's greeting, everyone still walked out of the room one after another. Only Manjun, Hashirama, and Minato are the only ones left in this First Generation. Minato's plan is good. Only by bringing all the ninja villages together can we end the war that each ninja village will start after a while. After everyone had left, Wanjun said to Hashirama, that may be the peace you expect. After speaking to Senju Hashirama, Wanjun began to talk about the main purpose of keeping the two of them. However, before making this plan, we still have to focus on Akatsuki. I have already told Minato before. Now, the current leader of the Xiao organization is your acquaintance. Not Uchiha Madara. Minato has always thought that his opponent is the same as the one in his own world, it is Nono or Uchiha Madara. But it seems that the Akatsuki organization in this world is not these two? Wanjun waved his hand and said to Minato, of course not. Uchiha Madara has not been resurrected. Our opponent, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is your former disciple, Uchiha's family, Uchiha Obito. Obito. Why is he? Namikaze Minato said with a startled stare. The last time I went to Konoha to grab Uzumaki Naruto, Minato was surprised to see Kakashi alive, but now Uchiha Obito is also alive and is still the leader of Akatsuki, which shocked Namikaze Minato even more. Chapter 90. That's the one who led Akatsuki to attack Konoha? It's also his 9 tails. Namikaze Minato never thought that the person who attacked Konoha would actually be his own disciple. Yes, it's all him. Wanjun nodded and said, the reason why he is like this is entirely because of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. After the words Uchiha Madara appeared, it was Senju Hashirama's turn to be shocked. He looked at Wanjun abruptly and asked him, is it the same as Minato's world? In Minato's world, Senju Hashirama has already fought Uchiha Madara, who was resurrected by Akatsuki using Revolving Heaven. If it is really Uchiha Madara as Manjun said, it must be similar to the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Yes, these are Uchiha Madara's plans. Whether it is No before or Uchiha Obito in this world, they are all part of his plan. After Senju Hashirama asked about this, Wanjun explained to him Road. Only Minato and Hashirama are in the house now, so Wanjun did not hide anything from them, and Uchiha Madara is not the real Black Hand behind the scenes. What? Mean, there are still people. Namikaze Minato was stunned when he heard that there were other Black Hands after Uchiha Madara. So, isn't there still danger in your own world? Yes, it's another person. He is doing this with Uchiha Madara. His name is Black Zetsu. This guy is in your world. It should have been wiped out by First Generation. Don't worry. Wanjun, the last time I saw the entire Akatsuki organization was destroyed by the Senju Hashirama group, and the world, according to Minato, has been united. Uchiha Itachi also owns Rinnegan. Even if Black Zetsu is still alive, he should be dormant. So, our ultimate enemy is not the 5 ninja villages, but the Black Hand behind this scene and his plan. Namikaze Minato got some clues between the lines in Wanjun's words. The obstacles of organizing the unification of the ninja world by oneself seem to be more complicated than imagined. Yes, both the 5 ninja villages and this Akatsuki organization are what we have to face. An Akatsuki organization is the most important thing. They want to gather the 9-tailed beasts to awaken 10 tails. So, I think we can gather the tail beasts before we solve the 5 big shinobu villages. Wanjun also explained his plan to the two of them while introducing them. Catch the tail beast. Namikaze Minato thoughtfully, when attacking ninja village, it is possible to capture the tail beast Jinkraki. But in this way, we need more manpower. Regarding the capture of the tailed beast Jinkraki, the team does not really need to worry about anything, but management after the capture is a problem. The 9-tailed beasts gathered together, it is not 1 or 2 people can see. First generation will be responsible for guarding in Sicheng. Wanjun felt very reasonable about Minato's proposal. They will not only face the tail beasts and Jinkraki, but also prevent Akatsuki from coming to take these people. In order to have absolute control over these people Jinkraki, it is necessary to keep Senju Hashirama. This Konoha's first generation adult is not suitable for going out to perform tasks, but Senju Hashirama is more than enough to guard the stronghold. With the blessing of wood style, the tail beasts must not dare to move rashly. And even if Akatsuki organized all of them to take the manpower, Wanjun believed that Senju Hashirama would be able to deal with it. Okay, I will stay in Sicheng. Senju Hashirama knew at this time that Namikaze Minato could not change the plan proposed by Namikaze Minato. Now that he can stay in Sicheng and not participate in the attack on the major ninja villages, Hashirama was relieved. That's it. If first generation stays in Sicheng, then Naruto, Tobirama, and Tsunade will stay too. After arranging Senju Hashirama's mission, Wanjun continued, our first goal, go to the country of water. Compared to other countries, the news is more closed in the water country. Even if we defeat Kirigakure, other Shinin villages will not know for a short time. The next goal after the Kingdom of Water is the Kingdom of Thunder. As the former city lord's mansion, there is a map of the 5 great nations hanging in this hall. At this moment, Wanjun is standing at the bottom of the map, pointing to the Thunder Country in the upper right corner and saying to the two, Thunder Country and Water Country similarly, it is also isolated from the other 3 countries, so Cloud Shinobi Village is also a good choice. After these 2 ninja villages are destroyed, the remaining order doesn't matter. If it is true that in the water as Wanjun said, after both the Water Country and the Thunder Country are destroyed by the Wanjun team, the 3 major countries on the mainland must have received news. At that time, no matter which ninja village is attacked, it doesn't matter. What do you think of this plan? Wanjun, who returned to the table, said after sitting down. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded, and said to Wanjun, not bad. However, Akatsuki has had activities in the Nation of Water before, so if we go this time, it is very likely that we will encounter Akatsuki directly. Wanjun does not know much about the Water Country. In his impression, Mizukage Yagura of the Water Country was controlled by Uchiha Obito's illusion. At this time, he didn't know whether his illusion was affected by the illusion. Cracked. From this point of view, Obito's activities in the Water Country must be relatively frequent. That's right. Namikaze Minato, after knowing that Uchiha Obito is the leader of Akatsuki's organization, wanted to meet Obito again, and wanted to learn from this disciple what happened and what caused that. He changed from Konoha's ninja to a member of Akatsuki who destroyed Konoha. He couldn't even believe that it was Uchiha Obito who attacked Konoha with 9 tails. Kushina. After Danzo came, I went to the Nation of Water with Minato, Jiraiya, Danzo, Snakeheim, and Orochimaru. 6 people should be enough. Wanjun had already thought about it in his heart. The 6-person team, everyone has super strength, facing the shattered Kirigakura under the rule of Yagura, there should be no problem. Danzo. Namikaze Minato doesn't really like Shimura Dan's. Of course, this dislike is related to Danzo he met when he went to Konoha to take away Naruto. It was because of that Danzo that led to the battle in Konoha. Well, Danzo, Shimura Dan's, but it's not the last time I met that in Konoha. Wanjun also guessed what Namikaze Minato had in mind. If you don't explain this, when Danzo arrives, don't be directly told by this Minato. Attacked. Chapter 91. In other words, is it the same as me? Namikaze Minato has already learned a lot about the various worlds, so he also heard that Danzo that Wanjun said came from another place just like him. Yes. Wanjun replied, it will be a few dozen days, and this period of time can still be planned in Sicheng. After Danzo arrives, we will go directly to the land of water. Okay, let's wait until Danzo arrives. Now that he has set his own plan, Namikaze Minato is not so anxious. Senju Hashirama watched the two chatting happily, but he didn't want to continue listening here. After Minato finished speaking, Hashirama stood up and said, you plan first, I'm going to Tsunade. After speaking, Senju Hashirama left the hall directly, ready to go back to his house. The current Hashirama does not want to discuss who is right and who is wrong, which is right and wrong, everything will be discussed later. After Senju Hashirama left, Namikaze Minato continued, thank you, Lord Manjun. Thank me for what I am doing, mainly because I also want to see what the ninja world will look like after unification. Wanjun smiled and said to Namikaze Minato. Before Minato just arrived in this world, the two had already had this exchange. At that time, Wanjun said to Minato about the unified ninja world. Therefore, this time Minato's plan actually came from Wanjun. We will definitely meet Akatsuki in the future. Hoshigaki Kisame has already come back to report the news of Akatsuki. They have begun to pay attention to Sicheng. Wanjun told the news that he had received when Namikaze Minato was away. But this time it is Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, it can be fooled for a while. Hoshigaki Kisame, is that the blue-skinned guy I caught before? Where is Uchiha Itachi? He is the same as Hoshigaki Kisame. Namikaze Minato is still a little impressed with the Kirigakura ninja Hoshigaki Kisame that I grabbed myself. Of the two, Namikaze Minato paid more attention to Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi is not his disciple in this world, Namikaze Minato still doesn't want him to be an opponent. Almost, it should be considered Konoha's person. Wanjun said to Minato after pouring himself a glass of water. Oh? It seems that Uchiha's extermination is not simple. From Manjun's words, Namikaze Minato also heard some clues about Uchiha's family. Namikaze Minato first met Uchiha Itachi in the country of rain. And then outside Sicheng, I learned that Uchiha Itachi was wanted by Konoha. Now Wanjun says Itachi is from Konoha, and the relationship is a bit complicated. But for these, Namikaze Minato doesn't care anymore. His main task now is how to carry out his plan. After the two chatted casually for a while, Wanjun was dragged away by the little Tsunade who rushed into the house again. After instructing Namikaze Minato to study his research plan first, Wanjun said to Tsunade, who was still pulling his own, "What's wrong with you? Sister Snake, he is looking for you." Little Tsunade took Wanjun's hand and said to Wanjun as he walked forward. "She's looking for me." This meeting had just ended, why did Snake G find herself? "I don't know, she asked me to call you over." After speaking, Tsunade may be tired from walking, and suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to look at Wanjun. This trick is always used by Tsunade, but the effect is very outstanding. Whether it is Snake G or Hashirama, she will hold her up after she reaches out his hand. Wanjun, of course, is no exception. Manjun, who was holding Tsunade, asked her as he walked, is Jiraiya over there? The one with the white hair? Yes, it's there. Tsunade, who finally freed his hand, took out a coin from Kabuto. Without thinking about it, Won Jun knew that it was Snake Ji who asked him to bribe her in order to let her. Now Tsunade is in this city lord's mansion, and he only collects money to do business. Did you have a quarrel? Knowing that Jiraiya was there, Won Jun thought that it was this Jiraiya and the two who both used snakes to argue. Yes, the white-haired uncle and the black-haired uncle seem to be unhappy. Sister Snake Ji wants to send them both out, but they are all out. After Won Jun's question, Tsunade said he was the picture I saw was told to Won Jun. And after Tsunade finished speaking, the two had already arrived in front of Snake Ji's laboratory. Master Won Jun. Snake Ji, who was standing at the gate, was the first to spot Won Jun. After seeing the captain of the team, she immediately stepped out of the door. Jiraiya is stuck in my laboratory and can't go out. What? Orochimaru also. After hearing Snake Ji's words, Jiraiya was anxious. It was Orochimaru who excited himself first, so he said a few words about Orochimaru and Snakeheim. Why is it that I am alone? Well, you come out first. This laboratory is originally the two of them. You come out first. Won Jun said to Snake Ji after calling Jiraiya to come out, you go in, I'll talk to Jiraiya. After watching Jiraiya walk out of the room, Snake Ji nodded, and after glaring at Jiraiya, she walked into the room and closed the door severely. Hey, this guy. Jiraiya seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Snake Ji's behavior, and hummed in the direction of the room after the door was closed. But when he was talking, the door of the room opened a gap again, revealing one of Snake Ji's eyes. Seeing these eyes, Jiraiya was embarrassed for a while. It's not about you. Boom. The door of the laboratory was suddenly closed again. Let's go, don't stay here. Seeing Jiraiya deflated again, Won Jun would also smile. This guy, you can't find his wife anyway, right? Ugh. After sighing, Jiraiya followed Won Jun and walked to the center of the front garden. Won Jun sat down on the stone chair with Jiraiya after she put down Tsunade and let her play by herself. You are very reluctant to carry out this plan, right? Won Jun did not ask about the conflict between Jiraiya and Snake He, but directly asked about Minato's plan just now. In the final analysis, Jiraiya's dissatisfaction still lies in this. As the son who has been waiting for the prophecy, he still firmly believes in Toad Sage's prophecy. Master Manjun, this time, it should be considered the fourth ninja war, right? Jiraiya did not face Manjun's question directly, but talked about the ninja war. I have experienced 2 wars of the ninja world. I know the cruelty of this war, countless ninjas lost their lives because of those 2 ninja world wars. So we must conduct this 4th ninja world war. Chapter 92. We can use a war to solve the problem you want to solve. You have gone through 2 battles in the ninja world, come again, what else? You have done a lot of tasks, so why are you worried about this? Get ready, after a while, we will go directly to the land of water. After Won Jun threw a bunch of words to Jiraiya, he was about to leave. You said that you are a ninja, you do a lot of tasks, and you don't participate in wars less often. You worry about this kind of thing all day long. After Won Jun left, Jiraiya looked at Won Jun's back and muttered to himself, Son of Prophecy, is it you or Minato? Although Jiraiya was still in doubt, he did not discuss the Son of Prophecy with Manjun while waiting for Danzo to join. On the contrary, it was Danzo from another world who harassed Won Jun more than a dozen times with assistance missions. After assisting Danzo twice again, Won Jun found out that it was all a false alarm. One time Danzo thought that the organization of plundering the tail beasts had come to Konoha, and one time he was receiving news of the loss of the soil country tail beasts. With the experience of being touched by Shimura Dance these 2 times, Won Jun never went to that world again. This guy is too cautious, seeing that there is a little trouble, he will ask for his own help. And Snake Ji, because Senju Hashirama asked for her hair back, the research on Rin-Egan also stalled again. Fortunately, this research expert has a new research direction, and he hides in the house with Orochimaru every day, discussing the tail beast. You are leaving tomorrow, right? On the night Danzo was about to wake up, Wanjun and Senju Hashirama met. As soon as the two sat down in the garden, Hashirama asked Wanjun a question. Today is the middle of the month, and a full moon is hanging in the sky, and Wanjun is looking at this full moon and replied to Hashirama, yes, after Danzo comes, we will leave for the country of water tomorrow. In fact, I also want to see with my own eyes how your plan is progressing, but no matter how badly, the waste is getting worse. Senju Hashirama used to top the Buddha once because of supporting the disciple Uchiha Itachi of Minato world. And this super ninjutsu has caused a lot of trouble to the already elderly Hashirama, and the most direct thing is that his waist is more uncomfortable than before. It is precisely for this reason that Wanjun left the top combat power in this top class in Secheng. First generation, you need to try everything. You also know that your deterrence will not last too long. Hashirama's so-called peace is only temporary, and the three wars of the ninja world have already shown the problem. Perhaps it is. When you don't go to Konoha, remember to call me. At that time, your waist may be almost healed. Senju Hashirama is most concerned about Konoha. Although this is not his own Konoha, this Konoha is still established by himself and Madara. To conquer it, he naturally has to be present. No problem, I will definitely let you go together. Wanjun smiled after speaking and continued, Naruto and the others, please ask first generation. Several children in the team were all left in Secheng, including Uzumaki Naruto, of course. Although Naruto didn't want to be separated from his father again, this time it was not a trip. If he could not be a ninjutsu, he would be injured by mistake. In addition to Naruto, Tsunade, Hinata, and Tobirama were also left in the city lord's mansion. Originally, Senju Tobirama had been preparing to go to the water country, but if Hashirama did not go, he could only stay in the city lord's mansion and take care of his brother. Well, of course it's okay. Senju Hashirama still likes Naruto very much. This child has suffered a lot of injuries that shouldn't be suffered at this age, and this injury comes from Konoha. Whether it is Uchiha Madara behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito who brought 9 tails into Konoha, or the villagers, all belong to Konoha. By the way, you can take Tobirama. Senju Hashirama came out with Manjun this time, and mainly prepared to talk about Tobirama. The growing second Hokage should go out to meet the world and stay every day. What are you doing next to your own old man? When Manjun heard Senju Hashirama's words, he suddenly remembered the scene where Tobirama chose to stay yesterday. Didn't Tobirama say to stay and take care of you? I'm fine, do you need him to take care of it, and she won't go. From the meeting that day, Senju Hashirama realized that Tobirama supports the Minato plan, so Hashirama is not planning to keep Tobirama anymore. This guy should go out and see by himself. Well, okay. But you have to tell him that he won't listen to us. Although Senju Tobirama had just passed his 9th birthday a while ago, he was still a complete child. But from the time of Sengoku, he has different ideas from ordinary children. In terms of thinking, he is more mature than Hyuga Hinata, who is already more than 10 years old. Well, I will tell him. After Senju Hashirama finished talking about Tobirama, he stood up and said, well, I should go back too. For Senju Hashirama, Wanjun still understands it very well. It is indeed a bit difficult for him to support a plan he doesn't like. After Hashirama left, Wanjun was left alone in the garden. He was idle, and went straight into the Hokage warehouse. Shimura-dan's wake-up time was getting closer and closer. There are still 3 minutes left. Wanjun said to himself as he watched the time beating on the screen. The time on the screen actually changed a bit, and every change was made after Won Jun assisted Shimura dance. 3 times of assistance reduced the time accordingly, but it was only half a day, and it did not reduce too much. Perhaps it was because Danzo gave false news. After Won Jun recalled all of Danzo's unreliability, the time on the screen finally returned to 0. Shimura Dan's, steady, has awakened, please check. When these large characters lit up on the screen, Won Jun clicked to receive without hesitation, and he waited here for a few minutes, isn't it just for this? Shimura Dan's, stable. Konoha's third Hokage is an extremely cautious ninja. The Hokage guards are around him all year round. The residence is also equipped with 2 basements. It is more important to note that it is not him who is carrying a large number of ninja backpacks, but his clone. His body is a ninja transformed into his backpack. Team, Won Jun Team. Ninjutsu, S. Physique, S. Illusion, S. After seeing Shimura Dan's S introduction, Won Jun's eyes suddenly flicked. What? How many times have I passed by before CO authoring, and the one who communicated with me has always been Danzo's clone. Chapter 93. Won Jun was surprised by Shimura Dan's operation. The first time he went to the world of Danzo, he still lived for 1 night, and he didn't realize that this guy was a clone that day. With this in mind, Won Jun exited the Hokage warehouse, but when he returned to the garden, he did not see Danzo. This? Where's this guy? Won Jun stood up and thought about looking around, but still did not find the new Hokage. After Won Jun's voice sounded, a head was stretched out behind the flowers in a corner of the garden. This person was Shimura Dan's, who had just arrived in this world. He looked around vigilantly, and finally set his sights on Won Jun. Master Won Jun. What are you doing hiding there? Come here. Won Jun was relieved after seeing Shimura Dan's. It seemed that it wasn't the problem with the wake-up of Hokage warehouse. However, under Won Jun's urging, Shimura Dan's did not come out in a hurry, but stayed where he was, maintaining a vigilant posture. Where is this? This is our stronghold, come out quickly, what are you doing hiding there? Under Won Jun's urging, Shimura Dan's cautiously turned out from behind the flowers, but his movements were still very careful, as if he would step on the detonation talisman at any time. Seeing Shimura Dan's like this, Won Jun couldn't help it. There is no one else here, don't be suspicious. Shimura Dan's came to Won Jun's side after confirming that there was no danger, but instead of sitting on the stone bench, he stood in front of Won Jun and said, Master Won Jun, this is for safety. Okay, it's safe now. Can you remove the clone first? Won Jun, who already knew that Danzo was just a clone, said to him. What doppelganger? Shimura Dan's looked at Won Jun with an unintelligible expression. If Won Jun learned about Danzo's clone from the Hokage warehouse, he might have really bluffed him. Stop acting, isn't it tired to stay in the backpack? Seeing that Shimura Dan's was still not ready to cancel the clone, Won Jun pointed out where he was. Do you really know? At this time, Danzo's clone looked at Won Jun with a surprised expression. After speaking, Won Jun saw that Danzo's clone unloaded his backpack, then stretched out his hand and took out a handful of kunao from inside. When Danzo's avatar put the Kyuyu on the ground, he heard a bang, and after a burst of smoke rose, the real Danzo appeared in Won Jun's eyes. The costumes of Danzo and his avatar are not the same. He wears an Anbu costume and an Anbu mask on his face. Master Won Jun. After the real body appeared, he greeted Won Jun first. Then, Danzo turned his head, looked at his clone, pointed to a corner of the garden, and said, You go first. After speaking, Danzo's clone walked to the corner of the garden very obediently. Won Jun is very puzzled by Shimura Dan's approach. A clone, what are you still doing? So he said to Danzo, why don't you just remove the clone? Master Won Jun, this is not a normal clone. Speaking of this clone, Shimura Dan's came to the spirit, this is a forbidden technique I invented. This clone has almost the same strength, and it can be attacked once or twice. It won't disappear right away. But it's more troublesome to make. This clone needs master first generation cells. Are they first generation cells again? It's not the first time Won Jun has heard the 4 words Hashirama cell. Snake-ji and Orochimaru have discussed it several times in front of him. An Obito of Akatsuki, and another Danzo of Konoha, also use parts of the body made from Hashirama cells. Oh, Mr. Won Jun also knows. Danzo saw Won Jun's reaction, and asked him quickly, is there a cell from Master First Generation here too? If so, that would be great. Hearing this, Won Jun smiled and said to Danzo, yes, many, if you have the courage, you can get it yourself. Snake-ji asked Tsunade to take a few hairs from Hashirama and they were all taken back. You still want to pay attention? Really? Then I'll get it later. For Danzo, it's always good to get something that can increase his chances of survival. Yes, just live in that house. Go by yourself. Won Jun pointed to Hashirama's room without looking back. Live. Shimura Danz is not stupid either. After hearing the word live, he immediately reacted incorrectly. If it is really just a cell, how can it be used? Seeing Danzo's reaction, Won Jun said directly, of course it is to live. First generation Senju Hashirama is in that house. You can ask him for as many cells as you need. Master first generation. No way. Danzo heard what Won Jun meant, Master first generation is still alive, this is impossible. I don't know how many times Orochimaru has studied the cells of Master first generation. If you don't plan to go over and watch it, you will be able to see it tomorrow. At that time, it will not be too late for you to be surprised. Won Jun didn't want to continue discussing this topic, only saw him move towards Danzo who was 3 steps away from him. After beckoning, he continued, come and sit down first. Forward. Danzo instinctively wanted to refuse, but I don't know what he thought of. He had always been cautious, and finally agreed to Won Jun's invitation and sat next to Won Jun. After sitting down, Won Jun and Danzo chatted casually, and Danzo's clone jumped onto the wall of the garden, guarding the surroundings. Isn't the 3rd generation in this world? Danzo started to sigh after learning some news about this world from Won Jun. Is it actually Hiruzen who replaced me? But this is fine, I finally don't have to do it anymore. Hokage. For a long time, Danzo, who was stable to ultimate, didn't want to take up the position of Hokage. For him, after becoming Hokage, his safety factor has been constantly decreasing. Every day, he is planning how to spend it safely. Especially during the Third Ninja World War, Danzo, who went to the front line, was planning a battle plan every day. In the end, because of his perfect plan, he won the overall victory of the Third Ninja War. After a pause, Danzo continued, but if Hiruzen is a Hokage? What's the matter? Won Jun asked Danzo with some confusion, is there any problem? Hiruzen is too easy to listen to other people's opinions. Danzo, who has worked with Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time, of course also knows the shortcomings of Sarutobi Hiruzen. While the two were talking about 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage warehouse had already selected the next Hokage to wake up. Wake up soon. Chapter 94. With this new Hokage's prompt, Won Jun stopped Danzo who wanted to go on, wait first. After speaking, Won Jun entered the Hokage warehouse directly. Hokage warehouse, inventory 793,800. Waking up, Hitaki Sakumo, perfectionist, 39 years old, in his prime. Konoha's 4th Hokage is a person who does everything to the ultimate. Every task will be completed perfectly and no flaws are allowed. Under his powerful strength, the task he performed has never failed even once. In the implementation of the distinguished heavenly god's plan, the remaining wake-up time is 49 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. Does it only take 50 days? Won Jun thought to himself as he looked at the remaining days of the new Hokage on the screen. The wake-up time of this Hokage warehouse has never been fixed. The time seems to be different every time. Won Jun can't guess what caused the time to change. Is it because of Minato who is staying? Or did I help Danzo 3 times? Forget it, there is no manual, and I think it is nothing. Knowing that the next Hokage is Hitaki Sakumo, Won Jun has no intention of staying in this Hokage warehouse anymore. After looking at the beating countdown one last time, Won Jun directly withdrew from the warehouse. You can continue to say. Won Jun, who had left Hokage's warehouse, was about to talk to Danzo again, but when he turned his head, he found that Danzo was no longer there. Danzo, where did you go? When Won Jun was about to stand up and look for Danzo, Danzo's voice suddenly sounded behind him, Master Won Jun, I am here. What are you doing in the corridor? Won Jun asked this Hokage very puzzled. Under Won Jun's questioning, Danzo still did not stop his hand movements. He reached out and knocked on the wall inside the corridor before saying to Won Jun, I have to adapt to the terrain here. If there is a fight, you can use it a little bit. The wall will wait until you come back. I will take you to your room first. We will leave here tomorrow. While talking, Won Jun walked towards Danzo who was still studying the wall. As soon as he heard the words leave, Danzo stopped immediately. I saw him quickly approaching Won Jun, and said solemnly to Won Jun, I'm leaving here tomorrow? Where are we going? What is the mission? Isn't it dangerous? Danger, it must be dangerous. Won Jun pretended to be a deep nod to Danzo, we are going to attack Kirigakure. What? Attack Kirigakure? Danzo was frightened by Manjun's words. After hearing that he was about to set off to attack Kirigakure tomorrow, Danzo's eyes straightened. That was an attack on a shinobu village. He has been Hokage for so long and has never done such a risky thing. Although he was in the Second Ninja World War, under precise calculations, he captured the Rain country step by step and destroyed hands of the Salamander's ninja village directly. During the Third Ninja World War, due to careful planning, both the Land of the Earth and the Land of Thunder suffered heavy losses. However, he never thought that he would take the initiative to attack Kirigakure, one of the 5 ninja villages. Danzo will only have a little confidence in the battle of the level of attacking the 5 great ninja villages if first generation and second generation adults participate. Shouldn't such a major event be planned for half a year and then prepared for half a year? 1 year later, we have to act according to the situation. As soon as Won Jun looked at Danzo's expression, he knew that this steady and cautious Hokage was thinking about countermeasures. Perhaps, he was thinking about how to push off this plan? However, Won Jun is not going to let this guy stay in the city lord's mansion. This time the fight against Kirigakure, this third Hokage Shimura Dans must participate. Yes, it's Kirigakure. I will take you to the residence and take a good rest tomorrow. We will leave early in the morning. Master Won Jun, don't do it. As Won Jun expected, Danzo began to persuade him as soon as he finished speaking. Kirigakure is one of the 5 ninja villages, and its strength cannot be underestimated. We must take a long-term view. Under Won Jun's lead, the two were heading towards the room that had been prepared for Danzo. And on this not long road, Danzo kept talking about the shortcomings of this plan in Won Jun's ear. After arriving in the room, Won Jun reached out and stopped Danzo who was still trying to talk. Okay, it's already here, you can go in, and gather in the garden earlier in the morning. After speaking, Won Jun was about to leave directly and went back to rest. Danzo froze in place, looking at Won Jun's back gradually away. He was a little unwilling to shout to Won Jun, "My lord, don't go, listen to me." But Danzo's words failed to save Won Jun, and instead quarreled Tobirama who lives next to him. Squeak! After Danzo heard the sound of the opening of the door next to him, he quickly backed up a few steps. Danzo, who was hiding on the roof, jumped down immediately and made a fighting posture toward the door that was gradually opening. Master second generation. Danzo couldn't help but lose his voice when he saw Tobirama with a cluster of grey hair walking out the door. Who are you? Senju Tobirama frowned when he saw Danzo, whom he was not familiar with. Subconsciously, his right hand had reached out to the ninja bag on his right leg. Danzo guarded Tobirama's hand reaching for the ninja bag, and said, "You are not the second generation, how can the second generation be so small? If you are talking about Konoha second generation Senju Tobirama, then maybe it is me." When Senju Tobirama spoke, he was not idle, and quickly took out a kunai from the ninja bag and moved towards Danzo threw it over. Boom! I saw that when Kyowa was about to attack Danzo, a 10 cm thick iron wall suddenly lay across Danzo, blocking Kyowa. Ninjutsu. Tobirama looked a little ugly at the iron wall that easily stopped him. There is obviously no chakra fluctuations over there, why suddenly an iron wall popped out? As Senju Tobirama guessed, this iron wall was not made by ninjutsu, but a scroll seal self-defense device Danzo carried with him. Of course, this device was a little bigger, so it was not suitable for carrying. This type of armor, and this type of scroll is very small. It was developed by Danzo and Orochimaru together. Each scroll is only the size of a thumb, so Danzo hides 30 or 40 similar armor scrolls. Are you really a second generation lord? At this time Danzo had jumped above the iron wall, looking down at Senju Tobirama below. Chapter 95. Do I have anything to do with you? Senju Tobirama didn't want to talk too much with this guy, so he raised his hand and was ready to take seals. However, Senju Hashirama, who lives in the same room with Tobirama, also walked to the gate at this time. When he looked up, he just saw Shimura Dan squatting on the iron wall. Danzo. Is that you? Although Shimura Dan's had Anbu's mask on his face, he learned that Danzo was coming from Wanjun, and it occurred to him that this person is the upcoming Hokage Shimura Dan's. You. It's first generation lord. The appearance of Senju Hashirama shocked Danzo even more than Tobirama. Because Tobirama looked 2 or 3 laps small, although his face looked a little like, Danzo still couldn't be sure that it was his teacher. But after Senju Hashirama walked out, Danzo didn't have the slightest suspicion. Because, that's the first generation I've met. You're Shimura Dan's? I've heard of you from Manjun. You can put your things away first. It's not too early, and rest early. After speaking, Senju Hashirama turned and walked into the room. Pay attention to Danzo again. What? You're the one Manjun-sama is waiting for? It doesn't look strong. Although Senju Tobirama said so, he had seen Shimura Dan's speed with the scroll just now. Just when his own kunai was halfway through the throw, the opponent started using the scroll in the ninja bag. In just a moment, the iron wall in the scroll was unblocked by Danzo. It can be seen that Tobirama has never seen the speed at which it casts ninjas. But Tobirama is like this, except for his brother, he will not easily admit that others are better than him. Master Tobirama, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Shimura Dan started to smile after knowing that the other party was really his own teacher. Humph! Senju Tobirama learned from his brother, and did not continue to talk to Danzo, but after a cold snort, he closed the door of the room. This. Danzo, who had already jumped off the iron wall and removed his mask, scratched his head in embarrassment. I was annoyed by myself when I was a child. Isn't it a bit unpleasant? And I was lucky to meet Master First Generation. With the strength of Master First Generation, there will be no problem in performing any task, and the future will definitely be better, haha. Danzo, who is happy, doesn't know that first Hokage Senju Hashirama, whom he wants to rely on, will not participate in this surprise attack on Kirigakure. In other words, the greatest combat power he relies on will not follow him. My lord. Danzo's clone has once again recovered the iron wall into the small scroll, and is respectfully sending the sealed scroll to Danzo. Danzo took the scroll and pushed aside the room that had been prepared for him. After he and the clone entered the room, the clone Danzo quickly moved the stool over. My lord, please. It's all clones, what are you doing so polite? Although this Danzo said so, he sat down without hesitation. Speak carefully. Hearing Danzo's words, the avatar immediately became nervous. Although the door and windows of the room were closed, he still looked around, for fear that there was no sound. This is the residence of Master Wanjun, next to Master First Generation, what anxious? Danzo said to the clone after pouring himself a glass of water. Oh, it doesn't matter what you are the second clone, higher level than me, just say whatever you like, but then Lord Danzo will blame it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The clone walked to Danzo's side. There was no one in the room, but the voice was unusually low, for fear of being heard by others. Okay, I see. Danzo, who was called the second clone, didn't seem to care too much. After drinking the glass of water, the second clone took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag and placed it on the ground. Then, just listening to a bang in the room, another Danzo appeared. Oh, I'm starving to death. Danzo touched his stomach, looking eagerly at the only table in the room. Hey, where's the food? Wait, this is not my room. Wanjun, who returned to his room, didn't know that the Danzo who was transformed into Kyowo just now was also a clone. When the sun just rose the next day, Danzo still appeared in the eyes of everyone in the first appearance. Snakeji and Hinata, who had seen Danzo long ago, also greeted him one after another. These are all my own, you can't use your real body. Wanjun, who saw this clone again, said a little bit irritably. He thought that today Danzo would show up like the previous Anbu. Wanjunda, that would be too troublesome, so let's just do it. The clone Danzo said to Wanjun with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Wanjun was puzzled. How could it be troublesome that a kunao can summon his true body? However, Wanjun was not prepared to be too difficult for him. Since he didn't want to show up, just let it go. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Kishi, come here with the royal god robe. Because it was a representative organization, Wanjun prepared uniform costumes early this time. The robe prepared this time was designed by Minato and Tobirama. The whole body was dark blue, with 5 white hollow circles standing on the back, symbolizing the 5 great ninja villages that are about to be conquered. The hem of the royal god robe is divided into Konoha Hokage's order, and has different horizontal stripes. First generation Senju Hashirama is a white horizontal line, 2 Tobirama, 3 Danzo, 5 Tsunade, Hinata, and Minato and Snakeheim are 4. People who have not done Hokage's Orochimaru Jiraiya and Fukin Kishi, etc., did not add a horizontal line at the hem. As for Wanjun, he is different from everyone else. Like Hashirama, he is a horizontal line, but other patterns are added to the horizontal line, which makes it more unique. Of course, this is only what Minato and Tobirama are responsible for designing the robe. Okay, put on them all. These are all fine fabrics and cost a lot of money. Wanjun handed the imperial robes to everyone one by one, when the youngest Tsunade received the clothes. Later, Wanjun put the royal god robe directly on his body. Don't say it, it's pretty impressive. After putting on his clothes, Wanjun looked at everyone, Hokages in the dark blue robes of the gods in the courtyard. Among the crowd, the little Tsunade with 5 horizontal lines on the hem of his clothes is particularly eye-catching. This little guy is picking up the hem of his clothes and counting one by one. After counting, he smiled and raised his head to the people around him. At most, 5. Look, Grandpa, mine has 5. Chapter 96. Well, little Tsunade is the most. Senju Hashirama, who had already put on the robes of the gods, hugged little Tsunade. Well, first generation, we should go again. After everyone had dressed up, Wanjun said to Hashirama, who was still teasing Tsunade. Senju Hashirama hugged Tsunade and nodded, and said, "Okay, when you come back from Kirigakure, I should be almost recuperating, too. Then, let's go to you to deal with the Akatsuki organization together." Because Manjun, Minato, and Hashirama have discussed before, because Hashirama still needs to rest to alleviate the sequelae of the last battle with Uchiha Madara. Therefore, in order to avoid casualties in the team, Wanjun did not set Akatsuki's first goal. Although his own side does not have Senju Hashirama, his strength is almost the same as the opponent's. But because of this, Wanjun did not rashly launch an attack on Xiao organization. The same strength indicates that there will definitely be casualties in the battle, and Wanjun does not want to see this casualty. In the following time, he himself was able to slowly gather Hokage in the warehouse. The longer he took, the stronger his side would become. Therefore, Wanjun didn't immediately rush to the base of the Akatsuki organization with everyone. "Okay, when I come back from Kirigakure, let's go to the Akatsuki organization together." After Wanjun smiled and responded to Senju Hashirama, he led the people in the team and left the city lord's mansion in Sicheng in an orderly manner. The most reluctant in the team was Senju Tobirama. This young boy stayed at the door for a long time. Under the urging of Hashirama, he rushed to Wanjun and the others who were already far away. "It's been a long time since I left Sicheng." Wanjun, who had been in Sicheng for some days, said to the lush forest outside the city when he walked out of the gate of Sicheng. At this time, because the temperature is gradually rising, commerce and trade in various places have begun to become active again. As one of the most important cities on the border between the country of rain and the country of fire, there are more and more people coming and going in Sicheng. When a crowd of Wanjun teams wearing dark blue imperial robes passed by, they attracted the attention of these passers-by. "Which ninja from Ninja Village? Why haven't you seen this costume? It looks a bit like those shadows." "What? Shadows? Don't talk nonsense. There are only 5 shadows in the entire ninja world. You count, how many of them are there? I said dress up, but I didn't say it just." Wanjun and others did not pay attention to the words of these passers-by, but walked quickly on the road to the coast of the country of fire. From the country of rain to the country of water, one has to pass through the entire country of fire. Therefore, Wanjun and the others have a lot to go. However, having had the experience of going to Konoha last time, Wanjun was already very proficient in walking. After awakening Danzo and Hinata, Wanjun's chakra has also increased significantly. Now even the chakra in Jiraiya Orochimaru and others is not as good as Wanjun. And not only that, Wanjun's ninjutsu casts are getting faster and faster. For some uncomplicated ninjutsu, Wanjun can also pat his hands and shout what is coming. "This time we will pass near Konoha, Master Wanjun, do you want to go and see?" On the way, maybe because it was not an experiment that was too boring, Orochimaru took the initiative to approach Manjun. His face was not said to Wanjun with a nice smile. Under Orochimaru's question, Wanjun didn't slow down his speed, but said to Orochimaru as he walked, "What? Do you want to go back? I don't have this idea." As he said, Orochimaru's smile became weird. But the Danzo-sama seems to want to see it. Regarding Shimura Danz who suddenly appeared in the team, Orochimaru has always wanted to come and strike up a conversation since he left the castle mansion. However, because this Orochimaru is not a disciple of his own time and space, Shimura Danz did not pay attention to Orochimaru, but distanced him from Orochimaru. "He doesn't care about you, how do you know?" Orochimaru went to strike up a conversation with Danzo. Wanjun also knew about Danzo's coldness, so Wanjun had these words. Orochimaru still didn't take back his smile, the smile seemed to be the one hanging on it, I heard it from the side when Master Tobirama and Master Danzo were talking. Your hearing is pretty good. Wanjun was amused by Orochimaru's words. You and Danzo were at least 5 meters apart, and you heard the words of Tobirama and Danzo. May or not, you won't go to Hiruzen or Danzo. Neither. Originally Orochimaru wanted to say something, but when he glanced at Jiraiya, who was approaching, he stopped quickly. It won't be long before Konoha will arrive. After Jiraiya came to Wanjun's side, the first sentence also mentioned Konoha. Did you two discuss it? After hearing the words Konoha from Jiraiya's mouth, Wanjun scanned the two for a while before saying to Jiraiya. What's wrong? Jiraiya, who didn't know what was going on, took a look at Orochimaru and reacted, he said it just now. Yes, I said it before you came. Wanjun nodded and said, when you pass by, you may go in. However, our costumes are afraid that the ninja inside will come out to greet Konoha. We are. Although Wanjun spoke the word welcoming, everyone knew that for that kind of greet, it was possible to put all kinds of ninjutsu fireworks. Hearing Wanjun's words, Jiraiya lowered his head and glanced at the dark blue imperial robe on his body. I don't know what Hiruzen will look like when I'm dressed up. As everyone talked, Konoha was getting closer. Because they were not dragged down by those few children, the speed of everyone was very fast, more than twice as fast as when Wanjun and Hashirama went to Konoha together. For this reason, it didn't take long for Wanjun and his entourage to once again come to the city closest to Konoha. And because of the unique temperament that this squad exudes, on the way from Sichang to Konoha, everyone did not encounter any rebel attack. When all the traders encountered this team, they consciously gave way. I'm finally in the city. Wanjun, who had lived in the field for 2 days, let out a sigh of relief when he entered the city. Today, he was finally able to sleep in bed. By the way, Jiraiya, we met you right here before we entered Konoha last time. After entering the gate, Wanjun suddenly remembered the last time he met Jiraiya in this city. However, Jiraiya, who was only monitored once, didn't have any impression. Is there? Yes, Mrs. Jiraiya, next to a bathhouse. Minato just walked beside the two and explained to Jiraiya. Hey, it seems to be. When Jiraiya heard about the bathhouse, Jiraiya remembered that before returning to Konoha to fight first generation, he was indeed looking for materials in this city. However, Jiraiya's weird laughter was met by Snake G's Byakugan. Chapter 97. When Wanjun and his group entered Konoha, they had already received the attention of the Konoha shinobi. The Konoha shinobi who was watching here have immediately become more numerous since the previous attack on the village. Because Wanjun and others did not use the transformation technique this time, Konoha's Anbu also recognized the characters in the team at once. In the Anbu team, a female ninja with a white mask was the first to spot a familiar figure in the team. It's Lord Jiraiya. Didn't he go to track down the people who attacked the village before? Why did he come back wearing this suit? No, there is Orochimaru. The other Anbu who heard the voice also leaned in at this time, all staring at the somewhat large team. It's really Orochimaru. I haven't seen him since he betrayed the village. How could he and Lord Jiraiya together? Is Lord Danzo behind them? But what about the face? Wait, look, the last one, is it Master 4th generation? Because Konoha executives did not disclose the news of the 4th generation to all Konoha shinobi, these Anbus only knew about the existence of the 4th Hokage after seeing the face of Namikaze Minato. It's really Lord 4th generation, how could it be possible? The white mask Anbu ninja who first discovered Wanjun and others was surprised. Master 4th generation wasn't when Nine Tails attacked the village, already. Nightingale, go back and report to Master 3rd generation. Just when the white mask Anbu was stunned, her captain had already ordered. At this time, we still have to inform 3rd generation of the talents first. Yes. The nightingale who received the task didn't care about the few familiar figures below, and turned around and galloped towards Konoha's village. "Captain, will we be hit by the illusion?" Seeing so many Konoha's legendary ninjas at the same time made these Anbus a little dazed. In this situation, perhaps only illusion can make sense, or else how to explain the fact that 4th Hokage is still alive. When Captain Anbu heard this, he felt reasonable, but if it were true, this illusion would be too powerful. "Impossible, impossible, we are Konoha Anbu anyway, how could it be done by illusion so easily?" After thinking about it for a while, Captain Anbu decided not to care about the illusion. He waved his hand and said to the people beside him, "Don't think so much, follow them closely and wait for Master 3rd Generation's instructions." "Yes." Seeing that the captain had already made a decision, they didn't laugh or tease, but quickly distributed them all around and began to follow Wanjun and his party. "Someone is staring at us." Namikaze Minato had already noticed the presence of Anbu on the surrounding rooftops when he entered the city gate. "It's normal. This is already Konoha's site. There must be a lot of Anbu. With you, it will definitely attract the other party's attention." The existence of Anbu had already been expected by Wanjun. He and his party did not hide their identities. If they show up near Konoha, they will definitely be spotted. However, Wanjun didn't care about Konoha either. There were very few in the village that could fight. Sunan is not there, and there is no Hotake, Namikaze Minato, and others. Perhaps only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hotake Kakashi, and Might Guy can be called the top combat power. Moreover, Kakashi does not have the blessing of Kamui, and the lack of chakra is his biggest shortcoming. Might Guy's Night Guy is fierce, but it is almost a one-time skill. The Wanjun team, blessed by Flying Thunder God, doesn't care about the burst of that moment. The first goal was not set at Konoha, completely out of emotional considerations for Senju Hashirama and Jiraiya and others. Otherwise, Konoha would definitely be the first ninja village to be captured in the ninja world. Maybe 3rd generation will be here soon. As the two talked, Senju Tobirama had already found a shop. After eating dry food for several days, he couldn't wait to have a big meal. And when Wanjun and his party walked into the store, Konoha Anbu, who was in charge of delivering the message, also came to the Hokage building. "What? Minato is back again." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dealing with official duties, shook the pen in his hand after hearing the news from Minato, and suddenly raised his head to Anbu. Anbu stood upright in the hall. "Yes, Master Hokage, not only did we see Master 4th Generation, but Master Jiraiya and Master Orochimaru were also in the ranks of Master 4th Generation." "What?" At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up abruptly, looking at Anbu who reported the news in an incredible way. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Danzo, who was dismissed from all duties after being discovered by Konoha's senior executive Sharingan due to his injuries, also widened his left eye in surprise. Although he was relieved of all duties, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expel him from the center of Konoha's rights under the plea of Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu. It is precisely because of this that Danzo has the opportunity to hear such a big news in this Hokage building. Danzo, who was shocked, looked at 3rd generation and said, "Last time I shouldn't have asked Jiraiya to find each other, they are mentors and apprentices." "Shut up!" Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled and stopped Danzo's words. "Me and Jiraiya are also mentors and apprentices." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, Danzo continued without showing weakness, "So what? Jiraiya has obviously joined the opponent's organization. This time, it is likely that it is also directed at Konoha." As 4th Hokage, Minato led an outsider to attack Konoha just because of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the former Hokage, he didn't think about the overall situation at all. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't refute himself, Danzo continued, "Our handling of Uzumaki Naruto is not a consideration of his safety. 4th generation has made countless enemies in the ninja world. Only by hiding his identity can he live better. In the beginning, you shouldn't have placed Hokage's position. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't listen anymore. Danzo stopped and wanted to continue talking. Whether it's Danzo's talk about safety, or the exercise of his breath, it's just saying goodbye. Everything Minato saw was what he could really feel. What we have to consider now is how to guard against the next. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. The enemy is. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought that fourth Hokage, who succeeded his Hokage position, would become his enemy. He did not expect that his own disciples would also join the ranks. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at the Hokage rock outside the window, and sighed, speechless for a long time. Chapter 98. We can't just wait and die. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't make a sound, but Danzo couldn't bear it anymore. He was the worst attacked last time. And because of that battle, all the things about Sharingan he owned were all known by these Konoha executives, which also caused him to become the only Konoha executive without any rights. Then what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and asked Danzo sharply. Do you still want to find it directly? Don't you know the strength of the other party? If they just pass by Konoha this time, don't we go to trouble ourselves? This. Danzo was speechless by Sarutobi Hiruzen's call. After taking a look at Hiruzen, he sat back again. Sarutobi Hiruzen has never spoken to Danzo like this before, so Danzo hasn't reacted to this operation of third generation for a while. And just after Danzo sat down, Hiruzen said to the Anbu again, you take another team of Anbu to watch. Okay, Lord Hokage. After this Anbu nodded in greeting, he was about to leave to perform the task Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him. However, before she walked out of the door of Hokage's office, Hiruzen stopped her again. By the way, Hatake Kakashi also called. Kakashi. Anbu was a little confused. At this time, Kakashi had already left Anbu because of Might Guy and others' request to third generation. In other words, Kakashi is no longer a member of Konoha Anbu. Why should I bring him this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't explain to the Anbu why he wanted to bring Kakashi, but waved his hand and said, go and call him. Yes. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, Konoha's reinforcements, Anbu and Hatake Kakashi, quickly rushed from Konoha to the nearest city. On the way, Hatake Kakashi, who didn't know what was happening, galloped towards the castle, and asked the Anbu who came to find him next to him, what the hell is the mission? I need to reinforce an Anbu team. Isn't there one who is stationed in the Anbu team? Kakashi, who has been in Anbu for a long time, certainly knows that Anbu is always available in the city. After hearing Kakashi's question, Anbu did not hide it, and said directly, we found Lord 4th Generation in the city. Ms. Minato. When Kakashi heard the word 4th Generation, he was taken aback and his speed slowed down a bit. Since the last time he met his teacher Namikaze Minato in the periphery of Konoha, Kakashi, who was at home, has been thinking about the whole thing. 4th Generation Namikaze Minato, his teacher, obviously died in the incident where Nine Tails attacked the village. But last time, he actually saw the teacher himself. What was it that made the teacher Minato reappear? If it's resurrection, Kinlin and Obito. While Kakashi was thinking secretly, Anbu continued, in addition to Lord 4th Generation, we also found Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru in the opposing team. What? These two are also in the opposing team. At this time, Kakashi was even more shocked. Orochimaru doesn't matter, he is a traitor. But Jiraiya, who helped herself to speak when she was in the Hokage building before, has now joined the opposing team. However, in this case, Mrs. Minato must be true. My teacher, Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, is really back. Since Konoha was not far from the city, it didn't take too long for several ninjas to rush to the city. When Kakashi saw Manjun and others walking out of the shop on the roof, his face instantly became serious. There are too many people on the other side. Even if the others are slightly worse than Minato-sensei and Jiraiya-sama, the overall strength will certainly not be much worse. And now the opponent has a total of 7 people, 7, if they are all ninjas with the strength of Lord Jiraiya, even if there are 2 more teams of Anbu, they will definitely not be able to beat each other. At this time, Kakashi couldn't help but think of the purpose of third generation calling himself, Hokage-sama called himself, what is it for? Kakashi was still thinking, but Wanjun and others who were walking on the street had already noticed the group of Anbu. The number seems to have increased, and a small team should have been added. Namikaze Minato has been paying attention to Anbu's movements, and when Kakashi and others came in for reinforcements, they were noticed by Namikaze Minato. Hey? It seems to be Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, who has seen Kakashi once, will of course not forget his grown-up disciple. Hearing from Master Wanjun, his disciple's Sharingan is still from Uchiha Obito. Kakashi? Is this guy here too? For Manjun, Kakashi is more famous than others. It seems that Konoha is scared, afraid that we will attack Konoha again. But this time, they will be wrong. Minato, it seems that it is a bit difficult to want to walk around Konoha quietly this time. Then we can go in directly from the main entrance, can't we? Namikaze Minato smiled and looked at Wanjun and said. Now that the opponent has paid so much attention to his team, it must be impossible to sneak in, but his party enters from the front door in an upright manner. I don't know what Konoha's people will do. That's a good idea. Tomorrow we will go directly in from the main entrance and see how Konoha's people will react. Namikaze Mizuma makes Wanjun very interesting. There are Minato and Jiraiya in his party, I know if it will scare the ninjas of Konoha. By the way, especially Konoha's high-level Shimura Dans. What would he look like when he saw that he was exactly the same as himself, and he easily sat on Hokage to guide the steady Danzo? The more Wanjun thinks about it, the more interesting he finds it. After the 2 Danzo meet, I wonder if the same thing happened the last time Jiraiya met Snake G. During the conversation, members of Wanjun's team had arrived at a hotel. Since Wanjun and others lived here last time, they didn't choose any more, and went straight into this hotel. Kakashi, be more concealed. The N-bus in the room saw Wanjun walk into the hotel and said to Hatake Kakashi, who was standing on the roof without any concealment. What's hidden, do you think the other party didn't see us? Kakashi is not a fool. With so many powerful ninjas, hasn't he detected Anbu on his side? If the other party doesn't know that someone is following, they won't be worthy of the title of legendary ninja. Chapter 99. But, don't you think that someone in that team looks a bit like? Before Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, Captain Anbu next to him said, You mean Lord Danzo, right? Just now we felt something was wrong, but, Master Danzo was clearly in Konoha, how could it be possible to be with this group of people? This is exactly what Kakashi wondered. When he left Konoha just now, he had seen Danzo in the Hokage building, but when he got here, he found that there was a person who looked exactly like Danzo on the opposite side. This was too weird. And while Hatake Kakashi was observing Manjun's team, Namikaze Minato, who had already entered the hotel, was also observing Anbu, who was watching him and others on the nearby roof. I seem to see Kakashi. Among the Anbu, the only Kakashi who didn't wear Anbu clothes was noticed by Minato. Kakashi? Third generation sent him out. After hearing Kakashi's name, Wanjun went to the window on the second floor and looked at the roof next to him. Sure enough, Kakashi, who was not hiding, immediately entered Manjun's field of vision. The Konoha executives must have known that Jiraiya is in their own organization, and at this time, they dare to send Kakashi to watch. Are they afraid of being abducted again? Since the other party gave this kind of opportunity to the door, of course Manjun would not let it go. Therefore, After seeing Kakashi, Manjun said to Namikaze Minato next to him, "If you don't go, you will meet your own disciples. I was beaten back by you last time, I haven't figured out what the situation is. Okay, I'll check it out." The last battle with Kakashi and others was basically a small fight, and Minato didn't even contribute. Therefore, he still wants to know Kakashi who is still alive in this world. So, under Wanjun's persuasion, Minato went out from the window and went directly to Kakashi's side. Crack! When Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in front of himself and the others, the Anbu was surprised. One of the newcomers who had just joined Anbu even stepped back and broke a tile. 4. Seeing Namikaze Minato's appearance, the Anbu subconsciously wanted to call them fourth Hokage. But as soon as he said it, he stopped immediately. The person standing in front of him now is not the fourth Hokage he used to be. "Stay back a little bit, I have a few words with Kakashi." Namikaze Minato stood in the middle of the Anbu, and ordered them as he did when he was Hokage. The new ninja who has not experienced the glorious era of fourth generation does not seem to want to listen to Minato. Even if you used to be Konoha's Hokage, now you are Konoha's enemy. However, the captain of Anbu is a ninja of the same era as Namikaze Minato. He knows the strength of fourth generation quite well, so after a brief thought, the captain of Anbu stopped his players and nodded, "Okay. Yes, Master Minato." Captain Anbu did not call Minato the fourth generation, but Namikaze Minato still gave this Anbu a gentle smile. "I have seen Minato," the smiling Captain Anbu countless times, and sighed slightly in his heart. "Master fourth generation still hasn't changed, but I don't know why Master fourth generation attacked Konoha? You are Konoha's Hokage." Captain Anbu led his subordinates with doubts, and retreated a certain distance. After these Anbus retreated, Namikaze Minato smiled and looked at Kakashi, and after taking a look at his disciples, he said, "Kakashi, you have grown taller and more like your father." Hatake Kakashi didn't care about Namikaze Minato's words, but directly expressed the doubt in his heart, "Teacher, since you are still alive, why should you leave Konoha? You are Konoha's Hokage." Hokage? Hearing Kakashi's words, Namikaze Minato's heart did not fluctuate at all. After unifying his own world, Minato is already very open. As long as he is not in the way of his path, Namikaze Minato will still not show his Blacken attributes. And more importantly, the ninja who asked the question was still his own disciple. "Kakashi, you have to know, where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. For me, Konoha is everywhere." Kakashi has heard Namikaze Minato's words many times, and this sentence is the standard answer to the will of fire. But this was not the answer Kakashi wanted. He just wanted to know why his teacher left Konoha and became Konoha's enemy. "Kakashi, we will go to Konoha tomorrow, but don't worry, there will be no fighting this time." Namikaze Minato didn't give Kakashi a chance. The fourth Hokage of Konoha looked at Shinobu's direction and continued. "Let's go back with these Anbus, this kind of surveillance is completely useless." As Namikaze Minato said, everyone in his team has extraordinary strength. If you really want to fight Konoha hard on your side, even if you come to the two Anbu teams, it will be of no avail. Of course, Senju Tobirama, who is still young, should be excluded. He is also the only ninja with Janin's strength in the team. "Teacher." Kakashi just wanted to talk, but Namikaze Minato suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Only the white-haired ninja who was secretly hurt on the roof was left. Why is this happening? At this time, Kakashi just felt that his brain was not enough. He is naturally very happy that Minato is not dead, but after experiencing the deaths of his teammates Obito and Lin, the Nine Tails attacking the village, and the demise of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi really doesn't want Konoha to change. What do I do? Now Kakashi, because of Minato, is stuck between the village and Minato. With the presence of Minato, he is being gradually squeezed out of the core area by Konoha, and with the presence of Konoha, he cannot join Namikaze Minato's side. Kakashi is now in a dilemma. Kakashi, how is it? After Minato left, the Anbu rushed to Kakashi and asked him. Teacher will go to Konoha tomorrow. Kakashi said in a deep voice, his mood is not good at this time. What? I have to go back and report to Master Third Generation as soon as possible. After receiving the news, Anbu quickly reported it to Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And because of this information, Konoha made arrangements overnight and mobilized all the ninjas still in the village. Even the ninjas of the major families were tuned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After doing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed up all night. When the sun rose, the sun shone on the heavily armed third generation sitting on the Hokage rock. The Hokage of Konoha looked at Konoha's door with firm eyes and slowly got up. Minato, it's already here. Chapter 100. Master Hokage, they are almost here. On Hokage Rock, an Anbu is reporting the arrival of Namikaze Minato to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, let out a sigh of relief, and kicked all his previous thoughts out of his mind. Hey, let's go. When Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Konoha Gate, Wanjun had already led everyone in the team and stood 200 meters outside the gate. Opposite Wanjun, outside of Konoha Gate, there are hundreds of Konoha shinobi wearing vests. Hyaga's house, Akamika's house, Nara's house. Snake Ji, standing next to Wanjun, was counting the ninja families in the opponent's team with great interest. Sure enough, there is no Yuyoshiha's house. Why isn't Yuyoshiha's house? Shimura Dan's was the last to come to the team. He hadn't gotten much news from Wanjun that belonged to the world, so he asked suspiciously after Snake Ji finished speaking. Konoha's Uchiha, there is only one left. Orochimaru also knew the news of Uchiha Itaka's extermination, so he answered Danzo before Snakeheim. Orochimaru is accustomed to the appearance of various ninjas in the team that are contrary to his common sense. This Shimura Dan's is completely different from the partner he knows. Is that so? Danzo was just strange. He didn't care about the Uchiha family. He only felt that facing so many ninjas, would it be too risky? Although there are many powerful ninjas on his side, there are hundreds of ninjas on the other side. This is too much. The more he thought about it, the more he felt unsafe. Danzo rolled his eyes and took out a handful of kunao from the backpack behind him. After a scream, kunao was thrown into the forest more than 100 meters away from him. Danzo's action made the ninja on Konoha's side suddenly tense. The ninjas of the Hyaga family have opened Byakugan one after another, the Akamichi family is already preparing for expansion jutsu, and the ninjas of the Sarutobi family have begun to knot their fire style seals one by one. And when Konoha's ninjutsu was about to start, the kunao in their eyes was only thrown into the forest by the opponent. Konoha's ninja breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was thinking about what the other party was doing. Is it deterrence? Or is it a secret code? What are you doing? Because Konoha's hundreds of people took action at the same time, bluffing Wanjun for a while, he thought that the other side wanted to launch an attack early after seeing the extremely powerful lineup on his side. You threw out your body. Ahem, sir, be cautious. Danzo coughed slightly and said, if there is a fight, he will attack from the flanks. Don't worry, Lord Wanjun. Although Danzo said so, Wanjun did not believe this cautious Hokage. Isn't it a matter of thinking about running away after failure, right? But even though Wanjun thought so, he didn't directly tell Danzo's tricks. Because the opponent's Konoha shinobi had already made a jump from the middle, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Konoha's top executives, came out. Is it Hiruzen? It is more suitable for Hokage than me. Shimura Dan's lowered his head to face Senju Tobirama next to him, seeing the familiar teammate walking in the front. Teacher, look, Hiruzen is more suitable. It's more suitable than you. In Senju Tobirama's view, the ninja who claimed to be his own disciple in front of him was a bit too embarrassing. Even if he would really become his own disciple in the future, he would certainly not be allowed to inherit his mantle. Namikaze Tobirama's evaluation is for Danzo, who will definitely be very disappointed. But Danzo in front of Tobirama laughed directly, not being a Hokage, so good. While Wanjun was still talking and laughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already brought Danzo and other Konoha high-level leaders to the forefront of all the ninjas. He must stop him from Konoha today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just stood still, was stunned when he saw the other members. Opposite, why is there Danzo? Why does that kid look a bit like Mrs. Tobirama again? Danzo, what's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said to Danzo beside him. However, Danzo did not answer third generation's question, but stared at the opposite side in a daze. How could? Isn't the one on the other side the same as me? What's going on? Why is there someone exactly like you on the other side, and why? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled a little annoyed when seeing Danzo staying silent for a while. Danzo was awakened by this cry close to his ear. What? What the hell is going on? Why is there you on the other side? Is it your avatar? Or did you come up with something with Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the two people's cooperation quite clearly, and now the other person appears. With so many people who are absolutely impossible to show up, maybe it is the collaboration between Orochimaru and Danzo. No, how is it possible? I just found out. Danzo was really unspeakable at this time. He himself was still surprised why the other party had someone exactly like himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo as if not fake, and then looked at the opposite side again. What is happening? The two sides faced each other in silence for a moment before Wanjun took a step forward and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "What do you mean, Lord Third Generation? We just want to enter the village for a stroll, don't we need to bring so many people to welcome us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that it was not Namikaze Minato who came out from the other side but Manjun, and he was a little confused. Could it be that the leader of the other party is this one? Among those on the opposite side, the only thing Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't remember was Wanjun. Except for the last time I met this person when Minato took Naruto away, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never heard of such a person. If you are just walking around, Konoha is certainly welcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very heavy. Although there are a large number of people on his side, the chances of winning in battle are not very big. Go for a stroll. The last time you came here, Konoha suffered a heavy loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the last sentence while staring at Namikaze Minato. In his opinion, if that person is the real Minato, it is impossible for him to have no feelings for Konoha. He, after all, Konoha's fourth Hokage, is Konoha's legendary ninja. He asked Kakashi to go there last night, and he thought of this, and wanted to use the bond between Kakashi and Minato to make this former Hokage change his mind. Chapter 101. Last time was last time, this time is this time. Wanjun smiled and said. The last time Wanjun and others came to Konoha, it was mainly for Naruto. In the current Konoha village, there is nothing Wanjun and others want to take away. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Danzo preemptively said, Konoha doesn't welcome you. Really? I thought you would welcome us very much. Otherwise, why are so many people coming to greet us? Wanjun pointed his finger at the hundreds of ninjas opposite him and said to Third Generation. Humph. Danzo let out a cold snort. He was beaten to the body by Wanjun and others during the Naruto recapture battle, and all his Sharingan was exposed. These things made Danzo hate Wanjun and others. Whether you are fourth generation or Orochimaru, since Konoha is here today, don't be ready to leave. Danzo, who was thinking about it more and more angry, took out a shuriken directly from his body and threw it towards the other side. Danzo, but a man who has experienced 3 battles in the ninja world, how can he be frightened by the formation of the few of you? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Danzo to throw out the shuriken so recklessly. He and Wanjun are still talking, what the hell is this guy shouting? However, the shuriken has been thrown out, and it will not stop automatically because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding. Ding! Ding! When Danzo's shuriken was about to hit Wanjun, a row of iron walls suddenly appeared in front of the team, enclosing the entire team. So close! The steady Danzo clone who had just used the reduced version of the scroll, wiped the sweat that did not appear on his forehead. That series of iron walls was cast by this steady Danzo. The iron wall surrounded the crowd in a semi-arc shape, and all the shurikens were blocked outside. Of course, the sight of both parties is now blocked by this iron wall. Konoha's ninjas saw this situation, and even Danzo shot, can they start a fight? With this kind of thinking, on the Konoha shinobi side, a dozen impatient guys rushed out first. Fire style great fireball technique. Wind style suppress. With the help of the wind, the fire instantly surrounded the iron wall cast by the steady Danzo just now. Because the temperature of this fire style is too high, the iron walls have already begun to melt. At this time, Senju Tobirama, who was already waiting for this moment, quickly sealed his hands, water style water barrier. Although Senju Tobirama is only a Jainin, his water style talent is unparalleled. After his cast, this water barrier directly rises into a huge wall, swallowing all the fire style cast by Konoha shinobi. Stop! What are you doing? Who told you to do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted after the ninjas released the ninja to Wanjun and others. He originally wanted to control the situation, but now it seems that his idea has been shattered before it is put into action. Because of Wanjun's side, Snake Ji had already called the White 10,000 Snakes, and Shimura Dans was holding a few ninjutsu scrolls in one hand, ready to throw them at Konoha at any time. Master Manjun. The only person on Manjun's side facing Konoha was Jiraiya. Seeing that the battle was about to start, Jiraiya hurriedly came to Manjun. Manjun-sama, we are not here to attack Konoha. Of course not, but you have also seen that it was the opponent's first hand. We can't just sit back and wait for death, right? Wanjun did say that he attacked Kirigakure first, but now this is not the opponent's hand, and he doesn't respond a little bit. How can it pass? Jiraiya was speechless by Wanjun's words. He was indeed looking at Shimura Dan's first move, and the shuriken flew towards him. Well, I won't take down Konoha directly, don't worry, you don't have to take action, stand behind. Wanjun patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, and he directly promised Jiraiya to fight Konoha. Will not let this toad sage play. After talking to Jiraiya, Wanjun was not idle either. He was already very confident in his own strength, and he was ready to join the battle. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Wanjun, who has learned most of the wood style of first generation, the wood dragon technique is already a trivial matter to him. The wooden dragon made by Wanjun using wood style is almost the same size as Snake Ji's Wan Snake. But this ninjutsu gave the Konoha shinobi a shock, but it was completely greater than the former. It's wood style. Is he the ninja who used the tree world birth last time? It's a shame that I didn't see wood style of master first generation last time. I didn't expect to give it another chance today. That person, is it first generation? Are you stupid? The head of master first generation has been on Hokage Rock for so long, can't you recognize it? Many ninjas on Konoha did not participate in the last Naruto recapture battle, and it is probably the first time they have seen these invaders use wood style. For them, wood style is the patent of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, a powerful pronoun, and Konoha's exclusive. But now, wood style has appeared on the opposite side of Konoha and has become his enemy. Can we really win it? Wood style ninjutsu is an invincible legend for many people, and this concept also makes the ninjas of Konoha start to doubt themselves. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to speak after seeing the fast-rising wooden dragon. This is the second time he has seen wood style in a short time. The last time, when Naruto was robbed, the huge tree world was born, and half of Konoha was enveloped in it. It was really this wood style that was used at the beginning? No wonder, I was able to become the leader of the Minato and others organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, but he didn't dare to neglect in his hands. The last battle was still fresh in his memory. Konoha can no longer repeat the same mistakes, can no longer let people destroy him, even if the opponent has the former fourth Hokage, the former disciples Jiraiya and Orochimaru, it will not work. Since the battle is unavoidable, you can only face him head-on. Summoning Ape Demon. Hiruzen, what happened again? Wood style. The summoning ape demon had already anticipated that he might enter the battle again, but was stunned when he saw the menacing 10,000 snakes and wooden dragons. Hiruzen, why do you always provoke such a strong man? Ape demon, wishful stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to explain anything, and directly ordered Saruman to be like a wishful stick. Ninjas. Warriors. For Konoha. For the village. For the will of fire. To comfort the companions under the monument. Fight. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to rush in the direction of Wanjun, holding the weapon that Tsurumo changed. Chapter 102. Wishful Stick Garius Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped into the air, combining Saruman with wind style, and spinning the wishful stick in his hand quickly, trying to use this powerful suction to absorb Wanjun from the head of the wooden dragon. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's move did not seem to have any effect. Wanjun, whose feet were firmly attached to the wooden dragon, did not move a bit. Hiruzen, long time no see. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to continue his attack, Danzo, who was carrying a backpack, jumped on the wooden dragon and was talking to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile at this time. Danzo. Seeing this person, Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously said Danzo's name. The appearance of the other party is really too similar to Danzo before he changed his eyes, it is completely carved out of a mold. Impossible, you are not Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had fallen to the ground again, said, staring at the wooden dragon, Wanjun and Danzo, and Master Second Generation, you made it too. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation, Danzo is not dead. He was still next to him just now. How could it be someone else who used this ninjutsu to resurrect him? The only thing that can be explained is that the other party used something like first-generation adult cells to create these people. The instigator is probably his disciple, Orochimaru. Only this guy will study this kind of thing all day long. Ah? What made it? Jian Danzo said dumbly, I was also a third Hokage, Hiruzen. But now you are doing Hokage well, Konoha will leave it to you. Having said this, Danzo feels a lot more relaxed, and finally he doesn't care about Konoha's things. You? Third Hokage. Jian Danzo had just finished speaking, the righteous master who had captured the eyes of the Uchiha clan walked out, and saw this Danzo glaring at his opponent on the wooden dragon. Do you think Hokage can be taken by anyone alone? Here it is, Konoha. Obviously, Danzo doesn't like to use Hokage to make jokes, but that's a position where he has struggled for a lifetime and never sat in it. You're the Danzo here, right? Jian Danzo smiled. He has heard a little about this Danzo, and everything he did seems to be out of the ordinary. I advise you not to think about making Hokage, you can't do it, and you're very tired. Damn it! Danzo was irritated by these words. Whether I can sit in Hokage's position is not determined by you, a fake who looks the same as me. Wind-style vacuum wave. Anxious Danzo quickly resorted to a wind style, only to see that he breathed out a breath similar to a sickle attack, and swept directly in the direction of Wanjun. Ninfa Shadow Clone. When the Danzo was in Jian, the steady Danzo moved first. He is accustomed to reducing the danger to the lowest level, so in an instant, a clone appeared around Wan Jun. You still use clone technique as a clone. Wan Jun, standing next to the steady Danzo, was a little surprised by the operation of the clone in front of him. However, Wan Jun thought about it, this clone is not pure, it is a combination of first-generation cells and clone, similar to the existence of white Zetsu, and he is relieved. Steady Danzo's clones, as soon as they came out, they began to seal the seal at the same time, their hand speed was quite fast, and within 2 strokes, they released ninjutsu. Earth-style wall. In addition, Danzo himself, 11 clones, used the ninjutsu of Tuliabai, 11 mud walls, and stood in front of Wanjun's wooden dragon. Boom! The vacuum wave hit the earth flow wall and made a loud noise, but after the smoke dissipated, it did not break even one earth wall. This situation made Danzo very embarrassed. The other party took him so seriously and used 11 dirt walls, but he failed to break it. Make me fool again, damn it! Danzo didn't know that the opponent didn't use so many Diliabai because of how strong he was, but the opponent was too cautious. There is no need for so many Tulia walls, right? Your chakra doesn't need money. Wan Jun above the wooden dragon said silently to the steady Danzo beside him. Now this Tuliabai is no longer a ninjutsu to defend against each other, it has become an obstacle to prevent the wooden dragon from advancing under his feet. Master Wan Jun, be careful. Jian Danzo doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. The more walls, the more ninjutsu can be blocked. Take your own side, isn't it safer? Boom boom boom. Before Wan Jun could control the wooden dragon, the snake girl beside him couldn't bear loneliness, and controlled the white wand snake to rush towards the Konoha shinobi. And the sound just now was the sound of the white 10,000 snakes hitting the 11 earth flow walls of steady Danzo. Orochimaru, who was standing next to Jiraiya, saw this scene and said to Jiraiya with a grin, Jiraiya, Konoha is in danger. Master Wan Jun said that he would control it, but you, don't give birth to any thoughts. Jiraiya is quite familiar with his fellow student. His laughter must be planning something bad. What can I have in mind? Orochimaru said, taking a step forward. Are you really not going to come? Then I will go. I can still fight against Sarutobi teacher today. I really didn't expect it. Under Jiraiya's gaze, Orochimaru kept walking towards the battlefield between the two sides. When he was about to reach the side of Wanjun Wood Dragon, he, like Snake Ji, gave summoning his purple wand snake. Hey! Orochimaru, you are not dead yet. As soon as wand snake came out, he teased Orochimaru. The 10,000 snakes have already communicated with the big white snake of Snake Ji, and they also know that Orochimaru is being detained by 1st generation and 4th generation. That's why it said the sentence just now. Are you in trouble again? Hey? You have joined. Because the two big snakes have not been summoning for some time, they don't know the latest news. For example, Orochimaru joined the 1st generation group in a surprise, and they don't know about the same clothes. Ah, this is the sacrifice, I won't need it in the future. For some reason, these 10,000 snakes took the initiative to exempt the sacrifices after taking a look at the members of the Wanjun team who were also wearing blue imperial robes. Just kidding, now Orochimaru has joined the team of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, etc. Can we still do such inhumane things? From now on, I will also act on the side of justice. Ah! Orochimaru snorted coldly when seeing Wand Snake like this. This guy is too powerful. Boom! After the purple 10,000 snakes joined the battlefield, two big snakes, one purple and one white, swept towards Konoha's ninja from two directions. And the wooden dragon in the center also took advantage of the trend. Two snakes and one dragon, like three big mountains, gave Konoha an endless pressure. Prepare Grand Flame Technique. Seeing this urgent scene, members of the Sarutobi clan rushed to the front of all the Konoha shinobi, preparing to jointly use the ancestral wood-style ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. Fire Style. Haoyan Technique. More than 20 members of the Sarutobi clan performed ninjutsu at the same time, and fierce flames rose into the sky, and the fierce flames quickly burned toward the three behemoths in front. Chapter 103. Like, subscribe and share. Chapter 104. The fire style of the Sarutobi clan has been famous in the ninja world since the Sengoku period, and this Haoyan technique is also one of the fire styles of the Sarutobi clan. With the concerted efforts of the Sarutobi people, Haoyan technique gathered into a sky full of flames, directly obscuring the Konoha shinobi's sight. However, just when the Konoha shinobi people thought that the flame had blocked the opponent's footsteps, the Wanjun team had a larger current than the flame. Water Style Boom. Manjun, Senju Tobirama, Danzo, and Snakeheim, etc., all performed the best ninjutsu of their team member Hoshigaki Kisame. With the blessings of several great ninjas, this ninjutsu is even stronger than that performed by Hoshigaki Kisame. The current created by the rushing wave of the big water explosion not only annihilated the Sarutobi's Haoyan technique, but even continued unabated, and the current rushed in the direction of the Konoha shinobi. What a big water style! So strong! Is this the strength of the legendary Chunin? Hurry up with Earth style to block it! What are you talking about here? On Konoha's side, the Hyuga clan ninjas with physical skills consciously took a step back and gave the battlefield ahead to the ninjas who used Earth style. Earth style Turyu Wall. Earth style Earth Dynamic Core. Several Earth style ninjutsu were collectively launched, and the land outside the gate on Konoha's side began to rise sharply to stop the water from entering the village. In front of the Turyu city wall, another group of ninjas sank the ground and led the water to a low-lying area outside the village. Boom! The huge water flow quickly hit the top of the Earth Flow city wall, making a huge roar. The Konoha shinobi on the wall of the Turyu castle only feel that the Turyu castle wall under their feet is trembling violently, as if they will be washed down at any time. This phenomenon lasted for a while before it finally stopped. Hey, it's finally gone! Look! They are here! Konoha's ninjas just breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the legendary ninjas on the opposite side after the water disappeared, had begun to advance. Akamichi. Standing at the forefront of the Turyu city wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who also used the Haoyan technique with the Sarutobi clan just now, shouted to the ninja behind him. Yes, Master Hokage! The ninjas of the Akamichi clan, after hearing Hokage's greeting, all walked to the edge of the Turyu castle wall, ninja expansion jutsu. A dozen ninjas from the Akamichi family began their unique multiplication when they jumped off the wall of the Turyu city. Before they landed, a dozen of them became giants at the same time. Ninjas! Konoha's ninjas! For the village, stop them! When the Akamikaze ninja started to stop Monsaki and Wood Dragon in front, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted again that Konoha must be desperate in the face of such a powerful opponent. Everyone must act. Patriarch? Us. When the other ninjas were motivated by third generation to march towards Wanjun and others, the Hyuga clan hesitated. They are physical ninjas, and they have no advantage in facing the behemoth in front of them. What's more, the ninjas on the opposite side are really too strong. Their Hyuga is a big family, which cannot be compared with ordinary people. If the family wants to survive for a long time, it is a very important skill to judge the situation. However, now Konoha's largest family, the Patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, is not ready to back down. This battle is about Konoha's survival and Hyuga's survival. The ninjas on the opposite side, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru did not know what happened, Shimura Dans, all of them were aggressive. These people who come for revenge or for other attempts will not care about your family or family. So, after thinking for a while, Hyoga Hayashi pointed to the back of Manjun team where Jiraiya and Tobirama were. Let's go around behind. Okay, Patriarch. As family ninjas, especially the ninjas of a high-ranking family like the Hyoga family, they will not refute the decision of the Patriarch. Just when Hyoga Hayashi chose to walk behind Manjun and others, the Konoha shinobi team also met Manjun. The first to fight Manjun is the Akamichi family of doubling ninjas. These ninjas who used super expansion jutsu, as soon as they arrived in front of Manjun and Snakey and others, they raised their hands and used their unique palm pressing technique. Super push hand. The combined blow of a dozen ninjas of the Akamichi clan directly pushed both the wooden dragon and the 10,000 snakes back a few steps. Want to compare size? Wanjun, standing on the head of the wooden dragon, smiled. If you want to compare the size, you can still continue to accompany you. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. After Wanjun used this wooden golem jutsu, the Hokage warehouse began to continuously provide chakra to Wanjun for the consumption of the wooden dragon. This is wooden golem? It's so big. When the rapidly growing trees in the area turned into a wooden golem, the doubling Akamichi people were dumbfounded. No matter how big they were, they couldn't get so big. The ninjas of the Akamichi clan stopped attacking Wanjun, but the Konoha shinobi who kept coming behind them were not ready to stop. One by one, they jumped onto the Akamichi people and started to cast ninjutsu in the direction of Wanjun. Wind-style suppress. Fire-style fire phoenix fairy. Water-style water dragon bomb. The various ninjutsu lines threw them at wooden golem and the 10,000 snakes as if they didn't need money. The battlefield was instantly smeared and colored by the various lines of ninjutsu. From a distance, this battlefield has completely become a testing ground for ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is not enough. Manjun, standing on the head of wooden golem, didn't care about the opponent's ninjutsu. The wooden golem at his feet can take over the existence of tailed beast bomb with bare hands. Isn't that afraid of you ninjutsu? However, Wanjun doesn't care, but the steady Danzo next to him has a heavy face. Master Wanjun, there are too many ninjas. Do we want to take a step back, and plan well before attacking Mu, Leaf? We are not here to attack Konoha. Wanjun smiled at Jian Danzo and said, we were just passing by, but Konoha's ninja attacked first. Then you have to plan, sir. For the unplanned battle, Danzo still feels uneasy. Even if the opponent is weak, Danzo thinks it is necessary to plan carefully and ensure that nothing goes wrong. You are a clone, worrying about what you are doing so much, call out your body. Wanjun was a bit awkward facing this clone. The battle had been going on for so long, and Danzo was still reluctant to reveal his real body. Here, Lord Wanjun, I threw the main body over there. The clone Danzo said to Wanjun with a little embarrassment on his face when he saw that Wanjun wanted to see the main body. I knew you guy threw him. The weird action of the clone Danzo just now made Wanjun guess half a point, but it still made Wanjun helpless when he said it personally. Wait. Thinking of Kyowu, Wanjun suddenly felt that something was wrong. Isn't the current being led in that direction just now? Chapter 105. Thinking of Wanjun here, he glanced sideways at the depression that was still in the water. That was the direction Kyowu was thrown in just now. Your body is flooded. My lord, it's not the main body, it's the clone. The clone Danzo scratched his head and continued, it should be okay to be submerged for a while. What? That's also a clone. Wanjun has always thought that Danzo, who was wearing Anbu costume before, is the real one, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. Yes, he is the second clone, who knows Flying Thunder God, and he will be here soon. The Avatar Danzo said. He took out a kunao from his backpack again. On it, like Namikaze Minato's kunao, there is a special Flying Thunder God symbol. The Avatar Danzo pinched the Flying Thunder God talisman without a single pinch, and the surrounding space also fluctuated. The former Anbu Danzo also reappeared in front of Wanjun. Ahem, ahem, why did you throw me over there just now, damn it, I was actually flooded. Who knows, it will be overwhelmed. The clone Danzo shrugged, and then said, I'm running out of chakra, now it's up to you. After speaking, without waiting for Enbu Danzo to reply, he turned into a kunao and disappeared in Wanjun's eyes. Well, you have to change shifts. Wanjun was still thinking about how this clone Danzo uses chakra like money. The reason for the relationship is here. Each clone still has working hours. After using chakra, change it again. Just one. Hey hey. Anbu Danzo smiled awkwardly and picked up the kunao on wooden golem's head. By the way, I heard from the clone just now that you are also a clone? What's the matter? How many clones does Danzo have? Wanjun asked his doubts out of his head. Today, he must get a definite answer from this steady Danzo. Number. This, we have a total of avatars. Anbu clone Danzo just wanted to answer, Konoha's physical ninjas have jumped above wooden golem. And the leader among them is Might Guy, who is known as the Blue Beast of Konoha. Because of this situation, Anbu clone Danzo had to stop talking and drew the long knife from his waist. He is different from the other Danzo clones. Ninjutsu is not what he is good at. What he is most familiar with is physique. However, before the action, this avatar also threw a handful of kunao in the backpack to the rear, just like the one just now. Wanjun now doesn't even have to guess, knowing that Kyo is definitely one of the clones, and it is Danzo's plan to prevent group destruction. Toward the peacock. The Might Guy led by Konoha directly used his own stunt to drive the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate. Might Guy also slammed Wanjun away because of the opening of the King Gate. Stop! Anbu Danzo yelled, then swung his knife to Might Guy. However, before he had time to get close, Might Guy had already crossed Anbu Danzo and rushed in Wanjun's direction. Konoha's ninjas now also know that Wanjun is the leader of the opponent. At this time, it is necessary to kill or capture the leader of the opponent in one step to quickly resolve the battle. Because Might Guy's speed was so fast, Anbu Danzo, who had just swung a knife, could only look back at the disappearance of Might Guy at this time. Anbu Danzo turned his head. At this time, he could only watch as Might Guy hit his right hand severely on Wanjun's body. Boom! When Might Guy's fist fell, a burst of smoke suddenly rose up where Wanjun was standing just now. After the smoke cleared, only a pile of wood debris remained on the spot, and the debris seemed to have fallen. A handful of suffering. Wood clone. Anbu Danzo was relieved to see that Might Guy's attack failed. Sure enough, Lord Wanjun is not so easy to be defeated. How can I doubt Lord Wanjun, really, damn it. Might Guy, you are already so strong. The kunao in the debris of Wanjun wood clone just now successfully brought Namikaze Minato over. The former 4th Hokage, looking at Might Guy, said with satisfaction. Master 4th generation. Although Might Guy had already met Namikaze Minato just now, getting in touch with this Hokage so close still made Might Guy a little uncomfortable. Guy, let me see how strong you are. Namikaze Minato took out a handful of kunao, raised his right hand, and said to Might Guy. Namikaze Minato's words are already obvious. He, the former Konoha Hokage, is already inviting Might Guy to fight. This. Might Guy still hesitated. If he didn't know that the other party was Namikaze Minato, he might start without hesitation. However, the other party was once his immediate boss, Kakashi's teacher. Go ahead, Guy. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. If you don't move, I will move first. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, the whole person instantly disappeared from Might Guy's eyes. When Might Guy saw this, he was heartbroken, lifted his right leg, and swept straight towards the back. The WDM found Minato quickly pressed his waist down, and leaned back, avoiding Might Guy's whip leg. And Namikaze Minato, who escaped the attack, was not idle, holding Kunao's right hand, and while bending backwards, he stroked Might Guy's leg, and Might Guy's green practice uniform was cut out. "You guys go down and fight." Wan Jun, who had just avoided Might Guy's attack with wood clone, was standing on wooden golem's shoulders. He really couldn't stand the fight between the two. "The top of wooden golem's head, but my place, why are you still dancing here?" After Wan Jun finished speaking, he commanded wooden golem's left hand and grabbed it above his head. When Might Guy saw this, of course he couldn't sit still. In order to avoid Konoha's palm, Might Guy could only jump under the wooden golem. Namikaze Minato, who hadn't stood up yet, certainly wouldn't let Might Guy go. After the blue beast jumped down, Minato immediately caught up with him. "Master Wan Jun, are you okay?" After both Might Guy left, Anbu Danzo got close to Wan Jun and began to care. "How did you swipe the knife just now? Why did you swipe it down in the air?" At this moment, Wan Jun is still thinking about the battle with Anbu Danzo just now. He originally thought Danzo could stop Might Guy for a while, but the guy actually put it over directly. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been punched directly by the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "I have been in the backpack for a long time, and some hands have been born," Anbu Danzo said embarrassedly. "What you said just now, how many clones do you have?" After driving Might Guy away, Wan Jun asked Wooden Golem to automatically attack Konoha's ninja, and he began to ask Danzo again. "The avatar thing." Seeing this question, Anbu Danzo couldn't avoid it, so he could only bite the bullet and said, "Master Wan Jun, Master Danzo has 9 clones. I'm the second one. It was clone number 1 just now. And I threw it out, it's the third clone. Lord Danzo has already told us that we can't enter the battlefield at the same time. When fighting, it's better to be separated. So, when we fight, we will throw out clones that are higher than our own, and Lord Danzo is on clone number 9. What? 9 clones? Chapter 106. He is on the 9th point? It means that it will take a few clones before Danzo will come out. Wan Jun was already a little dumbfounded at this time. This is the first time he has seen such a steady operation. It is worthy of being called the steadfast Danzo man. Anbu Danzo nodded and replied, "Yes, Master Wan Jun, Master Danzo will come out to eat at night, except at night, he stays behind number 9 most of the day during the day." All right. Wan Jun didn't want to entangle Danzo's sharp operations anymore. Pay attention to those physical ninjas. Anbu Danzo is very willing to accept the task Manjun ordered. After all, there is no need to rush to the front to face those Konoha shinobi people. Okay, Lord Manjun. After Manjun arranged the task for Anbu Danzo, he again took over the control of Wooden Golem and moved in the direction of Konoha. At this time, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Snakeheim and Orochimaru dragged most of the Konoha shinobi. Minato is also fighting a bunch of Konoha's physical ninjas. Let's go to Konoha once too. Last time we couldn't enter through Konoha's main entrance, but it has always been Wan Jun's regret. This time I brought so many people to greet him, and I can always enter through this main entrance. Right? Boom. Boom. Wan Jun controlled Wooden Golem to walk forward in strides, and the ninjas in front of him avoided one after another to avoid being stepped on by Wooden Golem's huge feet. Although these ninjas wanted to throw a ninjutsu on top of Wooden Golem's head when they left, most of them were waved away by Wooden Golem's palm before he could get close to Wan Jun's body. The few ninjutsu that could fly to Wan Jun's side were also directly solved by Anbu Danzo. Hiruzen. Seeing Konoha's ninjas are retreating steadily, Shimura Danz, who was injured in his left arm by Orochimaru just now because of the battle, came to Sarutobi Hiruzen with the pain of the ninja's left arm. "Konoha, are you going to lose?" Sarutobi Hiruzen just tried to get close to Manjun, but Namikaze Minato was forced away. In addition, Manjun had a wooden dragon to protect him. On the wooden dragon head, there was a guy who looked exactly like Shimura Danz. They had no chance to get close to him. Attack! Hiruzen, let me try again. Shimura Dance gritted his teeth while standing on the wall of the earthly city, watching wooden golem approaching closer. You? What do you want to try? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Danzo. On their side, even he and Kakashi and others couldn't attack each other. How could Danzo attack you? Danzo, already cruel, took off the cloth strips from his head with his right hand full of Sharingan, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to try this. Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen had known about Sharingan on Shimura Dance before, but how can Sharingan help the battlefield? You are not Mangeki, and you can still get out of Susanoo. Mangeki. When Shimura Dance finished plucking all the cloth strips, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that eye clearly. And this is Mangeki that he thinks is impossible. Previously, Minato and others attacked the village and inspected Shimura Dance. It was Udat and Koharu and others. When they checked Danzo's head, Danzo had already woke up, so the high-level Konoha only knew that Shimura Dance had Sharingan. But he didn't know that he still had Mangeki Sharingan. These are Shisui's eyes. His Mangeki possesses the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods. Hiruzen, you send me to their leader or Minato, and I will take care of the rest. Although Shimura Dance is Hokage, he is not inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen for Konoha's love. At this moment of life and death, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to hide anything. As long as Konoha can continue to exist, what a Sharingan can count as distinguished heavenly gods. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knows the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Shisui was also a ninja he valued very much. As Uchiha, he has always stood on Konoha's position, which is one of the reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen values Shisui. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Shisui's eyes would appear on Shimura Dance's body. What the hell did you do? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very annoyed. Over the years, Danzo has done so many things under his nose. Uchiha's eyes, collaboration with Orochimaru, Shisui's Mangeki. Sarutobi Hiruzen has decided that if he wins this battle, Shimura Dance can no longer stay in the top Konoha. However, the role of this distinguished heavenly gods cannot be ignored, so Sarutobi Hiruzen can only agree to Danzo's plan. Okay, I will send you to the opposite. The primary goal is the ninja on the other's wooden golem, if no, just cast it directly on Minato. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Wanjun, who is able to use wood style and is the leader of the opponent, has become the primary goal. And if you can't use distinguished heavenly gods to change to Wanjun's will, then Namikaze Minato is also a good choice. The addition of Namikaze Minato, who has Flying Thunder God technique, will also have a decisive effect on the battlefield. Okay. Shimura Dance stared at wooden golem and nodded fiercely. Let's go. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only pin all his hopes on the distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's right eye. Kakashi, Asuma, cover us. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Danzo and quickly approached wooden golem. On the way, third generation also summoned Kakashi and others. Under their cover, Danzo's chances of approaching Wanjun would increase. In this way, more and more ninjas gathered beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, and under the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo was surrounded by several powerful elite genin to prevent him from being attacked by wooden dragons and 10,000 snakes. So many? Do you want to make a desperate move? Wanjun also saw the Konoha shinobi who was gathering. Could it be that the other party thought of any solution? At this time, Konoha can pose a threat to himself. Kakashi's Kamui is considered one, but this guy still doesn't know this thing at all. Apart from Kakashi, there are only ninjutsu with limited usage such as 8 inner gates of Might Guy and distinguished heavenly gods of Danzo. Wait, Danzo, distinguished heavenly gods. Isn't the ninja surrounded by Shimura Dance the same? It seems that Konoha is ready to use distinguished heavenly gods on himself. The distinguished heavenly gods plan mentioned by Tenten of Hokage Warehouse, I didn't expect the name of the plan to be used on my body. Unfortunately, you are wrong. Wan Jun has been studying the Hokage warehouse for a long time. Because of the distinguished heavenly god's plan, he had asked Minato and Snake Ji to use illusion techniques on himself. The Hokage warehouse in Daxia was countered. Illusion is ineffective to one's own. Chapter 107. Although Wan Jun's immunity to illusion is very high, Konoha's ninjas don't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans also dream of being able to control Wan Jun with distinguished heavenly gods. And when Sarutobi Hiruzen led Konoha's ninjas to launch a big charge, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan had already approached Senju Tobirama and Jiraiya. This group of Hyuga ninjas went around a big arc before coming to the back of the Wan Jun team, and it was precisely in this way that they could come to the place where the opponent's combat power was the weakest. Go on, grab the kid. Now that the front is showing a trend of defeat, Hyuga Hayashi can only attack the kid who looks a little like second generation. It is better to grab one than no one has caught. Hey, it depends on you. Although Senju Tobirama said so, he had already seen the Hyuga clan in the Sengoku era. Fighting with members of this family must not be close. Therefore, Senju Tobirama, who was speaking harshly on his mouth, moved back consciously. But he wasn't afraid either. He used his own strengths to attack the others' shortcomings. This was what he learned from his family. Fighting against the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, of course, is to use ninjutsu to fight remotely. Water-style water rushing wave. Senju Tobirama rushed to Manjun's direction, while making seals with both hands, he cast a ninjutsu in the direction of Hyuga Hayashi. The water style spit out from Senju Tobirama's mouth did not stop Hyuga Hayashi for long. This level of ninjutsu is still too weak for Hyuga Hayashi. At this moment, Jiraiya, who was standing on the side, couldn't just sit back and watch. Although he himself still regarded himself as a Konoha ninja, the Hyuga clan don't think so now. Jiraiya wears the same costume as the ninjas who invaded Konoha, and stands in the opposing team. Now you say you are Konoha's ninja, who believes? It is precisely because of this situation that Jiraiya has no choice but to take action in the face of numerous Hyuga ninjas. However, because of his identity, he still didn't want to attack Hyuga. After taking a look at Tobirama, he directly sealed his hands and used the summoning technique. Summoning Toad Wenta. The huge Toad Buntat, at Jiraiya's call, drove over from Mount Maiboku, and when he fell to the ground, the entire toad was shocked. What's happening here? Wood-Style's wooden golem and 2 Rika cave snakes are attacking Konoha? Jiraiya is ready to fight with the Hyuga clan? What's all this? This kind of complicated information made the Toad Man too little brain capacity, and some don't know how to analyze it. Jiraiya, what's the matter? It's a long story, let's leave here with Master Second Generation first. After summoning Toad Buntat, Jiraiya used his own way of forbearing to bring Senju Tobirama to Toad Buntat's head. After Senju Tobirama heard the news that Jiraiya was leaving, he quickly objected, Leave? Why do you want to leave, Jiraiya? You can't run away. Although Senju Tobirama has the worst strength, he has the most aura. Although he faces more than 20 members of the Hyuga clan, he is not afraid. Master Second Generation, this is Konoha, let's leave first, and we will come back after the battle is over. Because of the previous agreement with Wan Jun, when he attacked Konoha, Jiraiya could not participate in the battle. Therefore, taking away Senju Tobirama did not violate any regulations of the organization. No, we can't go. Senju Tobirama still insisted on his own opinion and did not want to leave this battlefield. However, he was much weaker than Jiraiya, and there was no room for resistance. Jiraiya commanded the smaller Toad Buntat, and jumped directly out of the range of the battlefield. Damn it! Hyuga Hayashi moved his hollow eyes in the direction where Toad Wenta disappeared. Jiraiya is still betraying the village as expected. He had thought that Jiraiya would not be able to make a move just now. After all, he had been a ninja of Konoha for so many years, and he was still a disciple of Lord Hokage. And even if he took the shot, he and others could at least fight him, but Hyuga Hayashi never expected that Jiraiya would run with the kid. Patriarch, what shall we do now? After losing the target, members of the Hyuga clan began to ask Hyuga Hayashi for his opinion. Now we can only attack from behind. Fourth generation is fighting Might Guy and the others, let's go over. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the battlefield and determined where they would join. Now only Namikaze Minato is fighting there, the members of the Hyuga clan can come in handy. However, when these Hyuga people were rushing towards Namikaze Minato's position, a kunao beside them changed into a human form with a bang. The ninja that appeared was another Danzo clone who was thrown behind by Anbu Danzo just now. Danzo. Hyuga Hayashi didn't expect that there was a ninja hidden at his feet, and this person was Shimura Dan's he knew well. However, this Shimura Dan seems to be different from the one in the village. You are not Shimura Dan's. I am not. How could I not? It is genuine. The clone waved his hand and denied what Hyuga Hayashi said. How could he not be Shimura Dan's? You are not a human, no, to be precise, you are not a real human. Hyuga Hayashi, who owns Byakugan, can of course see that the chakra in the clone Danzo is different from ordinary people. This clone is a chakra aggregate. The meridians are directly connected, and all the chakras in the whole body can be connected instantly. Byakugan is really amazing. Doppelganger Danzo also knows that Byakugan is good, so he didn't quibble, but don't think I am a doppelganger, just underestimate me. Wanjun actually observed the battlefield behind him. When he saw Jiraiya summoning out Toad Buntat, Manjun thought that Jiraiya would fight the Hyuga clan. But he, like Hyuga Hayashi, was cheated by Jiraiya, and this guy ran away. However, because Wanjun and Jiraiya had an agreement before, it is understandable for Jiraiya to do so. Fortunately, there is still a clone of Danzo there, able to withstand the Hyuga family for a while. Then, it's up to me now. In order to quickly defeat the opponent, Wooden Golem's attack range is still too small, so Wanjun is ready to try Wood Style's legendary ninjutsu, the top of the Buddha. Danzo, you pay attention, I want to get the seal. Because the top of the Buddha is more complicated, it is different from the Wooden Golem, which can be used directly in one shot. This ninjutsu can only be performed by Wanjun with the seal. Anbu Danzo nodded and said, I see, Master Wanjun. Chapter 108. This ninjutsu, because it has to enter Sage mode, is one of the few that Wanjun needs ki-in to perform. Sage Art Wood Style Shinsu Senju. After Wanjun Jia-in was completed, a huge Guanyin statue slowly rose under Wooden Golem's feet. After the Guanyin statue, there were hundreds of huge palms. When the entire Shinsu Senju is condensed, the wooden Guanyin statue is a dead thing, but the feelings for the Konoha shinobi are extremely shocking. This Shinsu Senju is huge, no summoning beast can compare with it. Even the tail beast can only be regarded as a small shrimp by his side. Wooden Golem stood on the head, not even as big as its head. Numerous arms are supported behind him and stretched out in all directions, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Is this the legendary ninjutsu of Master First Generation? Konoha's ninjas only feel that their opponents are too strong, so they can't even think of fighting. Don't stop. Keep rushing over. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was also terrified that the opponent had summoned Shinsu Senju, they were already on the line and had to send it. Whether to attack or retreat, Konoha's ninjas are already within the attack range of Shinsu Senju. Since the two options are the same, of course Sarutobi Hiruzen has no idea of going back. Danzo, it's up to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who continued to take the Konoha shinobi forward, suddenly turned his head to Shimura Dan's and said. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly separated 4 clones, plus the main body, a total of 5 people. These 5 people cooperate with each other, and each one uses one of the 5 attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind. The 5 people quickly completed the seal, and the 5 attribute ninjutsu flew towards Wanjun's Shinsu Senju at the same time. 5 Escapes Dalian Playing Technique. The scope of the 5 Escape Dalian technique is very wide, and it directly obscures Wanjun's line of sight. However, Shinsu Senju's defensive power is nothing to say. Shinsu Senju only stretched out a few giant hands to block the 5 escapes. It's now. Seeing his 5 escape Dalian bullets attracted Wanjun's attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grabbed Danzo and jumped up. In mid-air, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Danzo to hug Danzo's wand made by the demonization of the ape, and then controlled the wand to grow, while Wanjun was still resisting the shot from the 5 escapes from Dalian, from the other side of the giant hand. Wanjun flew over. It's up to you, Danzo. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer control the following things, because his sight was also blocked by the smoke and dust aroused by the 5 escape Dalian bullet. Shimura Danz, who was sent to the front by Sarutobi Hiruzen with a wishful stick, was already close to Shinsu Senju's head. There's another Enbu. Shimura Danz didn't immediately realize that the other person was exactly the same person because Anbu Danzo was wearing a mask. However, other people are no longer in Shimura Danz's consideration. At this time, he has directly skipped Anbu Danzo and focused on Wanjun, who is on Wooden Golem's head. You are the one. When he saw Wanjun's direct eyes, Danzo directly activated Distinguished Heavenly Gods, trying to reverse Wanjun's will directly. However, all illusions rely on disturbing the chakra flowing in the opponent's body to make the opponent hallucinate. But in Wanjun's body, there was no chakra at all. The chakra he used came from the Hokage warehouse. The illusion wanted to be disturbed, and there was no place to implement it. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Shimura Danz, who saw the right time, directly activated Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief when the ninjutsu, which was not called the strongest illusion technique, was launched. Now Shinsu Senju belongs to Konoha. Whether it is Orochimaru or Jiraiya, or Namikaze Minato, once known as the Golden Glitter, will no longer be Konoha's opponent. With this thought in mind, Shimura Danz began to fall to the ground. And just when he was about to fall to the ground, Shinsu Senju suddenly caught him. Sure enough, did you succeed? Shimura Danz, who was caught by Shinsu Senju, suddenly smiled, and his efforts were not in vain after all. However, Danzo was too happy to be too early. Wanjun on Shinsu Senju's head was not affected by Distinguished Heavenly Gods. He grabbed Danzo, mainly because of the Hashirama cells and Sharingan on the back of the Pot King. These two things are important materials for the research of Snake Ji and Orochimaru. Now that the other party has sent both things to the door at once, how can Wanjun refuse Danzo's kindness? Third generation, do you still want to resist? When the smoke from the 5 escape Dalian bomb dissipated, Wanjun's figure reappeared in the eyes of Konoha's ninjas. This man, who has been defined by Konoha Shinobi as the strongest man, is speaking to Sarutobi Hiruzen on Shinsu Senju. Let's go into the village and stroll around. There is no need to fight so fiercely. Wanjun captured Shimura Danz, who didn't know the situation, and jumped off Shinsu Senju on the wooden golem. But everyone watching Konoha today seems to be very unwelcome to us. Wanjun smiled on wooden golem and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Third generation lord, have you thought about it? How about when we go in? You didn't hit Distinguished Heavenly Gods. When Wanjun caught Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Wanjun had been controlled by Distinguished Heavenly Gods. I'm already thinking about winning the battle, how to clean up the battlefield, how to deal with Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya and others. Until now, Wanjun controlled Wooden Golem to come to everyone, but immediately shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's fantasy. The strongest illusion, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, has failed. Why do you always want to enter the village? Jun did not control Shinsu Senju to continue his attack, which also made Sarutobi Hiruzen believe some man Jun's words. Nothing, I just want to go in and stroll around. Jun's answer made Konoha's ninjas completely stunned. Attack Konoha in order to enter the village? Is using such a powerful ninjutsu just to go in and stroll around? Do you think we are fools? Of course, you can't say this kind of words. Now that the other party has an absolute advantage, it's better to speak cautiously on your own side. This adult doesn't know how to call it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, like those Konoha's ninjas, did not believe Manjun's words, so he changed the subject directly and asked Manjun's name. Me? My name is Jun. For Jun, there is nothing to conceal his name, so he said it openly. Jun. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured this strange name. Jun, not Senju, can't even tell which family he is from. But it is such a person who has the same wood style and the same ninjutsu as Master First Generation, and even the strength of Manjun is similar to that of Senju Hashirama in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although your excellency and your organization are very strong, Konoha still doesn't welcome everyone. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen already knows that their decline is irreversible, as Hokage, he still sticks to his bottom line. Chapter 109. However, if you are willing to return Danzo to us, we can also consider your request. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the last sentence very hard, but in the end he chose to compromise. The destructive power of Shinsu Senju is too great. After distinguished heavenly gods has no effect, compromise is a good choice. And most importantly, he can't easily agree with the other party's opinion in front of Konoha's ninja, which will greatly reduce Konoha's image. But now the conditions for Shimura dance in exchange for entering the village are greatly different. This event will change from Konoha's compromise with the opponent's combat power to Konoha's having to let the opponent enter the village in order to save Danzo. Although the latter is equally unpleasant, it is much better than the former. Give it back to you. When Jun Danzo caught him, he had already thought about taking some research materials from him. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to use the past to exchange for Danzo's safety. Jun feels a bit at a loss. Ns. Before coming to Konoha, it was mainly the request made by Snake Ji and Danzo when they were in Sacheng. These two have not been to Konoha in this world, so they want to see and see. Everyone was going to the water country, and it happened to pass through Konoha, so Jun brought everyone to visit, and Konoha's resistance had been thought of by Jun a long time ago. Yes, Danzo can give it back to you. In order for Snake Ji and Danzo to fulfill the wish of clocking in, Jun directly agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. However, after agreeing to third generation, Jun said to Anbu Danzo who had been standing by, "You go get some of the first generation cells from Danzo. By the way, it's better to get another Sharingan." "Okay, Master Jun." For this task, Anbu Danzo did not refuse. Because of the goal of the mission, he was too familiar with each ninjutsu, he could come up with perfect countermeasures. And this Danzo is still firmly grasped by Shinsu Senju, and there is no chance to break free. Therefore, Anbu Danzo simply took the task, pulled out the short sword, and jumped towards the giant wooden hand where Shimura Dan's was. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he thought it was Anbu wearing a mask to release Danzo, but when he heard Danzo's scream, he realized that things didn't seem to be that simple. Boom! When Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for an inquiry, Danzo, who was severely cut by Anbu Danzo, was thrown by Shinsu Senju and thrown directly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Danzo! Several Konoha medical ninjas rushed towards the seriously injured Danzo and carried him directly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Danzo was proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen to change it back, this Hokage did not look at Danzo. His gaze was always in the direction Jun was. "Okay, Danzo will give it back to you, too, should the fighting stop." Jun pointed to the three battlefields still fighting, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The three battlefields are the battlefields of Orochimaru and Kakashi's Konoha Shinobi, the battlefields of Snake-G and Inoshika Ch3 Ninja Clan, and Namikaze Minato, the third clone Danzo, Might Guy, and Hyuga Clan. The battlefield of ninjas. In the three scenes, Kakashi and other Konoha Shinobi and Orochimaru were in a stalemate, while Snake-G struggled to carry the three ninja clan, Might Guy and Hyuga Clan, but was crushed by Minato and the third clone. None of these physical ninjas can get close to Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a gloomy face. Although he was still a little unwilling in his heart, the moment Shinsu Senju appeared, the result was already written, and he could not tolerate what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, raised his head, and shouted, "The battle is over." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was riveting enough, exhausted his remaining strength, shouted to all the Konoha Shinobi. This voice instantly spread throughout this not-so-large battlefield. When Konoha's ninjas heard the voice of their third generation ending the war, they stopped fighting one by one. Is the battle over? Suspicious, Konoha's ninjas looked towards the center of the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Manjun below Shinsu Senju. These two people who dominated the battlefield have already shaken hands and made peace. The battle is over. When the Konoha Shinobi saw this scene, he was relieved immediately. This battle was the fiercest battle they experienced, and it was a battle that shocked them even more than the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War. The opponent's powerful strength crushed Konoha's ninjas. If Namikaze Minato hadn't killed these colleagues, the ground would have been full of Konoha's physical ninjas. For these physical ninjas, the cry of the end of the battle is considered to have finally liberated them. Before, because of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, they couldn't control Minato's position at all. And because he was the former fourth Hokage, Might Guy didn't even think about fighting for his life. Therefore, Konoha's physical ninja has always been beaten in the battle situation here. But now the battle is finally over, and there is no need to be abused by fourth generation anymore. At the end of the battle, Wanjun also withdrew all the Shinsu Senju wooden golem wooden dragon and others, and the ninjas of Konoha also lowered the high ground of the Turyu castle wall at the same time. Now the entire battlefield, except for the muddy ground that was rushed by the big waterfall on Wanjun's side just now, there was no trace of the battle anymore. After leveling the battlefield, Konoha's ninja also became quiet again. Even the rescued ninja tried his best to silence himself, for fear that someone would accidentally reignite the flames of war. At this time, the members of Wanjun's team also gathered again. Even Jiraiya, the evasive guy, returned to the battlefield with Senju Tobirama. All Konoha's ninjas watched this extremely powerful team. For the current ninja world, I am afraid that no one can stop the advancement of this organization, right? Under the gaze of these Konoha shinobi, Wanjun and others walked towards the village step by step. Every time they walked, the Konoha shinobi who stopped in front of them automatically separated the legendary ninjas. Is this the advantage of being strong? Among the Konoha shinobi, the white-haired Chunin Mizuki is looking at Wanjun and the others who are shining in his eyes with envy. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Next to Mizuki, Irika, who was also Chunin, murmured while staring at Wanjun who was gradually disappearing in front of him. Do you know him? Mizuki was taken aback, listening to Irika's meaning, he actually knew the other party's leader. Yes, I saw them the last time they came to snatch Naruto. Irika recalled the situation that day. He asked about Naruto's position at the time. I responded to Anbu after they left, but they didn't seem to take it seriously. But even if you pay attention, it will be like today. Irika, who has witnessed this battle with his own eyes, believes that even if Anbu listened to his opinions that day, it would end in the same way. Chapter 110. Under the gaze of all the Konoha shinobi, Wanjun and others wearing blue imperial robes walked in through Konoha's main entrance for the first time. At this time, Konoha, because Wanjun and others exposed their behavior in advance, Sarutobi Hiruzen had moved all the villagers to the shelter before the battle. There was no sign of any activity in the village at this time. It feels smaller than me. Anbu Danzo, who recovered the third clone, observed the scale of Konoha village, said. Steady. Although Danzo is very cautious in battle, it also brought great prosperity to Konoha village. They have never been defeated, and even the losses in each battle have been minimized. This has also led to more and more ninjas in Konoha village. The village has continued to expand, and Konoha's strength has risen steadily. Is it small here? Senju Tobirama didn't agree with Danzo's words. Although he didn't like Konoha, the scale of this place was much larger than the family residence. When Manjun, Minato, and others came to snatch Naruto last time, Tobirama was shocked by the scale of Konoha village. If this is just a family, how strong it should be. It was at that time that Tobirama realized the importance of Shinobu's strong Yamato. Danzo saw that Tobirama was picking up his own words, and quickly said respectfully, Master Tobirama, it's a bit smaller than Konoha in our place. Although this is not his true teacher, Tobirama's identity still makes him respect him. Is that so? Tobirama has been to Konoha where Minato is located. It is similar to this Konoha village. Is it possible that Danzo is really a Hokage? When the two were talking, Wanjun had already brought everyone to the outside of the ramen shop. Looking at the place where they ate last time, Wanjun was still a little bit emotional. It's a pity that there is no one alone today, otherwise you can still eat it. A little ramen. By the way, Danzo, what did I ask you to take? After everyone stopped, Wanjun also remembered the Hashirama cell and Sharingan that Anbu Danzo had just left to get Anbu Danzo. Master Wanjun, here's it. When Anbu Danzo heard Wanjun call himself, Anbu Danzo hurriedly walked over and passed the Hashirama cell and Sharingan in the bag. Wanjun glanced at the things in Anbu Danzo's hands, but did not reach out to pick them up, but said to him, you can give it to Snake G directly, she will use it for research. Wanjun asked Anbu Danzo to get this thing back, mainly for Snake G's research on Rinnegan. And Sharingan is a bonus. When Snake G took the Vice Admiral Hashirama cell and Sharingan from Danzo's hand, Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on their hands. If it wasn't for the fact that the people in this team were too strong, Orochimaru might have taken Sharingan away. The previous Rinnegan Orochimaru was not unconcerned, but like this time of scruples, if he couldn't run far, he would probably be beaten into a big insect pill. With this, the research will be much better. Master first generation is also true, even a bit of his hair was taken back. After Snake G took the two things, she didn't forget to complain about her in Sacheng. Senju Hashirama. Hearing someone say Senju Hashirama, Tobirama became a little unhappy. He looked up at Snake G and said, Senju Hashirama, what are you talking about? Hey hey. Snake G laughed dryly and did not argue with Senju Tobirama. Senju's family had 3 votes in the team. And most of them have a mentor and apprentice relationship with them, even oneself is no exception, so at this time, it is better not to talk to this Lord Tobirama too much. Since Snake G didn't answer her words, Senju Tobirama didn't go on. Anbu Danzo on the side spoke to the side in order to invigorate the silence, Master Wanjun, are we resting in Konoha today? It depends on the Konoha 3rd generation. Wanjun said, turning his head to look in the direction of Konoha's gate. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing on the roof not far behind Wanjun and others. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen let Wanjun and others enter Konoha, he was not relieved, and he followed Wanjun and others with a team of Anbu. Master 3rd generation, do you think we can stay in Konoha today? Wanjun asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on the roof with a fluttering headband. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is not far from Manjun and others, it is easy to hear Manjun's question. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I don't know how long you want to stay in Konoha. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the opponent's strength can already defeat the current Konoha. Although I don't know what the opponent's purpose is, I can stay in Konoha for one day. Although he thought so in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, no matter how many days, Konoha is welcome. In a few days, we will leave tomorrow. Wanjun is not prepared to stay in Konoha. After all, he has just had a battle with the other party, so staying here all the time is not a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Manjun's words. If it's only one day, he can still accept it, no problem. Okay, then it's settled. Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. Now should you let your villagers out? We are still waiting for the ramen shop to open. After seeing Shinsu's Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't believe that the evacuation shelter can do anything. Shinsu's Senju, who is so big that he can hide from the sky, will go down on top of the Buddha. Not to mention the village's refuge, even Konoha village will simply disappear. Therefore, this third Hokage said directly to Anbu behind him, call all the people out, the battle is over. Yes, Hokage-sama. After receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Anbu ran towards the shelter. At this time, the people in the refuge had already asked to leave the refuge after hearing there was no sound of fighting outside, but because the guarding ninja did not agree, they were forced to stay in it. After Anbu delivered Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the villagers were released from the shelter. However, they didn't know that Konoha was the loser at this time. After they had walked out of the refuge, they had already begun to cheer Konoha's victory again. Won again. It's impossible for Konoha to lose. When did we lose? With Hokage-sama, Konoha will never lose. He is known as the legend of Dr. Ninja. Hearing these words from the village name, the Anbu who was in charge of spreading the word was extremely embarrassed. Should he tell these villagers that Konoha lost in this battle? Hey, don't let it go, let's see what Master Hokage has to say, I won't get involved in this matter. Chapter 111. Wanjun and others waited for a while in front of Yilila, only to see Xiaoda and his daughter Changpu walking towards the shop. These returning villagers didn't know who Konoha was facing. When they saw Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, they thought it was these two legendary ninjas who returned to Konoha and defeated the enemy who came to attack. And the hand-hitting who was coming, also held this idea. When he first saw the blonde man, the fourth Hokage who was once called Konoha's Golden Glitter, he was also excited. Master Fourth Generation, is that you? After quickly approaching, he looked at Namikaze Minato in disbelief. Lord Fourth Generation is already dead long ago? When Nine Tails attacked the village, according to the news from the village ninjas, Lord Fourth Generation had already died with Nine Tails. Why did he appear here again? Did Master Fourth Generation only fake death before? The purpose is to protect Konoha in the dark when Konoha is in danger? From this point of view, can't you speak too much? Thinking of this, Xiao Dai looked around and found that not many villagers had rushed back, so he quickly opened the ramen shop. After opening the store door, he greeted Namikaze Minato and Manjun quickly and entered the store. However, the handmade ramen shop is too small to have a few people in it. In the whole team, only Manjun, Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobirama, and Snake he sat in it. But Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others can only stand outside and wait honestly. Master Fourth Generation, you are back, said to Namikaze Minato while making noodles. He was very happy to see Fourth Generation again. Since Konoha, who knew about the existence of Namikaze Minato before, did not disclose any news about Minato, these ordinary villagers did not know that another Namikaze Minato appeared in the ninja world. I'm back. Namikaze Minato didn't interrupt his joy. The last time he came, he knew that the owner of the ramen shop was one of the best people to Naruto. Hey, Lord Fourth Generation, take the liberty to ask, are you still leaving behind? A bowl of ramen has already been handmade, and the bowl of noodles is placed in front of Namikaze Minato, this time I come back to take over from the Lord third generation again. Namikaze Minato just smiled and did not answer the question about hand punching. As a shop owner, of course he is also an acquainted person. Namikaze Minato did not answer, and he did not ask any more. After putting down the bowl, he turned around and continued to make the noodles. After eating the handmade ramen, Wanjun accompanied Senju Tobirama and others around Konoha. The villagers who didn't know the truth enthusiastically cheered Minato's return, and by the way, they gave Orochimaru, a ninja who is not so popular, a little applause. Those two are Master Third Generation's disciples Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru-sama, right? They wore decent gowns. Master Fourth Generation, you really are Master Fourth Generation. Master Fourth Generation is so handsome. Master Fourth Generation is back, then Master Third Generation is going to retire again. Although there are discussions among the people about Jiraiya and others, most of them are about Namikaze Minato. They have no resistance to this smiling and approachable fourth generation adult. While Wanjun and others were hanging out, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched an envoy to come to Wanjun and others, and invited them to have Wanjun and others go to the Hokage building to chat. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a few small chats. Wanjun said with a smile looking at Konoha envoy who had not left yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen invited himself to the Konoha building. He must have had some thoughts. Most likely, it was for Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya. But, do you think you are Uzumaki Naruto? People who want to rebel against their team with their mouths? In order to know what kind of calculation Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to make, Wanjun agreed to this envoy's request to chat with third generation, but he also changed the location mentioned by third generation to Hokage Rock. That night, under the leadership of Wanjun, everyone walked towards Konoha's iconic building, the Hokage Rock with the heads of 4 Hokages. Master Third Generation, here they are. After Wanjun and others walked up to Hokage Rock, an envoy reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen who was already waiting here. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually saw Manjun and others when they were about to arrive at Hokage Rock, so while envoy reported, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already turned around and looked at Manjun. Minato. Although he knew that Manjun was the leader of the other party's organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the first to say hello to Manjun, but first said to Namikaze Minato. Master Third Generation. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although this third generation's approach to Naruto was unacceptable to him, the one in his own time and space was for Konoha and Naruto and Kushina. The ghoul sealed up 9 tails. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto has been picked up by him, and because of the existence of this matter, Namikaze Minato no longer cares about Sarutobi Hiruzen too much. It's so late, Hiruzen, what are you telling us to come up for? It's pitch black. It's very dangerous if you encounter an enemy. The Denzo 1 clone of Chakra has been filled. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he directly complained to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Road. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed the sound, and the young Shimura dance also appeared directly in his eyes. Until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen still doesn't know how the other party made a living Danzo. This is not as simple as the clone and transformation technique. The other party is obviously a real Shimura group. Although the Hyuga clan had already told him that the Danzo they met was a clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this clone was not simple. It could be attacked without being broken, and could have a chakra with 11 earth walls in a row. This is not something that a simple clone can do. But today Sarutobi Hiruzen's goal is not Danzo, so he ignored the robust Danzo who is still observing whether there is an ambush in his surroundings, but continued to say to Namikaze Minato, where did Minato go over the years? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very puzzled by the appearance of impossible ninjas again and again. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed Namikaze Minato's burial with his own eyes. It is impossible for 4th Hokage to be alive. The female ninja next to Orochimaru who uses the white 10,000 snakes also looks like Orochimaru. And what caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention the most was not these few, but the shortest Senju Tobirama who was taken away by Jiraiya just now. If Minato can still be said to be a suspended animation, then Senju Tobirama is still alive and getting smaller, which makes no sense at all. What is it that makes this happen? This is the answer Sarutobi Hiruzen wants most tonight, and it is also the reason why he found Wanjun and his party. In this Wanjun organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that the best breakthrough is Namikaze Minato, so this is the beginning of the close to Minato. However, at this time Namikaze Minato did not take this set. He has become decisive, and even the expression on his face of Blacken has not changed at all, going to many places. Chapter 112. Don't worry about where you went. Why did Master Third Generation come to us? Just say it directly. Wanjun is not going to listen to Third Generation talking about life and ideals, and he is not a will of fire. Air. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to chat with Namikaze Minato, but after Wanjun interrupted, he could only dispel this idea. When we were at the gate in the afternoon, we actually didn't want to do anything with you. The main reason is that Danzo was a bit too aggressive and threw the shuriken out in a sentence or two. We ourselves want to talk to this Wanjun-sama, but Danzo's shuriken triggered this battle. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the reactions of Wanjun and others. He saw that these people were still listening, and then he continued, this time it is one misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to control the relationship between the two parties to the best possible state, so he did not say anything about the casualties of Konoha Shinobi, nor did he say why Jiraiya joined the other side. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen just wants to draw Wanjun team over. From the performance of Wanjun and others entering the village, he may have no intention of fighting Konoha before. Danzo is still too impatient. If he talks for a while before the battle, maybe the battle will not break out, and the relationship between Konoha and the other party will not be as rigid as it is now. Shimura Danz, who was dragged by Mitokado Homura to the ninja hospital again for treatment, would not know if he would rise up in the hospital bed and give Sarutobi Hiruzen a seal of the 4 elephants. Why is he such a reckless person? The clone Danzo shook his head, obviously not satisfied with Shimura Danz in this world. Too reckless, how can this be done? No wonder I didn't become Hokage, it turned out to be like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen took over Danzo's words, and then said, it's a bit reckless, but I have already relieved Danzo from all positions. If you come to Konoha next time, we will definitely welcome them. Although Shimura Danz was dismissed by Sarutobi Hiruzen before Wanjun and others arrived, it did not prevent Third Generation from speaking out at this time. Anyway, he didn't say when it was released. How the other party understood it was their business. Dismissed so soon. Doppelganger Danzo didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen had spoken skills, but he was still a little happy when he heard that Danzo had moved away from Konoha's core position. This was a treatment he couldn't even want in his own world, he could not fight anytime, and go back to raise an old man. Danzo's job or something, we don't really care. Wanjun patted the avatar Danzo on the shoulder and stood in front of everyone, I will definitely be back next time, but if you like it or not, I don't know. This time Wanjun and others came to Konoha, just for a tour, but next time they came, it was time to conquer the 4 ninja villages and Akatsuki organization. At that time Konoha might be more on guard than this time. Any welcome words would have been left behind. As long as you come, of course you are welcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen still doesn't know the plan of Manjun team, if he knows that Konoha and Manjun team's plan will be the last conquer goal. I don't know if Konoha's 3rd generation master will say this with a smile on his face. Well, since Master 3rd generation said that, I hope it will be what you said next time. Wanjun smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Master 3rd generation asked us to talk about this, right? Now that it's over. Then we will leave. Wanjun and 3rd generation have nothing to talk about, and he will continue on the road the next day. After using Shinsu Senju today, my body is already beginning to feel sore. Wanjun's ninjutsu has always been to call chakra from the Hokage warehouse. Although this can avoid the disturbance of illusion, but when his physical fitness has not reached the level of Hashirama Minato and others, the large amount of chakra flow makes Wanjun's body a bit overloaded. However, I used Shinsu Senju this ninjutsu today, and it made Wanjun feel that this pain is nothing. After all, it can be regarded as fulfilling my long-term desire to use this ninjutsu. Of course, Konoha is still very lively now, you can also play in Konoha at night. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this is not like a defeated, but like an old man who has welcomed friends for many years, but I like Minato and Jiraiya, let's talk. I don't know if His Excellency Wanjun thinks it is okay. Oh? It seems that Master Third Generation's real intention for us to come over is not to say welcome. At this time, Wanjun knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen really meant to wait for someone to come over. Just now, he felt that what Third Generation said was wrong, and it was definitely not just for Shimura Dance to let Anbu come. It now appears that this Third Generation may still be fantasizing about rebelling against Namikaze Minato. There are so many twists and turns to talk to this kind of old guy. You should ask them directly about this matter. After Wanjun finished speaking, he was about to take everyone away. When Manjun had just turned around, Namikaze Minato directly said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Third Generation, I don't think there is anything to talk about. Let's see you next time. Minato smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then left Hokage Rock with Manjun. However, there were still some people in Wanjun's team. Jiraiya, one of the Third Generation disciples, chose to stay after a short period of thought. He had an agreement with Wanjun, and now he is still Konoha's ninja, so he feels that there is no problem with what he has done. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Minato had left, although it was a bit regretful, Jiraiya of the two remained and gave Konoha's old man a little comfort. You leave first. As Jiraiya walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Third Generation Master waved his hand and let the Anbus beside him leave. Yes, Hokage-sama. Anbu in one light and one dark, under the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen, simply left Hokage Rock. At this time, Jiraiya just came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, stood side by side with his teacher, and looked towards Konoha village, which was still brightly lit after the war. Teacher. After the two were silent for a while, it was Jiraiya who spoke first. Jiraiya, Danzo and their advisory team did not do the right thing. I should stop you at that time. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was exactly what Jiraiya left after the Naruto incident. Jiraiya squatted down and spoke in the gesture he was most familiar with, Teacher, it's time for Konoha to change. After staying in the Wanjun team for so long, Jiraiya also felt that Konoha was becoming more and more decayed, and it was time for a change. Only by changing, may we be able to gain important talking rights in the future unified ninja world. Now, Konoha Sunin is still thinking about Konoha. Chapter 113. Why do you say that? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Jiraiya. Although he also knew that Konoha needed to change, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight, at least during his tenure. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always felt that he has been constrained by Shimura Dan's, Mitokado Homura, and Udaten Kohara's three advisory groups, but as a disciple of second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not make the decision to dismiss all advisory groups. Therefore, even if Konoha wants to change, the person who changes the village will never be his own. Not why, teacher. Jiraiya stood up and looked sideways at Sarutobi Hiruzen. But if it doesn't change, Konoha's future will be bleak. What do you mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard some unclear feelings from Jiraiya's words. Is there any other plan for Wanjun's organization? Since Jiraiya has joined Wanjun's team, he can't reveal too much. This kind of vague reminder has already been figured out after racking his brains. Teacher, I won't talk about the others. Jiraiya sighed lightly and continued, I hope you can take Konoha with you next time you come back to get better. Sarutobi Hiruzen became more confused as he listened. He continued to ask Jiraiya, a little confused, what the hell is it? Does Minato think so too? How good is this organization for you to join in? I had the same idea as the teacher at the beginning. Why did Minato join? Why did Orochimaru join? But now, I know. After Naruto and Danzo, he was washed by Snake G and others in Wanjun's team. Many brains, now Jiraiya is more and more worried about Konoha's future. After a pause, Jiraiya continued, Teacher, you should actually know why. I won't stay longer. Tomorrow, I will leave Konoha with Master Wanjun and the others. Now Jiraiya has increasingly felt that Namikaze Minato's plan may be the best. Si lie. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to stop Jiraiya and ask carefully, but Jiraiya had already jumped off Hokage Rock and rushed in the direction of Wanjun and others. Ugh! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction where Jiraiya disappeared, with a heavy heart. Konoha's talents left one by one, such as his most proud disciple Orochimaru, such as Uchiha Itachi who defected as a last resort, and the current Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Konoha's fresh blood can no longer fill these vacancies in time, so he just hoped that Minato and Jiraiya would return to Konoha. Unfortunately, all his plans fell through. Neither Namikaze Minato nor Jiraiya indicated that they wanted to return to Konoha. Not to mention Orochimaru in that team, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even have the thought to ask. Today's things really make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel tired, and the high-intensity battle makes his body a little uncomfortable, and the whole person looks like an instant old age. Send 2 teams of Anbu to monitor the hotel where they are staying. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the surrounding air with his hands behind his back. Anbu, who had been concealed a long time ago, sprang out from behind the bushes. Without saying a word, he directly took the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon Anbu. The 2 teams Anbu quickly assembled and monitored the hotel where Wanjun and others were staying. But their whereabouts have not escaped the investigation of Wanjun and others. There are several good perception ninjas, and Wanjun's team will not let these ninjas approach silently. However, Wanjun didn't pay attention to these ninjas, just stay if he was willing to stay nearby, and he didn't want to drive away. Manjun, who was aching back, stopped Senju Tobirama from going out to fight, and lay down on the hotel bed. We will leave early tomorrow morning and take a boat off the coast of the country of fire, and we may pass through the country of Poland. Wanjun's bedside, Avatar Danzo is introducing his planned route to Wanjun. As a so-called stable ninja, he is very familiar with the geography of the entire ninja world, which is one of the reasons why he can win every battle. The country of waves. Wanjun only showed some interest when Danzo, the clone, introduced the country of waves. Are you familiar with this country? Some familiar, quite weak. Shimura Danz answered directly without even thinking about it. In the memory of the clone Danzo, the Nami country does not have Shinobu village. Although this is a country without any force, Shimura Danz still has some research on this country. And why research? Without him, pay attention to the opponent strategically. It's good to be familiar with it, so let's log in and have a look. The current country of Baji didn't know whether Kai had started building the bridge, but it was not because of this that Wanjun went there. The person he wanted to meet was not the bridge-building master Dazna, but the businessman Cardo. This guy seems to be able to make money? Go to Poland? What can I do in this place? Danzo, the clone of Poland who didn't know why Wanjun was going, said embarrassedly, do you really want to go? Then I have to plan again. I have to change it here. Well, I have to change it here. Although there is no Shinobu village, we still have to pay attention to the rebellion. Kirigakure has the most rebellion. You have to remember the terrain again. This is also very important. It can't be set aside by others. Throughout the night, the clone Danzo was muttering in the room, which prevented Wanjun from falling asleep. When Wang Jun opened his eyes at dawn the next day, the clone Danzo had already written a dozen pages of plans, and arranged the entire country of Poland itinerary clearly. You said you were talking about what you were talking about last night. How do I feel that you can talk more than Snake Ji? Wang Jun came with him, and he complained to the avatar Danzo first, I knew I wouldn't have a room with you, or Minato is quieter. Cough, cough cough. Clone Danzo stood up after a dry cough, took his plan to the side of Wang Jun. Master Wang Jun, what do you think of this? Hey? You made a plan again. Wang Jun is already quite familiar with the plan of the clone Danzo. This guy has been making plans after landing in the water country when he was on the road. Don't you say that there is no shinobu village in Nami country, why are you doing such a thick job? Wang Jun, who was holding a stack of paper, was a little speechless. Forget it, you should hold it yourself, put it in your backpack, and go looking for Snake Ji and the others, we are going to set off. Are you really not going to take a look? Danzo, who was pushed to the gate by Wang Jun, continued to sell his things to Wang Jun before leaving. No, you can go now. Chapter 114. Under the gaze of Konoha Anbu and the farewell of the villagers, Wang Jun and others took advantage of the dawning sunlight to leave the place where the will of fire grows. From Konoha to Nami, although it is closer than Sichang to Konoha, Nehi has to take a boat. After arriving on the coast of the fire country, the speed slows down. After almost 10 days, everyone set foot on the land of the country of Poland. Compared with the wealthy people in the country of fire, the country of this wave looks like a slum. Whether it is clothing, houses, or vehicles, it is much worse than Konoha. Bubbles, there are so many bubbles over there. When Wang Jun and others walked into a small village to inquire about the situation, the children in the village rushed out one after another, shouting the words bubble as they ran. Wang Jun heard the sound and saw that in a small forest outside the village, there were countless bubbles gushing out, one by one. He was thinking about floating away from the sky. Bubbles. Wang Jun frowned when he saw this scene. How come this thing is so familiar to him? Master Wang Jun, we may have met the tail beast Jinkriki. Danzo, who is very familiar with the various ninja villages and the big tail beasts, has already guessed the target after seeing the bubble, the Kirigaku rebellion. 6 tails Jinkriki Yukao was on his body. Danzo has only heard of this maverick Vunin. Although he has detailed information, he has never really seen this 6 tails Jinkriki. In fact, even if 6 tails Jinkriki is brought to Danzo, it is estimated that this one will hide away in advance. Minato. At this time, of course Namikaze Minato, who is in charge of the investigation, is the fastest. After Wang Jun finished speaking, Namikaze Minato went straight to the bubble. 2 or 3 times, Namikaze Minato has surpassed the children who were still running just now, and went straight into the woods. Because Namikaze Minato broke in suddenly, the birds who were in the small woods were instantly awakened, and they flew around with a crisp bird's song. When these birds just flew away from the branches of the tree, there was a wave of fluctuations in the space next to Wang Jun, and Namikaze Minato also appeared in front of everyone. Manjun-sama, no one. Namikaze Minato, who reappeared after speaking, picked up a branch that was still steaming, but I found this. People should have just left. Strong acid, it should be 6 tails undoubtedly. In Danzo's database, 6 tails Jinkriki does have this skill. Are we going to catch up? The last sentence was asked by Snake Ji to Wang Jun. This research expert has always wanted to study tail beasts. Although there is a 9 tails in the organization, it is the Jinkriki made by Namikaze Minato's son, so Snake Ji can't take out the 9 tails for research. But now it's alright, I actually met 6 tails Jinkriki in the country of waves, and Snake Ji didn't want to miss this opportunity. The miniaturization of the tail beast she had always wanted to study was finally able to start. This person should have been away for a while, it should be quite troublesome to find him. Danzo, who didn't want to cause trouble, first refuted Snake G's proposal. In his opinion, he would try his best not to cause trouble. Won Jun looked at the clone Danzo who had resigned several times, and pointed directly at him and said, "Danzo, Yu Gao will leave it to you. Go and find him." "What? Me?" Danzo's eyes widened. "Am I the one who opposes this the most? Why are you sending me out?" "Master Won Jun, it is Snake Ji who wants to study the tail beast, not me." Won Jun nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it is Snake Ji who wants to study, but you are the one I sent." This Danzo told Won Jun during the Konoha battle that he was one of the 9 clones, but after saying this, Won Jun never saw his real body. In Konoha and Jian Danzo's room that night, Won Jun also had the idea of seeing his real body, but in the end he couldn't see it. So at this time Won Jun specially sent Danzo to look for Yu Gao. "Didn't you add a clone to a total of 10 people? Now is the time for you to show your strength. Your 9 clones and the main body will go out together to find them. You should be able to find them soon." Danzo was shocked by Won Jun's words, so he talked about his avatar as he said it. "Master Won Jun, isn't it necessary?" Danzo refuses to show his whole body, which is not something a steady person should do. "It's necessary. Your clone is very suitable for investigation. Go ahead and don't waste time. If this 6 tails Jinkriki runs away, I will send you to Snake Ji for slicing research." Won Jun saw that Danzo refused, only can start to threaten. Won Jun's threat still had some effect on Danzo. The extremely stable Danzo scratched his head and finally compromised. "Okay, I'm going now." As Danzo said, he stretched his hand to the backpack behind him, took out a kunao, and threw it on the ground. Boom! Anbu Danzo, who once pretended to be the real Danzo, appeared in the eyes of everyone. He was already prepared when he heard the discussion throughout the whole process. After he appeared, he directly took out Kyuyu and threw it on the ground, and another sound of transformation technique was lifted. After the sound, Danzo, who had fought against the Hyuga clan, came out. Then, Danzo dressed as a samurai, Danzo dressed as a decent ninja, Danzo dressed as a commoner. When all the 9 clones appeared, the last 9 clone grabbed the kunao in his hand, slowly squatted down, and gently placed kunao on the ground. Boom! As the voice sounded, everyone in Won Jun's team looked in the direction of Kyuwu, and they were all very curious about the real Danzo. Even Orochimaru, who had never liked to join in the fun, got close to Joren and looked at the smoke. "Hey, it's been a long time since I came out to breathe." Before the smoke cleared, Danzo's voice came out first. When the smoke cleared, a man wearing a Sengoku-era armor appeared in front of everyone. His armor is not just for concealment or something, his whole body is black. Both the joints and the neck were covered by protection, and even the head was wearing a strangely shaped helmet. A long knife is hung on the left and right waists, and a backpack is hung on the back like the other clones, but it is smaller than the other clones. "Lord Won Jun, let's meet for the first time." Although this real body has not seen Won Jun, he recognized the leader of the organization at a glance. "Of course, this is the first time I have seen you. But in other ways, I have seen many times," Won Jun said, pointing his finger at Clone 1 and Clone Anbu. "Haha!" Danzo smiled awkwardly, and kept the clone with everyone. He knew it was not too good. But in order to be safe, this must be the case. Not only that, this Danzo is also preparing to make the 10th or even the 11th clone, which is one of the reasons why Danzo agreed to appear. He is also ready to cooperate with the Snake Ji and Orochimaru in the organization to develop and grow his clone. 9. Too few. Chapter 115. Go ahead, and after you find 6 tails Jinkriki, send a avatar back to tell us that we will support the past immediately. Seeing that he hadn't moved after standing for a while, Won Jun urged him, but he didn't want Shimura Dans to be here anymore. At Won Jun's urging, Shimura Dans reluctantly left. Shigeazeo first arranged a route for his clone, and then rushed to the north with 2 clone guards. Seeing this scene, Senju Tobirama, who had not spoken, was a little dissatisfied. The other clones are acting alone. It is better for him to be a main body, and he also carries 2 guards. Moreover, Six Tails Jinkriki was clearly found in the woods to the south. Senju Tobirama had heard from Wanjun before that this guy would become his own disciple in the future. Senju Tobirama wouldn't want a disciple who was so afraid of death. Leave him alone, just find Six Tails Jinkriki. Wanjun doesn't care how many guards Danzo takes, as long as he is willing to do the task, it will be great. Let's go into the village and take a look. After speaking, Wanjun took the lead to walk towards the village. Because the Nami country does not have a ninja village, there are not many ninjas in this country, especially in teams of several people like Wanjun, it is even rarer to see them, usually 3 or 4 a year. A Kirigakure ninja is already very good. Ordinary villagers are actually afraid of ninjas. These ninjas who master the power of the world do not usually take them seriously. So when Wanjun and others entered the village, these villagers hurriedly packed up their things and rushed home. It seems to be afraid of us. Snake Ji walked to Wanjun's left hand and said, looking at the flustered villagers. Orochimaru smiled behind her and said, of course, ninjas are not good people. Although he is a ninja, Orochimaru has never regarded ninja as a sacred profession. We are such people, so why bother to pretend to be so hard? Whether it's Konoha or us, don't you think, Jiraiya? At this time, Orochimaru did not forget his former teammates. However, Jiraiya ignored Orochimaru's provocation, because he knew that Orochimaru was not wrong. The battles Jiraiya participated in are too numerous to count, and there are not a few people who have lost their lives innocently because of his battles. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't reply, Orochimaru chuckled lightly, and continued to walk forward behind Wanjun. But before taking 2 steps, Snake Ji stopped him, don't bully Jiraiya all the time. After finishing talking, she glared at Orochimaru's Snake Ji, then turned her head and said to Jiraiya, why don't you reply to him? What he said is correct. Jiraiya has been a little depressed these days because of Konoha's relationship with the organization. You. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Snake Ji had an expression of hating iron and steel, and just wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly there was a loud noise in the direction Danzo was heading just now. Boom! Boom! Fighting! Wanjun heard the sound and looked in the direction of the battle. Smoke was rising from the place where the loud noise was made. As soon as Wanjun finished speaking, the clone of Danzo in the distance ran over quickly, Master Wan, Master Danzo will find Six Tails Zhu Li. Where? Snake Ji, who has always cared about the tail beast, ignored Jiraiya's affairs, and asked Danzo eagerly. Danzo reached out his hand and pointed to the direction where Danzo had left, and said, North, Lord Danzo has solved Six Tails Jinkriki and is bringing it back. Is it really to the north? Just now Danzo deliberately chose to go to the north in order to avoid Six Tails Jinkriki, but he didn't expect that the blind cat would run into a dead mouse and Danzo would actually run into it. And most importantly, Danzo actually solved the opponent in such a short period of time. I don't know how much strength this guy hides. While Wanjun was still thinking about it, Danzo, the real body covered in pitch-black armor, had rushed back from a distance. The clone behind him was carrying Yu Gao, which seemed to have been completely subdued. After Shimura Danz let the clone put Yu Gao on the ground, he said to Wanjun, Master Wanjun, for safety, I sealed him in advance. To be safe, stun Six Tails Jinkriki directly? This operation is not like you, Danzo. Faced with Wanjun's questioning eyes, Shimura Danz explained what happened just now. Danzo originally thought that the north side could not be the escape route of Six Tails Jinkriki, but he had just walked out of a forest with 2 clones, and the 10 shadow clones he temporarily separated discovered that Yugo was about to ambush himself. Hidaka realized that he was spotted and immediately turned into a tail beast, and directly attacked Shimura Dance. At this time, Shimura Dance originally wanted to step back and let Wan Jun and others support him, but after Yugao's attack just now, he found that Jinchuriki didn't seem to be too strong. In order to get the support of Snake Ji and Orochimaru and create more clones, Shimura Dance chose to directly control Fuyugao. 2 clones plus himself, a total of more than 2,000 detonating charms were thrown out. This was also the first loud bang that Wan Jun and others heard. And then, nearly 100 miniature ninjutsu scrolls plus countless ninjas, and at the same time greeted Yugo, who turned into a beast. After Danzo's 2 consecutive moves, Yugao, who turned into a beast, was directly beaten back to his prototype. But even at this time, Danzo didn't take it lightly. After he ordered the 2 avatars to seal them, Danzo let the avatars bring back the 6 tails Jinchuriki. In this entire battle, Shimura Dance didn't use any chakra except for the shadow clone investigation. After hearing Shimura Dance's story, all the members of the Wanjun team looked at Danzo with strange eyes. 100 ninjutsu scrolls, 2,000 detonating charms, there is no need to deal with 1/6 tails Jinchuriki, why bother? Except for Senju Tobirama, no one can crush this Jinchuriki. Wan Jun felt that he had to re-examine the team's funds consumption, and next time he must not let Danzo go out to perform tasks alone. The price of an initiating talisman is close to 1,000 taels, and Danzo throws out close to 2 million taels. Although it was still not as good as Conan's 600 billion rich lady, it was enough for Wan Jun to hurt her. Because Danzo's equipment now requires the team to pay for it. And the other 100 ninjutsu scrolls are even more exaggerated, they are miniature scrolls, and the price is more expensive than the detonation talisman. Millions of taels are gone like this. You are using the squad's money to stay healthy. But Danzo didn't think about it. He still thought about his clone of the tail beast chakra, Master Wan Jun, how about making me a few clones after 6 tails used it for research. Chapter 116. Tailed Beast Clone. Wan Jun didn't expect that Shimura Dance would still think of such a good thing, and wanted to use the tailed beast chakra to make a clone. Yes, the tailed beast chakra and the cells of Master First Generation will definitely make a perfect clone. Had it not been for using the tail beast as a clone, Shimura Dance would not have taken such a big risk to fight 6 tails Jinchuriki. That was the tail beast Jinchuriki. Although he was defeated, if there was any negligence at the time, he would be in trouble when he was attacked. All right, you can discuss with Snake Ji and the others, and I won't mix it up. Wan Jun waved his hand and ignored Danzo's operations. It may be in rush to return to the backpack of the clone. After Wan Jun agreed, Shimura Dance directly approached Snake Ji and informed the scientific researcher of his plan for the clone. Since Shimura Dance helped Snake Ji to catch a tailed beast, she did not refuse, and Snake Ji agreed to Shimura Dance's request after he subordinates 6 tails Jinchuriki. After everything was done, Shimura Dance once again transformed into a kunao, hiding in the backpack of the avatar number 9. The other clones also followed suit, returning to their positions one after another, leaving only one clone in front of everyone. This guy has finally left. Wan Jun still wanted to see him when Danzo hadn't appeared in his real body, but when this guy did appear, Wan Jun felt that he would not be looking for it in the future. What this guy does, it feels like he doesn't play cards according to common sense. Fighting is a waste of money, and he doesn't like fighting. In the future, he should put this guy in Sacheng Xiao's house. Danzo didn't know that Wan Jun had arranged his future position, but even if he knew, Danzo would be very happy. When the team set out again to search for Cardo, the sealed 6 tails Jinchuriki fell on Orochimaru's shoulders. The Snake Ji's partner and assistant didn't have any problems with the tailed beast Jinchuriki, after all, he would study this thing in the future. In order to find Cardo early, Wan Jun directly stopped a villager who was hiding from him and asked him the location of the shipping tycoon. The villagers are of course very familiar with the Polish shipping tycoon. This big man who controls the economic lifeline of the Polish country has always been the focus of discussion among the Polish people. The country of Poland is not very big. After asking about the location of Kardo, Won Jun and his party rushed over. Compared with the civilians in Poland, the residence where Kardo was located was much better. Outside this huge building, a row of thugs he hired stood full. However, this kind of ordinary people who are fairly strong are still vulnerable in front of the ninja. Before Won Jun moved his hands, Senju Tobirama had already solved all of Kardo's men. When Kardo reacted and prepared to come out with the 4 hired ninjas to see what was going on, he happened to meet Won Jun and his party entering the spacious lobby of the building. I didn't expect these ordinary people to live in such a good place. Senju Tobirama, a guy who had never seen the world in the Sengoku era, started to complain as soon as he entered the hall. At this time, Kardo also happened to come to the first floor, and when he saw so many ninjas wearing royal robes on the opposite side, he was shocked. 1 2 3. How many do you have? Although he was a little scared in his heart, Kardo still pretended to be calm and said to Won Jun, "What are you here for? There is a country of water behind us." Boom! Before Kardo had time to tell his backstage, the 4 hired ninjas around him had already been solved by Namikaze Minato. When he reacted, the kunao in Namikaze Minato's hand had fallen to his neck. "We are not here to hear you say who is your backstage." Won Jun stood behind Namikaze Minato, smiling and said to the already scared Kardo. Although Kardo was arrogant, he didn't dare to act rashly at this time. The opponent's strength was really too strong. "Well, does this, my lord?" Kardo said with a trembling look at Kyo on the side of his neck. Won Jun looked at Kardo, who was already sweating coldly, and stared at the rich man in the country of Poland. "Your shipping company belongs to the country of water, right? Kardo can monopolize the shipping of the Polish countries and become one of the world's richest people. If there is no big country behind to support it, it is impossible to succeed. Without the protection of the water country, any ninja could kill this card, and those rebels would not accept his employment." "My lord, yes, it's the country of water. I have done what the name of the country of water ordered." For the sake of his own life, Kardo directly exploded the name of the country of water. "Sure enough." Won Jun smiled and said. "In this island country on the sea, no one can escape the control of the water country. Even the country of Uzumaki where first Hokage's wife was once was destroyed by the country of water. And a small country like the country of Poland is even more not immune." As the spokesperson of the country of water in the country of waves, Kardo also justifiably controls the lifeline of this island country shipping. Countries that rely solely on navigation to communicate with the outside world are also controlled by the country of water because of the control of shipping. Now, the country of water is a thing of the past, and your company belongs to our organization. Won Jun didn't circle Kardo, but directly stated the purpose of his trip. This. Upon hearing Won Jun's words, Kardo was shocked instantly. Whether it is the water country or the unknown organization in front of him now, it is not what Kardo can deal with. If he agrees to the other party's request, then the water country will definitely find himself in trouble. "I know what you are worrying about. I advise you to give up other thoughts. We will go back to the country of water. When we come back, I hope to see that the country of wave has fallen under your control. Do you understand?" Namikaze Minato's plan to unify the world of ninja is of course not only aimed at the 5 big countries, these small countries are of course on the list of conquering. However, the country of waves does not need Won Jun and others to do it. It is a good choice to let Kardo take control in advance. What is more important to Won Jun is the continuous wealth that Kardo can provide. After the Battle of Shimura Dance, Won Jun pays more attention to this. "Yes, I know your lord." The knowledgeable Kardo didn't mention any water country. He was not a fool who could control the entire maritime transport. He knew the other party's next goal as soon as he heard the words just now. Maybe it is the country of water. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, it is a matter for the future. If you succeed, you can truly control the shipping of the country of waves and even the country of water in one fell swoop. If they are not successful, these people will probably not be able to come back. It will be fine to continue to listen to the country of the water honestly. We will stay in Nami country for a while, and you will let these ninjas be dealt with, and then make a few rooms out. Because Six Tails Jinkriki has been sealed, Snake Ji eagerly wants to extract the six tails from her body, so Wanjun plans to stay in the country of wave for a while. Yes, I'll do it right away. After Namikaze Minato took away Kunao, the trembling Kato nodded his head fiercely, and then shook his legs and went to look for his housekeeper. Tobirama, keep up with him, don't let him reveal the news. In order to prevent Kato from revealing the news to the water country, Wanjun sent Senju Tobirama to monitor Kato. Chapter 117. Wow! Boom! She and Orochimaru have been training this tail beast ever since Six Tails Seiken was pulled out of Yu Gao's body by Snake Ji. However, the temperament of the tail beast is not so easy to train. Every time the snake girl approaches, it will be attacked by this Seiken. But fortunately, they still have Wanjun's Myojin Gate, and with this sage art controlling six tails, this tail beast did not upset the nation of waves. Still not working. Wanjun hasn't been here for a long time since Snake Ji is detaining six tails. Every time he comes, the situation here seems to be the same. It still didn't split it, but we took off a tail. Snake Ji pointed to a small tail tip next to Seiken, and said to Wanjun. Snake Ji has always been thinking about how to miniaturize the tail beast. This time she encountered six tails, of course she couldn't pass this opportunity. But for nearly a month, neither she nor Orochimaru succeeded in splitting six tails Seiken. What's the purpose of cutting the tail? Is Danzo urging his clone again? Since Six Tails Seiken was taken out, Snake Ji has always been very precious. Except for Orochimaru and Manjun, everyone else is not allowed to approach Six Tails. It is estimated that Danzo is the only one who can cut off the tail of Six Tails by Snake Ji. Yes, it seems that the split-tailed beast is still a bit difficult, and Master First Generation cells have been cultivated a lot, so I am going to try 2 clones for Master Danzo first. Snake Ji cut off the tail of Six Tails by herself. Although it is painful, the research on the split-tailed beast has not progressed, and it is not bad to do some other research. How about preparing for the fusion of first-generation cells and Rin-Egan? Wanjun doesn't care much about the miniaturization of the tail beast studied by Snake Ji. He is more concerned about Rin-Egan, who has been with Snake Ji for a long time. This Rin-Egan is an overflowing Rin-Egan in this world, and it has greatly increased the organization's civil war power. However, without the support of first-generation cells, except for the ontology of Senju Hashirama and Wanjun, who has infinite chakra, no one else in the organization can use it. Senju Hashirama didn't want it at all, and Wanjun had wood style backed by endless chakra, and he didn't want to gouge his eyes for the time being, so Rin-Egan was kept by Snake He all the time. But if first-generation cells have been stored enough, then Rin-Egan can start his mission. It's ready to use, but whose body is Master Wanjun going to use? Snake Ji asked Wanjun with some curiosity. In this squad, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are half-outsiders, so they are definitely not ranked. Senju Tobirama must have a sense of honor as a Senju clan, and he also disdains Rin-Egan. And with Namikaze Minato's character, it doesn't seem like he would want these eyes. Then the only team members who are still in Nami country are Shimura Dance and Snakeheim. If you can, just use it directly on you. Wanjun actually had a plan for a long time, so he didn't think about it, and said directly, the guy Danzo may not see him a few times a year, and it's useless for him. And with his personality, 6 paths might be hidden by him too, which is too wasteful. Snake Ji smiled when she heard this, and as she expected, this Rin-Egan finally fell into her own hands. Okay, my lord, I will make good use of this Rin-egan. Shuo-mao is coming, I'll go back first. Rin-egan, you can handle it yourself. Because of the long journey from Sicheng to the country of waves, and staying in this island country for a long time, it's time for Hotaki Sakumo, who has been awakened for 50 days, to come. Shuo-mao is coming? Then I will go back too. The Kalch where Six Tails is detained is not far from Cardo's residence. The tall tail beast can be seen directly from the roof. There are also Orochimaru and Jiraiya nearby, so Snake G is not worried about the tail beast. Safety. And even if there were ninjas, it would be impossible to beat Six Tails Seiken, who was crushed by Myojin Gate. When Wanjun took Snake G back to his residence, Hotaki Sakumo's cooling time was slowly returning to 0. My lord, I heard that Shimu is coming. Namikaze Minato rushed over as soon as Wanjun sat on the sofa in the lobby and sat next to Wanjun. In response to Namikaze Minato's question, Wanjun nodded and said, yes, it will be there soon. Great. Namikaze Minato said with a smile after getting Wanjun's affirmative reply. In Wanjun's organization, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama are the highest-ranking existences, followed by Shimura Dans and Konoha Sunin. Although his Namikaze Minato is strong, only Hyuga Hinata is ranked lower than him. Namikaze Minato is of course very happy to have a friend of his generation coming. I'll go and see how long it is, you guys wait a minute. After Wanjun finished speaking, he went straight into the Hokage warehouse. At this time, on the screen outside the Hokage warehouse, the time for Hotaki Sakumo's arrival was counting down. Just right, there is still a minute and a half. After taking a look at the beating time, Wanjun was quite satisfied, and the time to return was just right. In less than 100 seconds, it flies very quickly. Wanjun watched the countdown return to 0, and before the Hokage warehouse sounded a reminder, he was already very skilled and directly pressed the receive button on the screen. Hotaki Sakumo, perfectionist. Konoha's fourth Hokage is upright, right and wrong, rational and self-disciplined, heroic and humble, strong but not tyrannical, majestic but not bullying. All the tasks are done with all their strength. In more than 30 years as a ninja, I have not failed any task. It is the perfect Hokage candidate in the eyes of Konoha Shinobi. Team, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu, S. Physique, S+. Illusion, S. The perfect ninja? Judging from the introduction of Hotaki Sakumo, this Hokage can be regarded as a perfect person. Reason, powerful, majestic, heroic, and humble, it is simply the protagonist template. It's time to go out and see what this perfect ninja is like. Thinking of this, Wanjun directly withdrew from the Hokage warehouse and returned to Cardo's house. Manjun-sama, and Minato? What is this lady? Hotaki stood in the middle of the hall, looking at the three sitting people with his eyes. He was probably still in Konoha when he came, so he was wearing an imperial robe with 4th Hokage written on the back, and his chakra short sword was not on his back, but was placed on his left waist. This is Snakeheim, Orochimaru. Wanjun stood up and introduced Hotaki Sakumo first. But it's better not to call her Orochimaru, this name still has personal use in the team. Okay. Hotaki Sakumo nodded slightly, and said to Snakeheim with a smile, Master Snakeheim. Chapter 118. Hello. Snake G nodded in response. Because Snake G is doing research most of the time, she doesn't participate much in village activities. But she still knew Hotaki Sakumo, a famous ninja. As long as the white fang shines, it will become a sharp tooth that eliminates darkness. This is the consensus of the ninja world for Hotaki Shimo, and it is also an affirmation of this strong man. No matter where Hotaki is, he will be a powerful symbol. Master Wanjun, where is this place? Hotaki Sakumo, who had just arrived here, asked Wanjun with some doubts looking at the decorations around him that were different from Konoha. This is the country of waves. We are going to Kirigakure. Wanjun explained to Hatake Sakumo. As he was talking, he suddenly remembered the imperial robe that Hatake had prepared before. This is for you. Change the clothes first. Okay. Sakumo Hatake took the royal god robe with a horizontal line symbolizing 4th Hokage on the hem, and took off the Hokage on his body. Do we have any mission to go to Kirigakure? After Hatake folded the Hokage suit, he gently put it on the sofa, and then asked Wanjun. Since Hatake Sakumo is new and didn't know much about things in the team, Wanjun also told Hatake Sakumo from beginning to end. Are the first generation and second generation adults also in the organization? We attacked Konoha. Hatake Sakumo, who had just arrived here, did not expect that he had received this somewhat horrifying news that his ninja village was actually attacked by Wanjun and others. Well, I beat it, and I will go back later. Oh, yes, this Konoha's third generation is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since most Hokages of the awakening characters are not the same, Wanjun also specially reminded Hatake Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Hatake heard the name, he frowned, and didn't seem to like this third Hokage very much. Upon seeing this, Wanjun asked him, What? You have a bad relationship with him. It's hard to say that the relationship is not good, but he competed with my teacher for the position of third generation, but failed. Hatake also began to talk about his world. My teacher is Lord Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Not only Manjun was surprised in the hall, but even Namikaze Minato and Snake he looked at Hatake Sakumo with interest. They didn't expect that after the Senju brothers did first generation and second Hokage one after another, Uchiha's family would still be on top, and this person was actually Izuna. Hey? Is there anything wrong? Hatake saw everyone's performance, as if he was surprised that his teacher could become Hokage. No, it's normal for anyone to be a Hokage. By the way, our next goal is to unify the ninja world first. After listening to Hatake Sakumo, Wanjun also told Hatake Sakumo about the organization's plan. Unify Ninja World. Regarding this plan, Hatake Shimo was silent. This idea really did not exist in his goal. Manjun saw Hatake's doubts and said to him, in order to resolve the disputes in the ninja world once and for all, we decided to implement this plan. We will attack Konoha last. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can see the situation clearly, maybe we can avoid that last battle. When the 4 ninja villages were unified, and only Konoha remained in the entire ninja world, Wanjun felt that Konoha would choose to fight another battle when facing so many Hokages. There will only be a ninja village in the ninja world at that time. When Manjun finished speaking, Hatake Sakumo glanced at Minato and Snakeheim, and finally looked at Manjun. Okay, no problem. After getting the affirmative reply from Hatake Shimo, Wanjun nodded with satisfaction. Well, if Snake G hasn't made progress on the tail beast in 2 days, we will set off directly to Kirigakure. With Shimo's joining, I am ready to leave Shimura Dan's. He should be able to guard the tail beast alone. Master Danzo is definitely not a problem. Minato and Snakeheim have a good understanding of this Master Danzo. Even if this ninja meets 2 or 3 ninjas of the same level, he can rely on his abundant resource reserves to make peace. The opponents are fighting against each other. Only, Wanjun suddenly remembered Minato's Flying Thunder God, so he looked at this 4th Hokage and said, by the way, you can leave Danzo with a handful of Flying Thunder God's sufferings. You can also be in time when there is danger. Return. Okay, I'll leave a handful for Master Danzo later. Minato nodded and replied. Then it's settled, Minato, take Shimao to the room he prepared, and I will stay here for a while. At this time, the screening of the next Hokage in the Hokage warehouse may have been almost done, so Wanjun is not going to continue chatting with everyone. Okay. After Minato left, Snake G did not continue to stay in the hall. Danzo had asked her to make a clone. Today, she just cut off the tail of a truncated beast. Snake G was ready to go to Danzo to make an attempt. Equals G, Q_%. When everyone left, Wan Jun re-entered the Hokage warehouse. At this time, the preparatory work in the Hokage warehouse seemed to have not been completed. When Wan Jun came to the screen outside the warehouse, the information of the next Hokage was not displayed on it. Why is it so slow today? This is really the first time Wan Jun has seen this situation. Except for Senju Hashirama, who was slow before, everyone was almost ready to wake up after the last Hokage awakened. But this time, the Hokage warehouse seems to be stagnating. Is it possible that this time Hokage warehouse will bring out someone who is similar to Senju Hashirama? Wan Jun has nothing else to do anyway, so Wan Jun is not going to leave before the next Hokage message appears. But apart from this screen in Hokage's warehouse, there is only the closed door, and there is nothing else here. Wan Jun has gradually lost his patience after waiting for 10 minutes. Wan Jun, who was pacing back and forth, stopped, looked at the warehouse screen that was still silent, and said to himself, "You are almost past the preparation time of Hashirama last time." Perhaps the warehouse heard Wan Jun's complaint. Just when Wan Jun's voice fell, the warehouse's voice finally rang. Hokage warehouse, inventory 792,800. Waking up, Uchiha Madara, Hokage, 57 years old, blind. Konoha's first generation of Hokage has the powerful Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. However, in the long battle, Manjiki Sharingan continued to consume, and this Konoha Hokage also gradually lost the light of his eyes. When he was 50 years old, he passed the throne to his advisor, also his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. He is now in retirement. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara, the only person in the ninja world that can compete with Senju Hashirama. But looking at this Uchiha Madara's introduction, Uchiha Izuna was not killed by Senju Tobirama, and he did not get his brother's eyes. In this way, there is no Uchiha Madara who can evolve into an eternal Manjiki, and like all the Uchiha people who get Manjiki, they gradually lose their light. Didn't Izuna be killed by an outsider so that this one did not succeed? So it seems that Senju Tobirama is the one who made Uchiha Madara the eternal Manjiki. After reading the introduction, Wan Jun scanned down again. The wake-up time was usually very long, so Wan Jun didn't rush to see it. However, when Wan Jun saw that the countdown was different from the previous countdown, he was stunned. The familiar countdown did not appear on it. Under the implementation of the distinguished heavenly god's plan, the remaining wake-up time is being calculated. Calculating? What's the situation? Wan Jun has never encountered this remaining time. Even when Senju Hashirama, the most powerful ninja in the squad, wakes up, he has not encountered the problem of time calculation. Perhaps after knowing Wan Jun's doubts, another row of words appeared on the screen of Hokage warehouse. The barriers of the plane have been loosened. Hokage's wake-up time is being recalculated. Wake-up character, Uchiha Madara, Hokage, remaining wake-up time, 28 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. The barriers of the plane are loosened. Wan Jun stared at the first sentence that reappeared on the screen, thoughtfully. Because so many Hokages have passed through the barriers of the plane and came to this world, has this barrier loosened? Doesn't that mean that the more you get to the back, the less time will be? In 1 month, Uchiha Madara will be there. Although Madara is blind, Wan Jun has Rinnegan and Shisui Manjiki who he snatched from Konoha Danzo in his hands. After this Uchiha Madara arrives, there is no shortage of eyes that can be used. Perhaps, with new eyes, this Twilight legend can still glow with a second spring. When Kirigaku returned to Sacheng, Uchiha Madara should have been there. When the time comes to deal with Akatsuki, I should be able to crush it without injury. The team's biggest opponent has always been Akatsuki, so Wan Jun-kei let the exhausted Senju Hashirama rest in Sacheng first, and then attack the Akatsuki organization after the recovery is complete. Now with the addition of Uchiha Madara and Hotaki Sakumo, there seems to be no obstacle to directly flattening the ninja world. Even if the two of them were both old, it would only take a few years to take a half-year break to flatten a ninja fire organization. After these ninja villages were flattened, another ninja village was built directly in Sicheng. Well, it's called My Lord Wanjun. While Manjun was still thinking about the future, Senju Tobirama's shout came in his ear. At the urging of Senju Tobirama, Wanjun exited the Hokage warehouse, only to see Tobirama standing beside him. Is there something wrong with Cardo? Wanjun asked Tobirama to monitor Cardo before. Could it be that something went wrong with Cardo? Yes, 2 Kirigakure ninjas came over just now, but only 2 Chunin have been solved by me. Sir, Kirigakure may have begun to pay attention to the country of waves. Senju Tobirama replied truthfully. Chapter 119. It seems that news has spread. Although all the shipping in the country of Poland was controlled by Cardo, Wanjun, and others stayed in the country of Poland for a month, and there were still ninjas who passed by that brought the changes of the country of Poland to the country of water. Kirigakure, who learned of these news, immediately sent 2 ninjas to find out. Unfortunately, as soon as they arrived at Kato's residence, they were seen by Senju Tobirama, who has been in charge of the security of the residence. Because Kirigakure just sent someone to check the situation, he didn't let the Jainin level ninja come. The 2 Chunin were not Senju Tobirama's opponents at all. After a few moves, the 2 Chunin were directly solved by Senju Tobirama. But it doesn't matter. We will go to the nation of water in 2 days. Now that the 2 ninjas have been settled, the news of the wave of nation will not be sent back to Kirigakure for the time being. When we arrive in the nation of water, Kirigakure should not be there yet. Send out the second wave of ninjas. The country of Nami and the country of water are separated by many oceans, and it takes a lot of time to go back and forth, so Wanjun is not too worried about the second wave of ninjas from the country of water. Is it finally going? Senju Tobirama had a moment of enthusiasm when he heard that he would go to the land of water in 2 days. He had long been looking forward to going to the land of water. Whether it is a yearning for a foreign land or a desire to fight, Senju Tobirama really wants to set off immediately. Yes, we will leave in 2 days. Wanjun nodded and said affirmatively. Very good. Senju Tobirama gave a rare smile. I have to prepare first, but Danzo said that he would build some endurance tools for me. Excited Senju Tobirama seemed to have forgotten the task of monitoring, and turned around and walked in the direction where Shimura Dan's was. After you ask, don't forget to keep looking at the surroundings. Kirigakure has sent ninjas. Maybe other hidden villages will send people. Wanjun stared at Senju Tobirama, who was quickly leaving, and shouted. One sentence. Senju Tobirama, who was preparing to travel in advance, said without turning his head, I see. After speaking, the whole person disappeared directly into Wanjun's sight. Without Senju Hashirama, this Tobirama is really hard to manage. After Senju Tobirama left, Wanjun sat on the sofa again. Although this second Hokage is still young, the qualifications are there after all. Apart from Senju Hashirama and Manjun, no one really dares to manage this second generation project. The ninjas in this squad have a stranger personality. If it weren't for the captain of Wanjun, the organization would definitely fight with its own people the next day. In the next 2 days, under Wanjun's urging, Snake Ji left the clone of the tailed beast Chukra that only made half of it to Danzo to complete. Six Tails Seiken was sealed in a jar by several Hokages. After Kirigakure's matter was resolved, it would be used by Snake Ji and Orochimaru for research. The country of waves, the pier. Danzo, I'll leave it to you here. Wanjun said to Danzo on the dock, standing on the ship of Cardo's shipping company. Danzo, who rarely revealed his body, nodded, and said, My lord, don't worry, when you come back, the nation of waves will be unscathed. For Danzo's guarantee, Won Jun is more assured. After all, he has already seen this stable. When he came back from the country of water, it would not be surprising that this wave of country was built by him. Okay, let's go first. After Won Jun finished speaking, he set off the big ship that specially transported a few of them, and began to head to the country of water. From the country of waves to the country of water, the time required is much longer than the sea transportation experienced by Won Jun and others before. After all, the country of water is far away from the major countries, and it is also the country that has participated the least in the ninja war. Although the country of water is an island country, the island is very large, and the entire area is larger than the country of rain and the country of grass combined. And his terrain is even more bizarre. The island is full of peaks, clouds, and mist. It is a very distinctive country. Is this the country of water? Senju Tobirama is the first time he has set foot on the land of the country of water. He is still very interested in this big country that has only existed in the eyes of others. When Won Jun behind Senju Tobirama set foot on the land of water, he was also attracted by the terrain. Kirigakure really has a source. Even the sea breeze on the seashore and the pier is smoky. Won Jun looked up at the next mountain peak hidden in the fog not far away, and said to everyone. Among this group of people, there are really few people who have been to the water country. Most of the battles were completed on the mainland. Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village participated in the ninja war, and they also sent people directly to the mainland to fight against Konoha and other shinobi villages. In those 3 ninja wars, the flames of war did not spread to the land of water country. Compared with the enthusiastic merchants in the city of the country of fire, the people walking in the city of the country of water did not receive much welcome. The vendors in these shops all looked at the line wearing the gods with repulsive eyes. People in robes. It seems that they are quite repulsive to outsiders. Seeing this person's expression, Won Jun knew without guessing that these people didn't welcome him and others. Kirigakure's ninjas should have already arrived. Are we heading directly to Kirigakure? Wada Minato put away his usual smile, and looked at the surrounding residents of water country with a rare cold face. This is not the land of fire, nor is it Konoha. Namikaze Minato does not leave his smile and compassion to these people. Well, go straight ahead, Kirigakure's ninjas will solve one by one. We rushed to Kirigakure as quickly as possible. Won Jun didn't like the weather here. He didn't want to get up every day and look at the sky like smog. Okay. Namikaze Minato said, taking out the map of the country of water that Shimura Dance had drawn for them. This map is very detailed, it even marked the shops on each street in the pier city where they were located, as well as the population and the number of ninjas in this city. The distance from this city to Kirigakure, and there will be several secret guards on the way, where it is easy to be ambushed, all are recorded one by one. But maybe it's a different age, and the size of the city in the painting is not the same as it is now. Nevertheless, this map is already quite detailed. If it weren't for knowing that Shimura Dance was indeed Konoha's Hokage, Won Jun would have thought that this guy was a spy sent by Kirigakure. We will drive east for a long time and we will reach Kirigakure. After reading the map, Namikaze Minato stretched his hand to the east and said to Won Jun. Just when Namikaze Minato found out the direction of Kirigakure, the Kirigakure ninja stationed in the city had already received the news and rushed to the place where Manjun and others were. Chapter 120. When a team of 4 Kirigakure ninjas arrived at the scene, Won Jun and others were waiting for the arrival of the group. Before they approached, chakra was already felt by more than one person in the team. The 4 Mizuno, it should be a reorganization team. Orochimaru looked at the direction Mizuno was coming, and said to Won Jun. In the ninja establishment, there are usually 1 big and 3 small, but whether the leader is Chunin or Jainin, it depends on the needs and staff of the village. Is there only 4 people? When they come up, it will be handed over to you 2, Minato and Orochimaru. A quick decision. Won Jun didn't want to delay time on the same team, so he directly let Minato and Orochimaru take charge of these 4 opponents. No problem, sir. After Orochimaru entered the organization, except for the previous shot at Konoha, he basically didn't participate in any battle. This time I can show my hands and move around. While talking, the 4 mist shinobi ninjas had already arrived on the scene. However, when the civilians of the water country on the street saw their ninjas coming, instead of being happy, they showed a look of fear, even more frightened than seeing Wanjun and his party just now. It can be seen that the title of Kirigakure in the blood fog is not a small shock to the civilians. Terumi Mei. Wanjun was taken aback when he saw the ninja who was the leader of the other party. Isn't this the future 5th Mizukage? Unexpectedly, when he first landed in the water country, he would meet such a powerful ninja. And Terumi Mei, who had not yet become Hokage, was hunting down the ninja Mamakai who had previously assassinated Hokage Yagura and did not cut it. When he saw the familiar faces of the other party, he was instantly shocked on the spot. Konoha's golden glitter, Namikaze Minato. Konoha's Sunin bis Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Konoha's white Fang Hotaki Shimao. Terumi Mei, who participated in the Third Ninja War, certainly knew these legendary ninjas of Konoha, and she had also met several of them. After seeing everyone on the other side, Terumi Mei and her youth were silent. What a terrifying lineup is the other side. However, Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo died long ago? Is it all Konoha's conspiracy, deliberately concealed in order to carry out surprise attacks on other shinobu villages? If this is the case, Konoha is hidden a little too deeply. If it hadn't been for the other party to land in the water country, perhaps we would never know that 4th Hokage and White Fang were still alive. Terumi Mei, the opponent is a bit strong, what should we do now? Kojuro, a member of Terumi Mei's team, who will also be his Mizukage guard in the future, said with wide eyes. He was originally shy and unconfident, but suddenly he met so many powerful people, and he didn't want to take action. Terumi Mei, or let's hunt down Momoji and stop cutting it. Kojuro's meaning is very obvious. At this time, there are few people on his side, and he is not suitable for fighting against the opponent. Chongjuro, what are you talking about? Ching said, standing beside Chongjuro, who hated iron and steel. The other party has set foot on the water country, how can oneself and others ignore it? However, this battle will definitely be tough. Oichiro, you should report back to Kirigakure as soon as possible, and we will leave it to us. Terumi Mei was cruel, and was already ready to stop Wanjun and the others here. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is, but so many Konoha shinobi who landed in the water country, it must be nothing good. The two Chunin who Kirigakure sent to Poland before, may have already encountered each other. In the worst case, the Nami country has also fallen into Konoha's control. Perhaps the 4th Ninja World War has arrived. With this thought in mind, Terumi Mei yelled at Chongjuro again, hurry up and report to Yagura-sama, hurry. Okay, good adult. The ninja named Oichiro in the team was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly replied. When the ninja left, Chongjuro was looking at his back with envious eyes, but he hoped that the person who reported the news was himself. Chongjuro, don't think about anything else, prepare to do it. Seeing that Chongjuro was still stunned by the side, Ching reminded him quickly. Chongjuro, who was yelled by Ching, hurriedly recovered and said, ah, good. Snakeheim, the man who ran just now has been handed over to you. Wanjun will not let these mist shinobi ninjas go back to report at this time. Sure, no problem. Snake G nodded in response, and then hurried to the direction where the mist shinobi ninja had disappeared. Kagejuro, stop her. Of course, Terumi Mei couldn't let the other party easily catch up with the ninja under her, and hurriedly called Chongjuro behind to stop her. Kojuro, who was ordered by Terumi Mei, jumped directly to the roof next to him, and the snake he on the opposite side was running forward on the roof at this time. Do you want to stop me? Snake G, who was sprinting forward, smiled at Chongjuro and stretched out her hand. A white snake and long snake rushed towards Chongjuro. Snake. When the white snake and long snake flew away from Snake Ji's arm, Chongjuro also saw the white object moving at high speed. Base. Facing the white snake, Chongjuro, who dared not neglect, quickly drew out the double knife flounder butterfly behind him, and waved it at the white snake. But when Kojuro's double swords were about to approach the white snake, the snake suddenly split into two, following Kojuro's blade, splitting from the middle, becoming two small snakes attacking it from the left and right sides. How can it be? Chongjuro had never had a snake that could split by himself, but in shock, he stepped back, brandishing two swords in midair again, and cut off the two small snakes. Although Kojuro's reaction was quite quick, when he dealt with the snake, Snake Ji also approached him. Ninfa Shulker Snake Hand. As Snake Ji's voice suddenly rang in Kojuro's ears, countless white snakes appeared in the eyes of this mist shinobi ninja. Damn it! Because Snake Ji approached too fast, this forbearance also appeared too suddenly. Chongjuro didn't pay attention, and a snake bit his right arm. It hurts. After being bitten, Chongjuro kicked his feet, jumped into the air, and reached out to touch the wound. I feel dizzy. Flying in the air, Chongjuro wanted to continue to fight back, but his eyelids suddenly became a little out of control, and his brain seemed to stop working. Terumi Mei, who was with Minato and others, found something wrong, and looked sideways, and saw that Kojuro in the air had completely lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. Already defeated. Terumi Mei is very clear about Kojuro's strength. This subordinate shouldn't be so weak. From a moment ago, Terumi Mei focused on Minato and Hotaki Sakumo and others, and did not care too much about Snakeheim. The one who launched the chase was the only person he didn't know, so it stands to reason that the strength shouldn't be so strong. Chapter 121. Chongjuro. When Chongjuro was about to fall to the ground, Ching Chong went below Chongjuro and caught him. At this time, Chongjuro's head could no longer think, and his eyes could no longer be opened. Ching Yi couldn't find the reason for his coma, so he could only put him flat on the ground. It should be poisoned. Byakugan, whose right eye was opened when Ching was fighting with Snake Ji, Snake Ji's hidden shadow snake hand was also in his eyes. If nothing else, the only one who stuns Chongjuro is this way of forbearance. After speaking, Ao looked at Snake Ji, who continued to chase back to Kirigakure's companion, and asked Terumi Mei, "We may no longer be able to report. Try to break through, we can't let the village face all this without knowing it. Originally, we were going to block Minato and others from giving the ninja a time to escape, but now it seems that Terumi Mei thinks that person must run away. Not going back. At this time, he can only go back to the village by breaking out of the siege by himself. In this way, Chongjuro and Ching will definitely not be able to break through together. Whether they can keep up with them is up to them. But at this time, Kirigakure was already in danger, and he couldn't take care of so much. After thinking about it, Terumi Mei said to Ching without looking back, "Ao, you take Chongjuro and follow me, ready to break through." Break through? Good. Ching was taken aback first, and then thought that this was the best choice to get back to Kirigakure. After Ching replied, Terumi Mei had already seen that the other party's Hotaki Sakumo was starting to act, so he quickly began to seal his hands. Ordinary ninjutsu is definitely useless, now, you can only use blood to continue the boundary. Lava-style solving monster technique. As Terumi Mei finished her seal, a strong corrosive viscous acid sprayed out in front of her, and this strong corrosive acid instantly filled the entire street. Fortunately, the civilians on this street had already run out, and only the surrounding shops were corroded by the strong acid. Let's go! After covering the street with strong acid, Terumi Mei yelled to Ao, who had lifted Kojuro, and then galloped in the direction of Kirigakure. "Madam, go too hastily." Terumi Mei, who was running at high speed, suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice coming from her ear. When she looked sideways, Hotake Sakumo was advancing at the same speed as her. Master Wanjun isn't going to let you go, Hotake said, and drew his right hand to the chakra knife white fang on his waist. Seeing that the person who caught up with him was ready to do it, Terumi Mei certainly wouldn't sit and wait for death. When Hotake Sakumo's hand just hit the chakra knife, Terumi Mei released her ninjutsu ahead of time, boil-style Chiao Fog technique. The boil style used by Terumi Mei is derived from the combined ninjutsu of the water and fire, two types of chakra. The boiling mist that she finally emits. Although this mist seems to be similar to the mist floating in the sky of the country of water, it has similar to lava style, it is strong and corrosive, and even superior in strength. As long as anyone is corroded by this mist, they will be scalded instantly until the entire body evaporates. In the face of Terumi Mei's powerful attack on the blood succession boundary, Hotake Sakumo didn't mean to evade at all. He only saw that he held his chakra knife firmly in his hand, and the chakra inside his body quickly rushed towards the blade. In an instant, chakra's blade was shrouded in white and turned into a lightsaber-like existence. After Hotake Shimao's chakra knife was ready, Kiao technique had also arrived in front of him. Hey! Hotake Sakumo shook the white fang with his right hand and waved upward against the dense fog that had gathered. The dense fog was cut in half and floated to the left and right. The area where Hotake Sakumo was located was the only place around him that was not covered by mist. How can it be? Terumi Mei was stunned when he saw Hotake Sakumo slashing her own boil-style scene with a knife. She had never met someone who could cut her own blood boundary with a knife, even Mist Shinobi 7. It is impossible for the Daozhong to have this kind of strength. Is this the strength of Konoha's white fang? I advise you not to resist fearlessly. Hotake Sakumo walked slowly towards Terumi Mei, the chakra knife in his hand was still braving the bright white light, shining the opponent's face pale, as if he was also persuading Terumi Mei. Give up resistance. Impossible. Terumi Mei is not so easy to admit defeat, which is why she can sit on 5th Mizukage later. Then I can't blame me. Hotake Sakumo smiled slightly, leaned forward, and suddenly rushed towards Terumi Mei with a sudden force under his feet. Faced with a close ninja like Hotake Sakumo, Terumi Mei of course would not give the opponent a chance to get close, but realizing that the situation is severe, she quickly used her other blood inheritance limit, lava-style solving monster technique. Unlike the weapon of Kiaohu technique, this lava style is a real strong acid. Even if the opponent is a strong physical skill, it cannot quickly break through this large area of strong acid. However, Hotake was not blocked by the monster melting technique as Terumi Mei had imagined. Seeing that strong acid was attacking him, Hotake Kiin on his left hand used the ninjutsu frequently used by his son Kakashi, lightning-style Thunder Tiger All-Kill. This Thunder Tiger is at least twice as tall as the one previously used by Kakashi outside Konoha. Under the command of Hotake Sakumo, the huge Thunder Tiger rushed directly towards the one splashed from the air. Lava style is strong acid. Wow! When lightning style and lava style collided, they screamed like a tiger and a dragon. When the roaring Thunder Tiger smashed lava style and leaked the corroded half of his head, Hotake Sakumo also jumped out of Thunder Tiger's body and went straight to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei didn't expect Hotake Sakumo to break through the lava-style area so quickly. At this time, she was preparing to seal the seal again, but her eyes were illuminated by a burst of white and lost all the picture. Immediately afterwards, Terumi Mei only felt a cold neck, and Hotake's chakra knife had been placed on his shoulder. How about it, are you willing to stay now? Hotake said with a smile. When Terumi Mei was about to speak, her eyes gradually recovered but saw Hotake Sakumo's left hand, which had not been used, lifted up for the first time and was making seals with one hand. Your chakra will be sealed by me for the time being, let's go, you have no chance to escape. Hotake Sakumo pointed to Terumi Mei's abdomen, and the opponent's chakra was completely sealed off by him. At this time, it was even the simplest. Terumi Mei's three-body technique is no longer available. In order to confirm Hotake Sakumo's words, Terumi Mei tried to mobilize chakra in his body, but he didn't get the slightest response. That's it, chakra is really sealed. Chapter 122. When Hotake Sakumo escorted Terumi Mei back to the street where Manjun and others were located, Ao and Kojuro had already been subdued. Both were defeated by Minato and tied up in front of a shop. At this time, Namikaze Minato was looking at Byakugan with the blue right eye. This Kirigakure ninja actually stole the eyes of Hyaga's house. The only thing left is Snake Jiki to chase the person. Wanjun said, standing behind Minato. As soon as he finished talking here, Hotake and Terumi Mei approached Wanjun. After the two stopped, Wanjun turned his head and glanced at Terumi Mei, who was only about 20 years old at this time. The future master Mizukage didn't seem to be nervous. Terumi Mei, there are two types of mist shinobi with the limits of blood inheritance, am I right? Wanjun stared at the chakra, who was sealed by Hotake Sakumo, and said to Terumi Mei who could not fight back. Terumi Mei, who was still very calm at first, suddenly raised her head when she heard this. She is different from Namikaze Minato and Hotake Sakumo in the ninja world. She is just a new ninja who has only risen in Kirigakure for a few years. I am so familiar. It seems that the other party's preparations for this war are very solid, and Kirigakure has already figured out all the details. It seems that Konoha has already understood Kirigakure very clearly. Terumi Mei said without showing any weakness, looking directly into Wanjun's eyes. You are here to launch a surprise attack on Kirigakure, right? You are half right. Wanjun waved his hand slightly and smiled to Terumi Mei and said, Kirigakure will indeed be hit by us next, but don't remember the opponent wrong, we are not Konoha's ninjas. Aren't you? Terumi Mei looked at Wanjun with a look that you were bluffing, and she believed in the last sentence Wanjun said. Among the people present, whether it is Namikaze Minato or Jiraiya, which one is not Konoha's ninja? Now the other party said that he did not belong to Konoha, it was a fool to deceive himself. Whether you believe it or not, we are here, don't you think about reporting or something? Wanjun didn't have the thought of continuing to explain to Terumi Mei, he still has to go to Kirigakure in a hurry to control this shinobu village. Minato, your sealing technique is the best. After sealing them, we will go directly to Kirigakure. Of course, controlling a ninja village is not completely destroyed. This Terumi Mei team is very suitable to be a representative of Kirigakure in the new era. Of course, if the opponent is not unified, Wanjun will have other candidates. Hoshigaki Kisame, who has been undercover at Akatsuki, is a better candidate than Terumi Mei. It's just that this guy has to be undercover for a while. After he comes back, Wanjun is going to let him take over Kirigakure. Wait, Kojuro is okay. When Hotake was about to stun Terumi Mei, the Misty Shinobu took a step forward and asked Wanjun. Kojuro was only 10 years old at this time, and he was a genius ninja that Mist Shinobi had rarely seen in recent years. Terumi Mei didn't want to be a member of his team. I don't know if there is anything. This is Snake G's poison. If there is a chance, you can ask her. After that, Wanjun nodded to Hotake Sakumo behind Terumi Mei. After receiving Wanjun's signal, Hotake Shimo suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on the back of Terumi Mei's head. Terumi Mei, who was sealed from chakra, fainted without any resistance. Fortunately, Terumi Mei took a step forward just now. At this time, she was very close to Wanjun. After fainting, she fell directly towards Wanjun. Seeing Terumi Mei turning upside down to him, Wanjun instinctively stretched out his hand to mix it up. When Terumi Mei fell into his arms, Wanjun also happened to hit the other's shoulders. Sakumo, why don't you help me? After placing Terumi Mei next to Kojuro and Ao, Wanjun said to Hotake Sakumo who had not reached out to support Terumi Mei just now. My lord, I didn't pay attention just now. Hotake Sakumo replied after Manjun stood up. Won Jun would not believe Hatake Shimao's words. As a Hokage at its peak, is this reaction possible? But it's not the time to talk about this. After Snake he captured the last member of the Terumi Mei team, Namikaze Minato directly arranged a seal around the four. As long as the strength does not exceed Namikaze Minato, this seal will be fine. There is no risk of being cracked. Okay, it's okay, let's go to Kirigakure. Won Jun, who had solved all of this, led everyone in the team on the road to Kirigakure again. Because of the map given by Shimura Dans, everyone directly found a shortcut, bypassed the main road, and went straight to Kirigakure. And just as Manjun and others were approaching Kirigakure, Uchiha Obito, who was behind Akatsuki's organization, also came to Kirigakure. In the blood mist, what a nice name! Uchiha Obito stood on the roof of the building where Mizukage Yagura lived, looking down at Kirigakure. For Uchiha Obito, the Mist Shinobi Ninja was the culprit responsible for the death of Nohara Lin and the target of Ishin's revenge. And he used illusion to control Mizukage Yagura, precisely for this purpose. Destroying Kirigakure directly does not satisfy Uchiha Obito's inner hatred. Let the ninjas in this ninja village kill each other, suspicion each other, until they fall apart, is what Uchiha Obito wants to see. The current Uchiha Obito has been doing this all the time. The Yagura he controls has been carrying out a cruel and tyrannical rule in Kirigakure. The Mist Shinobi Seven Swordsmen also left Kirigakure because of Yagura's rule. Very good job. Seeing that Kirigakure's population gradually decreased due to internal consumption, Uchiha Obito was very satisfied with Yagura's performance. Thank you for your praise. Yagura, who looked at Three Tails Jinkriki and Fourth Mizukage, who looked a little like a child, said behind Uchiha Obito. Ha 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 ha. When Mizukage becomes his own plaything, when the entire Kirigakure falls into such a field because of his own control, when Kirigakure is weaker and smaller, the more internal friction, Uchiha Obito is more satisfied. Lin, did you see how I treated Kirigakure who hurt you? Don't worry, we will be reunited in the near future. At that time, not only you and me, Minato teacher, but also. Thinking of that person, Uchiha Obito paused, and the scene of Rin Nohara's death suddenly rushed to his mind. It was an unforgettable scene of his eternal life. Go on, it's very good. I hope you will do better next time I come. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito turned around and looked at Mizukage Yagura. Yagura, who was controlled by the illusion, didn't know what he was doing, but replied mechanically, yes, my lord. Chapter 123. Uchiha Obito, who was active in Kirigakure, did not know that the opponent he had been looking for was rushing towards Kirigakure at this time. Thanks to the help of the Shimura Dan's map, Won Jun and others avoided many unnecessary battles and approached Kirigakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, in the shortest time. The village lives up to its name. Outside Kirigakure, on a mountain peak that suddenly rose, Won Jun and his entourage were condescendingly observing Kirigakure. Like its name, this village is shrouded in smog all day long. If it weren't for the title of the town of blood and fog, the village might have some future in tourism. Minato, you guys haven't been to Kirigakure, haven't you? Won Jun, who was standing in the front of the crowd, turned his head and asked the crowd behind him. Minato shook his head and replied, no, Kirigakure has always been separated from countries. Apart from going out to participate in war, it rarely contacts other big countries. The others in the team are similar to Minato. Except for seeing Kirigakure's ninjas on the battlefield of the mainland, none of them have ever landed in this water country. It seems that I have never been here before, so let us see and see today. After Won Jun finished speaking, he took the lead and flew in the direction of Kirigakure. The many Hokages behind him also followed. For a moment, I saw several blue arcs drifting from the outer peaks of Kirigakure. Although there was a barrier of smoke, Kirigakure's ninja also saw the flashing blue light and shadow. Someone is coming, leave one to report to Master Mizukage and the elders, and others will follow me." The Kirigakure ninja who was in charge of the guard saw this scene and hurriedly led people to the place where the blue figures floated by. But just as the leader Warren jumped into the air, he saw a kunao flying towards him. The speed of this kunao is very fast, but this misty ninja is also a ninja. Even though he is in mid-air, he still tries his best to adjust his posture, and leaning sideways can avoid kunao's edge. But before this mist shinobi had time to rejoice, he saw a wave of fluctuations in the space around the Kyowu, and then a handsome blonde ninja wearing a blue imperial robe suddenly appeared behind him. "What? You are not Konoha's four?" Before Mizumi said, Namikaze Minato took the kunao who was still flying in the air and swiped back, and Mizumi fell to the ground in a daze. Upon seeing the two men behind him, they hurriedly attacked Namikaze Minato, but their strength was worse than that of their captain. In a few moments, these two misty men followed in their captain's footsteps. One ran back. Namikaze Minato, who returned to Wanjun, said to Wanjun, looking at the newsletter Vunin who was still quickly moving away. After arriving at Kirigakure, Wanjun didn't worry about the reaction of the other party. The ninja who bypassed Mist Shinobi before was just to prevent the village from preparing to evacuate here in advance and let Wanjun and others run away. But now that everyone has arrived, even if the opponent wants to run, it is too late, so Wanjun directly said to Minato, "Go back and go back. We have arrived at Kirigakure. There is nothing to hide. We attacked head-on, as long as we took down Mizukage Yagura, the battle should be over." At this time, Kirigakure, because of Yagura's tyrannical behavior after being controlled by Uchiha Obito, most of the mists chose to defect. A large number of elite ninjas are losing at a high speed, such as Hoshigaki Kisame, such as Loquat Juzo, and Taoji Nazai and others. These are all members of the Mist Shinobi 7 Swordsmen, and they are all directly under Mizukage. But under the agitation of Uchiha Obito, Kirigakure is not as good as before. Except for the current Mizukage Three Tails Jinkriki Yagura, and his successor Mizukage Terumi Mei, there are no other people who can do it well. But Wanjun still didn't know that Uchiha Obito, the man behind Mizukage, was also in Mist Shinobi at this time. And when the person who went back to report the news came to the building where Yagura was located, Uchiha Obito hadn't left yet. After seeing Mizuna who told him to run, he jumped into the next room, leaving Yagura alone on the high platform. "Master Mizukage, someone has invaded the village. Ninjutsu should be around 6 people." After seeing Yagura, the Chunin bowed his head and stood aside to report. The tyranny of Yagura is well known in Kirigakure, so this Chunin did not dare to look directly into the eyes of this Mizukage. "Is anyone here again?" Yagura said to himself, looking at the direction of Kirigakure's gate. "It's a guy like Mamakai again." Yagura, who had already been attacked by Mamakai a few days ago, equated the coming Wanjun and others with the one who assassinated himself. He didn't care about these rebellious assassinations. The strength of these weak people was too weak to be worth mentioning. "My lord, it should not be rebellion, but a group of people wearing blue costumes." Because this person walked early, he only saw the blue imperial robes on Wanjun and others. "No matter who it is, don't even think about leaving Kirigakure alive today." Yagura, who had been angered by Mamaji once, just didn't find a chance to vent. Go over and take a look." After that, Yagura didn't care about Uchiha Obito who was still hiding here, jumped, and rushed in the direction of Wanjun and others. After Yagura left, Uchiha Obito walked out of the room slowly. "A group of people? Blue imperial robes." Uchiha Obito muttered the message that Kiri Shinobu brought just now. Could it be them? Konoha's battle was never hidden from Uchiha Obito. Although he didn't know the specific details, he still knew the news of a group of powerful ninjas invading Konoha. After more than a month has passed, have these people set their goal at Kirigakure again? Attacking the 5 great shinobu villages one after another, what are these guys for? The more he thought about it, the more curious Uchiha Obito was not going to leave. The face under the mask smiled slightly, and followed Yagura's footsteps and ran towards Wanjun. Yagura is here. When Mizukage Yagura was not close to Wanjun and others, he was noticed by the sharp-eyed Minato. Isn't this just a kid? Senju Tobirama, the only one in the team who hadn't heard of Yagura's name, asked with some confusion when he saw Mizukage who couldn't beat him much. Wanjun, who was next to Tobirama, smiled when he heard this and said, "This kid is 30 or 40 years old." 30 or 40 years old? Senju Tobirama was taken aback by the number. This guy looks so young, is he really that old? Wait, there is someone behind him. As Yagura got closer, Uchiha Obito behind him gradually showed his figure. Namikaze Minato had already seen Obito when he was in the country of rain, so when he saw this look, he immediately reacted, "It's Obito." Chapter 124. When Manjun learned that Obito was behind Akatsuki's organization, Namikaze Minato always wanted to see his disciple again. Namikaze Minato's idea has never been possible before, but what I did not expect is that this time I met Uchiha Obito in Kirigakure. I didn't expect that we would actually meet him. Manjun, of course, who pretended to be Madara to control Yagura, was very clear, but Manjun really didn't expect to meet him as soon as he got to Kirigakure. The battle is probably going to be fiercer. If Kirigakure is just a Yagura, Wanjun's team can almost crush the entire Kirigakure like melons and vegetables, but now with the addition of Uchiha Obito, the situation has changed slightly. However, if the opposite Akatsuki organization only Yuyoshiha and Obito come alone, Wanjun believes that the victory or defeat will not be rewritten. It's just this process, there may be some changes. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Yagura will be handed over to you. With Uchiha Obito, Wanjun no longer has the thought of fighting with Kochi Yagura. This Mizukage should let the apprentices of third generation solve it. Minato, Sakumo, we will meet Obito. After speaking, Manjun was ready to go straight over Yagura to meet Uchiha Obito who was still coming at high speed. But Yagura, who had arrived first, was not going to let Wanjun's go. He stretched out the hooked baton he had been holding in his hand, and he was ready to stop Wanjun. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who have been assigned tasks by Manjun, will not let him stop Manjun so easily. Now Jiraiya is not facing Konoha, so he will no longer stand idly by. Ninfa Random Lion Hair Technique. In order to allow Wanjun and others to pass the citrus orange Yagura smoothly, Jiraiya directly used a ninjutsu he often casts. The white hair on his head stretched out instantly, rushed to Yagura's body and weapons, and pulled the opponent's whole person off the roof. Master Mizukage. Upon seeing the ninja behind Yagura, he roared and prepared to rescue his Mizukage. But when he was about to leave, Orochimaru came to him in surprise, "Do you want to go down and save your Mizukage?" Wu Ren was taken aback by the sudden sound in his ears. When he heard the sound and looked to the side, he saw a giant python with a startled mouth opening and biting at him. A chill suddenly fell from him. He raised the solace of his feet and rushed towards his head, and he shouted hysterically, "No!" However, no matter how loud the voice is, the fact that he was swallowed by Orochimaru's pythons can no longer be restored. In an instant, the huge python swallowed him. At the same time that Kurijin was resolved by Orochimaru, Wanjun, Minato, and others had already forced Uchiha Obito to stop, each standing on a roof, looking at each other. You are... When Uchiha Obito stopped and saw Namikaze Minato standing opposite, he was completely stunned. "Is that really your own teacher? Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? Impossible, he was already dead, died in the hands of Nine Tails, it is impossible to be alive." Uchiha Obito was the planner and implementer of the Nine Tails attack on the village. He knew everything that happened that day, and his Big Four Hokage teacher could not be alive. "I'm Namikaze Minato, I haven't seen him for a long time, Obito. Of course Namikaze Minato knows what Obito wants to say afterwards. It's nothing more than being surprised by his own existence. Namikaze Minato's emotions for this disciple are very complicated. On the one hand, in his own time and space, Obito was killed under his own leadership. On the other hand, he cast 9 tails in this time and space, which indirectly killed him. His teacher and Kushina. This double emotion made Minato wonder where he should stand to treat this former disciple. Impossible, you can't be alive, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Obito calmed down and shouted to Minato and Wanjun. Hotake Sakumo next to Minato pulled out the short sword from his waist and smiled and said to Obito, "Nothing in this world is impossible, just like others don't know, but we know you are Uchiha Obito." For Hotake Shimo, Uchiha Obito is not very familiar. After all, this Konoha's White Fang already committed suicide during the Second Ninja War. At that time, Uchiha Obito was still too young. But the iconic white hair on Hotake's head and the Kakashi-like face made Obito realize something: "You are from the Hotake family." "Haha, yes, I am Uchiha, but my name is Uchiha Madara." Obito, who was not ready to admit his identity, after saying this sentence, Uchiha Obito was ready to attack Wanjun and others. He wants to expose the other party's lies, the person who pretends to be Namikaze Minato, and the person who will know that he is Uchiha Obito, all and permanently stay in this Kirigakure. No one can stop your plan, even if you are really Minato teacher. I have to create a perfect world, Lin can't stay in that world alone, all of you who hinder my plan are damned. It seems that your disciple doesn't believe what you said. When Uchiha Obito was about to do it, Wanjun didn't forget Namikaze Minato and said, "By the way, you still can't feel the Flying Thunder God technique behind him." Before Wanjun said Obito's identity, he also revealed that Obito had the Flying Thunder God technique left by 4th Hokage of Konoha behind him, but Namikaze Minato couldn't sense it. Manjun thought it was too far away from Obito before, but now Uchiha Obito is so close to Minato, Manjun wants Namikaze Minato to try. "No, I can't feel it." Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, "It may be a little different from my technique." Wanjun also just asked casually. "The lack of a Flying Thunder God technique will not have much impact on the battle? Well, let's go, without that technique, the 3 of us will have no problem. Jiraiya and the others should not be able to solve Yagura. How long will I leave this Obito here today?" "Okay." Namikaze Minato stared at the opponent's Uchiha Obito and nodded in response. As soon as the 2 of them finished speaking, Uchiha Obito's ninjutsu has already followed. Wood-style Hell Rebellion. Fire-style Fire Phoenix technique. Uchiha Obito used 2 types of ninjutsu in a very short time, 1 fire and 1 wood, attacking Wanjun and others from 2 directions. Under the influence of wood style, the trees rose from the ground, circling upwards, covering all 3 of them, while the impatiens like fire rushed directly at Wanjun and the others. Chapter 125. Wood-style Wood Dragon Technique. Under the attack of 2 places, Wanjun directly slapped his hands and summoned the wooden dragon. After this huge wooden dragon grew rapidly and took shape, its huge tail swept to the ground, leaving only the remains of the wood style used by Uchiha Obito just now. The fire phoenix that fell from the sky was then swallowed by the wooden dragon in 1 bite, and in just 2 actions, it directly destroyed Obito's 2 ninjutsu. Wood style. When Uchiha Obito saw that the person taking the lead was actually using wood style, Sharingan's eyes even trembled, and there were people on the other side who could use wood style. In the Konoha village battle, 3rd generation blocked the news of wood style users, so Obito didn't get all the news, except that someone had attacked Konoha. Because of this, Uchiha Obito was surprised by the opponent's wood style ninjutsu. However, Wanjun wouldn't stop the attack just because of the opponent's pause, but just when Wanjun commanded Malong to rush towards Uchiha Obito with 3 people, Minato stopped Wanjun and said, "Master Wanjun, leave Obito to me." do you want to go on your own? Wan Jun stopped the rampant Malong after hearing Minato's words. Okay, he is your disciple, you can solve it. However, if something is wrong, I and Zhu Mao I will join the war right away. For Namikaze Minato's complex of disciples, Wan Jun still satisfied him. When he was in the Land of Rain last time, Wan Jun had already prevented a match between the two. This time, it can be regarded as giving Namikaze Minato a chance to face his disciple again. Thank you, sir. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded. After the wooden dragon retreated some distance, he jumped out of the wooden dragon alone and swooped toward Uchiha Obito. Facing Namikaze Minato who was coming straight towards him, Uchiha Obito did not evade, and directly spit a fireball towards Namikaze Minato. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Namikaze Minato faced the fireball that flew towards him quickly, but didn't show any panic, took out a handful of kunao in both hands, and threw it towards Uchiha Obito from the left and right directions. When kunao passed through the flames and appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato also used Flying Thunder God to avoid the great fireball and came to Obito. I saw Minato who had just appeared stretched out his hand to the other kunao who was still flying in the air, and quickly swiped towards Uchiha Obito. Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Obito instinctively backed away, and was shocked that the other party was actually using ninjutsu other than his own teacher. If it can be said just now that the other party is Namikaze Minato who used the transformation technique disguise, then the appearance of the Flying Thunder God made Uchiha Obito somewhat believe the other party. You were the one from the Rain Country before, Teacher Minato. After determining that the other party was the real Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito also remembered the Flying Thunder God he had encountered when he was in the Country of Rain. If it is correct, I met my teacher at that time. Namikaze Minato, who was pursuing, threw another kunao at Uchiha Obito, and said while throwing it, you guessed it, but there is no reward. Teacher, you can't stop me, it's never possible. As he spoke, the face under Uchiha Obito's mask became excited. I don't know if I met Namikaze Minato, or I remembered my former teammate Lin Nohara. Seeing Uchiha Obito getting more and more excited, Namikaze Minato no longer speaks, and the movement of his hands hastened. While waving his left hand, Namikaze Minato's right hand was not idle. After a knife was missed, Namikaze Minato directly took out a flash bomb and threw it at Uchiha Obito. The flash bomb thrown by Namikaze Minato burst open suddenly, shrouding both of them in a bright light. While the bright light was on, Namikaze Minato threw more suffering around Uchiha Obito. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's voice also sounded, spiral flashing super round dance roar 3 styles. When Minato's words sounded, Minato in the bright light also moved quickly along the kunao that was thrown just now, attacking Uchiha Obito from all directions at the same time. Teacher, your trick is old, and your name is too long. Obito was once amazed by Namikaze Minato's ninjutsu during the Third Ninjutsu War. At that time, he admired this radiant ninjutsu. But now, besides it looks good and has a longer name, what is so good about this ninjutsu? Uchiha Flame Array. Uchiha Obito had also prepared a plan to deal with it while complaining about Minato's ninjutsu name. This unique flame barrier of the Uchiha clan is specially designed to defend against this kind of physical ninja close. The fiery red enchantment surrounds Uchiha Obito in the middle. This fire enchantment that even the tail beast can't easily smash, prevents the attacks of the ninja from the physical skills. Is it old? I'm not too old, and it's enough to deal with your disciple. Raise Nan. When Namikaze Minato's Kyowa was broken by the flame formation, Minato quickly gathered a group of chakra on his right hand. The violent wind attribute chakra was gathered in one group by Namikaze Minato, and it instantly hit the flame formation. However, this Rasengan's attack did not cause much damage to the flame array. After a short opening, the flame array quickly returned to the state before the attack. The half of Rasengan who entered the flame formation was shot above the barrier. It's useless, sir, you will only be greeted by another failure. Uchiha Obito's face is rarely seen with a smile, and while he is smiling, his hands are not idle, would style mo kill the binding technique. When Uchiha Obito's voice fell to the ground, a piece of wooden slats suddenly protruded from the roof under Namikaze Minato's feet, wrapping Minato in it. But before Uchiha Obito had time to perform the next ninjutsu to completely defeat his teacher, he saw Minato, who was bound by the silent killing binding technique, turned into a plume of white smoke and dissipated around wood style. Shadow clone? When Uchiha Obito was startled, he didn't notice that his teacher had gone elsewhere. When the flame formation was broken open, Namikaze Minato quickly answered Uchiha Obito, and this voice was coming from above Uchiha Obito's barrier. Just now when Namikaze Minato was using Raise Nan, he wrapped the kunai that had been broken in the middle of the Raise Nan in his hand. And at the moment when the flame formation was briefly broken open, the broken Kyowa was sent into the barrier. Namikaze Minato also naturally used Flying Thunder God technique and entered this Uchiha flame array. It's over, Obito. Namikaze Minato, who fell rapidly from the air, continued to pinch his own characteristic ninjutsu with his right hand, and shouted, Raise Nan. Chapter 126. Fire Style Flurry. Uchiha Obito doesn't want to be close by Namikaze Minato. The last time Nine Tails attacked the village, he suffered a lot from Konoha's fight. So this time, Uchiha Obito directly used his Sharingan's special ability Kamui. The combination of Kamui and Fire style ninjutsu is very fast, and because of the existence of the flame formation, the space inside the entire flame formation is not too large, so the attack of the blast and flurry covers all the space above Obito's head. Go in! As the surging force of the violent dance faded, when it began to fall, Uchiha Obito unlocked the barrier of the flame array and retreated to the side, watching a large expanse of flames falling to the ground. Times are different, sir, I am no longer who I used to be, but you seem to have not changed in any way. Looking at the falling flames, Uchiha Obito said with emotion in his heart. Would you like to go up and take a look? Hatake Shimo, who was on the wooden dragon in the distance, saw this scene, and asked Wanjun who was standing beside him with some worry. Wanjun is still very confident in Namikaze Minato. How could this blast of flurry solve Minato? Minato can't be defeated by such a ninjutsu. And as Wanjun expected, after the flames of the violent wind and flutter dissipated, Namikaze Minato, who was hidden behind the flames and black smoke, appeared again on a nearby roof. However, at this time Namikaze Minato's clothes were scorched. The flame with Kamui was really fast just now, but Namikaze Minato hurriedly used Flying Thunder God and didn't touch the flame. It seems I still underestimate you, teacher. Obito did not continue to pretend to be Uchiha Madara because he was recognized by the other party. You have become stronger, Obito. Namikaze Minato smiled and said. The former Uchiha Obito has always been the tail of the crane in that team. Whether it is ninjutsu or physique, it is the worst existence. But now, Uchiha Obito here has grown into such a powerful ninja, but this path seems to be a little wrong. Speaking of being strong, Uchiha Obito was suddenly excited. Is it strong? Not strong enough. At the beginning, if I was strong enough, Rock Shinobi would not put half of my body under the stone, and my body would not become what it is now. Obito's face under the mask became savage again. He became more excited as he spoke, and even raised his hands, and Lin, if I'm strong enough, Lin won't die. We will probably continue to fight for Konoha under the teacher's command. After a pause, Uchiha Obito looked at Minato and continued, You think so, teacher? Unfortunately, there is no if, I must become stronger, so that everyone who hinders me from moving forward will be buried in the dust of history. This includes you, teacher Minato. After finishing the last sentence, Uchiha Obito stared at Minato with the only right eye that was exposed. There are many things that cannot be changed. Namikaze Minato certainly knows the root of Obito's hatred, and he has experienced it before. His 3 disciples, the teacher, the predecessor Hokage and his wife, all fell in front of him one by one. He has also changed a lot because of this, and is also implementing his own plan. Therefore, at this time Namikaze Minato understands Obito's mood very well, and he has no intention of changing the other person's mind. If someone says that they want to prevent the organization of the plan to unify the ninja world, and to hinder the progress of Wanjun and the team, he will also fight with Namikaze Minato. Even if the opponent is Uchiha Obito, it is the same. When the 2 sides looked across the street with the same feelings, Mizukage Yagura in the distance was already subdued by Jiraiya, Snake G, and Orochimaru. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito frowned. The opponent's strength was a bit beyond his expectations. The combined strength of these forces already surpassed Akatsuki's strength. It seems that you were prepared. At this time, Uchiha Obito is no longer ready to continue entangled with the other party here. After Yagura was subdued, if the other party united to deal with him, he would not dare to face his edge directly. Uchiha Obito, who had already decided to evacuate, continued, "Teacher, I hope that when we meet next time, you can avoid the flames again. Are you leaving now?" Namikaze Minato took out a few kunao from his waist again and asked Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito did not answer Namikaze Minato. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and looked at the 2 Wanjun on the wooden dragon head. He half squinted his eyes and said, "Wood Style and White Fang, Konoha really hides well. Back then, 9 Windtails attacked the village, I was able to endure it. I always thought Konoha was gone. We do not represent Konoha, nor do we belong to Konoha." Namikaze Minato is correcting Uchiha Obito's statement. Haha. Uchiha Obito hummed slightly, he wouldn't believe Minato's words. Konoha's golden glitter, Konoha's white fang, Sunin, and wood style, you say you are not Konoha? Who believes? It's a poor performance. Uchiha Obito didn't believe Namikaze Minato at all. He had gradually calmed down, and continued, "See you next time, Mrs. Minato." As Uchiha Obito said, Kamui with his right eye suddenly activated and saw a Uzumaki shape in the space-twisting city next to Obito, quickly sucking Uchiha Obito into it. "Call out!" Namikaze Minato, who was not going to let Uchiha Obito leave like this, threw several kunao in his hand towards the place where Kamui started. "Hey!" Namikaze Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique when Kyowa was still flying in the air, but even so, he was still half a street away from Uchiha Obito. At this time, Uchiha Obito was already cautious that the upper body of the right half was still exposed. Seeing that Obito was about to disappear completely, Namikaze Minato grabbed the flying Kumo in mid-air, and gave it another boost, and the Kumo flew to the side of Uchiha Obito's mask in an instant. Crack! The sudden acceleration of kunao brushed over Uchiha Obito's right eye and cut the mask he was wearing. But fortunately, Kamui twisted the surrounding space, so that kunao accurately hit Obito's right eye. And Namikaze Minato, who was still unwilling to give up, instantly activated Flying Thunder God again, and appeared in the position of kunao who had just pierced the Obito mask. "Raise Nan!" Namikaze Minato yelled and swiped his right hand forward, trying to give Uchiha Obito the final blow before he left. But when Raise Nan on the right hand of Namikaze Minato arrived at the point where Kamui disappeared, Uchiha Obito had completely disappeared in Kirigakure. Standing on the wooden dragon head, Wanjun looked at the direction in which Uchiha Obito disappeared, and said with some regret, "Let him run away. Minato doesn't seem to be doing his best." Beside Wanjun, Hitaki Sakumo, who had been watching the battlefield, said slowly. Chapter 127. Kunao should not be used for the last one. Not knowing if it was an obsessive-compulsive disorder, Hitaki stood on top of the wooden dragon's head and began to find the loopholes in Namikaze Minato. But just now using Ray's Nan to break the flame formation and send Flying Thunder God in is not bad, and it can catch the opponent by surprise. But I still think it's better to change the city of Kunao to ninjutsu in the end. Seeing that Hotake Sakumo was right here, Wan Jun looked at him and said, let him take care of Minato's affairs. Last time he was in Rain Country, he failed to fight Obito. This time it was let him enjoy it. Next time you meet Uchiha Obito, it's better for you to join Minato. No problem. Having been watching Namikaze Minato fight, Hotake had already been itching for a long time. He had long wanted to fight against this kind of opponent with space ninjutsu. At the same time that Hotake Sakumo nodded his head and agreed, the mist ninjas who heard the sound of the battle had also gathered quickly, and the surroundings of Wanjun and others were already surrounded by anything from Kirigakure at this time. When Manjun saw this, he pointed to Hotake Shinobu, who had stopped, and said to Hotake Sakumo, before fighting Uchiha Obito, you should first solve the surrounding Hotake Shinobu. These Mizukage witnessed the battle between Obito and Minato just now, and they also saw their own Mizukage being surrounded and beaten by the other three. Realizing the disparity between the strengths of the two sides, they hesitated whether or not they should make a move. Citrus Yagura, the Mizukage in Kirigakure's Blood Mist rule, has always been unpopular, so when the three of them Jiraiya subdued, there was not much Mizukage thinking about rescue. Perhaps these mist ninjas still have a little bit of fortune in their hearts at this time, but they don't necessarily say that they may be able to change to a Hokage with this incident. No problem, leave it to me. Hotake watched Namikaze Minato fight for a long time, and had already lost his muscles to the event. After speaking, Hotake Sakumo jumped directly off the wooden dragon and ran towards the many mists nearby. And when Hotake Sakumo jumped off the wooden dragon, the Wujinmen were also criticizing Namikaze Minato and others. Many ninjas here have participated in the Third Ninja War, and the famous Namikaze Minato in that ninja war has made all enemy ninjas jealous. Is that Konoha's golden glitter? It's him. I have seen him before. Even if he gave up the mission after meeting him, the village wouldn't be punished. So amazing? But didn't Konoha announce that he was dead a long time ago? Hehe, you believe Konoha too? Before Mizumi's words were over, Hotake Sakumo already held the White Fang short sword and quickly approached them. Stop him! Water-style water barrier. In order to stop the attack of Hotake Sakumo, a group of ninjas began to use ninjutsu to fend off the enemy. However, Hotake Shimao's strength is not something that a water barrier can stop. He didn't slow down at all, and he swiped White Fang forward with his hand, directly opening the towering water wall. At the place where the chakra knife touched, the water flow was instantly blocked. Hotake Sakumo also took the break of the water barrier, rushed through the barrier, and kicked the last Mizuna who spoke. And while these mist shinobi ninjas were under the attack of Hotake Sakumo, the top of a nearby residential house, the ghost lamp Suijutsu Masajo who had been observing the battlefield was stunned on the spot. The battle of that group of people just now really shocked him. He has never seen such a level of battle. Whether it is a flame formation rising into the sky or a spiral flashing super lunwu roaring 3 styles, he has never seen it before. Ninjutsu that I haven't seen. They are too strong. Is Kirigakure going to be destroyed? Mizukage has been defeated, these mists can't stop the opponent's offensive even if these mists endure, Kirigakure still can't resist the existence of these people. Just as Gitozu Izuki thought, after the Kirigakure ninja who approached the battlefield first was defeated by Hotake Sakumo, the remaining mist ninjas stopped their attacks and kept a certain distance from Hotake Sakumo. And while the two sides were still, Jiraiya and the three also carried Mizukage Yagura next to Wanjun. At this time Wanjun had already lowered the wooden dragon next to Namikaze Minato. After Jiraiya put Yagura on the roof at Wanjun's feet, he said, "This person seems to be controlled by illusion, and it's not a short time. Would you like to unlock his illusion?" Namikaze Minato glanced at the mandarin orange Yagura lying on the ground, and asked Wanjun. It doesn't matter if she doesn't solve it. Even if she restores her clarity, Mizukage's position will not be left to him. Won Jun looked up at Hatake Shimo and Wuren who were facing each other, and continued, we have to choose. A man who is willing to be loyal to our Mizukage and agree to merge the ninja villages after the 5 major ninja villages have surrendered. After hearing these conditions from Won Jun, Jiraiya shook his head and said, this kind of person is hard to find. These conditions of Won Jun were too harsh, although Kirigakure Hashirama fell under the leadership of Yagura, and many Mizunos did not believe in Mizukage's rule anymore. But even so, these Wujinran would not give up the dignity of their 5 great forbearance villages and become vassals of an organization. However, Won Jun also has different opinions. People are always easy to find. Although there are fewer and fewer people in Kirigakure, I believe it is not difficult to find 1 or 2 people who are willing to surrender. And even if we can't find it, we can use illusion to control Kirigakure's people, or directly use our people as Mizukage. Jiraiya was surprised when he heard this, and said, our people? You mean to let people in the organization serve as Hokage? Yes, I actually prefer Hoshigaki Kisame, but he is still on the job, so there is no way to take over for the time being. Before he came to Kirigakure, Won Jun had arranged the position of Hoshigaki Kisame, but this Kirigakure the rebels have not returned to the organization. After a short pause, Won Jun continued, let's not talk about anything else, let's stabilize this Kirigakure first. The Kirigakure female ninja I met at the dock before is not bad. After Kirigakure stabilizes, you can ask about it. That person's opinion. Okay. After Jiraiya responded, he jumped to the side of Hatake Sakumo with Snakeheim and Orochimaru. Jiraiya was very curious about Hatake Sakumo when he traveled from the country of Nami to the country of water. Won Jun's organization is becoming more and more invisible to him. How did these legendary ninjas of Konoha come back to this world one by one? Whether it is Namikaze Minato, Hatake Sakumo, or first-generation adult Senju Hashirama, they all appear so strange. Looking at this situation, Uchiha Madara will no longer appear in the organization in the future, right? Chapter 128 Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Konoha's White Fang, Golden Glitter, and Wood-style user Manjun. This line of ninjas and fog ninjas stood opposite each other. Although the number of people had an absolute disadvantage, the momentum actually overwhelmed the other side. The crowd stood in a row on the roof without any precautions, but even so, Kirigakure's ninja did not dare to step forward and attack. In the previous wave of battles, Hatake Sakumo's White Fang cut off the roof of the house. Won Jun is now very satisfied with Wu Ren's performance. At least now the other party can listen to his own speech quietly. At this time, he pointed to the stunned and sealed Citrus Yagura on the roof behind him, and said, Mizukage has been captured. In fact, it doesn't need Won Jun to say this, the Wu Renren already know it. Just now, Yagura had become a beast. As long as he was a ninja in the village, no one knew the news that Mizukage was subdued by the other party. Seeing that Wu Ren did not respond, Won Jun continued, we are here today to end this Mizukage's rule. And if you are willing to surrender, starting today, the blood mist policy implemented by Citrus Yagura in Kirigakure will be terminated. We will reselect a Mizukage in the Mist Ninja. The blood mist will no longer rise from the water country, and there will be a new life here. If you don't want to, those companions lying on the ground will be you lessons from the past. Whether to continue fighting until it is destroyed, or to let Kirigakure rise again, choose, Mist Shinobi. Won Jun's words were like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly exploding the mist ninjas who were still quiet. What? Impossible, how could we Kirigakure listen to your instructions, you Konoha damn? The Wu Ren who was speaking hard, before he could finish his words, his whole body instantly softened and rolled down the slope of the roof. And the position he just stood was filled by Namikaze Minato. The Konoha who stood in the misty ninja flashed golden light, raised the kunao in his hand, smiled and said to the Misty Ninjas, anyone who is not prepared to follow the wishes of Lord Wanjun will be the same as the ninja just now. Seeing the Vunin around him backing back, Minato continued to smile and said, which one of you wants to be the next one? Although Minato was smiling, his deterrence was still unparalleled, especially when Wuren, who had known his reputation in the Third Ninja World War, had a cold sweat on his head. Yagura-sama was captured alive, Terumi Mei didn't know where it was, and the Mist Shinobi 7 swordsmen were falling apart. Kirigakure now can't find a ninja who can hold everyone down. At this time, a middle-aged Mizunin not far in front of Namikaze Minato, clutching the weapon in his hand, whispered, "We." Namikaze Minato heard the sound and looked, and immediately startled the talking ninja. Minato saw this and said, "What do you want to say?" The ninja saw that Minato didn't do anything immediately. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We want to ask the elders for their opinions. Elders of Kirigakure, their rights are not under Mizukage." This can be seen from the fact that the bald elder actually controlled the position of Mizukage for several years. The influence of this elder Kirigakure is much higher than that of Konoha's advisor. Elder? What is that? Minato, who doesn't understand what Kirigakure is a management structure, didn't figure out what position this elder was. Is it a consultant? Faced with Namikaze Minato's question, this misty ninja was quite nervous. When Minato was staring at him, the ninja replied in fear, "Poor, almost. Minato, let them find the elder. By the way, we only give you 2 minutes. The one who is most familiar with this elder is Wanjun. The elder of Kirigakure did indeed before Terumi Mei took over Mizukage. It is actually controlling this Shinobu village." Okay, thank you sir. This Wu Ren may have a relatively high prestige in the village, so after he finished speaking, the other Wu Ren did not object. And because Wanjun gave him a tight time, the talking Wu Ren called a companion, went to the elder's residence and carried him to the scene. When the bald-headed elder came to the scene, many Wu Ren looked at the backbone at this time. Without Mizukage, they can only let the elder make a decision at this time. It is a war or a peace, and it all depends on the wishes of the elder at this time. Yagura. The elder, who was supported by the ninja just now, first glanced at the mandarin orange Yagura lying on the opposite side, and then said to Wanjun and others, "I heard about Konoha many years ago. It's a golden name, but I didn't expect to see a real person today. Of course, there are Konoha's White Fang, Konoha Sunin, and the Strongwood style." The elder first greeted everyone on Manjun's side, but Senju Tobirama, who was missed, quit. "There is also me, Senju Tobirama." Senju Tobirama. The elder who heard this name opened his eyes hard and wanted to see if the person speaking was the strong water style of the Senju family. But when the elder saw that the speaker was a white-haired child, he was disappointed. He thought that so many late legendary ninjas appeared on the other side. Then Senju Tobirama would be true too, but now it seems that this is not the case. Senju Tobirama saw the disappointed expression of the elder, and was immediately anxious. "What do you mean? I am the real Senju Tobirama. If Senju Tobirama is still alive, he should be about the same age as me. You, too young, boy." The elder waved his hand. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama suddenly became anxious. "I am the real Senju Tobirama. How come no one believes it?" But fortunately, Jiraiya by his side held down the teacher's teacher, otherwise Senju Tobirama had already jumped over to the theory. "Okay, the gossip is over, we should talk about the main topic." When Senju Tobirama calmed down, Wanjun brought the topic back again. "Your ninja should have said something about you, right?" The elder clenched the crutch in his hand. The roof was not flat. If someone was not supporting him, even the crutch in his right hand would have fallen off. "I've heard about it, but I want to ask you this. Was it for Konoha this time?" "Of course not, Konoha has nothing to do with us." Wanjun also said this to Uchiha Obito before, and this time he said it to the elder intact. No? It's really strange. In the memory of the elder, no matter which ninja on the opposite side, it should be from Konoha. But the other party had already crushed the entire Kirigakure at this time, and even lied to himself without reason, so the elders did not think that the other party was deceiving him. If the lords are not from Konoha, I think we can still talk about them. No, you are wrong. Won Jun looked at the somewhat rickety elders and smiled, we are not here to negotiate. Seeing the elders' puzzled look, Won Jun continued, today, Kirigakure has already lost. We only need an answer. They can't be the master, so I invited you over. Reselect Mizukage and join our organization. For or against? Chapter 129. Agree? Be opposed to? Kirigakure's ninja faced the two options given by Won Jun, but could only smile in his heart. Do they still have the right to choose? The ninja who was just killed by Namikaze Minato was knocked off the roof before he even played the words. Now if he objected, he would probably be treated similarly to that of Mizuna. But even so, there are still some different voices in Mizukage Yagura. These are Mizukage Yagura's diehard ninjas who approve of the blood mist policy. After being silent for a while, they suddenly collectively rushed in Won Jun's direction, intending to directly attack the opponent's leader, wanting Won Jun to be caught directly. In exchange for the safety of your own Mizukage. But when the dozens of fogged hardliners just left, Namikaze Minato and Hatake Sakumo quickly jumped up. The mist on the opposite side saw two rays of light flashing in the sky, one gold and one white, and the dozen ninjas who launched the attack fell one by one, smashing the roof through several large holes. Is there anything to oppose? When all the supporters of Mizukage Yagura were dealt with by Minato and Shumo, Won Jun glanced sharply at the remaining Mizukage Yagura. The ninjas who were swept by Won Jun became nervous. In addition to their nervousness, all these misty ninjas looked at their backbone at this time, the elder of Kirigakure. The mist ninja wanted to get the answer from this elder. Although Kirigakure's high-end combat power was completely defeated, their title in the blood mist was not for nothing. Every one of the Mizuki ninjas present had undergone a brutal selection before they put on the forehead protector belonging to Kirigakure. As long as the elder also speaks against, even if the fighting power is very different, the mist shinobi will fight for the glory of Kirigakure. The problem came to the elder again at this time. The elder Kirigakure, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke under the watchful eyes of many Wuren, we can agree with your opinion. Kirigakure is still a person who knows current affairs. Won Jun was very satisfied with the elder's answer. As long as this elder agreed, then most Wu shinobi would make the same choice as him. Sure enough, under the elder's reply, most Wuren had put down their weapons one after another. They had already been stunned by the strength of the other party, and their daring to resist was entirely out of their glory as Wuren. But first, the elders had compromised, and the Wurenren would naturally follow the order. After all, no one wants to be the next Minato's wretched soul. After these Mizukage breathed a sigh of relief, the elder continued, but the choice of Mizukage will take some time. Since the other party has compromised, Won Jun can still agree to this request, no problem, I can give you 3 days, 3 days later to choose a Mizukage. If there is no election by then, we will only have to let us come. Deal. 3 days. The elder said silently after the time given by Won Jun, good sir, I will definitely give you a reply within 3 days. Well, so be it, I am waiting for your good news. Won Jun nodded and said. After the two sides discussed, Wu Ren slowly withdrew from the battlefield under the leadership of the elder. No one asked about their Mizukage Yagura. This Mizukage's loyalty has basically been killed, and the rest are the mist ninjas who are dissatisfied with the blood fog policy. These ninjas hope that Yagura will disappear, and where will they ask him about his life or death? However, even if the Vunin asked, Won Jun would not hand over Yagura. Based on 3 Tails Jinkriki alone, there is no possibility that Yagura will be released by Wanjun. The nine-tailed beast Manjun was not going to be placed in the ninja world. He really didn't understand Senju Hashirama's previous operations. How could such a powerful weapon as the tail beast be handed over to other shinobu villages? If Senju Hashirama had not made this concession, and the nine-tailed beasts had remained in Konoha, there might be some hope for peace. After all, no ninja village dare to risk the threat of the 9 big tail beasts and easily start a war. Even if the 4 big ninja villages are united, they cannot fight the 9 big tail beasts. Wanjun didn't know what Senju Hashirama thought, but at this time, he would not let these tail beasts stay in the 5 great ninja village. Master Wanjun, look at this. When all the Kiri shinobu left the scene, Namikaze Minato came to Manjun and pointed his finger at the place where Uchiha Obito had disappeared. Wanjun looked at the roof, but did not see anything abnormal. Is there something? There is a very strange crack, I just discovered it. Namikaze Minato said, and took Wanjun to the place he pointed. After Wanjun came to the crack that Namikaze Minato said, he saw a black crack that became thinner and thinner from top to bottom. This fissure was extremely dark, as if it could swallow all the light. How could this happen? Wanjun had never seen such a situation before, and in his impression there should be no such thing in the Hokage world. It may be related to Obito's time and space ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato said, took out a handful of his own special kunao and waved it sideways towards the black crack. When this kyuivyu was swept across the black fissure, the blade was instantly divided into 2 sections. The section was extremely flat, but there was no sound. And just before the disconnected kunao had fallen to the roof, the black fissure disappeared after a wave of fluctuations. It's gone. Namikaze Minato didn't expect that he would cut the black fissure away with his own suffering. My lord, is it Obito's space ninjutsu? This shouldn't be, I haven't seen it either. Wanjun shook his head and said, but it must be related to space, but it is not known whether it was made by Obito or not. Just as the two were talking, Hitaki Sakumo also came to Manjun. After Manjun finished speaking, he also interjected, next time you catch that Obito and ask, you will know. After Hitaki Sakumo finished speaking, Wanjun also said, well, after Kirigakure surrendered, let's rush back to Sacheng. The next target is the Akatsuki organization. After the Akatsuki organization is defeated, there may be an answer. By the way, Shimao, the pier where we landed is still imprisoned with 4 Wurin. You and Minato go and bring them back. After the battle, Wanjun also remembered the seal on the pier. Terumi Mei several people. Then Terumi Mei is a strong candidate for the next Mizukage. If she can surrender, Wanjun will not object to her coming to Mizukage's position. Okay, my lord. After Hitaki and Sakumo agreed, they used Flying Thunder God to go directly to the Marina City. And Wanjun and the others were led by a Chunin left by the elders and moved into the Mizukage building where Yagura was before. Chapter 130. This time, because Namikaze Minato left the classification magic style on both sides, the 4 of Terumi Mei were quickly brought back by Namikaze Minato. When the future Mizukage saw a place of Misty Shinobu killed in action on the street, his whole person instantly became calm. Although she had prepared for the worst after Wanjun and the others left, she didn't expect it would be such a scene after returning to Kirigakure. Photo. Master Terumi Mei, what shall we do? Chongjuro, who had just recovered from the snake venom, was instantly stupid when he saw this scene. He had not participated in the war and was a little timid. He was very scared of this scene. Although he has also experienced the baptism of blood mist in the ninja school, it can't be compared with the present. This is the ninja that Chunin and Jainin once made themselves look up to. But now, they are all lying on the cold street. Chongjuro. Ching, standing behind Chongjuro, pulled the young ninja next to him, be quiet. Okay, okay. Chongjuro was pulled by Ching, and after a bit of gaze, after nodding quickly, the whole person shrank to Qing's side. And Terumi Mei, who was asked by Kojuro just now, after Kojuro calmed down, glared at Minato and Sakumo and said, "What did you do, Kirigakuer?" Terumi Mei had the worst idea in his mind at this time, and Kirigakuer might have been completely wiped out by the opponent. Mizukage-sama, elders, and many mist ninjas may have become the prey of these Konoha shinobi. Maybe I know what Terumi Mei is thinking. After Terumi Mei finished talking, Hatake said, "Not as bad as you thought." Hatake Sakumo didn't even look at Terumi Mei, and then pointed his right hand at the ninjas in the street below the roof, and continued, "These are just guys who rejected Manjun's kindness, but most of the mists are still very obedient. I have already gone to discuss who the next Mizukage position will be given. By the way, they should be with that elder now. If you are interested in Mizukage, you can go and join in the fun. The elder is still alive." Hearing Hatake Sakumo's words, Terumi Mei finally got a slightly better news. "Of course, Manjun-sama gave you 3 days to choose the next Mizukage." Hatake Sakumo already knew Manjun liked this ninja named Terumi Mei as the next Mizukage, so he explained directly to her. "Pick a Mizukage? Where's Yagura-sama? What did you do to him?" Although Terumi Mei has never supported the blood fog policy of citrus orange Yagura, it is Kirigakuer's Mizukage, and it is not in existence to be ravaged by others. Moreover, this is still on the mainland of Kirigakuer, the country of water. My own Mizukage was cut off by the opponent and wanted to establish another Mizukage. He is suitable for Mizukage again. If you have other questions, you can ask Master Wanjun. We have to go." Hatake Sakumo didn't want to answer the consecutive questions of Terumi Mei one by one. After speaking, Hatake and Namikaze Minato left the battlefield together and rushed in the direction of Wanjun and others. After both Hatake Sakumo disappeared, Kojuro swallowed his saliva and asked behind Terumi Mei, "My lord, what should we do now?" Kojuro is very scared now. Is Kirigakuer almost gone? Listening to the conversation between Terumi Mei-sama and the other party, Mizukage-sama seems to have failed, so who else can stop them from Kirigakuer? Find someone to ask about the situation just now. "Qing, there is a peeking guy over there, go and live with him." The calm Terumi Mei scanned the surrounding area and found that there was something on the roof in the distance. A child was spying on the battlefield here, so he pointed directly at him and said to Qing beside him. Qing followed the direction of Terumi Mei's fingers, and half of his head was exposed on the roof, still peeking at the fore of Terumi Mei. "Okay, I'm going now." After speaking, Qing quickly ran to the Kirigakuer kid who was peeking. And the ghost lamp Shuiyu who was staying on the roof saw that please come quickly, and quickly wanted to jump off the roof, but his speed was too slow. Before he turned around, his neck has been pinched by Kingji. "No, don't kill me!" Ghost Deng Shuiyu, who was scared out of cold sweat, repeatedly told Qing for mercy. Qing looked at Ghost Deng Shuiyu, and said coldly to the exposed eye, "Master Terumi Mei, I want to ask you something, come with me." After speaking, Qing did not seek Gui Deng Shuiyu's advice, and directly squeezed the little guy he had caught and returned to Terumi Mei's side. After Qing returned with the ghost lamp Shuiyu, Terumi Mei directly said to Shuiyu who was thrown on the roof by Qing, "Little guy, what did you see just now?" Regarding Terumi Mei's question, Gui Deng Shuiyu did not return immediately. At this moment, he was scared to the ground by the Kirigakuer ninja lying down beside the roof. When he was far away, he just sighed that the ninja who attacked Kirigakuer was too strong. But now when he came to the scene, he really felt the horror of the battle. These are all ninjas, those ninjas who are usually above all lie on the ground. This scene made the ghost lamp Suizuki, who has always been expecting to enter the ninja school to become a ninja, take a hit. Ninja does not seem to be a very good job. Master Terumi Mei is asking you something. Changjuro saw the ghost Deng Shuiyu without speaking for a long time, and quickly took out the double sword flounder and knocked on the roof. Gai Deng Shuiyu saw Changjuro take out a pair of knives, and thought he was about to slash him over, and the too busy back choked back for a certain distance. I said, I'll say it right away. Let's say it, then. Terumi Mei was eager to know what happened just now, and didn't bother about Gui Deng Shuiyu's performance. That's it. The ninjas from outside suddenly fought with Mizukage-sama. There were a lot of ninjas on the other side, so Mizukage-sama turned into a huge monster, but still didn't win the opponent. Gui Lansui Izuki said as he said. She gestured with her hands as if Yagura turned into a beast. What Ghost Lantern Suijutsu said, Terumi Mei is not surprised, although Mizukage is three tails Jinkraki, and can be skilled in tail beastization, but the other party has several powerful ninjas united to attack Kirigakure. One tail beastization cannot be completely solved. Questionable. Then what? Then the guy who bought your black clothes after Master Mizukage also fought with him, and those ninjas who fought against were really very powerful. The flames that can rush to the sky, and the golden flashes, the ninja who uses short sword is so strong. Speaking of this, maybe it is because I have read too little books. Gui Deng Shuiyu no longer knows what to use to describe these. The celebrity ninja is stronger. Anyway, it's so strong. Chapter 131. Just when Terumi Mei asked about the ghost light Suijutsu, Hitaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato had already arrived at the Mizukage building where Wanjun and others were staying. Where is Manjun-sama? When Namikaze Minato came to the platform on the top floor, only Jiraiya and others were standing here, but Manjun was not among the crowd. The snake girl behind Jiraiya pointed to the room next to the platform, and said to Namikaze Minato, Manjun-sama has something to do. I went to the house. Manjun, who was being asked by Hitaki Sakumo at this time, was sitting in Yagura's room, and his consciousness had already entered the Hokage warehouse. Just now when he arrived at the Mizukage building, Wanjun received a reminder from the Hokage warehouse. The previous space gap seemed to be related to the Hokage warehouse. What's the situation? Wanjun, who came to the Hokage warehouse, saw the countdown to Uchiha Madara's wake up on the screen outside the warehouse, and asked the warehouse with some doubts. After Wanjun's question, scrolling subtitles began to appear on the screen outside the warehouse. The barriers to space have begun to gradually loosen, and the warehouse will speed up Hokage's wake-up work to cope with various situations that will arise in the future. It's not bad to speed up the awakening, but last time you talked about the loosening of the space barrier, what effect will this have? After the warehouse explained, Wanjun also confirmed that the space gap left by Uchiha Obito just now was a space-time ninjutsu. Caused it? Under Wanjun's questioning, the upper level of the warehouse screen then displayed, some unknown creatures may appear, please be prepared. Can you know where you are from? What Manjun wants to know most is what kind of character he will meet. If he comes out, he will be a boss-level guy like Satsuki Kagaya. Even if he has Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in his team, he won't be able to bear it. I don't know for the time being, the rift is not big, and there will be no risk of rupture in the near future. I will speed up the analysis of the contact plane. Wanjun was a little relieved when he saw this. It seems that he will not encounter this unknown risk in the near future. After the sentence was displayed, the screen again began to display Uchiha Madara's wake-up time. As the warehouse explained just now, Uchiha Madara's wake-up time has indeed accelerated a lot. It would have taken more than 10 or 20 days, but now it has accelerated to only 6 days. Is it speeded up so much? This way, I can wake up before returning to Uchiha Madara, the country of waves. Wanjun is quite satisfied with the increase in the speed of the warehouse, but whether this speed increase will also be a space barrier loosening related? Forget it, it's no use worrying about this. Can you come early? For 6 days, after choosing Mizukage in Kirigakure, let's stay here for 2 more days. It is not too late to leave for Sicheng after Uchiha Madara arrives. After making up his mind, Wanjun directly withdrew from the Hokage warehouse. At this time, Hotaki Sakumo and the others had been waiting for some time. When they saw Wanjun open the door to come out, the two people rushed in. "My lord, the 4 Vunin has brought back." "Well, now I'm waiting for Kirigakuer to choose a new Mizukage." Wanjun stood on the edge of the roof terrace and looked at the smoky Ninimura road. In the next 3 days, after the mist ninjas cleaned up the dead ninjas, they gathered at their elders' residence and began to discuss who would be the next Hokage. The old generation of Mist Shinobi 7 swordsmen are no longer in the village, and Yagura has persecuted all kinds of ninjas who are bound by blood inheritance. In the last day Wanjun gave, I don't know who revealed Wanjun and others' preference for Terumi Mei to serve as the next Mizukage. The elders who heard of this news rejected all of them and pushed Terumi Mei to the position of Mizukage. In this way, the first female Mizukage was born on the 3rd day after Yagura was captured. This dress is not bad. When Terumi Mei, who was wearing Mizukage costumes, came to the Mizukage building, Wanjun said to Terumi Mei while sitting in the same position as Yagura, "A mandarin orange." Terumi Mei looked at the place where Mizukage was supposed to be sitting, and then said, "Not bad." The elder who followed Terumi Mei to the building, after Terumi Mei finished speaking, said, "We Kirigakuer has already selected Mizukage. I don't know what the predecessor Mizukage Yagura intends to do." Wanjun saw that these two people came to ask for Yagura. To be precise, when they came to ask for the tail beast, he smiled slightly and said, "This 4th Mizukage can no longer stay in the country of water. We will recycle all the tails. The beast Jinkraki, which of course also includes your Mizukage, which is also the citrus Yagura of 3 tails Jinkraki. Recycle all." Both Terumi Mei were surprised when they heard this. It was a huge project to recover all the 9 tails. Not to mention that the fighting power of each tail beast Jinkraki is extraordinary. Just to say that it is just this intention, I am afraid that it will be hostile by all ninja village. However, the opponent's strength seems to be able to compete with the entire ninja world. Now that Wujin village has joined, this organization is even more powerful. If Wanjun knew that Terumi Mei was thinking about this issue, he would definitely say that Kirigakuer is not even a tiger wing, at best it can be regarded as a feather on that wing. 9 tails will also be recycled. This is another topic that Terumi Mei is more concerned about. If they look at the organizational structure, they should all come from Konoha's ninjas. And 9 tails is in Konoha, don't you know that these will attack Konoha's tail beasts? 9 tails is already in our organization, so you don't need to worry about that. Wanjun spoke and glanced at Namikaze Minato in the corner of the room now. 9 tails Jinkraki is the son of 4th Hokage and the first tail beast Jinkraki to enter the organization. Already caught. Terumi Mei didn't find the group of ninjas from Konoha, and actually took the lead in arresting Konoha's Jinkraki. It seems to be true that Konoha was attacked before. Although Konoha's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has already blocked news, there is no impermeable wall in the world, and some gossips have begun to spread in the ninja world. As for Terumi Mei, some rumors about Konoha got from these gossips. You guessed it, it's us. Wanjun smiled and said. Before Terumi Mei could react, Wanjun continued to speak. Okay, let's not talk about this. Wanjun, who didn't want to talk more about digression, let the two sit in the room, and then continued, now that Mizukage is also selected, I will talk about what Kirigakuer will do next. Matter. All Kirigakuer's intelligence must be shared with our shadow organization. When necessary, Kirigakuer will also participate in coordinated operations. Of course, most of the Kirigakuer is not capable of participating in the war. Chapter 132. Participate in the war? Is there any next action? Terumi Mei noticed the words participate in the war that Wanjun said, and frowned, and asked. Kirigakuer has only experienced a catastrophe now, and is simply unable to cooperate with Wanjun and others in the next battle. Wanjun tapped the table next to him lightly, interrupting Terumi Mei who wanted to continue questioning. As I said, most of your ninjas are not qualified. So you don't have to worry about participating in large-scale events. Fight. Now Kirigakuru's task is to control the country of water and the country of Nami, and then report the news of the other 4 ninja villages to us. How do we contact you after you leave? Since she wants to report information to herself, Terumi Mei of course wants to ask how to deliver these messages. Wan Jun has already made plans for this matter. Of course, this Kirigakure will not be left alone. If you don't leave anyone here, who knows if Kirigakure will turn back the next day, I will leave someone alone. At Kirigakure, you just need to report to him. After listening to Manjun's words, Terumi Mei had such an expression on her face. She would be even more surprised if the other party did not keep the manpower in Kirigakure. Dare to ask Master Shimo or Master Minato. The reason why Terumi Mei mentions the names of these 2 people is mainly because the 2 previously shocked Kirigakure's ninjas. As long as one of these 2 people stays, it will shock the ninjas who still have 2 hearts. However, Wan Jun's next words were a bit beyond Terumi Mei's expectation. This mysterious and unpredictable figure actually said another name that surprised her. Neither, you probably have all heard of this person's name. His name is Shimura Dan's. When Wan Jun finished the name of the resident, Terumi Mei was surprised. Shimura Dan's. Isn't that Konoha's consultant? Before this group of people said that it had nothing to do with Konoha, but now they directly sent a Konoha consultant to stay in Kirigakure. Are we really all fools? We are not talking about a Danzo. The consultant you mentioned is still lying in Konoha. Of course, Wan Jun knew that Terumi Mei was talking about the man Ishin wanted to become Hokage, but he didn't bother to explain. Wait for Shimura Dan's. After coming from the country of Nami, you can let these misty ninjas have a good understanding of his steady behavior style. When Terumi Mei stays with the steady Danzo for a while, they can immediately taste the difference in this Danzo. Isn't it a Danzo? Terumi Mei can't understand what Manjun said. The appearance of Hotaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato can be understood as suspended animation, but what is the matter with the 2 Shimura Dans? You'll know then. Wan Jun waved his hand and ended the topic. We will leave Kirigakure in 3 days. You can remove Yagura's blood mist within these 3 days. The blood succession boundary is a very good combat power and cannot be wasted. Previously, due to the management of Yagura, Kirigakure was very persecuted to the blood-successful family. Whether it was Mizunoi Wabai or Kagaya Kimimaro, they were all victims. We are already working on retrieving the lost family members of the blood legacy boundary. Before Terumi Mei was selected as Mizukage, the elder next to her was already implementing the policy Wan Jun said. Just when Manjun wanted to ask Terumi Mei about Kirigakure, there were a few children shouting outside the building. When Manjun wanted Hotaki Sakumo to see what was going on, the shouting child Orochimaru has been caught in the room. Let go of me, let me go. The person who was caught by Orochimaru was the ghost who was interrogated by Terumi Mei and Ao a few days ago. This guy accidentally used his body that can liquefy, so it was unfortunately noticed by Orochimaru. Big, sir. The ghost Deng Shuiyu, who was brought into the room, looked up at the ninjas in the room, and was a little stuttered. He had always been a little timid, and he saw Kirigakure's Mizukage and the 2 ninjas of Kamui that day, and he didn't know what he should say. My lord, this guy's body is very strange. It has the strange ability of blood succession boundary, but it is not blood succession boundary. Orochimaru pointed to the ghost lamp Shuiyu in the room, and continued to Wan Jun, I am going to leave this time. Bring him. Orochimaru's words were already obvious. He wanted to bring this ghost lamp Suijutsu back to study, but because Terumi Mei was there, Orochimaru didn't say it directly. Master Mizukage. Of course, Gui Deng Shuiyu didn't want to be taken away by the guy who looked at her eyes shining brightly. At this time, he could only look at Terumi Mei wearing a Mizukage hat, and wanted Terumi Mei and the elders. Keep yourself. But at this time, the elder will not turn his face for a child who does not even count as a ninja, and Wanjun and others. After signaling Terumi Mei not to speak, he said to Wanjun, Your Excellency will leave after 3 days, so let's go first. We will ask you if you have any questions later. Seeing the elder's acquaintance, Wanjun nodded with a smile, and said, Okay, if you have any questions, you can come here to find me directly. Although Terumi Mei wanted to say something for Gui Deng Shui Yu, under the urging of the elder, the newly appointed Mizukage could only leave the Mizukage building that should belong to her along with the elder. Big adults. After Mizukage Terumi Mei left, Gui Deng Shui Yu instantly lost his sense of security. What are these ninjas who attacked Kirigakure going to do to themselves? Take him down. You can also seal Yagura's tail beast chakram more securely with Snake Ji in the past 3 days. We won't stay here for too long, so we won't take the tail beast out directly. Manjun didn't care much about Gui Deng Shui Yu, and after handing it over to Orochimaru, he also gave him a task. It took a long time for Wanjun and others to pull out 6 tails when he was in the country of waves before. This time Wanjun is not going to be delayed in Kirigakure anymore. Okay. After Orochimaru nodded, he dragged the ghost lantern Shuiyu upstairs. Although the member of the Future Hawks team tried his best to break free, but now his strength is not enough to compete with Orochimaru. In the next 3 days, after Orochimaru sealed the 3 tails in Yagura's body with Snake Ji, he began to study the unique structure of the ghost lamp water moon during the New Year greetings. However, Terumi Mei never visited the house after that day, but Wanjun was a lot of leisure. Every day he wandered the streets of Kirigakure. This new village under the leadership of Terumi Mei has gradually begun to show its vitality. The atmosphere on this street is much better than that of Yagura, Mizukage. When the night fell and the moonlight escaped the blockade of dense fog and cast a little bit of light, Wanjun sat on the roof terrace of the Mizukage building and entered the Hokage warehouse. Uchiha Madara is about to wake up. Chapter 133. Wake up. After Uchiha Madara's wake-up countdown ended, Wanjun, who was standing in front of the screen, said directly to the Hokage warehouse. Uchiha Madara, Hokage. Konoha's first generation of Hokage came to the position of Hokage with the support of his friends Senju Hashirama and the Uchiha clan. Although it is usually difficult for the villagers to get close, the reputation on the battlefields is enough to make the villagers admire. However, due to his excellent performance on the battlefield, his Manjiki Sharingan was overused. After Senju Hashirama died of illness, he refused his brother Uchiha Izuna's request to change his eyes and resigned from the position of Hokage. Since Guangming has resigned from me, then I should also resign from Hokage's position. Ye has withered, and there will be a new life. Izuna, Tobirama, Konoha will rely on you in the future. Team, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu, S+. Physique, S+. Illusion, S+. This is the full introduction of Uchiha Madara, who is about to wake up, and it is also the first Hokage that Wanjun has encountered since he awakened Hokage. The strength of Uchiha Madara can be seen in Madara. And this is Uchiha Madara in a blind state. If he gains new eyes in his prime of life, it is not difficult to stand directly on the top of the Jainin world. After his eyes are both normal Sharingan or Rinnegan, even Senju Hashirama may not be able to compete with it. After all, Hashirama's waist will have some problems from time to time. Uchiha Madara has awakened, and Wanjun also quit the Hokage warehouse. When his consciousness regained his consciousness, he happened to see Madara in Uchiha family costume standing next to him. This is not the smell of Konoha. The blind Uchiha Madara said to Wanjun after moving her nose twice. Wanjun looked at the moonlight that just hit Uchiha Madara's shoulder, and said, "This is Kirigakure." Kirigakure? That is the country of water. Uchiha Madara spoke very plainly, not like the madman in Wanjun's impression of the ninja world. I feel that there seem to be many strong people in this building, are we all together? Wanjun nodded and said, Yes, it's all together. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, Hatake Sakumo, Snakeheim, and Senju Tobirama. Wanjun introduced Uchiha Madara one by one. Senju. Uchiha Madara didn't care too much about the first few names, but when the word Senju appeared, Uchiha Madara finally moved her body and turned to Wanjun's direction. Oh, Tobirama. But isn't it Tobirama from my place? Well, it's not, and Senju Hashirama is not. Before Wanjun finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Madara step forward and came to him. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's blind eyes stared at Manjun. If Manjun had not learned the exact news of the blindness in the Hokage warehouse, he would definitely not believe this Hokage with stark eyes. Madara is blind. Yes, Senju Hashirama. But first generation didn't follow. He is now training in Sicheng. Wanjun said, pointing to another chair that had been placed next to him, and continued to Uchiha Madara, first sit down. Uchiha Madara, who was eager to get news from Senju Hashirama, did not intend to sit down. At this time, he was still standing there and asked Wanjun, cultivation? What's wrong? The problem is not that big. People in their 90s are training most of the time. Speaking of Senju Hashirama, Wanjun will not forget the waste that first generation always gets caught. Is it 90? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly before continuing, it's not bad to live to 90. After speaking, Uchiha reached out and accurately grasped the chair next to him, moved to his side, and sat down. When Wanjun saw Uchiha Madara's smooth operation, he secretly wondered if he was really a blind person. But this is a world of ninjas, and Chuck can indeed bring a lot of convenience to these ninjas, including the perception ability of Uchiha Madara. This Hokage Madara seems to be able to directly perceive all the surrounding movement through chakra, and even the still life can be accurately sensed by him. Someone is coming from behind. After sitting down, Uchiha Madara looked at the sky, not knowing what he was looking at. After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Wanjun looked back at the house behind the platform, where several team members were standing there. All the characters that Wanjun introduced to Uchiha Madara just now stood there. These team members who learned that Uchiha Madara will be here tonight are all very curious about this ninja who is as famous as Senju Hashirama, even Senju Tobirama is no exception. Come here. Seeing that these people were standing by the door, Wanjun smiled and waved to everyone. With Wanjun's greeting, everyone approached. Among these people, Snakeheim and Orochimaru are the most curious. One of them is curious about Uchiha Madara's fame, and the other is curious about Uchiha Madara's body. Orochimaru wanted to get a Uchiha genius body from beginning to end. Now that the ancestors of Uchiha's family have come out, the seizure fire in his body is also burning with it. But his thoughts were only a moment. With so many powerful ninjas in the squad, Uchiha Madara seems to be in a strong state, so it's better to be careful. Sitting Uchiha Madara didn't know that Orochimaru still had the thought of watching his body at this time. Without turning his head back at this time, he said directly, "Are they all from Konoha?" "Yes, both, but this one is betrayal." Wanjun said, pointing his finger in Orochimaru's direction, "This one is considered the most special existence in the team. Jiraiya is still a full member of Konoha, but he, who is also one of Sunin, has already left Konoha." Rebel. Uchiha Madara frowned when he heard the word betrayal and looked back in Orochimaru's direction. Although he was blind, he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but he was stared at by the legendary ninja who could leave a stone statue in the Valley of the End. Orochimaru took a half step back in an instant. So horrible. The moment Orochimaru was stared at by Uchiha Madara, his body involuntarily wanted to attack him. It was the feeling of danger coming suddenly. Orochimaru didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he only felt a buzz in his brain just now, and then his whole body seemed to be locked in by something, and his brain instantly made the decision to take a half step back. Orochimaru? It's really like a snake. Uchiha Madara didn't know Orochimaru, but after scanning Orochimaru's body with chakra, he guessed the identity of the opponent, then turned his head and continued, "Are you here? Transform your own body, right?" Chapter 134. At a glance, he could see that he was transforming his body. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Madara's back in surprise. Except for Wanjun and Snake He, everyone in the team didn't know that they were transforming their body, but this Uchiha Madara could tell at a glance. In fact, Orochimaru was wrong. This Uchiha Madara couldn't tell at all. He who was blind in both eyes did not come to this conclusion based on his appearance. Madara. While Orochimaru was staring at Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama took a step forward and looked at Uchiha Madara, the hedgehog who was familiar with An. Tobirama? I didn't expect to meet a Senju Tobirama here. Uchiha Madara said to Senju Tobirama without turning his head. Hearing this slightly different voice, Senju Tobirama turned his head to Manjun. "Really, Madara? Of course, it's like a fake replacement. By the way, it's different from what you think. Because the two people in the Uchiha family in Senju Tobirama's world are somewhat different," Wan Zhongkei specially reminded him again. "It's not the same, that's boring." Still thinking about the beautiful Uchiha, Senju Tobirama instantly lost interest. This kind of Uchiha Madara he has already seen in the world of Minato, and it is meaningless. So, after Senju Tobirama glanced at the hedgehog's head for the last time, he turned and walked past Orochimaru and went back to his room. Wanjun smiled and looked at Senju Tobirama, who was disappointed to leave, and shook his head. "This little guy is as funny as ever." After laughing, Wan Zhongkei said to Uchiha Madara again, "By the way, there is now a Manjiki and a Rinnegan in the organization, and if you don't want to use these two eyes, we still have first-generation cells that can make you awaken Rinnegan. Are you interested?" "I'm not interested for the time being." Uchiha Madara, who rejected Izuna's eyes in his own world, shook his head. "Wait until I meet Hashirama." "Is that so?" "That's fine, we will leave for Sicheng tomorrow, and we can talk about it after we go back." Wanjun is not anxious about the eyes. Anyway, plug and play things, it doesn't matter whether it is early or later. When Manjun was talking with Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato and Hatake Shomo and others behind them did not interrupt. These Hokages just looked at Uchiha Madara sitting in the chair. This legend seems to be different from the one in the rumors. However, people in each world are definitely different, so Namikaze Minato and other ninjas awakened from the Hokage warehouse are not too surprised. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru are different. For these two people who were born and raised in this world, the resurgent Madara is even more terrifying than Minato and Sakumo, and even Senju Hashirama. This is the true Konoha's strongest betrayal, the legend in the legend. Orochimaru, who was stared at by Uchiha Madara and took a half step back, turned his head and glanced at Jiraiya, who was in the same mood as him. At this time, the two thoughts were not too different. This organization is getting more and more terrifying. After a while, it can resurrect or copy a Konoha ninja, and it is still famous in the ninja world. If this organization continues to expand like this, it won't be long before Sicheng will have a village stronger than all the shinobu villages combined. In that case, the ninja world might really be unified, as Wanjun said, because no one can resist this organization. "Master Manjun, shall we go directly to the pier tomorrow with Flying Thunder God?" Namikaze Minato was the first to turn his eyes away from Uchiha Madara. At this time, he was already thinking about how to leave Kirigakure tomorrow. Hearing Namikaze Minato's question, Wanjun nodded and said, "Well, go directly to the pier, and then you stay in Kirigakure first. After Shimura-dan's arrives, you can go back to Sicheng directly. You are alone. If so, maybe we will return to Sicheng sooner than us." Without bringing others, the Flying Thunder God used by Namikaze Minato will be farther away, so without any drag, he may really return to Sicheng before Wanjun and others. "No, I'll just go back to the team after Master Danzo arrives. Namikaze Minato didn't mean to act alone. Seeing Namikaze Minato said this, Won Jun had no choice but to say, well, it's okay, let's do this first, we will all go back, and we will leave directly tomorrow morning. Because the next character in the Hokage warehouse was almost at the countdown stage, Won Jun also began to urge everyone to return to the room. Although I still want to see the Uchiha Madara who just appeared, Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo started to return to the room after Manjun finished talking. However, Orochimaru among the crowd seemed to be a little bit reluctant to leave. When the last Jiraiya who left returned to the room, Orochimaru still stayed in place. Orochimaru. Won Jun turned his head to look at Orochimaru who was still in place, and asked with some confusion, is there anything else? Master first generation cells can really give birth to Rinnegan. Orochimaru, who heard this from Won Jun just now, kept thinking of this sentence in his mind. If that's the case, he still has a lot of first in his hands. Generation cells. If ordinary eyes don't work, you are also Sharingan of Yu Chiba, and Saki even has Manjiki Sharingan of Yu Chiba Shisui in your eyes. Rinnegan should be no problem, right? Of course that's right, but don't think about it. Rinnegan has nothing to do with you. Won Jun knew that Orochimaru must be thinking about how to get Rinnegan. This guy who is keen on strengthening himself will definitely not let go of anything. A chance? You better go and rest first. But Rinnegan is not something that anyone can evolve. Without the blessing of Ashura and Indra Chakra, how could you, an ordinary ninja, be nurtured casually? Okay. Although Won Jun said so, Orochimaru was not ready to give up. After verbally agreeing to Won Jun, he turned and walked towards the residence, his eyes still showing longing. After Orochimaru disappeared on the platform, Uchiha Madara spoke again, he will not give up. His thirst for strength and life seems very strong. The blind Uchiha Madara seems to have done a very good study of the human mind, and in just a few words, he roughly guessed what Orochimaru was thinking. It's good to have this kind of thought, but it's a pity that it's a rebel. Uchiha Madara said with regret. If it weren't for the other party is also in the organization, Orochimaru might have already been lying on this platform. You should have something else. Facing Uchiha Madara's question, Won Jun nodded and said, yet. The new Hokage in the Hokage warehouse is already in place, waiting for him to reveal the veil of this new Hokage. Then I'm leaving now, I should be the room with no one, right? Before Won Jun could answer, Uchiha Madara walked straight to the free room. Won Jun was going to see who the next Hokage was, so he didn't leave Uchiha Madara to continue chatting. After Madara left, he went directly into the Hokage warehouse. Chapter 135. Won Jun had some time wasted because he had a few words with Uchiha Madara. When he came to the Hokage warehouse, the screen on the outer wall had already displayed the information of the next Hokage. Hokage warehouse, inventory 791,800. Waking up, Yahiko, middle-aged, 46 years old, peak period. Konoha's fifth Hokage, as a disciple brought back by Jiraiya from the land of rain, Yahiko was not welcomed by Konoha at the beginning, but his love for the village and desire for Hokage made his fellow apprentice brother fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato very appreciated. Later, with the help of Jiraiya and Rinnegan Nagato, the man who wanted to be Hokage by Isshin finally sat in the position he desired. This Hokage seems to have a different view of peace. He does not want to use extreme force to resolve all conflicts. This is one of the reasons why he was supported in the semi-peace era. The distinguished heavenly god's plan is being implemented, and the remaining wake-up time is 25 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 43 seconds. Yahiko? For Yahiko to become Hokage, Won Jun did not expect that this person from the land of rain could become Hokage. I don't know how much goddess of luck favored him. Maybe it's Nagato Rinnegan's sake? Let Nagato Yahiko Konan's team shine in Konoha? If this is the case, it can be explained a little bit. There is Rinnegan ninja in the team, and there will be no problems in the execution of various tasks. And Nagato's support for Yahiko is definitely the strongest. With the support of this teammate and the identity of Jiraiya's disciple, it is difficult to become a Hokage. After all, with the identity of Jiraiya disciple, it can be regarded as a continuation of Senju's line. As long as it comes from this vein, there is nothing unusual about being a Hokage. Yahiko should be able to wake up when I return to Sacheng. Then I will take Yahiko straight to the base of Akatsuki in the rainy country. When Nagato, the bright leader of Akatsuki, saw that he had passed away, he didn't know. What would you think? Yahiko founded the Akatsuki organization back then with the slogan of creating peace without using extreme force. When he went to the country of rain and saw the actions of his best friend Nagato, what kind of thoughts he would have? How will the Akatsuki Nagato face this friend? After learning about the next Hokage who is about to wake up, Wanjun did not stay in the Hokage warehouse much. After reading Yahiko's introduction, Wanjun directly withdrew from the Hokage warehouse. At this time, because everyone on the top platform of the Mizukage building has dispersed, it is very quiet now. I don't know what Senju Hashirama's expression will be after Uchiha Madara is brought back to Sacheng. After Uchiha Madara appeared before, Manjun saw Orochimaru's surprised look. Now Manjun is acting on Senju Hashirama's house in Sacheng. I am looking forward to it very much. I don't know how this first Hokage will face Hokage Madara, who is also first generation. The meeting between the two will definitely be a historic moment. However, with Senju Hashirama's current mindset for the elderly, if the two people meet Uchiha Madara after they meet, there may be two retired operators in Sacheng who are basking in the sun and teasing Tsunade. On the roof platform, when Wanjun was thinking about the future collision between Hashirama and Madara, the people in the rooms behind him did not fall asleep. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are the same house. Orochimaru, who has been in a state of excitement since seeing Uchiha Madara just now, suddenly raised his head and stared at Jiraiya in a daze, and asked, "Why did you say Uchiha Madara appeared?" "How do I know?" Jiraiya gave Orochimaru a blank look. "You would ask me about this kind of thing. I am not suitable for thinking about such questions. What do you think?" Orochimaru knew that Jiraiya would answer him this way, so he directly said his guess. It should be a ninjutsu similar to impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation? The forbidden technique created by Master Second Generation. I still heard a little about impure world reincarnation Jiraiya. Unlike Jiraiya, I just heard that Orochimaru has studied this ninjutsu for a long time. Yes, this is the forbidden technique. But there are some differences. They don't look like the resurrected at all. This is what puzzles Orochimaru most. The people of impure world reincarnation shouldn't behave like them. So what made them return to the ninja world? Is it a new type of ninjutsu? Can people be resurrected directly? In this case, it would be too scary. They already had the skills that they had always wanted to possess. Although Orochimaru really wanted to know the secrets of this team, due to the fact that they were too far apart from the opponent, Orochimaru had no good solutions. Although Orochimaru Ishin wanted to learn about this ninjutsu, he thought, Jiraiya was not ready to consume it with him. He turned and lay back on his bed, facing the wall, thinking about something with his eyes open. Of course Orochimaru knew that Jiraiya was sleeping on a fake day, but he never called Jiraiya to discuss it. He knew that the heads of his past teammates could not hold too much stuff. After these two people fell asleep with their own minds, the Mizukage building was truly quiet. When Wanjun and the others packed up and set off the next day, Jiraiya's spirit was obviously worse than Orochimaru's. "What's wrong with you?" Wanjun asked, seeing Jiraiya's listless appearance, patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Nothing." Jiraiya saw Wanjun questioning, turned his head and waved his hand. And just when Wanjun wanted to ask a few more questions, Terumi Mei, who had already visited yesterday, reappeared in his eyes. Without the drag of the elders, the Kirigakuru's new Mizukage is jumping quickly from the roofs one by one in the distance. Behind her is the former teammate's current advisor Ching. This is... As soon as Terumi Mei came to see him off, he saw that Wang Jun's team seemed to have an extra person. I hadn't seen this hedgehog-headed guy a few days ago. Sharingan. The AO behind Terumi Mei was observing more closely. He who owns Byakugan immediately saw Uchiha Madara's blind pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Although shocked, Ching did not forget to prompt softly beside Terumi Mei, "That's from Uchiha's family." Uchiha's house. Terumi Mei was taken aback when he heard these words. The Uchiha clan was tied with Senju as the strongest ninja in the ninja world. But before Konoha, it was not said that the Uchiha family had been exterminated. In addition to leaving behind a Uchiha child, Konoha was the only one who had destroyed his family, Uchiha Itachi, who survived. Is it Uchiha Itachi? But it's not right. This person seems to be 40 or 50 years old. Uchiha Itachi should be around 20 years old in the information. Chapter 136. Just when Terumi Mei was thinking about which Uchiha this Uchiha was in front of him, Wang Jun was not ready to let this Mizukage continue to guess. I saw Manjun sending greetings to Terumi Mei and pointing directly at Uchiha Madara. You probably have all heard of his name, but he was as famous as first Hokage. His name is Uchiha Madara. What? Terumi Mei and Ching were shocked when they heard these four words, Uchiha Madara. The man who can contend head-on with the god of the ninja world is one of the ninjas standing on the pinnacle of the ninja world. But isn't this person killed by Senju Hashirama long ago? It seems that many years have passed here. I didn't expect anyone to know who I am. Uchiha Madara took 2 steps forward, and the 2 blind Manjiki looked at Terumi Mei and said calmly. Although Uchiha Madara went very casually in these 2 steps, they put Terumi Mei and Ching under considerable pressure. Once the legendary ninjas such as Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo have already exchanged Kirigakure for Mizukage, Uchiha Madara, the legendary legend, has arrived, so why don't you let Kirigakure turn upside down? Your name shouldn't be forgotten. Wang Jun smiled and said after seeing Uchiha Madara's actions startled the 2 of Terumi Mei. Well, we should go now. After staying in Kirigakure for a few days, Wang Jun is already a little disliked with the climate here. When I get up every day, there is hazy smoke outside the window, and it is still a layer of smoke when wandering in Kirigakure at noon, and the fog is thicker at night. After only a few days here, Wang Jun couldn't stay any longer. Your Excellency, are you leaving now? Although Terumi Mei and Ching wanted Wang Jun and the others to leave, and had better never come back, Ching did not show any impatience on his face, but rather a little reluctant expression. The time is almost here, we are going to return to the country of waves first. When we arrive in the country of waves, Shimura-dans will come to take over from Namikaze Minato. Wang Jun nodded and said. Hearing this, Terumi Mei finally felt a little relieved. A large number of strong people staying in Kirigakure puts too much pressure on the Kirigakure ninjas. In the 3 days after choosing Mizukage, the mist ninjas did not even take to the streets. The mission of going out to Kirigakure was very popular for a while. And the mist ninjas act like this in order to avoid Wang Jun and Namikaze Minato and the group. They don't want to often see these ninjas who are more fierce than Kirigakure, who has the title of Blood Mist. Okay, we look forward to the arrival of Lord Shimura-dans. Maybe Terumi Mei was a little bit frustrated, so all these compliments were made by Ching. Haha, I also look forward to seeing him. Wang Jun thought of the steady Shimura-dans and couldn't help but want to laugh. When this extremely cautious ninja encounters these unrestrained mist ninjas, what will it be like? However, Wang Jun hasn't been able to see this scene recently, and the other 4 ninja village and Akatsuki organizations will be enough for him to be busy for a while. Okay, that's it. Wang Jun stopped Ching, who wanted to compliment a few words, turned his head to Namikaze Minato and said, Minato, let's go. Namikaze Minato, who will be staying in Kirigakure for the time being, nodded and responded, okay, sir. After Namikaze Minato responded, he put his hand on Wanjun's shoulder, and after gathering together, Namikaze Minato directly launched the Flying Thunder God technique, and took the members of the team and the captured Mandarin Orange Yagura and the Ghost Lamp. Suijutsu took it to the dock city of Water Country. When Wanjun and others left, King K sighed lightly, hey, finally left. Did you say that the man with the Uchiha emblem just now is really Uchiha Madara? Terumi Mei is still thinking about Uchiha Madara. After learning the identity of Madara, she has been reminiscing about the Uchiha family just now. The strongest person ever. Ching thought for a while and said, they have Hitaki Sakumo, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, etc., so they shouldn't lie to us. Yet, impossible. But it's so strange. How many years ago is Uchiha Madara? He is completely different from Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Sakumo. Do you think he has lived from the Sengoku era to the present? Terumi Mei needs to observe more carefully than Kin Glei. Uchiha Madara's skin and black hair are different from the elders, so he doesn't seem to be a person from the Sengoku era. When Terumi Mei said this, Ching also remembered the appearance of Uchiha Madara just now, but he was a little too old. It's a bit strange. And just when he wanted to analyze, the direction in which Namikaze Minato and others disappeared was a wave of spatial fluctuations, and Konoha's flash had returned to Kirigakure. Are you two okay? After returning, Namikaze Minato saw Terumi Mei still standing there, so he smiled and asked them. Oh, it's okay. We are waiting for Master Minato to come back. Now that Master has returned, we will leave. Of course, Ching would not say that his own and Terumi Mei were discussing whether Uchiha Madara is true or not. After speaking, the two quickly left the platform on the top of the Mizukage building under the gaze of Namikaze Minato. The two of them didn't even think about it. Terumi Mei was Kirigakure's Mizukage. This building should belong to her. After both of them left, Namikaze Minato instantly put away the smile on his face, was turned away, and looked at the place where he had used Flying Thunder God just now. There was a small black crack that was exactly the same as when Uchiha Obito left. Compared to the crack made by Kamui, the crack caused by Namikaze Minato Flying Thunder God is obviously smaller. However, when Namikaze Minato pulled out Kuma and waved it towards it, the crack did not change its sharpness due to its size. As it was last time, the section of Kuma fell flat on the ground. In the same way, this fissure existed for a short time. Before Namikaze Minato's kunai fell to the ground, the black fissure had disappeared. After the rift disappeared without a trace, Namikaze Minato bent down and picked up his kunai and put the sections together, but suddenly noticed the difference, one piece missing. Namikaze Minato is now looking at the kunai in his hand in doubt. The two broken halves of kunai cannot be put together completely. In the middle of it, it seems that a small part disappears out of thin air, but the ground under the crack just now did not. The bitterness that disappeared has no fragments. Is it melted directly or was it brought into that black thing? Namikaze Minato frowned, and put the suffering into Kabuto. When you meet Manjun-sama, let's talk to him. Chapter 137. Manjun, who is already at the pier, didn't know that Namikaze Minato encountered what he saw after fighting Uchiha Obito that day in Kirigakure. At this time, he had already boarded the ship of Kato's shipping company and was ready to return to Poland. After the ship sailed, Uchiha Madara and Wanjun were standing on the edge of the deck, feeling the smell of the sea breeze. You should rarely take this kind of sea boat. Wanjun put his hands on the overtime fence and said to Uchiha Madara. Rarely. Uchiha Madara replied with a simple gastrocnemius. He was not very interested in the sea. Are we now in control of the country of water and the country of waves? Since he just arrived, Uchiha Madara has not received much information about the world from Manjun, and he is not too clear about the things in the organization. Yes, our base is on the border between the country of fire and the country of rain. This time I went out for Kirigakure. The country of wave was just conquered when passing by. Won Jun said casually. In this way, the fate of a country is simply determined. Uchiha Madara is not surprised by the process of conquering Poland. The fate of such a small country has never been in the hands of the master. After the wave of the country is the country of fire, right? Although Uchiha Madara has joined the organization, he just joined the country of fire Konoha a little nostalgia. Even though Konoha here was not founded with Senju Hashirama and made himself the Hokage village, the word Konoha always reminds Uchiha Madara of those things back then. Yes, the country of Poland is very close to the mainland. After arriving in the country of Poland, you will be able to land in the country of fire. Won Jun nodded and replied. Although the country of this wave is controlled by the country of water, its geographical location is actually closer to the country of fire. The Fire Nation did not include it in its sphere of influence, mainly thinking that it was actually an island nation. Shipping is not well developed, and some people dislike the backward country of fire, and they didn't put their ideas on this country. Speaking of the country of fire, Won Jun remembered one thing, and continued to say to Uchiha Madara, the Konoha here is very different. What are the differences? Uchiha Madara was a little curious about this, and asked immediately after Won Jun finished talking. The Uchiha family has only one seedling left in Konoha, and all the members of Yuyushiha's family were slaughtered about a year ago. As Won Jun said, his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Madara's reaction. This Uchiha member who had been a Hokage, how will the Uchiha family be nearly annihilated? What? It's been 2 days since I came to this world. It was the first time that Won Jun saw Uchiha Madara questioning so quickly and eagerly. Not only that, the wooden deck fence held by Uchiha Madara was instantly crushed, and the wood chips fell into the sea rustling along the hull. Who did it? Uchiha Madara let go of the shattered fence and continued to ask Won Jun. Uchiha Itachi. Won Jun glanced at the sawdust that was still falling into the sea, and said, however, swelling cannot be counted as Uchiha Itachi. Konoha and Akatsuki also contributed a lot. After starting this topic, Uchiha Madara finally talked more. Because the ship was boring, Won Jun explained the details of the world to Uchiha Madara in detail. This ninja world is so chaotic. Uchiha Madara exclaimed after chatting with Won Jun for a long time. Compared with the world where Uchiha Madara is in, this world is indeed messed up a lot. Although both sides came from the Sengoku era, after Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama of that world joined hands to create Konoha, there is no war in the ninja world. Such annihilation of the Uchiha family is even more impossible. Itachi from the Uchiha family, Uchiha Obito from Akatsuki, Shimura Dans from Konoha, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the stupid self in this world. All these names are remembered by Uchiha Madara. No matter what the reason, Uchiha Madara will not accept the destruction of the family. Although there are few members of the Uchiha family, the hatred will not die out. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to take over this genocide hatred, even if the opponent is Uchiha, Konoha built by myself. I will destroy them with my own hands, including Madara who wants infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara's reaction is completely different from the reaction of Senju Hashirama after Nawaka's death. The legend of the Uchiha family seems unwilling to forgive those. Even if there is an excuse. When Won Jun saw this, he didn't try to persuade him. There are more and more Hokage coming, and all kinds of characters are also coming. The steady Shimura Dans and the female snake Ji Manjun have already seen it, and it is of course not surprising that there is a Madara Manjun who wants to stop her plan. Our next goal is the Akatsuki organization. Then you can do it yourself, but Uchiha Obito has been appointed by Namikaze Minato. The Uchiha family should solve it. Although Uchiha Madara spoke very euphemistically, the meaning in the words was also obvious. He was not going to let Namikaze Minato solve Uchiha Obito. That is from the Uchiha family, so he should solve it by himself. Haha, Minato will be here soon, you can negotiate for yourself. Wan Jun said with a smile. What they were discussing with Madara was behind Akatsuki's organization, who was shunned by others, but the two of them discussed it as if they were dealing with a roadside weed. However, with the strength of a few people, it is indeed possible to say such things. Wan Jun believes that Uchiha Madara can fight Uchiha Obito, who also does not have Rinnegan, even without using the power of eyes. And when this Uchiha Madara agrees to transplant or awaken Rinnegan after seeing Senju Hashirama, not only the current Uchiha Obito, even if he owns Rinnegan's Obito, he will not be regarded by Madara. Boom! Just as the two were talking, a cabin window on the ship was suddenly broken, and the ghost lamp Shuiyu, who was held on the ship by Orochimaru, quickly jumped out of the broken window. Being able to liquefy, he has been looking for a chance to get out after he got on the ship, and this is at sea. The liquefied body can fully blend into the sea. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't run and wait on land, you won't have the slightest escape. Opportunity. He didn't want to face the gloomy Orochimaru every day. This person looked at his eyes every day as if he was about to eat himself. But when the happy escaper was about to jump into the sea to escape, a blue figure suddenly came in front of Ghost Deng Shuiyu. Who? Before he could react, the opponent kicked his chest. Gui Deng Shuiyu only felt a strong blow to his chest, and the whole person quickly flew backwards. Chapter 138. It was Uchiha Madara who kicked Gui Deng Shuiyu back into the cabin, who was still chatting with Wan Jun just now. The blind Hokage was not in a good mood at this time. Gui Deng Shuiyu happened to hit the muzzle when he fled this time. While Gui Deng Shuiyu was kicked back, Orochimaru and others also heard the news. When he saw that the porthole of his research subject was damaged, his face suddenly became unsightly. When he left the country of water, he had agreed with Gui Deng Shuiyu. As long as he cooperated with the research, he would be able to benefit a lot in the future. After hearing this guy also agreed. But now it seems that Ghost Deng Shuiyu is just a tactic of slowing down, he was not ready to cooperate from the beginning. It seems that you are not going to cooperate anymore, Gui Deng Shuiyu. After Orochimaru came to the scene, outside the broken porthole, said to the Gui Deng Shuiyu who was still lying on the ground inside. My lord, no, my lord. Gui Deng Shuiyu was clutching his painful chest. After hearing Orochimaru's words, he quickly turned over and looked up at Orochimaru and shouted, I'm just going to look at the sea. Although Gui Deng Shuiyu said so, he himself would not believe this nonsense. I said I shouldn't have brought this guy. There are so many things that I have studied, and the ability of this little guy is not so unusual. Snake Ji appeared behind Wan Jun sometime, and she was hearing Gui Deng Shuiyu's after begging for mercy, he said to Orochimaru. Now there are Rinnegan, Sharingan and Hashirama cells in the organization, and even the tail beasts have two. How can Orochimaru still stare at these special abilities? After Orochimaru heard Snake Ji's words, he did not refute, but saw that he jumped in from the damaged porthole, grabbed the ghost lantern Shuiyu, and slid the Kirigakurugai to another prisoner. The room is out. This episode interrupted Wan Jun's conversation with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara spent most of the time on the deck of the ship, but he didn't talk to anyone anymore. Master Wan Jun, the past few days have been a smooth wind, and it is almost the country of Poland. A few days later, the captain of the ship came to find Wan Jun on the deck and said to him, Is it finally early? After staying on the boat for a while, Wan Jun was already a little annoyed. But the watchman found some problems. Mr. Cardo's wharf seems to be a little different. I came to you to make your decision. Are we going to go there? The captain came this time, not just to introduce the distance. This is about to arrive, there is nothing to report from the distance. Hearing this, Won Jun was a little puzzled. How long did he leave now? Is it possible that Cardo demolished his residence and rebuilt it? Thinking of this, Won Jun became interested. After saying a word to the captain to go and see for himself, Won Jun came to the observation platform for an instant. Big, sir. The watch hand was startled by Won Jun, who suddenly appeared, his arm shook, and the monoculars in his hand almost fell. Well, let me see. Won Jun said, directly taking the monocular telescope in the watcher's hand and looking in the direction of Nami country. Because Kaduo's residence was on the coastline, Won Jun easily found the building that was somewhat incompatible with the surroundings. Why did it become like this? Won Jun took a closer look at the building and found that it was just as the captain said, completely different from when Won Jun and the others left. Although Kado's residence was very large before, it was only a residence, but it looked a little more luxurious. But the towering diamond-shaped building in Won Jun's eyes now is not as simple as a residence. What the hell is this? Was it built by Cardo and Shimura-dans, or was the country of Nami invaded? Won Jun jumped down from the observation deck with doubts, and gave the command to approach the captain of the sea ship who had been waiting below. As the ship speeded up, the diamond-shaped building like the castle gradually appeared in the eyes of all the team members. What is this? Orochimaru asked puzzledly beside Won Jun, is this the outer wall made by earth style? It should be. Chakra exists at the outermost periphery. Snake G's perception ability is stronger than Orochimaru's, and she perceives chakra's existence far away. Three-tiered city wall. Uchiha Madara stood at the back of the crowd and said to them with his eyes closed. 3 ways? This isn't a castle anymore, right? Jiraiya, who finally arrived, was a little speechless. While everyone was chatting, Won Jun did not speak. He has already guessed whose masterpiece the residence of the diamond-shaped castle structure came from. Except for the persecuted and delusional Shimura-dans, I am afraid that no one will have time to make something. Perhaps it was because Hokage in Konoha had restricted Shimura-dan's mind, and he was unable to modify and rebuild Konoha at will. He applied all his talents to this residence of Cardo. When the sea boat that Won Jun and the others were riding on landed, Kado's men had already been waiting on the pier. Mr. Cardo has been waiting for the adults in the castle for a long time. Is it really called a castle? Won Jun couldn't help but smile when he heard this name. Shimura-dan still had a way of doing this. I don't know what kind of transformation this village will make when he arrives in Kirigakure. People like Terumi May won't be as good as Cardo at his mercy. When Won Jun thought about this, everyone had already walked to this diamond-shaped castle. This towering wall is at least 30 meters high and has a thickness of several meters. Looking at it this way, Shimura-dan spent a lot of chakra on this wall. When Won Jun and his party finally passed through the 3-story wall, the familiar residence of Cardo reappeared in the eyes of everyone. Master Won Jun is back. Shimura-dans, who was messing around outside the house, saw Won Jun's arrival and quickly stood up and greeted Won Jun. After seeing the reformed master, Won Jun asked him, "Why did you make so many walls?" "My lord, this is not an ordinary wall." Shimura-dans became interested when it came to this wall. The outer wall is full of detonating symbols. As long as a ninja falls to the top, it will be directly detonated. On the 2nd floor, I have buried a lot of miniature ninjutsu scrolls, and their power is only stronger than the previous detonating charms. The last layer contains most of the armor. The ninjas that can attack here are already very strong, so this layer is just to delay time. Shimura-dans hasn't said the last sentence yet. The time delay is just to let him leave quickly. After all, if he can go directly to the 3rd floor, the combat power is already very important. What are you doing? There are not many ninjas in this country. What Won Jun wants to know most now is what excitement is this Danzo? He will not want to build these walls on a whim. Right. My lord, a person from the Akatsuki organization you mentioned came from the direction of the water country 2 days ago. Shimura Dance explained to Won Jun why he wanted to build this wall. I stopped him for a while, but his strength is too strong. After a short battle with him, I lost 2 clones. By the way, Lord Manjun, he said his name is Uchiha Madara. Chapter 139. What are you talking about? Uchiha Madara. Won Jun suddenly heard this familiar name and asked Shimura Dance unconsciously. Shimura Dance saw Won Jun's surprised expression, and said with some empathy, yes, he said that his name is Uchiha Madara. I think he has Sharingan in his right eye under the mask. As soon as Manjun heard the mask, he immediately guessed who the person impersonating Uchiha Madara was. Who else is there except Obito, whose brother has been acting as Uchiha Madara? When this Uchiha clan was in Kirigakure, he said that he was Uchiha Madara. But at the time of Kirigakure, Uchiha Obito had been directly exposed by Namikaze Minato. Unexpectedly, this guy actually attacked Shimura Dance, who resided in the country of waves, in the identity of Madara. Are you sure, Uchiha Madara? The question reached Shimura Dance's ear again, but this time, it was not Won Jun who asked. When Shimura Dance looked behind Won Jun with some doubts to see who was asking him, he unexpectedly saw a familiar character. The man in the End Valley. Uchiha Madara, who fought a decisive battle with Master First Generation there. Shimura Dance just folded 2 avatars in the hands of another Uchiha Madara. At this moment, he suddenly saw the real Uchiha Madara coming, and the whole person was stunned. Shimura Dance would not stay here if it were not for fear that Manjun and others would not be able to find him after returning, but he did not expect that Manjun-sama would still meet Uchiha Madara after returning. My lord, it's him. Shimura Dance said, taking out kunao and preparing to throw it outside the wall. Uchiha Madara was ready to attack the teammate at the moment Shimura Dance took out kunao. However, Won Jun stopped Uchiha Madara for the first time. If he didn't stop this guy, Shimura Dance's clone might be gone in the next second. Don't get excited, this is our new companion. Won Jun also knew that Shimura Dance was trying to make a difference. He regarded the Uchiha Madara behind him as the enemy he met a few days ago, so he stopped. Uchiha Madara later explained to Shimura Dance. Companion. After Won Jun explained, Shimura Dance took back the kunao who was about to throw his back. Uchiha Madara, is your sir also joined the organization? Facing Shimura Dance's question, Won Jun nodded and replied, yes, just a few days ago. The Uchiha Madara you just mentioned is a fake of this person. Although the person is Uchiha, he is not Uchiha Madara, but it's called Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Shimura Dance chanted the name, only to find that he did not remember this person. When Shimura Dance was still thinking, Won Jun stepped forward and patted it on the shoulder, and continued, okay, don't think about it, just know who it is. Let's go to the house. After speaking, Won Jun took Uchiha Madara and others directly into Cardo's residence. Because of the attack carried out at the moment when Uchiha Obito retreated from Kirigakure, Cardo and others had moved out of this residence a long time ago, leaving only the clone Shimura Dance here waiting for Won Jun and others to arrive. After everyone was seated in the hall of the residence, Shimura Dance also began to talk about the attacks encountered in the previous few days. At that time, Shimura Dance was studying the design of the truncated beast chakra left for him in his residence. Perhaps it was because of this chakra that attracted Uchiha Obito, who returned from Kirigakure. The silent attack came from behind Shimura Dance, and it was because of Kamui's appearance that Shimura Dance immediately broke into a clone. But fortunately, Shimura Dance's usual habit of using a clone has prevented him from being attacked on his body at the first time. After the first clone was destroyed, Shimura Dance didn't actually mean to show up, but Uchiha Obito found something wrong with the corpse on the ground. When he was about to check it, Shimura Dance had to show the second clone. As soon as the Anbyo clone appeared, he first threw several kunao in the direction of Uchiha Obito. After one of the kunao was successfully thrown out of the window, Anbyo Danzo officially fought with Uchiha Obito. But because Uchiha Obito's strength was stronger than that of Anbyo clone, this second clone did not resist for too long, so it was destroyed again and became Danzo's second sacrifice clone. You are the one who was thrown out of the window, right? While Shimura Danz was still telling, Wan Jun had already guessed the next story. The Shimura regiment must have relied on the residents from the Kwewa view, and Uchiha Obito must have not been able to find more from the body of the Anbyo clone. Yes, Master Wan Jun. Shimura Danz nodded and said. After Uchiha Obito leaves, you will start to build 3 walls, right? The 3 walls outside this residence are not uncommon, and Shimura Danz placed the tens of meters high ninjutsu-made wall. With a lot of detonation charms and ninjutsu scrolls, this guy completely used this place as a fortress to build. Yes. Shimura Danz continued nodding. Perhaps because he was still satisfied with the wall, Shimura Danz continued, My lord, there are thousands of detonating charms and ninjutsu scrolls in this wall. Next time the person named Uchiha Obito comes back, he will definitely ask for it. No good. Actually, I want to get more, but I asked Cardo to search the entire country of waves, and only then collected hundreds of detonating charms. This place is really too small and poor. Master Wan Jun, I don't want to stay here anymore. When Shimura Danz praised the power of the wall he made, he did not forget to complain about the weak and poor country of Poland. The ninja and initiating talisman here can't meet Shimura Danz's combat needs at all. Since this steady Hokage came to this wave of country, the ninja in his backpack has not been filled. Especially after experiencing a battle with Uchiha Obito, losing 2 clones and spending a few large packages of detonation charms, Shimura Danz disliked it more and more. Don't want to stay here? That's right, I was just about to talk to you. After Shimura Danz finished speaking, Wan Jun also remembered Namikaze Minato, who was still waiting for Shimura Danz to take over in Kirigakure, the water country. I'm going to send you to Kirigakure to monitor for a while. After hearing Wan Jun's words, Shimura Danz was taken aback and surprised. Kirigakure? That's a big shinobu village. In Shimura Danz's way of thinking, Dainin village means a big risk. Isn't it more dangerous to stay there alone for surveillance than to deal with Uchiha in Nami country? Chapter 140. The organization has already been set, and you are the one who goes to Kirigakure to monitor it. Wan Jun was not prepared to give Shimura Danz the opportunity to refuse. When Shimura Danz wanted to continue speaking, he made a decision directly. Shimura Danz saw that Wan Jun didn't want to change the candidate, so he could only sigh and acquiesce in this fact. However, after knowing that he would go to Kirigakure next, the Shimura group looked sideways at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on his right, and asked Manjun with a prudent face, My lord, this is really Uchiha Madara. Hey, do you think it's a fake? Wan Jun was amused by Shimura Danz's cautious expression. It's a fake, this one is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Although Shimura Danz has learned from Wan Jun that Uchiha Madara is a member of the organization, he is still a bit uncomfortable with this Uchiha who once smashed the world of ninja. Will it be too much to be in the same organization with such a terrible guy? In danger? Fortunately, Manjun-sama sent me to Kirigakure, so I can stay away from this Uchiha Madara. Although Kirigakure is equally dangerous, it is still much better than this one. When Shimura Danz was chanting Madara's name, his eyes matched Uchiha Madara's eyes again, and Shimura Danz, who didn't know that the other party was blind, was taken aback. I saw him leaning back, almost pushing down the chair he was sitting on. In fact, Shimura Danz is not the only person watching Uchiha Madara in the lobby. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are also looking at the former Konoha founder. When they were on the ship, they didn't have too many opportunities to look directly at Uchiha Madara. Now that they have the opportunity to sit face to face, Jiraiya and others have the opportunity to observe each other. Compared to Senju Hashirama's kind and easy approach, Uchiha Madara, who seems to be covered with frost on his face, is a difficult person to approach at first glance. Of course, Orochimaru's thinking is somewhat different from that of others. This scientific researcher who has already begun to transform himself is extremely envious of Uchiha Madara's body at this time. The Uchiha family still has Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, which is the envy of countless people. Click. When everyone looked at Uchiha Madara and thought, the Lord suddenly pushed his chair and stood up. I saw Uchiha Madara sweep towards the people in the room with two Mangekyo Sharingan who couldn't see anything, and Orochimaru, who was still thinking about how to capture this physical body, instantly pinched his mind. The blind Uchiha Madara is so terrifying. After he puts on the Rinnegan and Shisui Mangekyo of Snake G, he doesn't know what else will become. The guy who pretended to be me is still nearby. The blind Uchiha Madara had an unusually powerful perception. After he discovered the existence of Uchiha Obito, he kicked his feet and rushed out of the room. Uchiha Madara, who came outside the house, did not slow down, and stepped on the wall made by Shimura-dan's with his right foot, and the whole person rushed towards the distance. Boom! Boom! After Uchiha Madara left, the pre-buried detonation charms and ninjutsu scrolls in the earth wall made by Shimura-dan's were also activated at the same time. Wanjun, who was still in the room, only heard loud noises from his ears, and the three walls outside the window were also rapidly disintegrating and falling down quickly. Go! Shimura-dan's was the first to react. Uchiha Madara's speed was too fast just now. He rushed out of the hall as soon as the voice fell. Before he had time to remind him not to touch the wall he built, Uchiha Madara his feet have already stepped on. However, Shimura-dan's had already considered the current situation after building this wall, so he yelled and hurriedly pulled the carpet under his feet, and the secret door he dug only recently appeared in the eyes of everyone. Shimura-dan's quickly reached out and opened the secret door, then turned around and shouted at Wanjun, "My lord, go!" Wanjun, who originally wanted to use the tree world to stabilize these falling rocks, saw Shimura-dan's screaming in such a hurry. Seeing that Wanjun had gone down, the others in the team had to follow behind and entered the secret door together. When everyone walked down, Shimura-dan's closed the secret door, and Wanjun said to Danzo, "When did you fix it?" "Just 2 days ago, there were so many detonation charms outside. It was too dangerous, so I fixed this." Shimura-dan's lit the torch in the secret tunnel while continuing, "This secret tunnel goes straight to the outside of the wall. We just need to go forward. I'll be out in a while." "You are really thoughtful," Wanjun had to say. "This steady Danzo has a lot of thoughts. Everything can be done perfectly without leaving a trace of error." "Hey hey!" After Wanjun made a compliment, Danzo chuckled slightly, and then led the crowd to walk out of the underpass. And when Wanjun was inexplicably brought into the pit by Danzo, the extremely fast Uchiha Madara was already close to Obito's surveillance range. The man behind Akatsuki, who was frustrated in Kirigakure, felt that something was wrong after meeting Shimura-dan's. Why this Konoha's consultant appeared in Nami country has always been a question he wondered. If Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo can use suspended animation to conceal the fact that they still exist, then Shimura-dan's appearance is totally unreasonable. The Shimura-dan's in Konoha village was still alive. Although Rinnegan was lost, the Konoha consultant survived. This is also the reason Uchiha Obito stayed in the country of Nami for surveillance. He wanted to find out what happened to him and see if this Shimura-dan's was a companion of the group he met in Kirigakure. But something unexpected happened to Obito. He didn't expect that he was a few miles away from the castle, and he was discovered by the ninja over there. "How good is it?" Uchiha Obito frowned as he looked at the black-haired ninja who was telling him to approach. "No, why are Uchiha's clothes?" When the other party got closer, Uchiha Obito also saw the Uchiha family clothes on that person. In Obito's impression, the Uchiha family has long since disappeared. Except for himself and Itaki, and the only seedling in the village, there is no one in the family. But the person who is about to come in front of him is actually wearing family clothes. Who is it? Is it the guy impersonating Uchiha? However, when the man came to Uchiha Obito and stopped less than 20 meters away from him, Uchiha Obito was shocked. You! Uchiha Madara! Chapter 141. Uchiha Obito couldn't believe his eyes at this time. Although the Uchiha Madara opposite was black-haired, his face was exactly the same as the Madara who saved him. Is everything fake? Everything before was Madara's conspiracy. Impossible, but I watched Uchiha Madara die in front of me, he can't be alive. Uchiha Obito also wanted to continue thinking about how the other party, Uchiha Madara, reappeared in front of him, but Uchiha Madara interrupted his thoughts. You have been pretending to be me. Uchiha Madara. The sound is the same. Seeing that Obito did not reply, Uchiha Madara continued to say, that Madara asked you to do this. Actually you did a pretty good job. But the Uchiha clan should not be allowed to die for it, and the glory of Uchiha should not start to disappear from here. Every time Uchiha Madara said something, he took a step forward, and the distance between the two of them, which was not too far, was drawn closer again. Obito didn't stop Uchiha Madara's approach. His right eye kept staring at Uchiha Madara's face, trying to see something different from the sudden appearance of Madara. But under Obito's observation, apart from looking younger, the other party was no different from the one he had seen before. Is this your plan, Madara? Obito said without a trace of emotion in a tone of voice that has gradually recovered. My teacher Hokage has a deal with you just like me, right? By the way, there is also Hatake Shuo. Shigeru, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, are they all your partners? Haha, it seems that they resurrected you first. Uchiha Obito stood there and continued talking to himself, but I'm curious, how did they resurrect you without Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara told him that Rinnegan could bring people back to life, but he didn't expect this person to be resurrected without Rinnegan. They have. Madara, who was still approaching, said suddenly after Obito finished. Is there Rinnegan? Obito was overwhelmed by Madara's words. Aren't these two Rinnegans alone? It was taken from Uchiha Madara. No, eyes. What is Manjiki Sharingan in Madara's eyes on the opposite side? There was no expression on Uchiha Madara's face. She still approached slowly, and said as she walked, not only Rinnegan, but Manjiki Sharingan, and me, Uchiha Madara. Madara's voice is not loud, but Obito feels the pressure is approaching all the time. Not only is the other person walking towards him, but the Manjiki Sharingan staring at him seems to be able to hit people's hearts directly. There is Sharingan, there is Manjiki. It seems that you have already started planning. Only two Rinnegans lied to me, right? Uchiha Obito had already begun to doubt what happened to him before. Uchiha Madara no longer trusts. There is also that Jew, you also used to monitor my existence, right? My teacher resurrected you, then I must be useless now. Are you trying to get rid of me? I won't let you succeed, I am not alive for you, Madara. Obito gets more and more excited as he speaks. The purpose he has always lived is just the Lin in his heart, not you, who has been using his Uchiha Madara. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito, whose face was already very stubborn, didn't want to talk to Madara anymore. When Uchiha Madara was about 20 steps away from him, Obito a great fireball shot at Madara. The flame slammed into Uchiha Madara with Obito's anger, and in a flash, the flame enveloped Madara. Just when Obito was about to continue to perform ninjutsu, the great fireball that had just been released suddenly changed its direction and flew towards him. At the same time as the flames turned, Obito heard the voice of the other party, fire-style great fireball technique. The two people in Uchiha's family use the same ninjutsu, but compared to Obito's great fireball, Madara's great fireball is much more powerful from the outside. The ninjutsu performed by Madara is 2 to 3 times larger than the normal great fireball. As soon as the great fireball came out, it swallowed the great fireball released by Obito just now, which is why the flame in Obito's eyes changed its direction. After devouring Obito's great fireball, Madara's ninjutsu fire became more fierce, and the hot flames, like a beast that swallowed people, went straight to Obito. Fire style fire dragon flare. Obito, who was not convinced, cast a fire style again in the face of the flames. The power of this fire dragon ball was much stronger than that of the great fireball. Boom! The fire styles of the two sides met between the two and made a huge roar. The powerful shock wave even knocked down the surrounding trees. The originally lush branches and leaves were also burnt and cracked by the temperature of the flame. After the explosion, Uchiha Madara had reached the center of the explosion, where it had been blown out of the pit. The flame, which was still burning violently, was instantly extinguished because of Uchiha Madara's approach, automatically giving way to him. Fire style, you are still too weak. Uchiha Madara stepped on the flames and walked towards Obito. The fiery flames around him set off like a devil coming out of hell, making people feel terrified at first sight. This Uchiha Madara had a very smooth path to becoming Hokage, and he had never had the desire to destroy the ninja world and rebuild, so he did not continue his studies on the path of blood succession limitation. But it is precisely because of this that he has been researching and transforming fire style, the Uchiha housekeeper, for decades of his ninja career. When it comes to playing with fire, Uchiha Madara takes second place, but no one dares to take first place. Really? Obito frowned slightly. Although the opponent's fire style is strong, he doesn't think his own is weak. It integrates Kamui's fire style, and its power is not lost to anyone. After that, Obito directly recasted the fire style previously used in Kirigakuer, Fire Style Flurry. The fire style, which combines flame and time and space ninjutsu, reappears. The violent chakra and the storm caused by the tearing space make the damage ability of this ninjutsu rise sharply. Oh? Is it a combination of time and space ninjutsu and fire style? Uchiha Madara, who was able to detect the opponent's ninjutsu combination based on perception, nodded slightly. Not bad combination. The power is still too small. After ridiculing a sentence, Uchiha Madara put his hands together calmly. Fire style extinguish the fire. After Uchiha Madara called out the name of ninjutsu, a flame raging like sea water suddenly appeared in front of Madara, covering the entire mountain. Chapter 142. Just when Uchiha Madara used a fierce fire to extinguish the entire mountain, Wanjun and the others had already walked out of the tunnel dug by Shimura Dance. When they came out, they saw the flames all over the mountains. Has it started? Wanjun, the last one who walked out of the tunnel, looked at the soaring flame and said, Master Manjun, the person who monitored Uchiha Madara just now should be Obito. Namikaze Minato guessed who the monitor was after Shimura Dance just said the words Uchiha Madara. Except for this disciple who has been playing the role of Uchiha Madara and controlling the Akatsuki organization, no one in this world would choose to impersonate Madara. Wanjun nodded and replied, if nothing went wrong, it must be him. Looking at it now, he did not leave after attacking Danzo, and he has been watching nearby. Shimura Dance was a little scared when the two said that, but he never found the person watching. I thought he was gone. I have been busy building walls for the past 2 days. Only 2 clones were patrolling outside. Alas, careless. Shimura Dance sighed. In order to prevent another attack, he had placed his focus on the 3 fences before, and he hadn't paid much attention to patrolling the surroundings. Speaking of this clone, Shimura Dance suddenly turned his head and looked at Snake G. By the way, I have folded 2 clones, but the tail beast clones can be held fast. Now 7 clones are not enough. Snake G didn't expect that the topic fell on herself, but facing Shimura Dance's burning gaze, Snake G could only say, no problem, we already have 2-tailed beasts. Speed up, I will definitely have it when I go to Kirigakuer next time. Shimura Dance was satisfied after getting the affirmative reply from Snake G. The more clones, the more secure he felt. More than that, let's go and take a look. Because the hill where Uchiha Madara fought was still making loud noises, Wanjun didn't know how the blind Madara was fighting, so he interrupted Shimura dance and thought. The intention of continuing to inquire, greeted everyone. At the urging of Wanjun, everyone began to rush to the hill where Uchiha Madara fought. Along the way, everyone saw fires on the mountain top, even standing hundreds of meters away, everyone still felt the surrounding temperature rise suddenly. They stepped on the grass, they have already made a crisp sound. Obviously all the water has been evaporated. Do they just keep using fire style like this? Hatake Sakumo walked at the back of the crowd, and when everyone stopped, he looked at the flame that was getting hotter and said. Master Madara should know more than fire style. Hearing Hatake Sakumo's words, Kazuhime also joked aside, maybe this is how the Uchiha family meets. Haha, it may not be true. Shimura dance smiled. Wanjun ignored the people's teasing about the Uchiha clan, but he did not go directly to find Uchiha Madara. The flames inside were too big and the danger of approaching was not small. Fire-style Longian singing technique. While Wanjun was still considering how to extinguish these flames, Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly rang from the flames. After his voice fell, 4 fire dragons suddenly rushed up into the sky, and then flew in 4 directions respectively, attacking Uchiha Obito's location. Kamui. Because Long Yansong technique locked all Obito's escape routes, he could only use his Manjiki Sharingan ability directly to banish these 4 flame dragons to a different space. This is your Manjiki Sharingan ability. When Obito used Kamui to transfer the flames, Uchiha Madara had already got close to his tribe, and while speaking, he swept towards Obito with his right foot. Because I just used Kamui, Obito, who didn't react, was hit by Uchiha Madara before Hollow's body, and the whole person flew back diagonally. It seems that your Sharingan is still incomplete. Is it because of the lack of an eye? Uchiha Madara only perceives Obito's ongoing Sharingan chakra outbreak, so he asks Obito this way. The person who has Hashirama's cells and also opened Manjiki lost an eye. How did you do it? Uchiha Obito, who was knocked into the air, did not suffer much damage. He stood up again and glared at Uchiha Madara and said, haha, haha. You forget so fast. You can go. Before Obito finished speaking, Madara waved her hand and said, when you find the other eye, come find me again, although I can no longer use Manjiki Sharingan's ability, but you still can't be my opponent. Haha, Uchiha Madara. Obito laughed without anger when he heard this. Even if I only have one eye, I can still beat you. Kamui. Obito, who had just used Manjiki Sharingan's ability, ignored the ability of his eyes and forcibly opened Kamui again, and the target directly locked on Uchiha Madara in front of him. After the Sharingan ability was activated, the space on the side of Madara's body began to ripple, and Madara's entire right hand was instantly distorted by the sudden appearance of space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Flame Array. Just as Uchiha Madara's right hand was about to rip apart, the flames of Uchiha's house rose into the sky again. The dark red enchantment was shrunk to a small extent by Uchiha Madara, and it looked like it was wrapped around it from the outside, which made Uchiha Madara extremely dazzling in the bright flames. And after the flame formation rose, Obito's second-generation Kamui was directly isolated from the flame formation. Although the different space created by Kamui is constantly tearing the flame formation, after each tear, the flames that continue to rise immediately fill the gap, and Kamui of Uchiha Obito has never been able to break this flame formation. I have been researching fire style for a long time, and I have encountered many ninjas of time and space ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara, who was wrapped in the dark red flame circle, was still talking without delay, and was whispering to Obito. So I made improvements to the Uchiha Flame Array. Although this new flame array consumes a lot of chakra, as long as I still have chakra, you will not be able to break through my defenses. Give up, Uchiha Obito. You can't beat me, even if you have Mangeki Sharingan, and I am a blind Uchiha. Chapter 143. Uchiha Madara, wearing a coat of flame, kept approaching the knocked Obito. The yellow weeds were instantly ignited under the footsteps, and flames with large solace accumulated as Uchiha Madara kept advancing. After walking near Obito, Uchiha Madara continued, "You are too weak. You who only have a Sharingan can beat me by sending me messages. You can't even use Susanoo." Defeating Obito, who lacked a Mangeki Sharingan, did not give Madara any excitement. On the contrary, he felt that this kind of battle was not perfect. Obito, who was leaning on a giant tree, stared straight at Uchiha Madara, recalling the time when he was rescued by Uchiha Madara. Everything he said at the beginning was false, maybe these were part of his plan. And it's only part of one of the plans, who knows who this guy has recruited besides himself and Namikaze Minato. It's over. Standing in front of Obito, Uchiha Madara cancelled the flame circle attached to him, and said to Obito as usual. "Hee." Obito said with a cold snort, "It's not over yet." Uchiha Madara. After saying this, Obito once again forcibly activated Kamui's power, gradually hollowing himself, and leaving the mountain surrounded by flames. And at this time, Wanjun and others have already used water style in the periphery to extinguish the flames all over the mountains and plains. After everyone poured out a path, they just saw the fluctuation in the space when Obito left. Gone. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had already started to walk back, Wanjun asked him standing still. Uchiha Madara, who had already sensed the arrival of Wanjun and others, nodded and said, "This person who pretends to be me is not strong, but time and space ninjutsu is really magical and can be directly teleported to other places. But if he wants to go, if I find another Sharingan, I will fight him again. But before that, he just doesn't blind his eyes first. That's going to be a wait. Maybe you let him directly install Rinnegan. It's more reliable." Wanjun didn't think Obito would really go to Konoha to remove Hitaki Kakashi's eyes. If he really wants to say it, Obito, the odds of removing Nagato Rinnegan are even higher. And when we return to Sicheng, we will go directly to the other party. Regardless of whether he has a second Sharingan or not, we must solve him. Hitaki Sakumo, who had already learned a lot of news in this world, interrupted after hearing the two discussing Sharingan. His other Sharingan was on Kakashi, right? Yes, in Kakashi, it is also Mangeki Sharingan. And because of the existence of this Sharingan, your son's chakra has been consumed by it. Wanjun turned around and explained to Hitaki Sakumo. Konoha's copy ninja has been suffering from Sharingan's capture of chakra. Kakashi, who is not from the Uchiha clan, cannot control the opening and closing of Sharingan on his body. If he wants to keep this eye, he must endure this result. And this has also become the reason why he has been insufficient in chakra, and basically copied and used several ninjutsu. Then Kakashi is in danger. Hitaki was already worried about Kakashi, who was still in Konoha. If the one who just ran away did not give up Sharingan as Manjun expected, then Kakashi would immediately face the attack of the ninja who can use space-time ninjutsu. They are teammates back then. Wanjun waved his hand and said, "Minato, who stayed in Kirigakura, is their teacher, but if you don't worry, you can check it out when we pass by Konoha." Speaking of this, Wanjun seemed to think of something again, and continued to Hitaki Sakumo, "By the way, if you want to go, don't be too public. Last time we had a fight with Konoha because we walked through the front door. When Wanjun and others passed by Konoha, the contact with Konoha was not friendly. This time I bring along Uchiha Madara, who seems to be a bit violent, and I don't know what will happen." However, if it was not necessary, Wanjun had no plans to contact Konoha's people on the return journey. Even if Hitaki Sakumo really wants to enter Konoha to see his son, he can go in from where he first sneaked into Konoha. This Hitaki Sakumo was also a Konoha Hokage, and he must have a way to deal with Konoha's barrier. As long as he can directly sneak in like Namikaze Minato last time, he should be able to enter Konoha smoothly. No problem. Hatake Sakumo didn't mind how to get into Konoha. After Hatake Sakumo agreed, Uchiha Madara, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said again, "Should we go to the decayed Konoha? Why should we sneak in? Just capture it before destroying Akatsuki." Uchiha Madara still speaks with the same atmosphere as before. After knowing that the Uchiha clan here has been destroyed by the Konoha and Akatsuki organizations, he has always wanted to re-establish Konoha's order. And this time, returning to Sacheng after passing Konoha is a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the time passing by the way, he will clean up Konoha and it will not delay the future time. I think so, but Senju Hashirama wants to rank Konoha last. Wanjun doesn't have any special feelings for Konoha, whether it is the first conquest or the last conquest, Wanjun feels nothing. Does Senju Hashirama think so? Uchiha Madara nodded slightly after knowing that there was no immediate fight against Konoha because of Senju Hashirama. That's fine, after all, we built it brick by brick. When Wanjun heard this, he quickly looked at Uchiha Madara who was talking. Your position has become a bit quicker? It seems that the influence of the 4 words Senju Hashirama on Uchiha Madara is not small. I don't know what Senju Hashirama in the world where he was Hokage did so that this ruthless man can quickly change his mind. Then it's settled. Let's go again when I return. With the help of the mission, Wanjun has been to Konoha several times, but there was no battle except Shimura dance at other times. Wanjun and others were fighting against Akatsuki or Konoha's people. Master Wanjun, can I go directly to Kirigakure? Shimura dance already feels that the country of Nami is not very safe because of Uchiha Obito's troubles. There is a risk of being monitored by outsiders every day, and opponents still have time and space. Ninjutsu is so weird, I might as well go to Kirigakure now. Wanjun had anticipated Shimura Dan's sudden enthusiasm. After being destroyed by Obito, he must have been cautious about leaving this place. Well, tomorrow you will go directly to Kirigakure, and Uchiha Madara and I will return to Sacheng. Chapter 144. The next day, at dawn, Wanjun and his party split into 2 teams. One team was led by Wanjun, and set off to return to Sacheng. The other team is Shimura Dan's alone, ready to return to Kirigakure to replace Namikaze Minato. And when Wanjun and his entourage were about to arrive at Konoha, this ninja village had already begun its own changes. At this time Konoha's consultant Danzo was completely healed, and his left eye was replaced with a normal eye. Although he was expelled from Konoha's decision-making level, he still has connections with Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu in private. Some high-level decisions, the two will also inform Danzo and discuss countermeasures. Because of this, Konoha's handling of some ninjas is also very strange. Due to his relationship with Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi was directly disqualified from the task on the advice of consultant Danzo, and he was not given the right to lead the team. Although Umino Irika later suggested that Kakashi be transferred to a ninja school, this suggestion was rejected by Udaten Koharu and others. At this time, Hatake Kakashi can only hang out in Konoha village every day. Except for the ninja vest and the forehead protector on the head, it is no different from ordinary villagers. Kakashi-sama, here again. In the shop of Yul Ramen, I have seen Kakashi's hand beating many times this month, and greeted Kakashi familiarly. Yet, Kakashi didn't seem to have any energy, and after a listless answer, he sat down at the table. It still looks like. Seeing that today, Kakashi didn't want to chat, so he didn't continue to ask, only nodded and answered well, then turned around to make noodles. Actually it's the same as Kakashi now. There are also members of Minato's Flying Thunder God Genma Squad, Shiranui Genma, Jizwade, and Daiwahi. These 3 can use Flying Thunder God technique together, and were once members of 4th Hokage's direct guards. Under the decision of Konoha's senior management, they temporarily lost the right to perform the mission. Konoha is now suppressing members of the 4th Hokage family, Namikaze Minato. Although what Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu said to Sarutobi Hiruzen is only a short-term assessment, only they know the facts. Konoha, whose personnel were already stretched, was even more understaffed after banning this batch of 4th Hokage ninjas. Fortunately, this is not a time of war. They can also recall the ninjas on the border with other countries to temporarily supplement the shortage of ninjas on missions. Kakashi, you are here too. As soon as Kakashi took over the ramen he was handing over, the ramen shop walked into a ninja, who was Kakashi's lifelong enemy, Might Guy. You eat ramen too? Kakashi asked Might Guy with some doubts when he saw Might Guy's arrival. In his impression, Might Guy didn't patronize ramen very much. Haha. Might Guy laughed twice and skipped the topic directly. He wouldn't say he came to Hatake Kakashi specifically. When Kakashi sees Might Guy like this, he knows that the other party must have something to find himself. What is it with you? Haha, as expected to be the man I want to surpass. Might Guy laughed with hands on his hips. I happen to have no task today, or let's go around Konoha 1,000 times today. Not interested. Without raising his head, Kakashi stretched out his hand to pull the mask off and started eating ramen. After taking a sip of the ramen soup, Kakashi continued, I know what you are for. I'm fine. It's nice to be idle like this. Today I found Master Hokage, but he still didn't agree. Seeing that his plan was seen through, Might Guy had to directly tell what he had done today. Thank you. Although Might Guy's search for 3rd generation did not help, Kakashi thanked Might Guy. In fact, a few days ago, Kakashi had approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was directly rejected by Udaten Koharu, who was also in the Hokage building. The reason is that when Namikaze Minato's intentions have not been found out, and whether there is any contact with the village's cronies, no one can be lifted. After this unwarranted accusation, Kakashi never went to the Hokage building again. Oh. Seeing that Kakashi was still indifferent, Might Guy could only sigh and then left for a happy ramen. But when he turned and walked out of the ramen shop, he saw a man with the same white hair as Kakashi approaching. In addition to his hair, this person also wears a face mask like Kakashi. The only difference between the two may be that this person only covers one eye and does not wear a ninja vest. For this weird guy, Might Guy glanced in confusion, but couldn't see why. After thinking for a while without an answer, Might Guy had to turn around and leave. As Might Guy left, the white-haired man smiled slightly, opened the curtain of the ramen shop, and walked directly in. At this time, Kakashi, who was eating ramen, heard the sound of the curtain being opened again. He thought it was Might Guy who was returning. When he looked up again, he directly met the gaze of the person who had just entered the room. Hey! After seeing a person with the same grey hair as himself, Hatake Kakashi almost overlapped the person's figure with the one in his memory. Impossible, how could it be him? No, even Mrs. Minato can return to Konoha again, so why can't he? Just when Kakashi thought about this and was about to look up at the other person again, he found that there was no one in the house at this time. What about people? Kakashi frowned and stood up quickly. He just lowered his head, but the other party just disappeared. Isn't this speed too fast? And just when Kakashi was stunned, a somewhat familiar voice rang behind him, Are you looking for me? When Kakashi heard the sudden appearance, his whole body was shocked, and he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Sure enough, the white-haired man who entered the room just now was standing behind him. Your voice. Kakashi was a little trembling when he spoke, and this voice was so familiar to him. The person who had been the goal he had always wanted to surpass was also the one who put the Hatake family to shame. The same white hair, the same eyes, and the familiar voice. There must be no mistake, it is definitely that person. This person with white hair and blue coat must be his father. The legend once called Konoha's White Fang Hatake Sakumo. Chapter 145. Is that you? Hatake Kakashi stared at the black-clothed and white-haired man with his right eye, and said with a trembling voice. This black-clothed and white-haired man is actually Hatake Sakumo in Wanjun's group. After everyone unlocked Konoha's barrier and entered Konoha from the place last time, Hatake Sakumo went straight to find his son. Although he is in a different time and space, since this kid is called Hatake Kakashi, he has the obligation to look after him. Who calls himself Hatake Sakumo? Because of this, in the face of Kakashi's question, Hatake, wearing a mask, nodded slightly and said, "It's me." After Hatake Sakumo answered, Kakashi was not as excited as he was just now. After calming down, he raised his leg and walked outside the ramen shop. As he walked out, Kakashi's mouth under the mask moved slightly, the old place. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hatake Sakumo smiled heartily. There is only one place he and Kakashi often go, and that is the training ground of the Hatake family, where both father and son have been training. It's not too far from the ramen shop to the Hatake family residence. It didn't take long for Hatake to follow Kakashi to this place he knew very well. Hey! When Hatake Sakumo just stepped into the gate of Hatake's training ground with his left foot, Kakashi held the chakra short sword and waved towards Hatake Sakumo. Why? The light of thunder and lightning flashed on Chakra's short sword. From this point of view, Kakashi did not seem to have the strength to stay. Why did you leave Konoha? The short sword White Fang kept waving, but Hatake just dodges, listening to Kakashi's complaint. Why leave me alone? Myself. Boom. The short sword White Fang attached to Chakra was slammed by Kakashi on the door frame of the training ground due to Hatake's avoidance, causing the already somewhat decaying wooden door frame to shatter and turn into bits and pieces of sawdust. Around. At this time, Hatake also stretched out his left hand and grabbed the short sword held by Kakashi. Why? Hatake Sakumo's free right hand followed the trend downwards, and he took this short sword directly into his own hands. You don't need to know why. You just need to know that you are a man from the Hatake family. Hatake Shimo, who captured the short sword, slammed Chakra into his right hand. Chakra followed Hatake Shimo's arm and went straight into the Chakra short sword. I saw short swords. The blade was abruptly stretched to the length of half a meter by the thunder-type Chakra. It should do what a man should do. After speaking, Hatake Sakumo raised the Chakra sword whose right hand had become a long sword, and then swiped it downward. Boom! A loud noise sounded with Hatake Sakumo's knife swing. Kakashi saw the training ground's wall was directly destroyed. The Chakra released from the blade remained undiminished and continued to rush forward until the training ground was plowed out. After a deep mark, he stopped. You should be a warrior facing the enemy head-on, not a sneaky coward. Hatake threw the Chakra's dissipated short sword back at Kakashi as soon as he said that. It's called White Fang, from today start, it belongs to you. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi unconsciously reached out and took short sword. This is his true inheritance of the White Fang short sword that belongs to his father. Back then, he took this short sword from Konoha Anbu and counted as a relic. He never thought that he could still take this short sword from his father, because for himself, for Konoha and all the ninjas in the ninja world, Konoha's White Fang was already dead. Haha! While Hatake Kakashi was still standing there, staring blankly at the White Fang short sword in his hand, Hatake Sakumo smiled in front of him. Your strength is not bad. As he spoke, Hatake reached out and took off the mask on his face. The familiar face of Kakashi finally appeared in the Hatake residence. Kakashi used to admire the owner of this face, Konoha's White Fang, who stuns the ninja world and makes ninjas other than Konoha fearful just by his name. But he also resented why his father would break the rules, why would he rescue that companion, and why would he pass away quietly at home. But when Uchiha Obito handed over his eyes to him, he finally understood that companions are the most precious thing in the world. It's a pity that both of them passed away before he knew what they really meant to him. Now, Konoha's White Fang is back, just like his teacher Namikaze Minato, back to Konoha. Although he didn't know how the other party left and how to come back, he was still happy, and the precious things he had lost slowly returned to his surroundings. Maybe Obito and Lin will come back again. What are you doing in a daze? While Kakashi was still thinking about the wonderful future, Hatake had already walked to his side, slapped him on the shoulder, and said, "I just saw you eating the ramen, what else is there to eat at home? When I came, I didn't eat anything yet." Kakashi came back to his senses after being shot by Hatake Sakumo. He solemnly returned the white fang short sword that Hatake had thrown to him just now, and then solemnly returned to the leather scabbard behind him, then said, "There is nothing good at home. Things to eat. What? Why is there nothing?" Hatake Sakumo was a little surprised. When did Hatake's house even run out of food? Thinking of this, Hatake Sakumo slapped Kakashi's body again. "What did you kid do? There are some cup noodles." After Kakashi finished speaking, he walked directly toward his bedroom without waiting for Hatake Sakumo to answer. Apart from himself, there are only some members of Hatake's branches. These branches don't dare to take care of Kakashi's affairs on weekdays, so Kakashi has always been alone in this residence. Cup noodles are the most common food for him who lives alone, likes certain books, and has nothing to do with him. Snapped. After Hatake sat down in Kakashi's bedroom, Kakashi directly threw a box of cup noodles from the cupboard on the table. This cup of noodles was filled with hot or cold water. Anyway, when Hatake looked at it, the cup was not steaming. But even so, Hatake Sakumo moved the cup of noodles in front of him. "How do you usually do?" Chapter 146. You have been a ninja for many years, right? Hatake touched the warm cup noodles, and did not rush to eat, but asked Kakashi about trivial matters. Kakashi didn't expect Hatake to ask this unimportant question first, but after he was taken aback, he replied, "It's been more than 10 years. Then you have done a lot of tasks. How much money have you saved? You are already 20 years old, and you should be getting married soon." The questions in Hatake's mouth were like pouring beans. For a while, standing Kakashi didn't know how to answer. After a short cold, Kakashi continued, "I saved a lot of money, but..." Speaking of the latter question, Kakashi was silent, and this question was too important for him. "I see, no girl likes you yet, right?" Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly, and then raised his head to ask Kakashi after he lifted the lid of the cup noodles that had been soaked. "This." Kakashi, who didn't know how to answer for a while, could only close his eyes, not looking at the eyes his father was watching. When Hatake saw Kakashi's reaction, he knew what was going on. It seems to be true. When Hatake Kakashi heard Sakumo's words, he did not refute it. After sitting down in front of Hatake Sakumo, he took out a book from Kabuto and leaned on the table to read it. "Why are you not talking? By the way, what are you looking at?" Hatake took a bite of cup noodles that can only be regarded as room temperature, looked up at the book in Kakashi's hand, and asked. "Well, it's nothing." Kakashi just returned to his accustomed movement at home, but today there are more people in the house, and this book does not seem to be taken out. It was written by Lord Jiraiya. After speaking, Kakashi put the book in Kabuto and brought the topic to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya." Hatake Sakumo recalled the Konoha Sunin in the next team, who seemed to be writing something recently. But Sakumo Hatake wasn't very interested in novels, so after Kakashi finished speaking, he didn't continue to ask. He just said there by himself, "I will ask him when I go back." "Are you with him?" After receiving an important message, Kakashi suddenly looked up at Hatake Sakumo and confirmed again, "Are you with Jiraiya-sama?" Hatake Sakumo nodded and replied to Kakashi, "Yes, we are all together this time." "Then you..." Kakashi had one of the most dangerous thoughts at this time. His father, who had just returned to Hatake's house, joined the organization of the previous Minato teacher, the organization that had attacked Konoha twice. What do you want to say? Hotake, who had already eaten the cup noodles, drank the soup and asked Kakashi. Are Ms. Minato and Orochimaru also there? Kakashi's breathing became a little heavier when he said this, but he didn't actually want to get a definite answer from his father. If it's as I expected, Hotake Sakumo joined the team called Wanjun, wouldn't this person who had just returned home immediately become his enemy again? Yes, there are also Snakeheim and Manjun-sama. Hotake Sakumo knew that Kakashi had experienced 2 battles with Manjun and others, but he did not hide his identity, but straightforwardly regarded himself as 2. The news of one of them was told to Kakashi. Really? After Kakashi got the affirmative reply from Hotake Sakumo, he was suddenly discouraged. What should he do now? Although Lord Third Generation had dismissed all of his duties, and even refused to allow himself to accept the task, all this was because of the attack on Konoha by Mr. Minato. Third Generation is forgiven for doing so. But even so, he is also a member of the Konoha shinobi team. Faced with the infiltration of the enemy, what he did was of course expel, but now the situation is a bit more complicated. You have been cancelled by Third Generation from the mission, right? Hotake Seikoshige saw that Kakashi was still struggling with his heart, and lightly knocked on the table in front of his body, and said to Kakashi. After Kakashi looked up at him, Hotake Sakumo continued, now Konoha can't give you anything. Konoha may have a new life in the future, but that will be the future. Hearing this, Kakashi didn't understand what Hotake Sakumo meant. What do you mean? Come with me, Kakashi. After Kakashi asked himself a question, Hotake said the purpose of his trip. He didn't just come to meet Kakashi simply. After learning about Kakashi's experience in this world from Manjun, he was ready to take away this son who had been in horrible pain in Konoha. As Hokage, this Hotake Sakumo has not experienced any failure, and he does not know how failure will affect him and Kakashi. But now, he understands a bit. One failure may change everything. Follow you. Kakashi's right eye wrinkled slightly. Leaving Konoha has never been in his plan. Even if Konoha is treated unfairly, he never wanted to join his teacher Namikaze Minato in the past. That powerful organization. But now, his father sat in front of him and invited himself to join. At this time, Kakashi was confused. Kakashi couldn't make a decision for a moment whether he insisted on his will to fire buried in his heart, or followed his father and stayed away from this familiar place. You can think about it again, I won't leave until tomorrow. Hotake knew that Kakashi was very entangled now, so he didn't mean to let Kakashi answer right away. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you on Hokage Rock. After saying this, Hotake stood up and walked outside Kakashi's bedroom. Regarding Hotake Sakumo's departure, Kakashi did not try to stay. Perhaps it was because Hotake said that he would leave tomorrow, or because the problem just now had too much impact on him. Whether to go or stay, this choice made Kakashi, who was still delighted just now that Hotake Sakumo returned, was very big for a while. If you join the father's organization, there are many acquaintances. There are Mrs. Minato and Mr. Jiraiya, the author of the book in Kabuto. But if you leave Konoha, it may be difficult to come back again. He has already become a dangerous element in the eyes of the advisory team. With this departure, Konoha may close the door forever to himself. But if he stayed, he no longer had any position, and he was not even approved to teach in a ninja school. What do I do? Chapter 147. Did you see it? Is that person Chu Mao Lord? Hotake's residence was cleaning the wall that I don't know why it collapsed. One of them was picking up a broken brick. When he raised his head, he happened to see Hotake Sakumo coming out of Kakashi's house. Master Shimo? How could it be, what are you thinking? Another Hotake clan didn't even lift his head when he heard the words, so he directly refuted the words of his companion. Hotake Sakumo has committed suicide for many years. How could it be possible to appear in the residence? This guy must have been playing outside for too long last night and didn't sleep well. It's really Master Shimao. Look. The man who found Shimao saw what he said and no one listened. He slammed the brick in his hand to the ground and pointed towards the people around Hotake Shimao. Shouted. What are you making stupid? How could it be Sho? Just now he rebutted that the person was about to reprimand, but when his head just lifted up, he saw Hotake Sakumo standing by the broken wall, watching everyone's movements. At this time, Hotake Sakumo took off the mask, so his face was directly exposed to the eyes of the people of the Hotake clan. Really? Master Shimo? After seeing Hotake Shimo, this person was already a little speechless. He never thought that he could see the patriarch again. For many years, because of Hotake Sakumo's suicide, because of Kakashi's decadence, the Hotake clan is not as good as one day. In their early years they were able to compete with the Inoshika CH tribes, and now they have gradually become the lowest clan existed. It's me, Hotake Sakumo. For these white-haired Hotake clan members, Sakumo didn't mean to conceal it, but saw a rare smile on his face. Clean up and tidy up the training ground. Okay, okay. The mouths of these people haven't closed yet, and they just replied mechanically to Hotake Sakumo's words. But Hotake Sakumo didn't care. After taking a look at this huge training ground, he bypassed a few people and walked outside the Hotake residence. Ah, is this true? When Hotake Sakumo left, the Hotake clan who discovered him just now was somewhat incredulous. The first person to see Shimao was surprisingly excited and ignored the doubts of others. After Shimao left, he ran straight to the leader of the Hotake branch, yelling, "True. It's Master Shimao, you clean it first, and I'll find my father." Although these people in the Hotake family are very happy, they don't know that all the actions of the Hotake family's residents are now under envious surveillance. Kakashi is now the primary suspect of Mitokado Homura and others, and there is definitely no shortage of surveillance on him. Konoha's advisory team planted a whole team of Anbu near Hotake's residence. When Hotake and Sakumo walked into the residence, their every move was already under Anbu's attention. I will report to Master Yan. You will keep up with White Fang, and the others will continue to stay here. After Hotake Sakumo stepped out of the station, Anbu's team leader began to command his team members. But when he finished saying these words and just about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found that Hotake had been standing behind him at some point. After being discovered, Hotake Sakumo squatted down like these Anbu, tell Konoha's consultant, and Hokage, I Hotake Sakumo, I'm back. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the Anbus to reply, he instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. When Hotake Sakumo left, Captain Anbu's staring eyes under the mask finally blinked. When he turned around just now, Hotake Sakumo was very frightened. Although he didn't have any words, Langran already covered his forehead. Captain? What to do? The other Anbu also quietly swallowed. Hotake Sakumo's aura was too amazing just now. When he stood here, everyone didn't even think of attacking. This may be the reputation of Konoha's White Fang. Hey, go back and report to Master Yan. The Anbu team let out a long sigh of relief, calmed down, and finally spoke. After these Anbu finally started to move, some continued to monitor, and some went to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura respectively, and went to inform Hotake Sakumo, the legendary White Fang, had revisited Konoha. Sakumo, are you coming back so soon? Manjun, who was sitting in the hotel, saw Hotake Shimo push the door into the room, put the Konoha forehead protector in his hand on the table, and asked Hotake Sakumo road. Hotake Sakumo pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Wanjun, and said, I ask him to think about it. He doesn't know that I come from another world, and I am not really a person in this world after all. Do whatever you want. For Hotake Kakashi, Sakumo's feelings are more complicated, and the world does not really belong to him. In other words, there is still a gap between Kakashi and him. Although this gap is only due to thought, their blood is still in the same line, and the surname is also inherited from Hotake. But it is precisely for this reason that Hotake is not too determined to take Kakashi away. He mainly depends on Kakashi's thoughts. If he is willing, then Hotake Sakumo will take away his son. If he doesn't want to, Hotake Sakumo will certainly not force it. Ha, you are quite open about it. After Wanjun smiled, he continued, when Namikaze Minato came here before, there was not as much as you thought. But it may be because of Naruto's situation. Life in Konoha is indeed too dark. I've heard Minato talk about this. Konoha has indeed written about Naruto's approach. When I was on the road, Namikaze Minato was the one who talked most with Hotake Sakumo. The two of them were very unified about Naruto's affairs, and they were not in favor of keeping Naruto in Konoha. Yes, so Minato didn't hesitate to fight Konoha and brought Naruto to Sacheng. As an experience of that battle, Manjun certainly knew the whole story better than Hotake Sakumo. At that time, Minato had always wanted to go to Konoha after he heard some news about Naruto from Manjun. After arriving, he saw Naruto's encounter with his own eyes. Although they are not father and son in the same world, Namikaze Minato broke out, and this is the source of the sudden battle. I really want to meet this Naruto. Hotake Sakumo became more and more interested in this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, whom he had only heard about. Chapter 148. While Manjun was chatting with Hotake Sakumo, Anbu, who had discovered Hotake Sakumo before, had also rushed to the Hokage building. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was alone in the house with official duties. When Anbu entered the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pen in his hand, raised his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Anbu stood at the front and back of Sarutobi Hiruzen's table and replied, "Hokage-sama, when I was monitoring Kakashi just now." Before Anbu finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him, "Who told you to monitor Kakashi? Is it Mitokado Homura or Udaten Koharu?" "Yes, it's Mitokado Homura." Anbu lowered his head and said. As a direct unit of Hokage, their Anbu has always only been dispatched by Hokage, but now because of Konoha's advisory system, the identities of Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu are constantly being elevated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so the Anbu will now also appear. Mobilized by the advisory group. From today, stop monitoring Kakashi. As for Mitokado Homura's approach, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already expected it, but he didn't expect Mitokado Homura to mobilize Anbu directly. "By the way, what did you find just now?" "We saw Kakashi take a man back to Hotake's clan. When that man left, we found out that he was..." At this point, Anbu paused and looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "He is Hotake Sakumo." "What? Who is it?" When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this familiar voice, he couldn't believe his ears. Why did Hotake Sakumo come back? First Namikaze Minato, and now Hotake Sakumo, what is going on in this world? Wait, could someone improve impure world reincarnation? Everyone who should have died reappears, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen have to further think about this very serious problem. But from Namikaze Minato, there is no sign of impure world reincarnation. Even if this ninjutsu is improved, it is impossible to reach the level of reincarnation. Did you see where Shimo was going? Sarutobi Hiruzen, anxious to find out, even got up from his seat and asked Anbu eagerly. "Well, we didn't see where he left," Anbu said with some shame. But for this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pursue it. After all, if the other party was really Hotake Sakumo, these Anbus would definitely not be able to fully monitor him. "Okay, I see, go down." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. However, when this Anbu just walked to the gate, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to him again, for the surveillance of Kakashi. Let's continue. The most important thing is to pay attention to whether Hotake Shimo will appear in the Hotake family. If you show up, tell him I want to see him. Okay, Lord Hokage. After the Anbu closed the door of the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down on the chair again. The news that Anbu brought to him today is no less than that of Wanjun and others who attacked the village before. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been wondering, was not in the mood to deal with official duties that day. That night, he approached Mitokado Homura and Udadan Koharu and asked about the transfer of Anbu. In this conversation, the few people didn't seem to be too happy. Shimura Dans, who was being a guest at Mitokado Homura's house, even bluntly said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was too indulgent to Kakashi and others. For these remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen is of course very angry. These former companions are actually drifting away from their own path. But when Sarutobi Hiruzen returned home tiredly, when he was just seated, 3 figures fell outside his house. If Sarutobi Hiruzen sees this person, he will definitely be surprised, because this person is the Manjun he had thought of before, as well as Uchiha Madara and Hotake Sakumo who arrived in Konoha with the team. Is this the home of third Hokage in this world? Uchiha Madara, standing next to Manjun, was perceiving the surrounding environment. In this time and space, Hokage's residence is somewhat different from theirs. The one here is a little too small, and it doesn't look impressive at first glance. Of course, I'm still familiar with this house. Wanjun is quite familiar with Hokage's public housing, and all the generations of Hokage he knows live in this house. We came to third generation to talk about Kakashi. What are you doing with you? Don't faint Konoha's third Hokage when you are like this. Uchiha Madara's prestige is comparable to Senju Hashirama in the ninja world, and even in terms of the attribute of shock, it is even slightly better. The 2 Libras, Onaki, and others, were scared by what this guy did. Who are you? When the 3 of Wanjun had just said a few words, the surrounding Anbu immediately noticed the 3 of them. After a burst of sound, the 2 Anbus blocked in front of the 3 of Wanjun. It's someone you can't stop. Wanjun standing in the middle had just finished speaking, and Hotake Shimo next to him had already subdued both Anbu in an instant. The other 2 Anbu who were in charge of escorts in the surrounding area saw this and quickly wanted to sound the alarm and call for reinforcements around. But before he put his hand in his arms to take out the alarm, the Anbu went black before his eyes and collapsed directly on the roof. Okay, it's all solved. When the 4 Anbu guards had all lay down, Hotake Sakumo returned to Wanjun's side. Let's go in and meet Konoha's third generation master again. As Wanjun said, he was the first to take the lead and walked towards the door of Hokage's residence. Boom! Wanjun stood at the door and tapped the door twice. Who? After the knock on the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the room. Because Sarutobi Asuma still has some rebellious character, the Konoha Jainin did not live in this Hokage exclusive house with his father, so only Sarutobi Hiruzen exists in the house now. Wanjun. Crack. As soon as Wanjun finished speaking, the door was opened instantly. The speed made Wanjun think that the person standing in front of him was not an old man, but a young man with a vigorous posture. Sure enough, it's you. Sarutobi Hiruzen who opened the door first saw Wanjun's figure. As for the leader of the Minato organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen has never forgotten. Hotake Sakumo. After Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Manjun, he swept his gaze to the left first. Sure enough, Hotake Sakumo that Anbu said was really in the company of Manjun. Wait, this is Uchiha Madara. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the third person outside, he unconsciously let go of both hands holding the door. How could it be him? How could it be Uchiha Madara? Chapter 149. Why? Don't you plan to let us in? Wanjun saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes straightened, and said a little bit amused. From this look, Sarutobi Hiruzen should be shocked by Uchiha Madara. But it's not surprising that this Uchiha Madara is at the apex of the ninja pyramid. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but anyone who knows Uchiha Madara will definitely be just as stunned as he is. I can't believe this will happen. It is true. After Wan Jun's reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally recovered and let the door out. But even so, his eyes were still fixed on Madara, who was wearing the traditional costume of the Uchiha family. Now that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated only a year or two, Uchiha Madara is returning to Konoha, shouldn't it be? When Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of this, his brain couldn't help but shook. If this is the case, Konoha's danger this time would definitely be more serious than that of Wan Jun and Minato who attacked the village. After all, Manjun, Namikaze Minato and others can still put in 2 sentences, but Uchiha Madara, just by looking at it, knows that he is not a good person. Sit. After a moment of stunned, when Wan Jun and the others came to play in the living room, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed, pointed to the chair next to him, and said to everyone. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked like fury, his heart was still turbulent. Every time he glanced at Uchiha Madara's familiar face, he was unconsciously stunned. At this time, his mind is full of doubts. What is the situation that will allow these past legends to reappear in the world? Is there something wrong with the place of death? While Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking, Wan Jun tapped the table lightly and said, "Third generation, we are here this time to discuss Kakashi." Kakashi? What's wrong with Kakashi? Although Hotaki had already been in contact with Kakashi after getting an Anbu report before, Sarutobi Hiruzen still pretended not to know. Wan Jun knew that Hotaki Shimao had approached Anbu's people before. Of course, it is impossible for Anbu not to report to this third Hokage, but Wan Jun did not immediately expose it. He just smiled and said, "You have seen it, this is the same Konoha's White Fang Hotaki Sakumo. Kakashi, as Sakumo's son, we hope to take him away. If Kakashi wants to leave, I hope Konoha will not stop him." The purpose of Manjun's visit this time is to stop when Hotaki Kakashi decides to leave. Go ahead and stop. If Kakashi has made up his mind by then, but is persuaded to go back by the third generation of Will of Fire, it will be great fun. You want to take Kakashi? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected it, he still frowned at this time. Konoha is now a time when talents are out of gear, and they are not picking up. As the leader of the younger generation, Kakashi will be the pillar of Konoha in the future, so how could it be taken away by others like this? Even if the opponent is Hotaki Sakumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen still would not agree. You have taken away Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto from the village before. He is a ninja student. It is understandable for you to take it away. But Kakashi is Konoha's ninja, and there is no reason to follow you. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it for a while, categorically said. Even if the opponent now has Uchiha Madara, Hotaki Sakumo, and this strong man who can use wood style, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are also Konoha's shadow. This is not a request. Manjun looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and continued, the choice is not in your hands for Hotaki Kakashi to go or not. We are just here to inform you that you should not stop Kakashi from leaving. If this happens, I can't guarantee what Shu Mao will do. This sentence is already a serious threat, although Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to reprimand Wan Jun for his statement. But he has learned the strength of the opponent twice, and now it is not a wise choice to anger the opponent. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already a little discouraged. The root of everything is because Konoha is too weak now. But in the face of this kind of thing, as Hokage, he had to come out to face it. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, Konoha can't let you take people away one by one. Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, now Kakashi again, will you later, even Tsunade, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, you all want to get into your own organization. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished saying this, Wan Jun couldn't help but smile. This statement is not impossible. If both Tobirama and Hashirama are here, Sarutobi Hiruzen might really join in immediately. If you are willing to join the organization, we will not object. Wan Jun still said with a smile. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was paused by Manjun's words before continuing, Kakashi can't leave. He will be one of the next Hokage's replacement candidates. This idea of successor is actually something that Sarutobi Hiruzen just remembered. Kakashi was not a successor to Hokage from the beginning. In his mind, the first Hokage successor was Orochimaru, then Namikaze Minato, then Jiraiya, and Tsunade. No matter how round it is, Kakashi won't be round. And of course Wan Jun also knew this fact. If Uzumaki Naruto was not young in the anime, Kakashi had replaced Hokage for a period of time. It is not necessarily true that Hokage's position will not be his turn. Are you sure that Kakashi is the candidate to succeed Hokage? Wan Jun said nonchalantly, and even if it is really one of Hokage's alternatives, as long as Kakashi wants to leave, Konoha can't stop him. There is no room for negotiation. If you want to oppose it, you can, and we can start the next round of war. But this time, I think there is no chance for peace talks. Wan Jun's words are quite deterrent. After all, Konoha was almost destroyed in the last battle. That Shinsu's Senju is powerful, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as Dr. Ninja, cannot compete. And now the opponent has added a strong player, the frightening Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen even felt that the other party did not need to send too many people. As long as Wan Jun and Uchiha Madara, Konoha could not resist. At this time, the person who had not spoken Hotaki Sakumo stood up. Master Third Hokage, Kakashi is not only Konoha's ninja, but also a member of the Hotaki clan. As the patriarch of the Hotaki clan, I have the right to deal with everything about him. Chapter 150. All the ninja villages in the ninja world were gathered by families at the beginning, and Konoha is of course no exception. From the original Senju and Uchiha, to Sarutobi Inoshika ch. Hyuga Hotaki, the families are in one by one. As they increase, their strength gradually overwhelms the entire ninja world. Therefore, these ninjas are the root of a ninja village. Without these ninjas, a ninja cannot sustain a ninja village. As the root of this, the family's control over its own people is actually stronger than that of the village. This can be seen from the caged bird of the Hyuga family. The family has a lot of self-determination to a certain extent. This is why Hotaki Sakumo dared to say that. If Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to prevent Kakashi from leaving, then Kakashi may not be leaving this time. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief before continuing, if Kakashi wants to leave, I don't have to stop him. It would be fine if I said that earlier. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Wan Jun also stood up. Well, now that we have negotiated, let's go first. After Manjun finished speaking, without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to reply, he took Uchiha Madara and Hotaki Sakumo directly out of the Hokage residence. After walking out of the house, Wan Junkei asked Uchiha Madara next to him, "You didn't say a word when you came here this time, just follow along. This Hokage is not bad." After coming here, Uchiha Madara still said the first words. And this evaluation was a bit beyond Wan Jun's expectation. Before Uchiha Madara was not satisfied with Konoha, who was annihilated by the Uchiha clan, but now after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone suddenly changed again. In order to know how Uchiha Madara changed his mind, Wan Jun asked again, "What? Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is good? It's a Hokage material." Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "It seems that the Hashirama and Tobirama here are also good choices." For Uchiha Madara, Hokage is certainly not indecisive, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance today seems to him to be barely passing. And just as a few people chatted and left, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also standing in his home and watching Wan Jun and others who were gradually going away. The biggest shock to Sarutobi Hiruzen today is the appearance of Uchiha Madara. This ninja, who is the same age as the first generation, seems to be about the same age today. There are too many doubts. You must check it out. Now Konoha's situation has already suffered from internal and external troubles, and the dwindling combat power has made Konoha's advantage over the other 4 ninja villages drop off a cliff. His first task now, it is how to preserve Konoha's existing combat power. Among them, of course Hotake Kakashi is included. After Wanjun and others disappeared nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly awakened several Anbu who were still in a coma outside. After the 4 Anbu woke up, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent them out. Although the moon is clear now, but while sleeping, in order to face new threats, Hokage can only continue to discuss with Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu, and others. In this important matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still willing to trust his old comrades. Because these Anbu brought the news of Uchiha Madara and Hotake Sakumo, Mitokado Homura quickly jumped out of the bed and went straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. In addition to the 2 consultants Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, Akamichi and Shimura Dans were also invited. The disciples of Tobirama once again gathered together. Although there is no Uchiha Kagami, this is also the most crowded time. Hiruzen, are you true? When all 4 of them came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, Mitokado Homura asked the Hokage-sama before he could sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been waiting for a long time, was sitting in a chair smoking a pipe, and the smoke in the living room had already been filled with smoke. Yes, I have seen both of them. Uchiha Madara, how could it be possible? Shimura Dans, who had experienced serious injuries several times, said with a pale face. Danzo, who has experienced serious injuries several times, is already in poor health, and without Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan, his strength is even more unbearable. I saw it with my own eyes, can there be fakes? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the pipe from his mouth and put it on the table. Sit down first. Hiruzen, you still have to sit idle. That's Uchiha Madara, Master First Generation died of illness because of the battle with him, but now he is still saying that this time, there must be some conspiracy. Udaten Koharu was a little anxious to see that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still unhurried. The previous battle must be because of him. His purpose has always been to destroy Konoha. This time, it must be for this. Udaten Koharu continued to analyze it, although it was wrong, but Mitokado Homura and others believed it. After Udaten Koharu finished speaking, Akamichi took the wind, who had never spoken. Yes, Hiruzen, we have to find a way. Is there any good way? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. They have Namikaze Minato, Hotake Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Now there is another Uchiha Madara. What do we think of? Together, Konoha's ninjas can beat the opponent's Shinsui Senju? Or Susanoo? This. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words left everyone at a loss as to how to answer the conversation. Yes, the opponent's strength is so strong from the surface, and apart from Uchiha Madara who showed up this time, they still don't know how many people are hiding. Even if the 5 people in this room shoot at the same time, they may not be able to match each other. Shall we contact other ninja villages? After a long silence, Mitokado Homura said again. Other shinobu village. After Mitokado Homura reminded him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this plan was more feasible. But uniting the 5 ninja villages is not easy. Years of fighting have caused the ninja villages to distrust each other. Shimura Dan saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little hesitant, and hurriedly urged, yes, by uniting Tsunagakure Iwagakure Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure's ninjas, we can have the ability to fight Uchiha Madara and Manjun who uses wood style. Hiruzen, we must act immediately. This organization has already come to Konoha several times. This is an unscheduled detonation talisman. Maybe it will detonate Konoha one day. Shimura Dans did not wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to reply, and continued, I know a lot about the country of water, so let me contact Kirigakura's Mizukage this time. Chapter 151. At Shimura-dan's strong request, the advisory team and Sarutobi Hiruzen finally agreed to his proposal. After the discussion, Shimura-dan set off directly to the land of water. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen also dispatched ninjas to contact several other big ninja villages, striving to unite the fighting power of the ninja world in a short time. In order to deal with the threats of Manjun and Uchiha Madara to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to do the same. After watching Shimura-dan's leave, Yuta and Koharu stood by the door and said to third generation with some concern, "Hiruzen, with the current strength of the opponent, even if it unites the major ninja villages, I am afraid it will be difficult to be an enemy." Konoha had this situation in the era when Senju Hashirama was the first generation. However, because of Senju Hashirama's peace thoughts, the war did not continue to go first, but a short-term peace was obtained instead. If you don't unite, perhaps as Danzo said, we Konoha will become the first victim. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also been thinking about it for a long time. In the face of people like Wanjun, Konoha has suffered 2 blows, each of which is given to Konoha brought a huge loss. The first loss of 9 Tails Jinkraki, and the second psychological blow to Konoha Shinobi. With Konoha's current situation, can he withstand the third blow? This is a question that Sarutobi Hiruzen is very suspicious. Hey, yeah, it can only be so. Akamichi, who rarely speaks, also echoed. Although Mitokado Homura did not speak, he also agreed with this statement. Only by uniting and fighting against Wanjun, there would be some hope. Without uniting, you can't even see that hope. However, before this question, what Konoha needs to face is Kakashi's departure, so Mitokado Homura said next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Then Kakashi? Are we going to let it go like this?" Listen to the news reported by Anbu. Kakashi is already packing up. At dawn tomorrow, Kakashi will definitely follow Hatake Sakumo to leave Konoha. Let him go. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have already planned, so when Mitokado Homura just asked this sentence, New Year's greetings immediately answered him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisiveness surprised Mitokado Homura. The previous Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like this, indecisive, isn't it Hiruzen's style? Although surprised, Mitokado Homura continued, "Let him go, aren't we?" This time, before Mitokado Homura finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "Do you have a better plan? Will Konoha see dawn even if Kakashi leaves? We have no choice now, and our strength does not allow us to refute the others' opinions." Oh! Mitokado Homura was convinced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. "Yes, without the strength, what can I do? If it was still the age of first generation and second generation teachers as Hokage, maybe they would not have encountered this kind of problem, right? Whether it's Manjun or Uchiha Madara, we can have a way to solve them. But unfortunately, Master First Generation and Master Second Generation are no longer there. Konoha can't come up with someone who can shock the ninja world for a while." Just as a few people were talking, another Anbu came quickly in the dark of the night. As soon as this Anbu fell to the window, he immediately said to Sarutobi Hiruzen by the window, "Hokage-sama, Kakashi said he will leave Konoha tomorrow." "I got it." Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected the news a long time ago, so he just nodded, without any expression on his face. When Anbu, Mitokado Homura and others left one after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen still stood in front of this window, looking at the bright moon in the sky alone, not sleeping for a long time. The next day, dawn. Hokage Rock. "Kakashi, you are late." Hatake Sakumo, who was already sitting on the head of the first Hokage statue, said to him without looking back when he sensed that Hatake was approaching happily. Upon hearing this, Kakashi did not answer. He was carrying a small package at this moment, standing behind Hatake Sakumo, overlooking Konoha. Hatake Sakumo stood up and looked back at Kakashi, Do you regret it? No, I just wanted to leave suddenly, but I was a little bit reluctant. Kakashi said to Hotaki after a bitter smile on his face under the mask. That's right, after all, you have been here for 20 years. Hotaki walked to Kakashi and patted it on the shoulder. But we will be back. Don't worry, you will be able to do it again soon. See Konoha. For Hotaki Sakumo's words, Kakashi was a little puzzled. We will come back. Yes, I will definitely be back. What is the specific situation? After we arrive in Sacheng, I will tell you in detail. After speaking, Hotaki Sakumo took the lead and walked towards the bottom of Hokage Rock. Wanjun and others can still waiting for their father and son. But just as the two left, a green figure was telling them to approach them, and when he stopped in front of Hotaki Sakumo, the two recognized that this was the Konoha Blue Beast, Might Guy. Kakashi, I didn't find you at your house just now, you knew. The Might Guy who just stopped speaking hasn't finished speaking, his eyes are just like Sarutobi Hiruzen before, staring at Hotaki Sakumo. This is, Lord Sakumo. Might Guy, you are still as vigorous as ever. This Might Guy also pesters Kakashi daily in the world where Hotaki Sakumo lives, but Hotaki Sakumo is not disgusted with this behavior. Every effort is made. The Konoha shinobi are very good. Really, Master Sakumo? Might Guy's head was a little down at this time. He didn't expect to find Kakashi to find Hotaki Sakumo. Of course, but Kakashi can't accompany you to practice today. We have something to do. Let's talk later. After Hotaki said, he stopped talking to Might Guy, and took Kakashi directly to the hotel where Manjun was. Might Guy, who was still on the Hokage Rock at this time, was still standing there, staring blankly at the Hotaki and his son who were going away. I haven't woken up yet? I must be. Otherwise, how could I see Konoha's Lord White Fang Yishu Mao? But I've seen Master 4th generation before, and it's not impossible for Master Shu Mao to reappear. Wait, should I tell Master 3rd generation first? On Hokage Rock, Might Guy, whose head is thinking faster than ever before, is still thinking about Hotaki Sakumo, but the two masters have already arrived at the hotel where Wanjun is. When Hotaki Sakumo led Kakashi into Manjun's room, Kakashi was taken aback by the lineup in the room. On the left-hand side of the door are sitting Orochimaru and Snakeheim, and on the right hand are Jiraiya and the boy Tobirama. Facing the door, Wanjun and Uchiha Madara were also standing by the window, looking at the Kakashi who had just joined the organization. Chapter 152. We meet again, Kakashi. When Kakashi stepped into the room, Manjun greeted the future 6th generation. When Wanjun came to Konoha for the first time before, he was chased by Kakashi, and it was at that time that Namikaze Minato revealed his identity. Manjun, sir. Kakashi paused when he said in the middle. He was obviously still thinking about the unpleasant encounters before. If it weren't for Hotaki Sakumo, Kakashi might not have joined Manjun's organization. Even the previous Namikaze Minato had no idea that Kakashi could leave Konoha. And after greeting Manjun, Kakashi's right eye looked at Uchiha Madara next to Manjun. How could this person's face have a familiar feeling? Looking at the other person's clothes, they seem to be from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha. The member of the Uchiha clan who is more familiar with Hotaki Kakashi is Uchiha Itachi. This Uchiha member killed all the Uchiha clan in the first 2 years. Is this one of the survivors? Kakashi was very puzzled at this time, but Manjun did not let him think about the identity of Uchiha Madara for too long. After both sides were silent for a while, Manjun directly introduced Kakashi. Orochimaru Jiraiya, they don't need me to introduce you, right? You should be familiar with the occasional reading. As he said, Wanjun stretched his hand to Madara beside him. Except for those few, this one is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Kakashi was taken aback by the name. This fame frightened him even more than when he met his father, Hotaki Sakumo, who was Uchiha Madara. However, Wan Jun waved his hand to signal him to be quiet. Don't worry. After Kakashi was quiet, Wan Junkei pointed at Senju Tobirama next to Jiraiya again and said, there is this one, you should also be familiar with it. His name is Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama? Second generation lord. Kakashi turned his head to look at the boy with the same white hair as himself, and said in a somewhat unbelievable way. If Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato, and Hotake Sakumo can be said to be hidden, how can Senju Tobirama explain that this is obviously smaller? How could adult second generation be a child? Kakashi still didn't believe Manjun's words. Senju Tobirama, called a child by Kakashi, is quite dissatisfied. Your father has to call me that second generation adult. You actually call me a child. But before Senju Tobirama had an attack, Jiraiya, a semi-professional nanny, took hold of his master. Kakashi has all joined, so don't let Senju Tobirama be too impulsive. This is a long story. After arriving in Sicheng, you should be able to know why. Wan Jun didn't bother to explain to Kakashi. When the copy ninja arrived in Sicheng and saw Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Hinata, maybe you can find the reason for yourself. Well, now that Kakashi is here, let's go. It's been a long time since I have eaten the dishes made by Tokashi Kishi, but I want to go back soon. After Wan Jun finished speaking, everyone in the organization left the hotel and walked outside Konoha. Anbu, who has been following Kakashi, also reported the departure of Manjun and Uchiha Madara to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When these people left Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. This time the opponent came, and finally no battle broke out. Have you seen the kid in Uchiha's house? Just walking out of Konoha, Wan Jun suddenly remembered that Uchiha Madara had disappeared for a while in the morning. This guy seemed to have said something about Uchiha when he left. Yet, Uchiha Madara walked to Wan Jun's left hand and nodded. Among Konoha, Madara is only Uchiha Sasuke. Wan Jun is curious about Hokage Madara's evaluation of Sasuke. What do you think of that kid? After Wan Jun questioned, Uchiha Madara shook her head silently. I can't see anything for the time being, but it doesn't seem very good. Uchiha Madara, who can only perceive, did not see anything different from ordinary people in Sasuke. Not to mention that the child's talent is compared with himself, that is, compared with his younger brother Izuna, it seems to be slightly inferior. Is that so? Manjun, who knew that Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, of course knew that Konoha's only Uchiha tribe had great potential. But Uchiha Madara is also the reincarnation of Indra's Chakra. And the talent is obviously much better than Sasuke, so Madara is also qualified to say this. But now there are two pairs of Ashura and Indra Chakra reincarnations in ninja. I wonder if the Sage of Six Paths has noticed anything? Why, Manjun-sama also met him. Uchiha Madara seemed to know Sasuke better when he heard Manjun's tone. Wan Jun nodded and replied, I understand it better. What do you think of Manjun? Uchiha Madara still wants to know more about Uchiha's only seedlings left in this world. He has more unique advantages than others, but whether he can grow up depends on his own. Manjun was telling the truth at this time. Now Konoha does not have Uzumaki Naruto, and without the existence of this bond, it is still unknown whether the rebellious and unsocial Uchiha Sasuke can grow up like in the anime. Along the way, the two chatted like this, and Namikaze Minato returned to the team shortly after everyone left Konoha. This Golden Flash who used Flying Thunder God to drive on his way was still much faster than everyone else. When Hotake Kakashi saw his teacher again, the two exchanged greetings again. And Sicheng, the organization's base, gradually appeared in the field of vision after everyone speeded up their journey. Senju Hashirama is inside, right? Standing outside the city of Sicheng, Uchiha Madara stopped and asked Wan Jun next to him. Wan Jun didn't expect this Uchiha Madara to stop when he was about to enter the city. Yes, it's in the city lord's mansion of Sicheng, it was given to us by the Lord of Sicheng. Hey! Uchiha Madara let out a long sigh of relief. Senju Hashirama in his world has long since passed away. Being able to see an old friend in this world also gave Uchiha Madara, the face of Furui without waves, a little expression. Let's go, you can see it when you go in. When Wanjun patted Uchiha Madara's arm, he stopped paying attention to the somewhat hesitant Uchiha Madara, and took the crowd directly into Sicheng. Of course, the guards of Sicheng didn't dare to stop the familiar Wanjun and others, and let them go directly, letting Wanjun and others enter Sicheng. Chapter 153. Because the city lord's mansion is in the north of the city, and everyone enters the city from the south, it can be considered as crossing the entire Sicheng. The previous change of Sicheng city lord's mansion has now spread among these residents, and they have long been familiar with the blue imperial robes of Wanjun and his colleagues. So when Wanjun took Uchiha Madara and others across it, all the residents hid aside early, for fear that there would be no fighting like the last 2 times. Boom! Because of Wanjun's leadership, everyone walked through the front door once, and when the knock on the door sounded, there was immediately movement in the house. Who is it? As soon as Wanjun heard the crisp sound, he heard the person coming. Tsunade, open the door. Is it Manjun-sama? But I can't reach it. There was also a short Tsunade, who couldn't reach the door lock at all at this time. Hearing Tsunade's words, Wanjun could only smile bitterly. It seems that the rare opportunity to go to the front door is gone. My lord, here I am. When Wanjun and others were about to cross the wall and enter, the voice of Fujian Qixi suddenly sounded inside the wall. The butler of the team was looking for Tsunade, but unexpectedly met Wanjun and others who just returned home. When the door was opened and Fujian Qixi saw the squad that had increased in number, he was already a little bit strange. In this organization, it is normal to have 1 or 2 more people after a while. After welcoming Wanjun and his party into the city lord's mansion, Fujian Qixi did not see much smile on his face. Master Wanjun, you can be back at noon. What's wrong with you? When Wanjun saw the appearance of Fujian Qixi, he knew that there must be nothing good. And the most likely thing to happen is that there is not enough money. As expected by Wanjun, the next sentence of Fujian Qi history is really related to money. My lord, Mrs. Hashirama and Mrs. Tsunade often go to gambling halls after you leave. And you also know the luck of both Lord Hashirama and Lord Tsunade. Although Fujian Qixi didn't finish his words, Wanjun knew what he wanted to express. It must be the 2 grandsons of Senju Hashirama who lost all the money left by Wanjun. Thinking of this, Wanjun knelt down and hugged Tsunade who was beside him. Tsunade, did you go to the casino with your grandpa? Tsunade chuckled, rubbing her hands in her arms continuously. Obviously, Fujian Qixi didn't make a mistake. Go find your grandpa. Now with Cardo's shipping company, and the 2 sites of Nami and Kirigakure, money is not that important to Wanjun's team. Oh, that's right. Manjun was about to head straight to Senju Hashirama's residence with Tsunade, but suddenly realized that Hitaki Sakumo and others had not arranged a house yet, so he turned to Fujian Qixi and said, Qixi, you go and clean up some spare rooms for Uchiha Madara and Hitaki Sakumo. After seeing Hashirama later, I will bring them over. Good adults, Uchiha Madara and Hitaki Saku. When Fujian Qixi was chanting these 2 names, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why are the names of these 2 people so familiar? Uchiha Madara. Hitaki Sakumo. Hey, it's Konoha again, but isn't Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at fault? Will the 2 of them meet? Thinking of this, Fujian Qixi is a spirited spirit. This kind of thing is not something that Jainin can handle. He should go and clean up the room. If he fights later, he can run as far as he can. After Fujian Qixi hurriedly slipped away, Wanjun and the others also happened to arrive in front of Senju Hashirama's house. At this time, first generation, who was doing nothing, was sitting in the Grand Master's chair in front of the house, basking in the sun with his eyes closed. Manjun is back. Senju Hashirama, who heard many footsteps, guessed the identity of the person before he opened his eyes. But when he looked back, he saw two familiar figures. One is Hitoki Sakumo, who is his former Hokage assistant, and the other is Uchiha Madara, an enemy and friend of his Sengoku era. You finally came. Senju Hashirama was not too surprised, as if he had expected Uchiha Madara to come here. In fact, when Minato, Senju Tobirama, and others joined one by one, Senju Hashirama knew that there would be such a day. Uchiha Madara, the friend who died under his own hands after the village was built, finally met again. However, Hashirama has already seen a Uchiha Madara in Minato's world, and the guy who intended to destroy Konoha also died long ago under Shinsu Senju. Compared to Senju Hashirama's calmness, Uchiha Madara, who just heard Hashirama's voice, was much more excited. Just after he sensed the location of Senju Hashirama, he jumped out, and in a flash, he arrived at Senju Hashirama. Beside. Boom! When Uchiha Madara's feet swept towards Senju Hashirama's body, Senju Hashirama, who had already left as a substitute, only left a stake in place. And before the stakes landed, the three-wood clone attacked Uchiha Madara from three different directions at the same time. That's it. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the three clones, and his body danced under the attack of the three-wood clone. Seeing that he used his hands and feet together and attacked with a few attacks, the three-wood clone disappeared in the courtyard. Wanjun said, "You are old, but it seems that the strength is still the same." Uchiha Madara, who had taken wood clone, did not continue to attack, but stood still and said to Senju Hashirama, who had already appeared behind him. Without waiting for Hashirama to reply, Uchiha Madara continued, "Long time no see, Hashirama." "Yes, it's been a long time." The sudden strenuous exercise just now made Senju Hashirama's waist a little uncomfortable. But the arrival of Uchiha Madara made him a little happy. After all, the person who was brought by Wanjun must have been on the same road as him. However, I'm getting old, and some are not working. Senju Tobirama, who was still in the distance, ran over after the two had a fight, standing in front of Hashirama, glaring at Uchiha Madara. "You are still the same as before." Uchiha Madara didn't bother Senju Tobirama, who was running over. Instead, he turned around and looked at Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara has become accustomed to Senju Hashirama's unwavering and decadent character. After Uchiha Madara turned to look at him, Senju Hashirama also put his hand on Tobirama's shoulder in front of him. "Tobirama, it's okay." "But, brother." Senju Tobirama was still a little worried about Uchiha Madara, who had just started it. "What's the use of you stopping? Tobirama, even if 10 of you stop me, it won't do any good." Uchiha Madara just smiled at Senju Tobirama's practice of using his manipulative arm as a car. "It's just that Janin's strength Tobirama doesn't have any effect. Any capital that can fight against itself. You." Senju Tobirama, who was so despised by Uchiha Madara, was immediately angered and immediately wanted to break free of Hashirama's hand. "Am I wrong?" Uchiha Madara spoke without looking at Senju Tobirama. Chapter 154. Senju Tobirama was stunned by Uchiha Madara's words. With his current strength, he really couldn't compete with Uchiha Madara. Although his strength is low, it does not mean that Senju Tobirama's temper is good. Uchiha Madara's successive taunts made him put his hand directly in the ninja bag behind his waist. Of course, Senju Hashirama will not let Tobirama go directly into battle with Uchiha Madara. Now the two sides are not opponents. It is not good to fight and kill. "Tobirama, look at Tsunade." "But, brother." Senju Tobirama wanted to say something, but under Hashirama's eyes, Senju Tobirama finally retracted his hand on the ninja bag. And just as the two brothers in Senju's family were talking, Kakashi, who was standing behind Hitoki Sakumo, was also stunned and watched what was happening in the courtyard. The one who just discussed with Uchiha Madara is Senju Hashirama from first generation, right? Although the man looks a bit older than the statue on Hokage Rock, his appearance is indeed surprisingly similar, and the dialogue between the three is also a direct identity. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, and Senju Hashirama, what kind of organization is this organization? Why are these strong men who are among the best in the ninja world? Kakashi, who came to this organization with Hatake Sakumo before, initially thought that the organization was a combination of Manjun and Uchiha Madara, with the goal of Konoha or the entire ninja world. But now it seems that he is still a little simple in thinking, and everything seems to be not that simple. Kakashi, let's go, too. Hatake was not too concerned about the entanglement between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the courtyard. After staying for a while, he directly called Kakashi and the two left together. Patio. Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, and others also left the courtyard after Hatake Sakumo and his son left. When everyone had finished walking, even Senju Tobirama took Tsunade to find Uzumaki Naruto, and there were only 3 people left in the courtyard. Wanjun looked around, and after making sure that everyone had left, he walked to the side of Senju Hashirama and said, I heard Fujian Chi-shi said that you and Tsunade have spent almost the remaining money. Ahem, this, Tsunade likes to go, I can't stop it, although she always loses, but if you exercise for some time, you may still win a few times. Senju Hashirama coughed a little awkwardly. Wanjun said. Senju Hashirama's own granddaughter Tsunade, in terms of gambling, is actually quite good, at least if she can win a few times. But this young Tsunade is a bit wicked. Since meeting this little guy, Senju Hashirama hasn't seen her win. Even so, Senju Hashirama is still going to give Tsunade some time. People can't always be in bad luck, right? You think too much about this. Wanjun, who knew what Tsunade was for a long time, of course wouldn't believe that he could win after training. If Tsunade could win, it would mean that nothing good would happen. When they first came to the country of rain, Wanjun and Senju Hashirama met the Tsunade in the main world. After winning the bet, won't Tsunade be severely taught? Wanjun is thinking about everything. If it weren't for no cause and effect across the door of time and space, maybe the 90-something Senju Hashirama would have been killed. That's right, I forgot to tell you. After chatting about Tsunade a few words, Wanjun pointed to Uchiha Madara next to him and said, presumably I don't need to introduce it, Uchiha Madara. But there is one thing I want to tell you. Madara's eyes are Mangeki Sharingan. Because of overuse, she is blind. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama observed Uchiha Madara's eyes. Although he noticed the other man's Mangeki Sharingan just now, he did not realize that he was blind. How could it be like this? It's a long story, don't mention it. Uchiha Madara didn't want to mention his past and waved his hand. After ending this topic, Uchiha Madara continued, your plan now should be to unify the ninja world, right? While on the road, Wanjun had already introduced the organization plan to Uchiha Madara, so the Madara master knew these things. But I want to remind that our opponents are not only in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara seemed to know some information, and saw that he took 2 steps in the direction of Senju Hashirama and Manjun. He walked in front of and behind them before continuing. Ninja is just a starting point, our greater threat is still behind. Regarding Psutsuki, Wanjun only talked to Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, but now listening to this 50-something Madara, he seems to know some deeper information. Why do you say that? Wanjun was more interested in Uchiha Madara's words. How did he discover the threat above the ninja world? Before speaking, Uchiha Madara deliberately increased his perception. After confirming that there was no one around him, he said, I once caught a terrific guy. After I caught him, I sealed him for a period of time. I got some clues in my memory. His mother is Tsutsuki Kagaya from ancient times, and he has been trying to resurrect his mother. But unfortunately, after Izuna's negligence, the guy who can burrow escaped, and he could not find out more clues. Wanjun was a little surprised after listening to Uchiha Madara's introduction. This Hokage Madara actually captured Black Zetsu, and he also discovered so much news. You don't seem to be too surprised. After Uchiha Madara finished his discovery, he did not perceive the slightest emotional fluctuation between Wanjun and the two. It stands to reason that for such important information, the two should not have a calm expression. In order to prevent Uchiha Madara from remaining cold, Wanjun answered, "We already knew the news. Tsutsuki is not limited to Kyoryuaki. In addition to Black Zetsu, his sons include Hamura and Heiai, as well as their offspring, Indra and Ashura." What? Uchiha Madara, who has always had an indifferent expression, frowned at this time. How do you know? Did you catch that must, too? In response to Uchiha Madara's question, Wanjun replied, "No, but our next goal is the Akatsuki organization that is absolutely where. Madara, we know more information than you." Senju Hashirama smiled and said to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who thought he was hiding a big secret, realized how ridiculous he was. All these people he knew already knew. Uchiha Madara once spent a lot of manpower and material resources in order to catch that absolute. He used 4 Red Yang formation together with Izuna, Tobirama and Sarutobi Suzuki, and finally trapped this absolute. Chapter 155. The reason why we will attack the Akatsuki organization next is that we are also prepared to prevent Ju from trying to resurrect Tsutsuki Kagaya. Because there were only 3 people present, Wanjun directly told Uchiha Madara some inside information. After a few days of refurbishment in Sicheng, we will head to the hinterland of the country of rain, where there is the base of Akatsuki. Orochimaru and Fukin Kishi lead the way. As long as the other party does not change the location of the base, we will be able to find each other immediately. Wanjun sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and continued to say to Uchiha Madara, "Akatsuki, can you meet the impostor who was in Nami country before?" Uchiha Madara can still remember the ninja who can use time and space ninjutsu in Nami country last time. Uchiha Madara is quite uncomfortable with this impersonation. Although the opponent is also called Uchiha, it is the driving force behind the destruction of the Uchiha clan in this time and space. Yes, he should have returned to the land of rain. Wanjun nodded in response. Because Wanjun and his party were a bit too crowded, and they also brought 2 misty ninjas, the Ghost Light Shuiyu and the Citrus Fruit Yagura, they did not use Flying Thunder God to drive after Namikaze Minato returned to the team. This also caused Uchiha Obito, who has Kamui skills, to have already returned to the land of rain. The current Xia organization may already be preparing to deal with the threat of Wanjun team. After all, Obito has seen Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Sakumo and Uchiha Madara. With these people as opponents, no one dares to take it lightly. By the way, how are you thinking about Rinnegan? Do you need Snake G to transplant Rinnegan to you? Although the blind Uchiha Madara is still strong, but with the ready-made Rinnegan, Wanjun still wants to directly give this material applied. For a long time, Snake G and others did not have the ability to recreate Rinnegan, which also led to Rinnegan not playing its role. If it is transplanted to Uchiha Madara at this time, this Rinnegan can be revived, and it will not be wasted that Wanjun has not awakened Hokage Uchiha Itachi in the Minato world. Rinnegan? Use Hashirama's cells to use this eye. Forget it, without eyes, I can defeat any opponent. Uchiha Madara said very imposingly. This look of looking at the world has a certain flavor of a man. Ns. It seems that Uchiha Madara has not been severely beaten by the society. If the Tsutsuki clan is allowed to clean up, maybe this guy will think of strengthening his own strength. However, since Uchiha Madara refused, Wanjun would not force it. Anyway, Snake G is already implanting first-generation cells into her body. When his implantation is completed, Rinnegan will be put on Snake G's body first, which is not considered to be. This Rinnegan was wasted. Well, since you don't need it, I'll talk to Snake G tomorrow. I have something to do afterwards, and the other team members are coming soon. Let's talk to Hashirama first. After Wanjun finished speaking, he left the courtyard to Hashirama and Uchihamadara, and he headed towards Snake G's laboratory. At this time, Snake G and Orochimaru should still be setting up the Ghost Light Shuiyu and the Citrus Yagura, as well as the Six-Tails Seiken previously caught in the country of Nami. After Wanjun left, Hashirama invited Uchihamadara to sit down. The two sat on both sides of the stone table and chatted about Konoha. These two people are first Hokage in their respective time and space. Although both sides have different plans for Konoha, there are still other topics to talk about with old friends for many years. And Wanjun returned to his room after telling Snake G to deal with Rinnegan. Although Wanjun had been away for some time, Fuji Unkishi still insisted on cleaning every day, so when he walked into the house, it was still the same as when he left. It's time for Yahiko. Wanjun murmured, and directly sat on the bed and entered the Hokage warehouse. Although there was not much delay in returning from the water country to Sicheng, it still took a lot of time on the sea, so just after Wanjun returned to Sicheng, Yahiko's wake-up time was almost the end. It's still 13 minutes, it's almost. Wanjun, who came to the Hokage warehouse again, looked at the countdown on the outer wall of the warehouse. And because I encountered the space-time rift created by Obito space-time ninjutsu in the water country, a new screen appeared next to the wake-up countdown screen. This screen has appeared since Wanjun left the country of waves, but all the way, it has only appeared as a black screen. Wanjun hasn't figured out what exactly this thing is for. However, according to the time point of appearance, it should still be related to the space-time rift. After Namikaze Minato returned to the team, he told Manjun that he had encountered another rift in Kirigakure, so Manjun has always paid attention to this matter. Just when Wanjun was thinking about what the new screen was used for, Yahiko's wake-up countdown had come and was close to 0. Yahiko is about to wake up. Wake up immediately. To this question, Wanjun's answer has never changed, yes, wake up. Yahiko, pacifist. An outsider who came to Konoha from the country of rain, no matter his talent or strength, he did not stand out in Konoha. But he has a good teacher Jiraiya, a good teammate Uzumaki Nagato, especially the latter. For Yahiko's rise to the position of Hokage, it can be described as a great contribution. With the help of Rinnegan Nagato, Yahiko walked towards Hokage's position step by step, and finally sat down. After becoming Hokage, Yahiko has been trying to negotiate peace with other shinobu villages. He has always firmly believed that without relying on any extreme force, it can also bring peace to the shinobi world. Team, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu, S. Physique, S. Illusion, A+. Pacifist? Wanjun was a little surprised when he saw the words he. These words didn't have much to do with the ninja. Even if it is stronger than Naruto in the future, it will deter the major ninja villages with strength. Without strength, all peace is a delusion. Just like this Yahiko who became Hokage, without the help of Rinnegan Nagato, he, who is the highest in strength, might not even be able to touch the side of Hokage. How can peace be obtained by just moving your lips? However, this pacifist may play a major role in the next battle with Akatsuki. Maybe he will really be able to defeat the enemy without a fight by then? When the opposite Nagato saw Yahiko appear, he didn't know what it would look like. It might be a bit overwhelmed to turn the enemy into battle. After all, the original Yahiko was made into heaven by him. He must be convinced that Yahiko is dead. But even so, Nagato's momentary hesitation is definitely inevitable. Chapter 156. Because the next Hokage wake-up message will take some time to prepare, Won Jun directly exited the Hokage warehouse and prepared to meet the 40-year-old Yahiko. When Won Jun's consciousness returned to his room, Yahiko was already waiting. This middle-aged man with orange hair and a firm face, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, was also looking at the place around him that was quite different from his own room. When Won Jun looked at him, Yahiko looked away and said to Won Jun, "Master Won Jun. Sit down, Yahiko." Won Jun pointed to the chair beside him and said to Yahiko. After Yahiko sat down at Won Jun's invitation, he directly asked Won Jun, "My lord, this is Otherworld, right?" "Yes, relative to your world, this is indeed Otherworld." Won Jun didn't expect this Yahiko to think of this key at once, and it seems that Yahiko's mind is quite active in normal days. Ms. Jiraiya often mentions these in novels. Yahiko smiled and took out a book from Hokage's imperial robe, and handed it to Won Jun. Ms. Jiraiya often writes novels about Otherworld. Minato and I like it very much. Watch. Yahiko's remarks confuse Won Jun. When did Jiraiya like to write Otherworld novels? Could it be that Jiraiya in Yahiko's world gave up his unique hobby? Thinking of this, Won Jun reached out and took the novel in Yahiko's hand. This connection didn't matter. When Won Jun saw the title of the book, he almost shook his hands and dropped the book to the ground. Yahiko picked up the book, pointed to the words on the cover and asked Yahiko, "Attacking Giant? Is this written by Jiraiya?" "Yes, it was written by Mr. Jiraiya." Yahiko nodded and said to Won Jun with certainty. This book was written by Yahiko watching his teacher personally. How could it be fake? Because I like the story of this book very much, Yahiko has always been the leader of the reminder group. Whenever he is free every day, he will run to his teacher to see if there are new plots. The book Yahiko currently holds is a new book that has just been published and has not had time for sale. This. Won Jun put the book in front of him again, and reconfirmed the title of the book. Isn't the title of this book an anime he'd seen before? With this thought in mind, Won Jun opened the novel that traveled through time and space. When the content of the first chapter was read by Won Jun, he really understood that the teacher of Yahiko, Jiraiya, was clearly a traverser. Good guy, there are still traversers in my own awakening world. What's wrong, Master Won Jun? Yahiko saw that Won Jun's reaction was so big, and thought it was something wrong with the novel. He just got this book, and before he could read it, he was awakened by Won Jun into this world. Middle. However, Won Jun waved his hand and sent the book back to Yahiko. "It's nothing, I just saw this book and thought of some previous things." After Yahiko took the book, Won Jun asked again, "By the way, Yahiko, did your teacher tell you anything else?" "Usually? It's nothing. The teacher doesn't talk very much, but what he likes to say is that it's hard to live without crooked money." Yahiko replied to Won Jun after recalling it for a while. Hearing this familiar vocabulary again, Won Jun felt a little cordial for a while. "Well, I also have a deep understanding of it. By the way, we also have a Jiraiya here, but the novels he wrote may be a bit beyond your expectations. You'd better not read his books. The book written by Jiraiya in this time and space is not suitable for regular reading of Otherworld." Yahiko of the novel. And after watching it, it is likely to break his image of being tall as his teacher. But the more Man Jun said this, the more Yahiko wanted to see what novels the teacher Jiraiya here was writing. Although he agreed with Man Jun's opinion, he was already thinking about how to proceed. Approaching Jiraiya. "Okay, it's almost time to eat. Let's go to the lobby first. Later I will ask Shi to prepare a room for you," Won Jun said, standing up, ready to take Yahiko to visit the city lord house. When Manjun brought Yahiko to the lobby, he happened to see Hotaki Sakumo and once again sitting in the lobby. When Jiraiya turned his head to look at Manjun who entered the door, he was stunned. "Am I Yahiko? This orange hair color, and that familiar look, how can Jiraiya never forget?" isn't this one of the 3 disciples in the land of rain? Ms. Jiraiya. Yahiko smiled and greeted Jiraiya. When Jiraiya heard this voice, he was convinced that this was the Yahiko, but depending on his age, it seemed that he had grown a little too fast. However, there are people of all ages in this team, which makes Jiraiya a little bit strange. Hotake Sakumo, who has been chatting with him just now, is not the same age as the real Hotake Sakumo. This is... The only person who didn't know Yahiko was Hotake Sakumo with a blank face. He had never seen this person in the original world. Seeing that Hotake Sakumo didn't know him, Jiraiya quickly introduced to him, "This is the disciple I collected in the land of rain, Yahiko." It turns out to be Jiraiya's disciple. "Your forehead protector is a bit crooked, move it." Hotake Sakumo, who has some obsessive-compulsive disorder, looked at Yahiko and reminded him. After Yahiko straightened the forehead protector, Hotake Sakumo stared at his imperial robe and continued, "How many generations of Hokage are you?" Hotake Sakumo didn't know Yahiko, but Yahiko was very familiar with this Konoha's white fang. Faced with this senior's question, Yahiko replied respectfully, "I am 4th Hokage, Lord Sakumo." "Are you Hokage?" In response to Yahiko's answer, the expression on Jiraiya's face became strange. Yahiko became 4th Hokage? What's the matter with this? The impact of this news on Jiraiya is greater than that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama before. But Hotake Sakumo was not surprised. He nodded silently and said, "4th generation, it's the same as me." Jiraiya was even more confused when he heard this. He had never heard anyone in the team discuss Hokage's position before, so this was the first time he knew that Hotake Sakumo and Yahiko were all Hokage. "Are you 4th Hokage?" Jiraiya scratched his head and said. At this moment, his head is already a little insufficient, and these topics are completely beyond his ability to understand. "Of course, I, like this disciple of yours, are both 4th Hokage, but this is a thing of the past, and it's not a Hokage anymore." Hotake waved his hand, and a hero didn't mention his brave posture. Chapter 157. All Hokage? Hotake Sakumo's words caused Jiraiya to fall into contemplation, and things seemed to become more and more complicated. "When I go back, I have to think about it. Why do these people who reappear say that they are Konoha's Hokage?" Wanjun on the side is not going to explain to Jiraiya. The new Hokage wake-up message has appeared, and he has to go in and see who it is. When Wanjun sat down at the dining table, his consciousness revisited the Hokage warehouse, and the screen on the outer wall of the warehouse already showed the next Hokage's information. Hokage Warehouse, Inventory 790,800. Waking up, Uchiha Fugaku, 41 years old, peak period. Konoha's 5th Hokage, who was not satisfied with Konoha police minister, planned a rebellion. With the help of Uchiha Shisui, Itaki, and Mirror, on the night of the rebellion, the fighting was as cruel as the night Nine Tails attacked the village, and half of Konoha was destroyed because of the rebellion. With this upside-down battle, the Uchiha clan finally came to the throne of Hokage. Uchiha is the real master of Konoha. The distinguished heavenly god's plan is being implemented, and the remaining wake-up time is 19 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 41 seconds. Uchiha Fugaku? Looking at Fugaku's introduction, he should have wooed Shisui, and then with the help of Itaki and Uchiha Kagami, he made a comeback? Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku also turned over, but now Yahiko has been awakened. It seems that Fugaku can make a comeback and get Hokage's position in one fell swoop. But the next time you fight Akatsuki, Yahiko and Uchiha Fugaku will stand out. Their impact on Akatsuki may be stronger than the fight. But Uchiha Fugaku still has 20 days, and the time is still a little longer. Maybe when he arrives, Wanjun and others have already taken the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of this, Wanjun also gradually withdrew from the Hokage warehouse. Apart from the wake-up countdown displayed on the screen, there is nothing to look at here. When Manjun returned to the lobby, he found that both Hotake Sakumo and Yahiko were staring at Jiraiya, not knowing what Jiraiya did. What's the matter? Wanjun looked at the deadlocked three people and asked. My lord. Yahiko smiled awkwardly, and handed a book in his hand to Wanjun. Wanjun glanced at the name on the cover of the book. This book is the famous Intimate Paradise in the original world. Just as Wanjun wanted to reach out to pick him up, he also wanted to see what this famous and intimate paradise had written. However, before Wanjun could get the book, Hotake Sakumo, who was sitting next to Jiraiya, took the book first. After flipping a few pages hastily, the expression on Hotake's face became more and more abundant, and finally he even took the book directly to the table. Jiraiya, how do you write this kind of book? I saw Kakashi reading your book when I was in Konoha. I didn't expect it to be like this. This kid, I have to pack him up. Hotake Sakumo, as he said, he stood up and walked outside the house without thinking. Hotake must have gone to trouble Kakashi. The three people in the room looked at Hotake Sakumo, who was leaving, but they didn't stop it. It's up to them to solve the Hotake family's own affairs. Among them, Jiraiya is the most indifferent. He doesn't think there is anything in this book. After Hotake Sakumo left, Jiraiya handed the book to Manjun again, and continued to discuss his affectionate series of books. I have a new book to be sent out recently. Would you like to read it too? What book? Yahiko said expectantly. Although I was scared by the Pro Nintendo before, Yahiko was still very interested in the content of the book after Jiraiya said the two words of the new book. Maybe the new book of the teacher Jiraiya can get back on track. Let me show you. Jiraiya said, took out the book he still received from Kabuto and handed it to Yahiko. Yahiko, who took the book, looked at the name Intimacy and Violence, and knew that this book must not be much different from the one just now. Teacher, why do you always write this kind of book? What, isn't it? Jiraiya didn't think there was anything wrong with her new book. When Yahiko was asked this, he didn't know how to answer it. He could only reply stiffly, no, there is nothing wrong with it. When Jiraiya heard this, he was immediately satisfied. That's good, I'll find someone to send it out in a few days, and Kakashi should like it too. Just when Jiraiya was advertising herself, the rest of the people gradually came to the hall because of the meal. Namikaze Minato came first, followed by Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata. These two children who stayed behind in Sacheng usually had a good time. However, because the outgoing Hinata is much older than Naruto, Hinata only treats Naruto as his younger brother. On weekdays, he encourages this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to return to Konoha to find his companion. And those who followed were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, with Senju Tobirama and Tsunade. After Orochimaru and Snakeheim came with the Ghost Light Suijutsu and Yagura, Hotake and Kakashi finally rushed over. Sakumo, who had just gone to Kakashi's room to search for contraband, his face was not very good at this time. The number of people in our team is getting more and more every day. When everyone sat down, Wanjun said to the people who couldn't sit down at the long table. Fujian Chi-shi, who was carrying the food on the table, heard this, but said in embarrassment, Master Wanjun, I am the only one to take care of this city lord's mansion. Some are not enough. Because of Wanjun's departure, there were only a few people in the team staying in Sacheng, so Fujian Kishi could barely handle it by himself. But Wanjun suddenly brought so many people back this time, and this time was a little too busy for Fujian Chi-shi. Regardless of taking care of the room, these 3 meals a day will kill this Jainin. This is indeed a problem. Wanjun felt that Fujian Chi-shi's remarks were pretty good, and it would be a little bad if you didn't add a few people in charge of taking care of it. And at this time, Wanjun also remembered the city lord Su, who had surrendered the city lord's mansion before. Later, Fujian Chi-shi could find him directly and let him arrange a few people there. After thinking about it, Wanjun directly ordered Fujian Chi-shi after the meal. After learning how many helpers could be added, Fujian-chi left the city lord's mansion full of joy and went straight to the residence of the city lord Sicheng. Wanjun, when will we go to the Xia organization? Senju Hashirama, who had just watched Fujian Kishi leave by the gate of the city lord's mansion, asked Wanjun next to him. Wanjun turned his head and looked at Senju Hashirama, who was approaching. He didn't expect this friend to abandon him and come to him. I will go in 2 days. The base of the Xia organization is very close to us, directly from Sicheng. You will be there in 1 day on the road. Chapter 158. 2 days? It's okay. If you solve it earlier, you can rest earlier. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly and continued, at that time, Uchiha Madara and I will also go. It is better to dispatch all of them to the Akatsuki organization. Now Senju Hashirama has been recuperating in Sicheng for a period of time, and his body is no longer a serious problem, and the vitality he had consumed before has recovered a little. This is the reason why Senju Hashirama took the initiative to contact Wanjun this time. Well, after all, the Akatsuki organization still has a lot of strong people. They are much better than Konoha. Of course, Wanjun also agrees with Senju Hashirama's statement. Of course, a large number of people is a good thing. Although the strength on his side is already very strong, and not all the personnel can defeat the Akatsuki organization, it is always good to have more people. Well, Konoha's strength here is a lot worse. But Tsunade and Naruto will definitely not be able to follow by then. Sicheng still has to stay 1 or 2 people to watch. Senju Hashirama is still a little worried about his granddaughter Tsunade. Taking it to attack Akatsuki's organization is definitely not enough. If you stay behind, you may encounter the rebels running nearby, so Senju Hashirama is still planning to let Manjun keep 2 of them to look after the house. Wanjun had already thought about this issue, so he nodded and said to Senju Hashirama, "Let Snakeheim and Orochimaru, they just want to monitor Kachi Yagura and Gaideng Suijutsu, and they can't stop their research on the tail beast. Are they too? It's okay." Senju Hashirama recognized the abilities of these 2 adults. The matter of attacking Akatsuki's organization was decided during the conversation between Wanjun and Senju Hashirama. And just as the Wanjun team in Sicheng was already discussing the next battle, Kirigakuer, the country of water, also happened to usher in Shimura Dans, who came from Konoha, the country of fire. After a long journey, the wind and dust came to Danzo in Kirigakuer. Before the water had time to drink, he began to talk to the new Mizukage Terumi Mei who Wanjun supported. Although he was more confused as to why this Kirigakuer had realized the replacement of Mizukage without knowing it, this was after all a matter for other people's ninja village. Danzo didn't have the opportunity to ask about it. Instead, he bluntly stated the purpose of the trip. Mr. Mizukage, I came here to seek cooperation between Konoha and Kirigakuer. Terumi Mei heard this, but didn't react at all. Sitting on the main seat, she was staring at Danzo, who looked exactly like the member of the Wanjun team upstairs who was in charge of monitoring, trying to find out the differences between the 2. But after watching for a long time, Terumi Mei didn't see why. The 2 of them are clearly the same. Master Mizukage. Shimura Dans yelled again when seeing that Terumi Mei didn't reply. Ah? What? Terumi Mei was stunned by Danzo's words, but she didn't understand what Danzo had just said, and asked her again. Danzo didn't expect this new Hokage to be so stupefied, he didn't seem to be a shadow person at all. Why can such a position as a movie fall into the hands of these people? Although Danzo's heart was very upset at this time, as a person who came to seek cooperation, he could only bear it. I am Yakaha Hokage here to discuss cooperation matters with Kirigakuer. Cooperation? How can we, Kirigakuer and Konoha cooperate? After listening to Danzo's retelling, Terumi Mei asked with a look of confusion. The country of water and the country of fire have always only had war. Where can there be any cooperation? Because the ninja world has encountered a problem that must be solved by cooperation. Shimura Dance looked at Terumi Mei and continued, we found Uchiha Madara. He is still alive and is preparing to attack the major ninja villages. We Konoha have repelled the first attack of his organization, but I believe they will soon have a second and a third attack. Although we Konoha can withstand his attack, what about Kirigakure, facing Uchiha Madara, can you resist it? After Shimura Dance finished talking about the remarks he had planned on the road, he noticed the expressions of Terumi Mei and Ao and Kojuro behind her. I thought the other party would be shocked, and would quickly ask myself about Uchiha Madara's re-emergence. But when Shimura Dance paused for a while, the three of Terumi Mei looked at Danzo blankly. This embarrassing scene immediately confuses Danzo. What is the situation of the other party? I'm talking about Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Haven't you heard of it? Even if you are not surprised at such a major news, you show a little expression. What's the matter with this indifferent appearance now? Danzo gritted his teeth and prepared to explode again. They are not only Uchiha Madara, but also Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and his own Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. Both of them. Joining the organization of Uchiha Madara, with the joint efforts of the three, our two ninja villages must unite to deal with it. Terumi Mei 3. Shimura Dance. Shimura Dance is embarrassed now, and Terumi Mei, Mizukage's reaction is completely beyond his expectations. Danzo had thought before that Mizukage would be annoyed by him as a liar, wondering why the three dead people suddenly appeared, and would be shocked by the appearance of Uchiha Madara. But Terumi Mei's now calm expression and the appearance of watching a play were something he had never thought of. What happened to Kirigakure? Could it be that the title in the blood mist for so many years has made everyone here stupid? Ahem, Mizukage-sama, don't you believe what I said? Danzo broke the silence with a dry cough and asked Terumi Mei again, cheeky. Ah? No, we totally believe what you said. Kirigakure, who has been attacked by Namikaze Minato and Hatake once, could not believe it. There is a person who is exactly like you, Danzo, living upstairs. Do you think we believe it? But what can I do? I am now the opponent's puppet. Kirigakure was also badly injured after the last battle. Even if he wanted to resist Wanjun and others, he didn't have that strength. What's more, there is still the legendary Uchiha Madara on Manjun's side. Even at this time, the organization that joins with Konoha to deal with Manjun, Terumi Mei feels that there is no chance of winning. Do you believe it? Terumi Mei's reaction once again made Shimura Dance puzzled, why the opponent hasn't played the card according to the routine. Of course I believe, whether it is Uchiha Madara or Namikaze Minato, we all believe in their existence. Terumi Mei said, pointing to the ceiling above her head, and then said, after all, we have already fought the people you mentioned. And above me, there are people from the organization you mentioned. Chapter 159. What? Hearing what Terumi Mei said, Shimura Dance stood up quickly, staring at Terumi Mei, and asked in horror, they have already come? You have fought against each other. That Wanjun still left someone in Kirigakure, then don't you mean? Shimura Dance felt more horrified the more he thought about it. According to this line of thinking, Kirigakure might have been captured. The previous generation Mizukage Citrus Orange Yagura suddenly became the present Terumi Mei also has a clue, maybe the previous generation Mizukage has been killed by Uchiha Madara and the others. You are right. Just as Shimura Dance's breathing was getting more and more rapid, Jian Danzo had walked down the stairs, stood at the corner of the corridor, put his hands on his chest, and said to Shimura Dance. It's you. When he was in Konoha, Shimura Dance had seen this ninja who looked exactly like him, and now suddenly seeing him in Kirigakure, it really frightened Shimura Dance. The facts are already obvious, Wanjun's organization made Kirigakure a vassal, and he is now a wolf in his account. But looking at the current situation, Wanjun and Uchiha Madara are definitely not here in Kirigakure. If there are only a few people here, they might have a chance to escape. Shimura Dan's, who had already made up his mind to run, took a look at the opponent's position. Right in front of him was Kirigakuru's new Mizukage, and at the corner of the corridor on the right front was the person who looked exactly like him. If you run directly outside, you still have a chance. Just after Shimura Dan's decided to retreat, he slammed his feet and retreated directly to the rear. Where do you want to go? Shimura Dan's hadn't landed on the ground outside the house, but suddenly there was a voice in the direction of his back. Shimura Dan's, who heard the sound, looked back and saw that this person was the steady Danzo who was just on the corner of the corridor. Why is this person so fast? Shimura Dan's was amazed that he had already used the fastest speed, but this person had already come directly to the direction of his back. This speed was simply too fast. In fact, Shimura Dan's was not right. It was not the person he had just seen standing behind him blocking the way. The person behind him was actually just a clone of Danzo. This clone was already guarded after Shimura Dan's entered the building. Here it is. Don't you want to stop me? Just when Shimura Dan's was about to approach this clone, he quickly took out a handful of kunao from his waist and swiped towards the clone of Danzo. Earth-style wall. The avatar blocking the way is the 7th avatar of the steady Danzo, who is good at using earth-style. After Shimura Dan's marked kunao, he directly formed the seal with both hands. A wall of soil rose sharply with his voice, and the two isolated on both sides of the street. Boom! Shimura Dan slashed on the earth wall without suffering, and with this force, he leaped to the side, preparing to continue to escape. The 7th avatar who aims to capture Shimura Dan's directly, of course, will not just block the opponent's path. His purpose is to directly keep Shimura Dan's in Kirigakure, in this bloody fog. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. As soon as the voice of number 7 clone fell, Shimura Dan's, who had already run out with the help of a short time ago, suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed his ankle. Boom! When this hand pulled down forcefully, ready to pull Shimura Dan's into the ground, his ankle suddenly turned into a pile of wooden stakes. Shimura Dan's had already used the body replacement technique to escape from the scope of the decapitation technique in his heart. How could this kind of ninjutsu work for me? Shimura Dan's, who had come to the roof and rushed wildly, did not forget to despise the 7th clone who had just used the decapitation technique in his heart. However, Shimura Dan's didn't stay arrogant for long. Just as he jumped and was about to jump on the outer protective wall of Kirigakure, 2 ninjas jumped off the wall at the same time. I saw the 2 men each holding a long blade and slashing towards Shimura Dan's from 2 directions one after another. Facing the simultaneous slashing from both sides, Shimura Dan's did not panic too much. Shimura Dan's, who had experienced many wars, was no stranger to this kind of surprise attack. However, when the opponent was about to get close and 2 familiar faces appeared in his field of vision, Shimura Dan's was stunned. With this trance alone, Shimura Dan's body flicker technique took a little slower, and when he managed to instantaneously hit the city wall, his left wrist had already been cut. Shadow clone? How could there be 2 me? But whether it is wearing or perceiving chakra, it is not like shadow clone at all. Shimura Dan's, standing on the wall, clutched his arms, watching in horror at the 2 attackers who rushed to the wall again. These 2 people are the other 2 clones of Danzo, number 6 and number 8. You can't run away. Doppelganger number 6 fell behind the city wall and raised the long blade to Shimura Dan's. The 8th standing next to him also said at the same time, "Give up, as long as you stay in Kirigakure, we won't do anything to you." Although Danzo didn't show up, he still didn't plan to kill him with the same appearance and the same name Konoha Nabe King. After all, everyone is called Shimura Dan's. However, Shimura Dan's is obviously not ready to accept the other's kindness. Although his arm has been injured, he will continue to fight. I'm the disciple of Master 2nd generation, and I'm Konoha's ninja. With this mind in mind, Shimura Dance endured the pain and raised his hands to his chest, ready to cast ninjutsu. However, due to the injury of his arm, his seal speed was greatly reduced. When Shimura Dance had just made the first seal, the two stable Danzo clones slashed at him again with knives. Wind Style Wind Blade. The speed of Wind Style is very fast, not to mention everyone is still on the narrow wall. The wind blade that Shimura Dance reluctantly cast was directly hit on the right leg when the sixth clone could not avoid it. Despite being hit by the wind blade, clone number 6 did not stop, holding the long blade and continued to pounce on Shimura Dance. Sure enough, it's not Shadow Clone. Shimura Dance saw that his wind blade did not make the opponent disappear into white smoke, and immediately understood that these people were not Shadow Clone, but real existence. Hey! Just when Shimura Dance understood, he was stabbed in each of his arms. The intense pain caused him to stop the congestion, and the whole person stepped back, but he still said firmly, there will be no compromise. At this time, the two clones of the Mizukage building also came to the city wall, and the four clones stood in four directions, surrounding Shimura Dance. Really? The third clone wearing Kirigakure Enbyo costume smiled and said to Shimura Dance. We won't do anything to you, as long as you stay in Kirigakure, you won't be hurt in any way. Dream. Shimura Dance gritted his teeth and glared at these people who were exactly like him. Who are you anyway? We? Of course it is Shimura Dance. The four clones replied in unison. Damn it! Shimura Dance heard the other party's answer and cursed angrily. If you are all Shimura Dance, then who am I? Do you really think I'm so cheating? Only I is Ji. Village. Tuan. Zhang. Shimura Dance stared, shouting at these opponents word by word. Haha, who isn't it? The four clones were amused by Shimura Dance's words. Hearing what you mean, is it possible that we are still fake? Although we are avatars, we are also real Danzo. Well, the game is over. Just as the four avatars laughed at Shimura Dance, behind them, another person covered in armor appeared. And this person is the true body of Danzo, who has never shown up. Master Danzo. After hearing this voice, the clones lowered their heads, respectfully and humanely. Master Danzo. Shimura Dance, who endured the pain and looked a little pale, looked at the man standing on the battlement and asked in confusion. Is it another person who calls himself Danzo? How many such people are hiding in Kirigakure? When I was in the Konoha battle last time, I thought that the opponent was just a few clones. Now it seems that this is not the case. Could it be Orochimaru's new research results? Has he been able to copy people who have existed? From this point of view, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Madara, and Hotaki Sakumo who have appeared in the past may be the same as these Danzo, they are all copied existences. Damn it, this news can't be brought back to Konoha. Now that the other party has 5 people, Shimura Dance no longer feels that he has the possibility of escape. Give up. Steady Danzo, standing on the battlements, said to the Pot King in a very flat tone. Out of the consideration of the same route, he really wanted to keep the other side alive. But Shimura Dance was not ready to appreciate it. He was ready to die, staring at the man wrapped in armor, and said angrily, no one can threaten me, no one can make me sentence Konoha. Nobody. Ninfa seal of self-karma curse. Shimura Dance yelled, and the whole person rushed to the real body of steady Danzo. Because of the activation of the seal of self-karma curse just now, the 4 clones were all set in place. And the stable Danzo himself immediately broke the seal. What do you want to do? The seal of the 4 elephants. You. Shimura Dance, who was about to use the seal of the 4 elephants after the seal of the self-karma curse, heard this. A trace of cold air rushed from the solace of his feet to his brain. He did not tell anyone about this seal, and it is impossible for others to know about himself. Can use this ninjutsu? Yes, it is the seal of the 4 elephants, none of you can escape. Shimura-dan stopped talking nonsense after he finished speaking, seal of Li Sixiang. The blood on Shimura-dan's body was about to splatter. At the moment, the steady Danzo stretched out his hand calmly, and said with a smile, "The seal of the 4 elephants." Release. Chapter 160. If it is facing other opponents, Danzo may not easily reveal his body, but this time he is facing only himself in this world. With full confidence, he appeared on the city wall. In the face of the seal of the 4 elephants used by Shimura-dan's, Jian Danzo has already had a way to deal with it. When the other party called out the name of the seal technique, he immediately sealed the seal and sealed this extremely lethal seal. The technique was imprisoned on Shimura-dan's. Boom! The blood in Shimura-dan's body was tumbling in his body at this time, and he fell to the ground with a thud. I saw Shimura-dan's lying on the ground, his head still looking at the person on the wall. His breath was a little weak, but he still held up and asked the person, "How is it possible? How can you solve this ninjutsu? This forbearance? No one can solve this technique. Who are you?" It's you, can't you see it?" Jian Danzo said, and took off the visor from his face, revealing Shimura-dan's familiar face under the mask. "Anyone like me again?" Shimura-dan's is not surprised by this kind of thing. What he cares about now is why the other party unlocked his seal of the 4 elephants. Even if the appearance is the same, you shouldn't know that my inner 4 elephant seal is right. How could I not know? Jian Danzo smiled and continued, "I said, I am you, I am Shimura-dan's. Because of this, I knew about the seal of the 4 elephants here, and I also specially developed a method to get rid of him." After listening to Danzo's explanation, Shimura-dan's had to wonder whether there would really be people like him in this world. If this is the case, it would be terrible. Perhaps the few legendary ninjas who have appeared in Konoha are all such people? Take him back to the Mizukage building and seal Chakra. You can't let him leave Kirigakure for half a step. Jian Danzo is not ready to communicate with Shimura-dan's anymore. He has to be busy making a clone. Those 2 clones have not been replenished yet. "Okay, Lord Danzo." After the 2 avatars nodded, they directly set up Shimura-dan's and prepared to return to Kirigakure. Number 6. You will change into his clothes later and go directly to Konoha to take the place of Danzo. Before Shimura-dan's completely left the city wall, Jian Danzo began to assign tasks to his clone. "What do you want to do?" Shimura-dan's, who was framed by 2 avatars, widened his eyes and looked at Jian Danzo. This person wanted to replace him and return to Konoha. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't see through it, wouldn't Konoha be dangerous? Although he still wanted to question Jian Danzo a few words, he did not stop holding his avatar. After he asked that sentence, the whole person was framed and went straight to the Mizukage building. Steady Danzo's main reason for letting his clone go to Konoha is to prevent the other party from suspicion. He doesn't care much about intelligence and information. As long as the other party is not suspicious, and does not continue to send ninjas to bother him to make a clone, Danzo will not be ready to have any conflict with the other party. And after solving the small problem of Shimura-dan's on Kirigakure's side, the Wanjun team in Sicheng was also ready to complete the mission of the Xiao Xiao organization. "Grandpa, are you going too?" At the gate of Sicheng City Lord's mansion, juvenile Tsunade, holding his big dice, tilted his head, asked Senju Hashirama. "Well, I want to go too, but it shouldn't take too long. I will come back to accompany you in 2 days." The older Senju Hashirama is, the more he likes to stay with children. He likes to watch these new generations grow up. However, Tsunade seemed a little uncomfortable when he heard what he said. She curled her lips and said, "Who are you not taking me to the place where you play dice?" "Haha, let Hinata take you there, she knows the way." Senju Hashirama smiled and said to Tsunade. Hyuga Hinata was the same as Naruto, and Wanjun was not prepared to take them to the battlefield. In the team, except for Senju Tobirama, who is extremely eager for battle. Wanjun is not planning to bring other underage fighting powers. Now there is Fujian Kishi in the city lord's mansion. The helper is coming from the city lord of Su, so Fujian Kishi, who came first in free time, was called by Wanjun and went to the base of the Xia organization together. Well, we should go now. Wanjun, who was standing outside the gate of the city lord's mansion, urged Senju Hashirama, who was still teasing the young Tsunade. At the urging of Wanjun, Senju Hashirama finally brought the gate up and kept up with the large troops on the expedition. Hashirama, this is not like you. When Senju Hashirama came to Manjun, Uchiha Madara, who was standing on the other side of Manjun, stared at the first Hokage with blind eyes. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said, "Why don't you look like me? I have always been like this." Hey! After Uchiha Madara shook her head inexplicably, she raised her leg and hurried towards Namikaze Minato and others who had already gone a little far away. Some puzzled Senju Hashirama glanced at Wanjun, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Madara?" "I don't know, maybe it's because you've been teasing Tsunade for too long." In fact, Wanjun doesn't know why Uchiha Madara suddenly said such a sentence, but he can be sure that Uchiha Madara is somewhat dissatisfied with Senju Hashirama. N.S. This guy. Senju Hashirama, who still didn't understand what was going on, shook his head and followed Wanjun towards the west gate of Sicheng. Namikaze Minato and the others were already waiting at the gate of the city. When the three of Wanjun arrived, Senju Tobirama, carrying a backpack, ran over for New Year's greetings. "Brother, are you okay?" Tobirama, who has always cared about his brother's body, thought that Senju Hashirama had come so late because of his health. "What's wrong with him?" Uchiha Madara, who perceives that Senju Hashirama's body is extremely full of chakra, certainly knows that this friend's body won't have any problems. After speaking, Uchiha Madara walked to the front of the team. "Let's go, this time you must not let the guy posing as me run away." "Master Madara, I will show you the way." Since knowing that this hedgehog head is Uchiha Madara, Fujian Kishi's attitude towards him is very good. Whenever he encounters it, he will directly compliment one or two. This time out, Manjun, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were listed on the list of extremely important personnel. Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Shimo, etc., naturally dropped to a lower level. Chapter 161. My lord, this is it. Fujian Kishi, who had been to Akatsuki's organization base once before, and was hunted down by Kakuzu because of this incident, brought everyone to a hill, and pointed to the bare hill in front of him and said to Wanjun. Namikaze Minato, who came to investigate that time, nodded and said, "It's here. Last time I met Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi." While speaking, Namikaze Minato also pointed out where he saw Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru appear. Wanjun looked in the direction of Namikaze Minato's finger. There was no difference from other places. It was a strange and chaotic world, and there were no big trees around. And when Wanjun looked at it, a member of Akatsuki wearing a red cloud pattern on a black background suddenly walked out of the rock. Wanjun looked intently. This person is the most prodigal existence in Akatsuki, Konan. This Xia organization member with countless detonating charms, with a dark face, slowly walked towards Wanjun and the others. Konan. Yahiko, who had just arrived and hadn't gotten acquainted with the people in the organization, stood at the outermost edge of the team. When he saw that the person wearing Akatsuki's trench coat was actually Konan, he was taken aback for a while. Jiraiya, who is closest to Yahiko, frowned like Yahiko. Although he knew the specific structure of Akatsuki from Wanjun before, and also knew that Konan and Nagato were also in this organization, Jiraiya was still a little disappointed after seeing it with his own eyes. Why did the disciples who had given me high hopes become like this? Your acquaintance. Behind Yahiko, Hotaki Shimo, who was observing the Akatsuki member, heard the words Konan and asked Yahiko. Yahiko nodded and replied, "Yes, I know, it's my teammate." It seems that there are still a lot of acquaintances. Hitoki Shimao did not expect that this new teammate would actually have acquaintances in this Akatsuki organization. However, he had already met the Uchiha family in Kirigakure before, and it was quite normal for Akatsuki to produce some strange acquaintances. "Yahiko, come here." Just when Yahiko was about to continue speaking, Wanjun at the front of the team yelled in his direction. At Wanjun's greeting, Yahiko ended the conversation with Hitoki Sakumo and walked directly to Wanjun's side with 2 steps. "What's wrong, Lord Wanjun? We are the most familiar with Konan here, it is you, so she will leave it to you." Wanjun looked at Konan who was still walking towards him, and continued to Yahiko, in order not to give too much to the other party. "After you hold down Konan, we will directly enter the Xia organization and go straight to Huanglong." Wanjun was not prepared to be outside for too long. Once they started fighting with Konan, the noise from the outside would soon be reflected by the people in Akatsuki's organization. So in the beginning, Wanjun was not prepared to spend too much time fighting Konan. And no one can better solve this problem than Yahiko. Wanjun believes that with the relationship between Yahiko and Konan, Konan should not use the detonating charms that he has collected for many years. "Okay, Manjun-sama." Of course Yahiko can't ask for it to meet Konan directly. If people like Namikaze Minato and Hitoki Sakumo do it, Yahiko is still a little worried. If one is not careful, Konan will probably be killed on the spot. Of course, the main reason for this idea is that Yahiko doesn't know much about the Konan collection. In the world he was in, Konoha didn't have that much money to subsidize Konan for buying detonating charms. Konan, the Akatsuki organization in this world, can spend so much money, and it's also very forgiving that Kakuzu exists alone. If Kakuzu hadn't worked so hard to make money from beginning to end, it is estimated that Konan would not have used such a gorgeous big move. However, Kakuzu was sacrificed directly when Manjun and others first appeared in Rainy Country. Now Akatsuki's source of income is not as good as it was when the Kakuzu character was used. In front of Wanjun and his group, Konan, who was distracted thinking about something at this time, didn't know that the opponent was getting closer and closer to her. "How can you trust the new guy? Now to Uchiha." Konan, who was still whispering, seemed to notice something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the hill not far away. He saw that on the low slope, a figure she was very familiar with was standing. "Me, Yahiko. Is it the way of heaven?" "Impossible, Nagato's Tiendao is clearly still in the base, and the person in front of him is not wearing Akatsuki's clothes. Unexpectedly, we met so soon, Konan." Yahiko jumped to the vicinity of Konan, smiled, and said to this familiar friend. After Yahiko jumped out, Wanjun and others also left the place where they were hiding. Everyone in the team jumped out instantly, jumping over the top of the 2 people one by one, and went straight to the base of the Xia organization. Konan was surprised by the movement and looked up, and immediately saw a few familiar faces. "Mr. Jiraiya? The one behind is Namikaze Minato and Hitoki Sakumo?" After Uchiha Obito returned here a few days ago, he brought back news about Namikaze Minato and Hitoki Sakumo. However, in order to continue to impersonate Madara, he did not tell Nagato and others about Uchiha Madara's status in the Wanjun team. But even so, this news has been enough for Nagato, Konan, and others to digest for a while. At this point Konan can immediately guess the identity of the blonde and white hair, and it is precisely because she has just discussed these in it. But what she didn't expect was that the other party came to the door so quickly and directly attacked her lair. "I have to tell Nagato." Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Konan was not ready to bother with the Yahiko-like guy in front of him. He turned around quickly and was about to chase the Wanjun crowd. "Konan, your opponent, it's me." Yahiko stood in front of Konan, still with a slight smile on his face. "Why are you, how can you have a voice with him? Konan, who had already exerted force on his legs, staggered after hearing Yahiko's voice and almost hit a nearby rock. He had only heard this voice after Yahiko's death in the heavenly path made by Nagato, and the familiar smile, Konan became more and more like Yahiko as he looked at it. Yahiko stared at Konan, who was still wondering, and said in a low voice, "Because I am Yahiko." "No, you are not. How could you be Yahiko? Yahiko is already dead." Konan glared at Yahiko and roared. "She doesn't allow anyone to impersonate Yahiko, the companion who died for herself." Chapter 162. Konan watched Yahiko die in front of him with his own eyes, and he still died of Nagato's suffering. Now Nagato's heaven is made using Yahiko's body. So in any case, Konan will not believe that this person is Yahiko. Paper shuriken. Konan, who was anxious to rush back, was not verbose at this time. She folds the halberd and waved her hands forward, and her unique special ninjutsu paper dance was directly activated. 2 paper shurikens shouted at Konan. Xia appeared out of thin air and flew straight in the direction of Yahiko. What we have always advocated is peace. Yahiko's hand had already held a handful of kunao at some point, and he was talking while slowly walking towards Konan's direction. We have always hated extreme force. Yahiko stepped out with his left foot, and the sword in both hands was moved aside by the kunao in his hands. But Nagato and you took this path by themselves. When Yahiko dropped his right foot, he was already in front of Konan. What we always wanted was a peaceful world, didn't we, Konan? Then, Yahiko retracted kunao, lowered his head, and looked at Konan, who was breathing rapidly because of Yahiko's words. Yahiko's words made Konan suddenly recall the days when he was still in Rain Shinobi village, the Yahiko that Ishin wanted to become the god of the world. Is it really him? Are you really Yahiko? Konan raised his head and looked at this face that she can see every day but is not real. Apart from me, who else can be Yahiko and who can be the god of this world? Yahiko smiled and said half-jokingly. Since he joined Konoha and became Hokage, this sentence has rarely been mentioned. Who else will know the way under your ribs? Yahiko's words instantly made Konan unable to control herself. The tears that had already been swirling in her eyes suddenly came out, and they followed her cheeks and fell straight onto the placket. Yahiko. Konan stretched out his hand and covered Yahiko's mouth. It's really you. If others know about other things, it is understandable. After all, when they were still in Rain Shinobi village, many people knew Yahiko's ambitions. But only Yahiko knew about the scar under his ribs, and only he had seen the scar. Even Nagato, another companion who has always been, never knew about this. Yahiko lifted Konan's hand and said with a smile, just recognize it, now we are going to meet Nagato. After Yahiko took off her right hand, Konan wiped the tears that were still flowing outwards. Although she did not know why Yahiko came back to life when Nagato did not use revolving heaven to reappear and reappeared in front of her. It's always a good thing. However, when Yahiko said that she would enter Akatsuki's organization base with Wanjun and others to meet Nagato, she uttered a voice to stop her and said, No, you don't go in. When Yahiko heard this, he said with some confusion, What's the matter? Now Wanjun and others have entered the base of the Xia organization. As a member of the team, it is of course impossible to be absent. And more importantly, the Nagato of this world is also in it. Although there is a world away, he still doesn't want Nagato to be killed by Wanjun and others. With strong men like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Yahiko believes that the battle will not last too long, so there is not much time left for him. Nagato and I were with you. After we left, we met the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, and he was also inside. Konan never knew that Uchiha Obito was a fake Madara, so she persuaded Yahiko this way. Haha, that's a fake, it's not Uchiha Madara. Yahiko, who had already learned the identity of Uchiha Madara, said with a smile, but he is also Uchiha. When Konan heard this, he was surprised, not Uchiha Madara. No, he is just a member of the Uchiha clan, but he is not Uchiha Madara. Let's go in and see what the strength of this person who calls himself Uchiha Madara is. After Yahiko explained, he turned directly and turned towards Akatsuki, walked in the direction of the organization base. However, Konan still didn't seem to be ready to let Yahiko go. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yahiko's arm. It's not Uchiha Madara. There is more than one Uchiha inside, except for the mysterious person who pretended to be Uchiha Madara. There is also Uchiha Itachi, and the guy who came back with the mysterious man 2 days ago. That person was also Uchiha, and his strength was very strong. He could activate space-time ninjutsu with just one eye, and he destroyed Nagato's 6 paths. What? Yahiko was shocked when he heard this. He had never heard Wanjun say that there is a third Uchiha in Akatsuki's organization. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? Then it can't be delayed, I have to hurry over. After speaking, Yahiko broke free of Konan's hand, and the whole person quickly rushed in the direction of Wanjun's disappearance. If the intelligence is wrong, the Uchiha ninja that Konan said can use space-time ninjutsu at will, it is likely to cause a lot of obstacles to the organization. Even when there is no precaution, it will directly cause attrition of personnel. Yahiko. He is very strong, stronger than the person who pretended to be Uchiha Madara before, and you are useless in the past. Konan quickly caught up with Yahiko using the wings of his own Shi Jiwu. Now, although the current organization of Yahiko has Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo, its strength is still a little worse than that of Akatsuki. That's why Konan didn't want Yahiko, who had just met again, to participate in this battle. Ninjutsu is not eye-catching. If Yahiko is not careful. Konan, didn't I say to be the god of the world? God, how can you be afraid? Yahiko did not forget to give Konan a smile while he was moving at high speed. Boom! Just as Yahiko and Konan rushed to the inside of the Dawn organization base, the entire passage suddenly made a loud noise, and the surrounding stone walls began to shake violently. They seemed to be unable to withstand the huge earthquake just now. Quickly leave, it's going to collapse. Yahiko saw that he could no longer move forward, so he could only stretch out his hand to hold Konan, and kick his right foot on the rock wall. With this force, the whole person ran towards the base in the opposite direction. And just when the Akatsuki organization base collapsed and Yahiko was able to escape the collapse, 2 groups of ninjas also jumped out of the entire ruins. On one side were members of the Akatsuki organization wearing black-bottomed red cloud-patterned costumes, and on the other side was the Wanjun team in blue imperial robes. Wanjun seemed to have wounded because of the battle just now. One of the only 2 Janins in the team, Fuken Kishi, clutched his arm and fell next to Yahiko. And Wanjun, who was still in mid-air, together with Senju Hashirama, patted his hands with his hands, wood-style wooden dragon technique. Kamui. Chapter 163. After the words Kamui sounded, the wooden dragon made by Senju Hashirama using wood style was instantly cut into 2 sections by a wave of spatial fluctuations. The whole wooden dragon was cut into 2 pieces and smashed heavily on the ruins. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara was not far from Senju Hashirama's location. As soon as the wooden dragon lost control, he grabbed Hashirama and jumped onto the wooden dragon on Wanjun's side. Is it the time and space ninjutsu of the previous person? Uchiha Madara asked Wanjun, who was also on the wooden dragon head after putting down Senju Hashirama. His remaining eye should not be able to cast Kamui outward. Wanjun was also puzzled at this time. According to common sense, the eye that can cast Kamui outward should be on Kakashi. At this time, Uchiha Obito is here. It is right that the Mangeki Sharingan's ability cannot be used yet. After saying this, Wanjun deliberately glanced at Kakashi, who was standing on the ruins with Hotaki Sakumo. His eyes were not taken away by the opponent. No, the other party has two people who have exactly the same chakra fluctuations. While Won Jun was talking, Uchiha Madara perceives the existence of two chakra fluctuations in the opponent's personnel who are exactly the same, and this person is also in the country of waves. The Uchiha clan who can use time and space ninjutsu. It's the person I met last time in Poland. Won Jun was startled when he heard this. He turned his head and asked, "Are you sure? Two people instead of Shadow Clone?" "Not Shadow Clone." Uchiha Madara said affirmatively. Detected non-warehouse wake-up personnel, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. When Won Jun suddenly got a prompt from the Hokage warehouse in his consciousness, he immediately understood the situation. The other ninja who was perceived to use Kamui really came from Obito in another world. The space-time rift that appeared before in the country of water seems to be a path connecting other worlds, and Uchiha Obito didn't know when he actually got such a helper. Could it be the time he left from the country of Nami using Kamui? The other party is the one who broke through the barriers and came to our world. Be careful, that Kamui is as easy to deal with before. Won Jun has seen the power of Kamui, and if he has two Kamui Manjiki Sharingan at the same time, then the other party the attack ability will be greatly improved. As long as one is accidentally attacked by Kamui, he will have to peel off his skin without dying. After all, this is a pupil technique that can compete with Tsutsuki. Are you the same person as us? Senju Hashirama had already realized the difference between him from Manjun's words. Won Jun stared at the only person who was not wearing Akatsuki's clothes, and replied to Senju Hashirama, "Yes, that's the person. It seems that our enemies will become more and more complicated." Senju Hashirama has always believed that only people on his side will come to this world, but now the appearance of the other pair of Kamui Obito also makes this ninja god realize that future battles may be even more unpredictable. Uchiha Madara didn't care much about Senju Hashirama's words, and saw him staring at the members of Akatsuki's organization and said, "No matter how complicated it is, we have to deal with each other first." Won Jun also took this Uchiha Madara's words and said, "Yes, let's solve the other party first." After saying this, Won Jun poked his head from above the wooden dragon and yelled at Hitaki Shimo and others under the wooden dragon, "Minato, Shimo, do it." "Okay." In order to prevent the people from the Akatsuki organization from escaping, when Won Jun and others arrived, they had already prepared a way to deal with it. The target of Minato and Sakumo is the opponent's Black Zetsu, the easiest to get out of, the special creature that can travel through trees and dirt. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Just after Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Sakumo responded, Won Jun directly summoned wooden golem from the base mountain of the wooden dragon. Now facing two Obitos, Won Jun certainly needs to do his best. And just as wooden golem rose to the ground, on the side of Akatsuki's organization, the two Obitos were also discussing the situation on the other side. "Is this the person you are talking about?" Kamui Obito, who was dressed in black and had no red cloud pattern, asked the one-eyed Obito who was disguised as a Fei next to him. This pair of Kamui Obito has a black forehead protector with Konoha on his forehead. If Won Jun goes to his Hokage warehouse, he can see the information about Obito on the screen that has been black before New Year's Eve. Uchiha Obito World 19. After the death of Kakashi and Lin, Sharingan was opened. Later, as the only disciple of 4th Hokage, he had the powerful strength of Manjiki Sharingan, and he has always been a powerful government contender for the position of Hokage. But after that, things have changed drastically. 4th generation attacked Konoha during the production of Kushina and released 9 tails, and his teacher Namikaze Minato was also killed in the battle. The 3rd generation regained power, and Chimura Dans also listed Uchiha as a family that must be erased. Uchiha Obito also joined the Fugaku rebellion plan. After this battle, Konoha and the Uchiha family were both defeated. The remaining Uchiha withdrew from Konoha, and Konoha, who had lost most of his combat power, gradually became the bottom of the 5 ninja villages. Exist. This double Kamui Obito, who has experienced countless songs and ups and downs, doesn't have much affection for Konoha, there is only his sad place. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Hotaki Sakumo, the lineup is really luxurious. Double Kamui Obito glanced at the opponent's lineup and sighed softly. Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama. Itaki, you are from Konoha, are they really Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Behind the two Obitos, the members of the Yazongziao organization have not noticed the presence of these two people in the other party. Their eyes have been attracted by the wooden dragon and Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Shomo on the ruins just now. Uchiha Itaki, who was questioned by several members organized by Akatsuki, looked up at Wooden Golem's head. On top of Wooden Golem's head, 3 people were standing at this time. Among them, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Itaki recognized it at a glance, while Uchiha Madara made Itaki hesitate. After all, he had never seen what Uchiha Madara looked like. The tall statue in the Valley of End is not as intuitive as Hokage Rock. Sure enough, it is first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Itaki stared at the 3 people on the wooden dragon and said to the surrounding Akatsuki members. It's really him? How could first Hokage be alive? Sasori squinted slightly. He was very interested in Senju Hashirama's survival to the present. Black Zetsu was right next to Sasori. He looked at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in a daze. He never expected that these two would appear in front of him again. Are they not the reincarnations of the previous Indra and Ashura Chakra? After death, the new chakra should have been reincarnated. How could these two people still be alive? Enju, who has been in contact with Uchiha Madara for a long time, has to admit that Uchiha on Wooden Golem is indeed Madara. Damn it, what's wrong? First, Obito brought back a guy who was exactly the same as himself, or someone with a double Mangeki. Now Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have attacked with someone. What should I do? Some of those who are in deep thought already feel that their plan to resurrect the mother is about to be postponed again. Now that there are so many uncertain factors, they absolutely dare not take the risk to continue. Perhaps it will be lurking for another 100 years, and after these people have died, it will not be too late for them to come out and move around. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization didn't know that the man behind their organization had decided to run away. Some of them showed a keen interest in facing the strong, while the other group was upset. And one of the latter is Hoshigaki Kisame from Kirigakure, and his heart is very tangled at this time. Although it was known before that Wanjun and others were going to attack Akatsuki, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't expect to come so soon. He hadn't found a reason to run out of this base yet. What are you nervous about? Uchiha Itaki turned his head and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was a little nervous, and asked. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled awkwardly at Uchiha Itaki. How horrible and horrible the smile was. No, it's nothing. You laughed too fake. Because the number of people was a little insufficient, another Kirigakure who had just added Akatsuki's organization was rebellious and not slashing, and he mocked Hoshigaki Kisame, who was also the former Mist Shinobi 7 swordsman. The names of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama scared you like this? If the other party really has 2 people, you can't directly surrender. Okay, don't talk about it. As the boss of Akatsuki's face, Uzumaki Nagato's Tiendeo stared at Mamakai who wanted to continue talking. Get ready to fight. After Uzumaki Nagato spoke, Mamaji had to give up the ridicule if he didn't cut it, and took the beheading knife behind him in his hand. The entire battlefield at this time is already at a stretch. Although the 2 sides have not made further moves, everyone knows that this battle is inevitable. Nagato. Wait, you see who this is? Just when Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo were preparing for a surprise attack on Black Zetsu, Konan took Yahiko and jumped to the center of the battlefield and shouted at Nagato. Konan, get out of the way. Nagato saw Konan, and hurriedly controlled Tiendeo pain and shouted. Regarding Nagato's words, Konan did not care, but pointed to Yahiko beside him and continued to shout, "Nagato, look, who is this? It's Yahiko." Under Konan's repeated reminders, Nagato was staring in Yahiko's direction. When he saw the familiar face, his eyes widened. Yahiko. How could it be Yahiko? Nagato's body is in a cave below the ruins. At this time, he is observing everything outside through the eyes of heavenly path pain. The familiar face is now striking Nagato's. The brain made him unable to think for a while. Because of Yahiko's return, Konan's mood has gradually improved. She only smiled and continued to say to Nagato, "Nagato, Yahiko is not dead, Kamui." Before Konan had finished speaking, the space beside her suddenly began to twist. Just at the very moment, Yahiko on the side saw this and quickly stretched out his hand to remove Konan. Although with Yahiko's help, because Kamui's casting speed was very fast, Konan's arm was still injured by Kamui. She saw that her forearm was blood flowing, and her left sleeve was already torn. "What are you doing?" Tiandao Pain, who saw Konan's injury, turned his head abruptly, glaring at the pair of Kamui Obito on the side. "That's Konan, it's our own. You and I are not our own people. I am a member of Uchiha's clan, not a member of your Akatsuki organization." Shuang Kamui Obito's expression remained unchanged, and he said to Nagato very calmly. "Moreover, this is a battlefield, not a place to relieve the past. Death and scars are what the battlefield should have." After speaking, Double Kamui Obito did not wait for Nagato to continue speaking, and raised his leg to walk in the direction of Wooden Golem. As he walked, Susanoo, unique to his double Manjiki, quickly took shape, and, like Wooden Golem, occupied one side of the battlefield. Wood-style Wooden Golem Jutsu. On Wanjun's side, Senju Hashirama, who was silent for a while, quickly summoned a wooden golem after seeing Susanoo's appearance. Two wooden golems, one on the left and the other on the right, are on either side of the double Kamui Susanoo, and below the three behemoths, Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo and others appeared at the same time as the second wooden golem. They also shot out immediately. Go straight to Black Zetsu. Ninfa Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In mid-air, Namikaze Minato threw a huge shuriken in the direction of Black Zetsu. After flying out, the shuriken instantly turned into a rain of tens of thousands of shurikens, falling overwhelmingly in the direction of Black Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi is not far from Black Zetsu, so it is also in the coverage of shuriken rain. I will not be hurt by this shuriken. He can only quickly seal with one hand, and a fire style is also cast. Out. Fire style Ha-Long Fire Technique. After the sound sounded, a huge fire dragon flew out of Uchiha Itachi's mouth quickly, swept across the sword rain in his hand. I don't know if it was due to the excessive rain on the shuriken or Uchiha Itachi's release of water, the Ha-Long Huo technique could not clean up all the shurikens. In Black Zetsu's eyes, I saw that countless shurikens broke through the flames of the sky and fell straight in his direction. Damn! Absolutely roared, and the whole person was ready to blend into the ground under his feet. Lightning style 4-pillar binding technique. Before he could sink down, he saw a ninja with white hair and blue imperial robes suddenly rushed out in front of him. This Konoha's White Fang, who was civilized with chakra and swordsmanship, was faster than Namikaze Minato. Let it be. And when he was running, he didn't forget Jian. This lightning style 4-pillar binding technique was from Hotaki Shimao's handwriting. Damn it! After the sizzling soil pillar was lifted out of the surface by the 4 chakras with the thunder attribute, there was absolutely no place to escape. Chapter 164. As a member of Akatsuki's organization, and now trapped by Hotaki Sakumo, Nagato certainly will not ignore it. When Ju was pulled out of the surface by the earth pillar, Nagato directly directed Shuradeo to rush in the direction of Ju. But Hotaki Sakumo wouldn't let Nagato put him back in this way. He pulled out his chakra short sword White Fang before the soil pillar, and instantly injected chakra to make it a flickering chakra with thunder and lightning. Long blade. After the chakra long knife was formed, Hotake Sakumo directly swung the knife towards Shuradeo. Of course, Shuradeo, who possesses the armor mechanism technique, will not be easily hit. When Chakra's blade is about to touch his arm, Shuradeo's back suddenly stretches out his other arm, bypassing White Fang's blade, and straight. He scratched Hotake Sakumo's face. Hotake Sakumo faced the sudden appearance of the arm, and the chakra short sword in his hand suddenly rose up, just blocking the front of the mechanism's arm. Boom! Shuradeo's arm collided with Chakra's short sword, and there was a loud noise. And because short sword White Fang was injected into Chakra with thunder attributes, thunder and lightning were instantly transmitted to its body along the arm of Shuradeo, and the body of Shuradeo was suddenly stunned by thunder and lightning. However, Shuradeo's body was transformed by Nagato's Rinnegan, so he was not afraid of the lightning attack. Although his clothes and body surface were damaged, it did not affect the continued activities of Shuradeo. Suradeo Sura's attack. Shuradeo did not let go of the hand that grasped short sword White Fang, but broke from the center of the arm. Several grey cables quickly stretched out of the arm, and continued to Hotake Shimo from both sides of the short sword. Away from the direction. Faced with this attack, Hotake Sakumo of course will not sit still, but because White Fang is entangled by the arm of the organ, now he can only use the lightning style to defend the cable from the opponent's attack, lightning style pseudo-darkness. Under Hotake Sakumo's shout, a huge thunder and lightning spear was shot from his mouth. The thick thunder and lightning directly smashed the cord of the Shuradeo arm into starch, and the remaining power remained undiminished, and he continued to the Shuradeo. The body attacked the past. Hungry Kid seal of ceiling. Seeing that Shuradeo would be penetrated immediately, Kid, one of the 6 paths not far away, jumped quickly and came to the side of Shuradeo, and quickly absorbed Hotake Sakumo's lightning style with a seal. The opponent's strength is a bit strong. Beside Tendo Pain, the agency controlled by Sasori said to the surrounding Akatsuki members with a smile on his face. Now it looks like this, it seems that the strength of the opponent is greater than Akatsuki on his own side. 2 ninjas who can understand wood style, plus Uchiha Madara, there are so many strong backbones underneath, just relying on pain and that. Suzanu's Uchiha does not seem to be able to solve the problem. Akatsuki, is it going to be wiped out? What are you doing in a daze? Nagato saw that the opponent's offensive was getting stronger and stronger, but the personnel on his side didn't have any intention of wanting reinforcements, and said angrily. Mamakai, who stood behind him, rushed out without hearing the words, and the opponent he chose was Konoha's golden glitter Namikaze Minato. After observing for a while, Sasori chose Hotake Shimo, who was fighting Shuradeo and the Hungry Kid, and Sasori would never forget this guy called Konoha's White Fang. After all, his parents died in the hands of each other. Before he thought he had no chance to take revenge, but now Hotake Sakumo reappeared and gave Sasori another chance. After these 2 people have chosen their goals, Nagato is only left behind Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, 2 or 5 of Akatsuki. They don't know what to do for a while. The other party is Konoha, organization. People, is this fight or not? What are you 2 still thinking about? Nagato saw that Kisame and Itachi hadn't moved for a while, so he turned his head and looked at both Kisame. Kisame put his hand on Samehada behind him, and tried to slash at Nagato. At this time, it seemed that he had left the Akatsuki organization. But just when Kisame was about to swing the knife, Uchiha Itachi's hand was placed on Kisame's shoulder. Let's go, we should also be dispatched. Hey! Hoshigaki Kisame, who was suddenly interrupted, looked at Uchiha Itachi in a daze. He finally mustered up the courage to prepare to do it. Now he was shot by Uchiha Itachi, and he didn't want to continue swinging the knife. What? Go! After Uchiha Itachi glared at him, he leaped forward and joined the battle of no more cuts and no peach ground no more cuts. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was facing the heavenly way pen alone, also extinguished his thoughts on hands-on. After taking a look at pen, Hoshigaki Kisame also joined the battlefield with Uchiha Itachi. And just as everyone from Akatsuki's organization entered the arena, the wooden golem controlled by Wanjun and Senju Hashirama had also collided with Susanoo of Double Kamui Obito. Although the Double Kamui Obito is very powerful and possesses Kamui's powerful space-time ninjutsu, because the opponents are two powerhouses using wood style, the Double Kamui Obito failed to find a breakthrough for a while, and the battle was once in a stalemate. It's better for me to come. Standing on the head of Wanjun wooden golem, Uchiha Madara, seeing that the battle has been fierce everywhere, he wanted to participate in it, too unwilling to be lonely. So after saying this to Manjun, Uchiha Madara patted wooden golem with both hands on the head, and a fire style took shape in an instant. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Once Uchiha Madara shot, it was a large-scale fire style ninjutsu. I saw that after the fire style took shape, half of the battlefield was directly shrouded in it, regardless of whether it was foe or foe. Facing the sudden flame, the fighting ninjas on both sides quickly jumped away, leaving only the Double Kamui Obito driving Susanoo to take the fire style abruptly in the center of the venue. Kamui. However, for the Double Kamui Obito who has time and space ninjutsu, this fire style does not have much effect on him. When the flame was about to wrap Susanoo's whole body, a wave of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared around Susanoo, and all the flames were instantly sucked into the different space. When all the flames disappeared and the entire battlefield was clearly visible again, Nagato suddenly found that there seemed to be one missing person on his side. Well, they will definitely be caught. Just now when Uchiha Madara's violent fire extinguishment was launched, Hotaki took advantage of the Shuradeo and the hungry kid retreated, grabbing Black Zetsu directly, and retreated to the side where Wanjun was. Sasori didn't come back either. Hoshigaki Kisame looked around and found that Akatsuki's staff seemed to be missing by one. And just as Hoshigaki Kisame's voice fell, a figure suddenly fell into the sky of Wanjun's side. This person was Sasori, who had been targeting Hotaki Shimo. Hotaki Sakumo. Chapter 165. Feilyuhu, the 8 Waves of Needles. Ishin wanted to kill Hotaki Sakumo. Sasori did not withdraw from the main formation, but directly attacked Manjun and others. Sasori waited for this day. He has been waiting for a long time. He was not prepared to face Hotaki Sakumo. Back down. The high-density poison needle shot out from the mouth of Feilyuhu, covered all the area where Hotaki Sakumo was located, and Sasori did not end the attack after using the poison needle, because he knew that this poison was aimed at Hotaki. For Sakumo, it didn't cause any harm. The dense needles were just to cover up Sasori's next attack. Hiryahu Prosperous Hand, Thousand Bones. When the poisonous needle was about to reach the position of Hotaki Sakumo, Sasori controlled the cannon on his left arm and fired a wave of poisonous needles in the direction of Hotaki Sakumo again. Lightning Style Thunderye. Facing the overwhelming poisonous needles, Hotaki crossed his hands directly on his chest, and when the poisonous needles were about to touch him, he slammed in the direction of Sasori. The lightning style of the range skills flooded Hotaki. The area where you are. Sasori's poisonous needles were also shot down to the ground because of the obstacle of lightning style. Feilyuhu Backtail Thorn. While Hotaki Sakumo used the lightning style to shoot down all the poisonous needles, Sasori had also fallen from the air, and saw that the Hiryahu he controlled was stretching his tail behind his back, and stabbing straight towards Hotaki Sakumo. Hey, is Tsunagakure's puppet master? Hotaki Sakumo didn't know Sasori, but he recognized that the opponent was clearly a puppet, and most of the puppet masters were in Tsunagakure, so Hotaki Sakumo directly guessed the opponent. The origin. For Tsunagakure's ninjas, Hotaki Sakumo's senses are not very good. He spends most of his time fighting Tsunagakure ninjas. Therefore, Hotake was not prepared to leave any extra power in the face of Sasori who had attacked. Under my hand, no puppet master can go back alive. Having said this, Hotake held White Fang's right hand and swung forward violently. The short sword of Chakra, which condensed the thunder attribute, easily chopped Fei Liuhu's tail in two. After gaining power, Hotake Sakumo didn't stop his attack, instead he used his feet hard, and Chakra's short sword continued to slash towards Fei Liuhu's body. Boom! The Hiryahu who was hit by Hotake Sakumo exploded, revealing Sasori's body hidden in it. Still a puppet? Hotake said with a frown looking at Sasori who was still young. This guy hiding in the puppet seems to be a puppet too? Konoha's White Fang, today will be your death date. Sasori, who showed his body, glared at Hotake Sakumo. If it weren't for this person, his parents would not die, and Sasori would not make himself a puppet. Kill third Kazekage and betray Tsunade. Everything is because of this Hotake Sakumo who is called Konoha's White Fang, and everything is because of him that made him what he is now. I'm afraid you are wrong. It will never be me to die. Hotake said to Sasori with a smile while holding the White Fang in his hand. Hotake never missed every task performed by Hotake. And every battle ended with his victory. This time, of course, there will be no change. Humph! Sasori snorted coldly, and directly took out his most proud puppet work third Kazekage. After third Kazekage's puppet appeared, he didn't make any pause, but saw his hands directly lifted, and third Kazekage's unique ninjutsu, magnet style was also released, magnet style sand iron Shiger. After the third Kazekage puppet finished the final seal, sand and iron-like waves suddenly appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. These sand and iron formed extremely thin magnetic needles in mid-air. After these magnetic needles appeared, they approached the overwhelming rush towards Hotake Shimo. This battle was more than several times larger than the poison needle cast by Fei Liuhu just now. Lightning-style thunder armor. Facing the endless black magnetic needles, Hotake Sakumo did not dare to neglect. He had seen this ninjutsu in the battle with Tsunade. This ninjutsu should be Tsunade third Kazekage's blood succession limit, but now it appeared on the opponent's puppet. In this way, the opponent is a ninja who defected after killing his own Feng Ying. When Hotake Shimo thought about it, the thunder armor covering his whole body also resisted the magnetic needle lasing from the opponent. Boom! Boom! The magnetic needle touched Hotake's thunder armor and made a huge roar. However, although the battle was huge, the magnetic needle did not penetrate Hotake Sakumo's defenses. Thunder armor bounced all the magnetic needles well and landed on the ground around him. Magnet-style sand iron Mitsubishi cone. Seeing that the iron sand and iron did not seem to have any effect on Hotake Sakumo, third Kazekage controlled by Sasori immediately released another magnet style. The magnetic needles that fell on the ground just now gathered in mid-air, forming a huge Mitsubishi cone, and the direction of the spikes is facing Hotake Sakumo who is still resisting the rain of sand and iron. Hotake Sakumo, who had been defending, took a look at the still condensing sand iron Mitsubishi cone, and clasped the White Fang with both hands, and the thunder attribute chakra began to rush to the short sword in his hand. Ninfa instant slash! Under the shout of Hotake Sakumo, who was still surrounded by sand iron Shijiu, moved out of its original position, and instantly moved to the side of the third Kazekage puppet who was using magnet style. With the end of the shout, Hotake Sakumo in midair swung the White Fang filled with chakra down sharply, and the short sword with thunder and lightning pierced the sky and landed directly on the third Kazekage puppet. Magnet-style sand iron wall. In this emergency, Sasori quickly used his puppet to use the defensive magnet style. But in the face of Hotake Sakumo's strongest slash, the entire sand and iron wall was cut into two pieces like tofu. The blade of the White Fang in Hotake's hand reached the third Kazekage, the blood-successful deity. The unavoidable third Kazekage puppet, before being slashed, used another range technique of his own, magnet style, magnet-style sand-iron boundary method. With the completion of the knot printing, a large enchantment formed by magnet-style sand and iron suddenly appeared around the third Hokage puppet. Numerous sand and iron thorns are growing rapidly and brutally, trying to envelop the entire area. Do you want to help me? Jiraiya, who is not too far from Hotaki Sakumo, asked Namikaze Minato, who was next to Namikaze Minato, who had returned to him because of the violent fire, watching Hotaki fighting Sasori. Regarding Jiraiya's question, Namikaze Minato shook his head. He still knows about Hotaki Shimao's strength. The puppet master couldn't let Hotaki Shimao feel a failure. Shuomao has not done his best to deal with a puppet master. He has no problem. Let's pay attention to the other people on the other side. Namikaze Minato said, and fixed his eyes on Uchiha Obito, who had not moved. He wanted to fight again with Obito in this world. Chapter 166. On Akatsuki's side, the one-eyed Uchiha Obito was also watching Manjun's side. And what he pays most attention to is not his teacher Namikaze Minato, nor Uchiha Madara who fought before, but Hotaki Kakashi who has just joined the Manjun organization. After Uchiha Obito saw Kakashi, he kept staring at his former companion. I didn't expect to see Kakashi again on such a day. However, Kakashi, teacher Minato, today I will win no matter what. After defeating you, no one in the ninja world can stop me, and Tsukuyomi's world will come sooner. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito looked at the tall Susanoo in the field again, the one who walked out of the rift in time and space while using Kamui to escape the Namibia. When he saw this man for the first time, he was shocked by his face exactly like himself. Both their faces, voices, and names are exactly the same. After a brief exchange, Uchiha Obito and Chuang Kamui Obito came to an amazing conclusion: they may come from two different worlds. After reaching this conclusion, Uchiha Obito became interested in the space-time rift created by his own use of Kamui. But the fissure didn't exist for long, and it disappeared immediately after Chuang Kamui Obito came to this main world. Then the two Obito used Kamui several times, but the rifts triggered by the two were very small, and they were not large enough to pass one person. When Wanjun and others arrived, Uchiha Obito was still discussing the rift with Chuang Kamui Obito, but when they were about to continue testing, Wanjun and others showed up at the base of Akatsuki. The battle has just begun. The face under Uchiha Obito's mask was smiling, and he looked at Namikaze Minato who was running towards him. Call out! Namikaze Minato who was on the run was not there yet, but Kyo came to Uchiha Obito a step ahead. When Kunao arrived, there was a wave of spatial fluctuations beside Uchiha Obito, and Namikaze Minato had been teleported through the Flying Thunder God technique. You still don't realize what you are doing. Namikaze Minato slashed at Uchiha Obito while holding the Kunaichi knife, and while slamming it out, he also spoke to Obito in his mouth. Uchiha Obito dodges the attack. Facing his former teacher, Obito is no longer as excited as when he first met Minato in Kirigakure. Of course I know what I am doing. When Uchiha Obito avoided the attack of Namikaze Minato, he didn't stop. One by one, ninjutsu attacked the close Minato. All I have to do is to restart the world. Let everyone feel the beauty of this world, including you and my teacher. Don't you want Uzumaki Kushina to return to this world? Don't you want Konoha to be perfect? Uchiha Obito's mouth sounded better than Namikaze Minato, and his expectations of his Tsukuyomi world are greater than anyone else. Where is there a perfect world? Namikaze Minato smashed into the air and smashed a huge boulder to pieces, and shouted at Uchiha Obito, "The world is not perfect." When Uchiha Obito heard these words, his face suddenly became grim. He thought of the battle back then, remembering Rinpoche who was killed by Kakashi. It just doesn't have it, so I need the world I created. Hold on. Namikaze Minato was deeply distressed for this disciple who was still unrepentant. It seemed that only fighting could solve the problem. The battle between Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato was fierce, but compared to the huge creatures beside them, it was still a little insignificant. After Uchiha Madara's fierce fire was extinguished, Manjun and Senju Hashirama simultaneously controlled their wooden golem and rushed towards Susanoo of Double Kamui Obito. But Susanoo, who has Double Kamui, doesn't care about wooden golem's attack, and his Sharingan ability is not a display. Kamui Shuriken. Faced with wooden golem's pounds, Kamui Obito stepped back 2 steps, holding both hands on his chest. 2 huge black shurikens appeared out of thin air after the sound ended, and after Susanoo threw them straight towards the 2, the woman flies away. Be careful! This shuriken can't be touched. Manjun, who knew that Kamui's shuriken was powerful, shouted loudly to Senju Hashirama beside him. After hearing the news, Senju Hashirama quickly controlled the wooden golem to snatch it aside, but the speed of the shuriken was too fast. Before the wooden golem controlled by Senju Hashirama had not completely avoided, the left half of wooden golem followed for a while. The fluctuation of space disappeared before everyone's eyes. This Sharingan's ability is really powerful. Uchiha Madara on the head of Wanjun wooden golem sighed after sensing that half of the woman had disappeared out of thin air. He has seen many of Mangeki's Sharingan, but it is the first time he has seen Mangeki with such a powerful Mangeki ability like Double Kamui Obito. This kind of strength might have the power to fight against the Tsutsuki Kagaya that Wanjun said. Unfortunately, I can't use Susanoo anymore. Uchiha Madara, who wanted to confront the Double Kamui Obito head-on, sighed because he could no longer use Susanoo after he was blind. However, even without Susanoo, Uchiha Madara is still ready to move forward and compete with Double Kamui Obito. However, Manjun was not prepared to give Uchiha Madara this opportunity. After seeing him disappearing half of Senju Hashirama's wooden golem, he shouted in the direction of Senju Hashirama, "First generation, Shinsu Senju." In the face of opponents of this level, wooden golem jutsu is obviously no longer useful, and it is time for Shinsu Senju to show up. Good. Senju Hashirama, who fell to the ground because of the destruction of the wooden golem, nodded after hearing Manjun's roar. Afterwards, he directly patted with both hands and cast one of the most powerful ninjutsu in wood style. Sage Art Wood Style Shinsu Senju. With the roar of Senju Hashirama, the entire battlefield began to shake. The small battlefields of Xiao organization and Wanjun team also stopped temporarily because of this violent shaking. Shinsu Senju. Mamakai from Kirigakure no longer cuts and Hoshigaki Kisame, looking at the fast-growing Shinsu Senju in front of him, said in a daze. This is the first time they have seen such a powerful ninjutsu. Before Wanjun's wooden golem jutsu and Double Kamui Obito's Susanoo have surprised the two of them very much, but now Shinsu Senju has amazed them even more. And while exclaiming, Tao Di was still a little annoyed if he didn't cut it. A few days ago, the masked man who recruited himself didn't say that his opponents looked like this. I knew it would be Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, so he shouldn't have joined so hastily. Facing Shinsu Senju who was about to take shape, Mamaji didn't turn his head back, and said to a young boy behind him, "White, you leave here first." Chapter 167. Shui Wuiba was not too old at this time. Her figure was a little thinner than when she appeared in Nami country, and her height was only half that of Dai. But even so, Bai still shook his head. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was obvious, and Bai would not leave. "It's up to you." Dai is not a good talker, so he didn't continue to persuade him. It's just the fighting power afterwards, it is impossible for him to take photos of this child brought out from the water country. After finishing speaking, Tao Di rushed into the battle circle with her own big sword without cutting it. However, the current battle is already at an inhuman level. Whether it is Shinsu Senju or Susanoo, or even Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God and Nagato's Six Paths, it is not something that the newcomer of the Akatsuki organization can reach. And he was self-aware, and he did not target those powerful people. His target was Yahiko, who had not yet begun to act. In the eyes of not cutting anymore, this person hasn't acted much, and perhaps his strength will be worse. There is definitely no problem with this person. But this time, don't cut it seems to be thinking the wrong question. Before he reached Yahiko's side, Konan had already started to use his own paper dance to stop him. Paper spear. When the big sword that would not be slashed was about to slash at Yahiko, Konan's paper spear flew to the side of slashing. Boom! Suddenly by Konan's attack, he slammed his big knife again, stepped back a few steps, and looked up at Konan who wanted to continue playing paper dance. What are you doing? Where are you from? After arriving at the Akatsuki organization base, I met the members of the Akatsuki organization, and Konan, he naturally knew him. After being attacked by his own members, he was very annoyed. Even if you are attacked by those strong men of the other party, you are alone, why did you cast ninjutsu on me? Could it be, or the ghost? You can attack everyone, but this one alone, you can't. Konan raised his hands, and said to Momoji that he would still use ninjutsu at any time. Lunatic. After glaring at Konan again, he jumped back and left the range of Yahiko and Konan. After Momoji stopped cutting away, Konan put down his hands and said to Yahiko, Yahiko, Nagato may not believe you really came back, I will explain to you. No need. Just when Konan was about to get up and rush towards Heavenly Daiopen, Yahiko stopped her, I'll go by myself. You go. Konan froze for a moment, and said with some worry, the current Nagato is not the previous Nagato. His strength has improved a lot. It is very dangerous for you to just pass by. Konan was worried that when Nagato didn't recognize Yahiko, he used his Six Paths ability to directly kill Yahiko. She knows the strength of Pen's Six Paths, the energy that destroys the world, is not something ordinary people can match, and knows that Yahiko's talent is not in Nagato's second generation, and she will not let Yahiko just walk through it like this. Of course I know the power of Nagato. Yahiko is very clear about Nagato's strength. In his own world, he often fights with Nagato, so he knows all the various moves and abilities of Nagato. But I decided to go over. This kind of battle is meaningless, and I can't let him continue. As a pacifist, Yahiko believes that he has an obligation to prevent Nagato from continuing to fight with him. What if you stop him? The current Akatsuki organization is no longer our original Akatsuki organization. Konan was afraid that Yahiko would really go to the Akatsuki position, so he stretched out his hand and took Yahiko's arm. After stopping Yahiko, Konan continued, the Akatsuki organization is now controlled by Uchiha Madara. A few days ago, Madara brought back a member of the Uchiha family, who is now fighting the wooden golem. That guy. They are the real behind-the-scenes leaders of Akatsuki now. Even if you persuade Nagato, it's useless. Then I have to go even more. We should let Nagato get out of the organization. Yahiko took Konan's hand away, smiled, and said, because he is our companion. After speaking, Yahiko moved his feet, and the whole person turned towards Pen who was controlling Six Paths to attack Hitaki Sakumo and others. Are you here again? Daiopen saw the counterfeit who rushed towards him, and the more he looked at this guy who looked exactly like his friend, the more he became bored. You are not qualified to pretend to be him. After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and ran towards him Yahiko, shouting, Shinra Tianzheng. After Pen's voice sounded, the rebel caused by Shinsu Senju suddenly flew into the air and shot all around. Yahiko, who was leaping in midair at this time, faced the overwhelming gravel and the powerful thrust that appeared inexplicably, the whole person began to fall backward. Yahiko. Seeing this scene, Konan's eyes suddenly widened, and a pair of paper wings shook behind him, and the whole person quickly flew in the direction of Yahiko. However, because there were too many gravel giant trees in the sky, after Konan grabbed Yahiko, the paper wing behind him was also pierced by a piece of gravel at the same time. The whole person suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Universal pull. Although Nagato was full of murderous intentions about what he thought was a fake Yahiko, he couldn't ignore Konan's safety. So after Nagato saw Konan falling, he directly used the ability of universal pull to suck two people into his at the same time. Beside, he's not Yahiko, why are you doing this? Nagato controlled Heavenly Path Pen, a pair of swords glared at Konan, and he didn't understand Konan's actions at this time. Yahiko has obviously been made into a heaven by himself, as long as he has a little brain, he shouldn't be deceived. He is Yahiko. Konan looked at Yahiko who was still controlled by Nagato universal pull, and shouted at Nagato loudly, although I don't know why he reappeared, I'm sure he is Yahiko. Konan's words made Nagato very puzzled. He had never seen Konan before, but now she maintains this guy who looks exactly like Yahiko. Is there really something wrong? However, now in a fierce battle, Nagato is not ready to focus on this, so after Nagato glanced at Yahiko controlled by him again, he said to Konan, whether it is Yahiko or not, wait until after the battle. Var. Chapter 168. After saying this, Nagato left both Yahiko and Konan in place, while he himself headed directly towards the two huge Shinsu Senju. At this time, the two huge Shinsu Senju were beyond the scope of the previous battlefield, and the huge figures made Nagato standing below not even see Wanjun and the others at the top. Is this the ninjutsu of first Hokage? Nagato said as he walked slowly, looking at the tall Shinsu Senju. Compared to the battle between two Shinsu Senju and double Kamui Obito, Uchiha Itachi and Hotaki Sakumo who fought on the nearby battlefield seemed a little insignificant. Their victory or defeat will not even affect the course of the entire battle. It is only the three behemoths that determine the victory. Summoning Gedo statue. Just after Nagato was about to approach the Shinsu Senju where Manjun was, he controlled Heavenly Way Pen to slap the ground with one hand, and a huge and weird creature quickly sprang out from the ground. And it was pulled out of Chakra's 10 tails body Gedo statue. However, even if the Gedo statue appears, its body is not comparable to Shinsu Senju. Compared to ordinary people, the Gedo statue is huge and looks like a harmless pet at Shinsu Senju's feet. There was no impact on Shinsu Senju at all. However, when Nagato summoned the Gedo statue, it was not to deal with Manjun and Senju Hashirama. It was given the task of those Manjun ninjas at Shinsu Senju's feet. Chakra Dragon. Standing on top of the Gedo statue, Uzumaki Nagato directly caused the golem under his feet to spit out a dragon composed of chakra in the direction where Namikaze Minato and others were. This attack technique that can be directly absorbed by the contact person chakra is also quite powerful, and it is more than enough to deal with these ninjas on the ground. Faced with the attack of this huge chakra dragon, Hotaki Sakumo and others jumped to the side, but Senju Tobirama and Tobirama on Manjun's side were a bit unable to dodge, and they were about to be swept away by the chakra dragon. Namikaze Minato, who was fighting Uchiha Obito on the side, saw this scene, and he instantly broke away from the battle with Obito, and brought Tobirama and Fukin Kishi to Hotaki Sakumo. It seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Hotaki Shimao held the white fang and looked at the huge creatures in front of him, and said with emotion, "Big, sir, or I'm still." Fujian Chi-shi was frightened just now, he didn't want to continue fighting with these inhuman creatures. "You said I'm just a Jainin, running to fight with you guys who split mountains and seas, what a thing." Although Fukin Kishi didn't finish his speech, Namikaze Minato still knew what he meant. "Well, you take Tobirama-sama and leave here." "I don't want to leave." Although Senju Tobirama didn't show any dazzling performance in the battle, he still didn't plan to leave this battlefield. The battle here is the place he has always dreamed of. Compared with this battle, can the battles experienced in the Sengoku era count as battles? It can only be regarded as a child playing house. However, although Tobirama's will to stay is very firm, Namikaze Minato is not ready to let him do so, so Minato directly said to Senju Tobirama, "Master Tobirama, the battle will get fierce later, we can't ignore you." Boom! Senju Tobirama just opened his mouth. Before he could speak, he was hit in the back of the head by Hotake Sakumo. This heavy blow directly knocked Senju Tobirama into a faint. After attacking the legendary second Hokage, Hotake said to Fukin Kishi, who was stunned at the scene, "Chi-shi, take Master Tobirama and leave." "Ah! Oh, good adult." In order to prevent himself from being beaten like this, Tobirama helped Senju Tobirama up, assisted by Kakashi, and Tobirama went directly to him. "Run outside the battlefield. Kakashi, you can leave too." Hotake is not very optimistic about the strength of his son. This guy stays in this battlefield, and it seems that there is nothing that can help him. "I can protect myself," Kakashi said, holding the white fang exactly like Hotake Sakumo's in his hand, staring at Uchiha Obito on the opposite side. Because the Chakra Dragon temporarily separated the two sides on both sides, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito could only communicate through eye contact at this time. However, this exchange did not last long, because after the Gedo statue used the Chakra Dragon, the Hell Road, one of the 6 paths of Akatsuki's organization, had released the Four Tails son Wukong he had previously captured. "Wow!" Four Tails screamed at the sky after extracting it from Lao Zi. As a 9-tailed beast, it can finally be free again. But wait! After hearing the sound of fighting nearby, Four Tails, who had just roared, slowly lowered his head and looked around. "This is Shinsu Senju? 2? And Susanoo? What is happening? Where did I come here?" Four Tails, who thought he was free, is now lost in confusion. Is he still locked in Jinchuriki's body, just dreaming? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, how could this happen? How could Shinsu Senju appear two at once? Go ahead and sleep as if nothing happened. Thinking of this, Four Tails didn't care about the noise from the side, curled up its tail, and lay down on the ground, wanting to have another dream. Boom! Just when Four Tails lay down, Senju Hashirama Shinsu Senju's huge arm was cut off by Kamui's power and fell in front of Four Tails' head. Hearing the sound of Four Tails, it opened its eyes slightly. When it saw the huge Shinsu Senju arm, it gritted its teeth and said, "It's really true. No, you have to leave here first." Caught by Senju Hashirama, Four Tails has been imprisoned for decades. He didn't want to just come out and be caught back again. Thinking of this, Four Tails immediately stood up straight, his gaze scanned, and after finding an uninhabited area, he kicked his feet and ran out of the battlefield like a happy one. However, Akatsuki didn't let it run away when he let it out. The double Kamui Obito, which had been waiting for Four Tails to release before, was directly controlled by Susanoo when Four Tails raised his leg to its side. Although there is no 9 tails that can directly bless Susanoo's body, Four Tails, one of the tail beasts, can barely be used. Chapter 169. Just after Four Tails turned around to see who was chasing him, Shuang Kamui Obito directly used his Manjiki Sharingan to control the tail beast. After Shuang Kamui Obito took control of Four Tails, Susanoo he controlled walked towards Four Tails. Because of the large pace, Susanoo controlled by the double Kamui Obito quickly reached the side of Four Tails, and immediately used Suzu's ability to integrate Four Tails into the armor. After the fusion of Four Tails Monkey King, Susanoo of double Kamui Obito suddenly skyrocketed. Although there is still a gap between the size and Shinsu Senju, it seems to be more mighty. At the same time that the double Kamui Obito merged with Four Tails, Shinsu Senju controlled by Wanjun also turned his huge body to face the Four Tails-ized Susanoo. This guy actually merged with Four Tails. Wanjun said to Uchiha Madara next to him after seeing Susanoo, who looked even stranger. Although Uchiha Madara perceives that a powerful chakra has been fused into the opponent's Suzuo, after Wanjun finished speaking, he knew that 4 tails had been fused. The role of 4 tails is much smaller than that of 9 tails. This Uchiha Madara did not use the combination of 9 tails Kajutsu in previous national wars, so Uchiha Madara said this. And even if you have 9 tails, you can't win. For Shinsu Senju's strength, Uchiha Madara has a deep experience. This wood style can't be resisted casually. Wanjun agrees with Uchiha Madara's words very much. At this stage, Shinsu Senju must be a top-notch existence. At this time when there is no strong figure in 6 paths, wood style is the strongest ninjutsu. First generation, I will leave Suzuo to me. Go and see the Gedo statue next to it. In addition to the greater threat of double Kamui Obito, Nagato, who is controlling the Gedo statue to attack Namikaze Minato and others, is also the existence that Wanjun wants to resist. Okay, I'll go over, you have to pay attention that time and space ninjutsu is pretty weird. After receiving Manjun's words, Senju Hashirama stopped approaching double Kamui Obito, but turned towards Nagato. Past. As for Senju Hashirama's time-space ninjutsu, Wanjun certainly knows better than these aborigines. This Kamui can compete with the Tsutsuki clan. Of course, Wanjun will not be careless when dealing with such characters. Therefore, as Senju Hashirama left, Wanjun raised his hands, and a wood style followed, wood style laughing Buddha Jutsu. After Wanjun's voice fell, the ground that had been calm just now began to vibrate again. Several huge giant hands suddenly rose up around the double Kamui Obito, and after the appearance of each giant hand, they all merged. Double Kamui Obito of 4 tails left. Is this a ninja battle? Shui Wuiba, who was left in the same place by Dai, opened her eyes wide and sighed when she saw the giant hands nearby that covered the sky. This level of battle, don't talk about yourself, even if you don't kill the adults, you don't have the strength to participate. Thinking of this, Shui Wuiba suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter, and he could no longer fight the opponent without cutting it. Thinking of this, Shui Wuiba directly gave up what he had just promised not to cut again. For the safety of not cutting again, Bai had to persuade him to leave here again. And what feels the same as Mizumi Tsukushi is also Hoshigaki Kisame, who is now fighting against Hitaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato with Uchiha Itaki. As a spy, he didn't make his shots too hard, and he was always in a state of letting water go. Itaki, it's a bit dangerous here. After Hoshigaki Kisame collided with Hitaki Sakumo's White Fang with same hata, he retreated to the back and came to Uchiha Itaka, who was using fire style. For this teammate, Hoshigaki Kisame is more and more satisfied. Since the last time he went to Sicheng, the relationship between the two has been improving. Therefore, Hoshigaki Kisame still thinks of Uchiha Itaki at this time. However, Uchiha Itaka directly rejected Hoshigaki Kisame's kindness. He shook his head and said to Hoshigaki Kisame, "It's not the time yet. It's not the time." Hoshigaki Kisame was taken aback. Now this situation is not the time, so when? There are 2 users of wood style in this place, as well as a huge Susanoo from Uchiha, plus Pen's Gedo statue and the 4 tails captured earlier. No matter how you look at it, it's not a place to treat people. Isn't this time yet? You leave first. Uchiha Itaki, who stopped attacking Namikaze Minato, turned his head, looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and said something that surprised the other person, "I know you are the other person." What? Hoshigaki Kisame stepped back 2 steps holding same hata, and said in surprise. Hoshigaki Kisame thought he was still well hidden. How could this be discovered by Uchiha Itaki? Could it be the last time I went to Sicheng? By the way, it must be that time. Uchiha Itaki must have seen himself coming out of Sicheng City Lord's mansion at that time. However, this time has come, and it doesn't seem to matter much whether the violence is exposed or not. Therefore, Hoshigaki Kisame was silent for a while before telling the truth to Uchiha Itaki. "Yes, I am the other person." After speaking, Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to have thought of something again, and continued to say to Uchiha Itachi, if you want, I can recommend you like Lord Manjun. Lord Manjun will definitely let you join the organization. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly, looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and said, no, I have no interest in joining the other side. Itachi, whom Ishin puts on Uchiha Sasuke, will not change the plan he has been thinking about for years because of the appearance of Wanjun and others. You. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to directly reject his kindness. When Hoshigaki Kisame first spoke, Uchiha Itachi waved his hand directly to Hoshigaki Kisame and said, this is not suitable for you to fight, you go first. After saying this, Uchiha Itachi moved his feet, and the whole person rushed in the direction of Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya. Damn it! Hoshigaki Kisame saw this, and it was useless to leave as Uchiha Itachi said. Instead, he pulled out same hata again, followed Uchiha Itachi's pace and rushed towards the members of the Wanjun team. In the face of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame who returned again, Namikaze Minato did not particularly care. Although the strength of each other was very strong, it was still relatively small compared to the giants next to them. And Uchiha Obito just merged four tails because of the double Kamui Obito. The behind-the-scenes of Akatsuki also went directly to four tails Susanoo with Kamui. So, after Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to find himself, Namikaze Minato was also preparing to fight again. However, Namikaze Minato made some mistakes in his estimation this time, because Uchiha Itachi directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan ability before he arrived next to Minato. Tsukuyomi. After Namikaze Minato heard the word Tsukuyomi, he quickly tried to avoid Uchiha Itachi's sight, but because Tsukuyomi was turned on, the moment Namikaze Minato turned his head, he was pulled into the mental space by Tsukuyomi of Uchiha Itachi. Master 4th Generation. In the spiritual space of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi is standing in front of Namikaze Minato tied to a wooden stake, smiling and greeting Namikaze Minato. Fluctuation Minato is restrained, but he is not very flustered. Anyway, he said with a composure, you are, Uchiha Itachi. Because in Minato's own world, Uchiha Itachi is his disciple and inherited his position as Hokage, Namikaze Minato is also quite familiar with Uchiha Itachi's moves. And in this Tsukuyomi space, Namikaze Minato has the solution his disciple Itachi taught himself. Because of this, Namikaze Minato has such a confident appearance. Master 4th Generation actually remembers me. Uchiha Itachi did not expect that 4th Hokage would remember himself. When 4th Generation resisted the Nine Tails attack on the village, Uchiha Itachi was still a few years old. Just remember, I still know this is your Tsukuyomi space. As Namikaze Minato said, the rope tied to him fell off before Uchiha Itachi instructed him. When Uchiha Itachi saw this scene he had never encountered before, his mind was full of doubts. How did this 4th generation break away from Tsukuyomi's bondage to him? Is his illusion weaker, or is this 4th Hokage too strong? Are you confused? Namikaze Minato smiled and said to Uchiha Itachi after breaking free. However, it's not that your illusion has failed. Instead, I solved it. As soon as Namikaze Minato's voice fell, the two returned to the real world at the same time, and in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, who was still wondering, two kunao with Flying Thunder God technique appeared. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi, who knew the power of Namikaze Minato Flying Thunder God for a long time, would of course not let these two kunao be close, so when these two kunao were still in the air, Uchiha Itachi released his Manjiki Sharingans first. Two special abilities. Amaterasu. This pupil technique known as the strongest physical attack, as soon as it came into contact with Flying Thunder God Kunao, it directly ignited the Iron Kunao, and in an instant, it carried extremely high damage. The Amaterasu burned the two kunao completely, leaving no traces. Every Uchiha's ability is so different. After seeing his two flying thunder gods disappeared, Namikaze Minato also had to sigh the power of Uchiha's pupil technique. This kind of natural blood succession limit ability is something that every ordinary ninja admires. Family members with blood inheritance boundaries have a natural starting point that is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Susanoo. After the two pupil arts did not cause any major damage to Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi, like double Kamui Obito, directly unfolded his own unique Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is ahead of Obito's Susayo, who has been ahead from the beginning, because this Susayo has two god-tier devices on his body. One is Yata Mirror, and the other is Ten-Punch Sword. With the two god-tier devices that come with it, Uchiha Itachi is both offensive and defensive. Susanoo can be said to be fully equipped when he comes out. And after Uchiha Itachi's opponent Namikaze Minato directly used Susanoo, he directly slapped the ground with one palm and summoned his summoning beast to this world. Summoning Toad Wenta. Boom! After responding to Namikaze Minato's call, the huge summoning Toad Wenta appeared on the battlefield with a lot of smoke. The Toad Bunta summoned by Namikaze Minato is no different from the Toad Bunta summoned by Jiraiya and Naruto in appearance. But there was a huge pipe missing from its mouth, and it seemed that the toad had no addiction to smoking. Minato, you summoning, I came out too. Toad Bunta, who came out of summoning, first habitually asked Namikaze Minato a question, but before he finished speaking, Toad Bunta felt that the surroundings seemed a little different from usual. Shinsu Senju. Wait, there are still two Shinsu Senju. There are two more Susanoo. Toad Wentu looked at them one by one, and every figure made him a little frightened. Minato, where is this? Did you do something wrong? Toad Bunta, who doubted his strength for the first time, asked Namikaze Minato loudly. What can cause trouble? Don't worry about anything else, Susanoo is here, you should draw your sword. Seeing Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi approaching, Namikaze Minato reminded Toad Wenta, who was still in a daze. Ah, why didn't you say it earlier? Toad Bunta, who was still thinking whether he was dreaming, heard Namikaze Minato's words, and quickly pulled out his long sword and swung forward, trying to resist Susayo's advance. Passing by, Toad Wenta seemed a bit too high to see the quality of his weapons. When its long knife touched Susanoo's ten-fist sword at the foot of Uchiha Itachi, it banged with a crisp sound, and Safumita Toad's long knife snapped and broke in two. Damn it! Toad Wen, who had lost his weapon as soon as he shot it, screamed so secretly, he carried Namikaze Minato and jumped directly over Susanoo and Uchiha Itachi. However, although Fumita Toad avoided Uchiha Itachi's attack with this jump, it just reached the ground and found that Shinsu Senju and Four Tails Susa were standing on either side of him on both sides of the landing. It's over, I jumped to the wrong place. Toad Wenta, who found something bad, was ready to run away for the second time after seeing two powerful behemoths. Toad Wenta, who was eager to leave the battlefield of Wanjun and Zhuang Kamui Obito, didn't make any stops. After kicking up a puff of smoke, he finally found a place far away from the battlefield. Minato, what the hell is going on? Toad Bunta, anxious to find out, took the time to ask Namikaze Minato when Uchiha Itachi hadn't controlled Susanoo to come over. Chapter 170. This is not the original world. Don't ask about the others. I'll tell you after the battle is over. Now is the urgent time, so Namikaze Minato couldn't explain too much to this Toad. Toad Wen's roar also feels quite reasonable. It is now in the middle of a few big guys, this is not a place to talk, okay, then I will leave here first. After speaking, Toad Wenta's strong hind limbs leaped vigorously and jumped into the air. However, just as he left, Susanoo, controlled by Zhuang Kamui Obito, was also preparing to run out in order to avoid the control of Laughing Buddha Jutsu. But during this run, he happened to encounter Toad Wenta, who fell on the ground. Damn it, why did you bump into this guy? Toad Wenta, who had just landed on the ground, looked at Susanoo in front of him and felt his head was big. Although Toad Bunta started to be on guard, Double Kamui Obito did not put the big toad next to him in his eyes. His target is now only the two Shinsu Senju who are rampant on the battlefield at this time. This wood-style ninjutsu is really too powerful. Even the Double Kamui Obito combined with four tails is quite difficult to deal with Shinsu Senju. The reason is that the size difference between the two sides is too large. Some ninjutsu is used on this Shinsu Senju, which is almost like tickle, and the lethality is almost zero. And perhaps the only ninjutsu that can destroy Shinsu Senju wood-style's body is his Kamui. But Kamui's power is entirely dependent on Manjiki Sharingan. After a long period of use in the original world, his eyes have gradually lost sight of things. If Kamui is used frequently, perhaps the battle is not over, and his own Manjiki Sharingan will simply be scrapped. Ns. Therefore, the Double Kamui Obito only reduced the frequency of casting Kamui after first using the Kamui skill. Perhaps it should be a long-term plan. After Shinsu Senju of Hashirama grabbed Nagato's Gedo statue, Shuang Kamui Obito already had the intention to evacuate. Anyway, this Xia organization has nothing to do with him. Even if he is defeated and killed by the other Hokages, it will not affect him in the slightest. Before he cooperated with Uchiha Obito in the main world, it was entirely out of the strategy of the enemy's enemy to be a friend. Now that this friend is unreliable, it is not impossible to abandon it decisively. So, after a short period of thought, Shuang Kamui Obito has made up his mind to leave. He is retreating. On top of Manjun's Shinsu Senju, Uchiha Madara has been perceiving the movement of the Double Kamui Obito. This Uchiha tribe seems to have lost the determination to resist at the beginning. I can see it, maybe I'm going to leave. Manjun, who is fighting against Double Kamui Obito, of course knows that something is wrong with his opponent. This guy is about to withdraw from the battlefield just now. But even so, Wanjun has nothing to do. The ninjas present have no good way to deal with Kamui's time-space ninjutsu. If these Kamui Obito really want to leave, Wanjun and others may not be able to keep each other. Kamui Shuriken. Susanoo, who was about to exit the hilly area, raised his hands up again, and two huge black shurikens were thrown in Wanjun's direction. Knowing that this Kamui Shuriken is powerful, Wanjun did not fight hard, but controlled Shinsu Senju to move slightly aside, preparing to avoid the attack of these two Kamui Shurikens. But while Wanjun was avoiding, Shuang Kamui Obito had directly used the pupil technique Kamui, and left the scene with Uchiha Obito, who had just come to him on Susanoo's head. Beside this hill, only a huge black fissure tens of meters high and 2 to 3 meters wide was left. This time the rift is so big. Wanjun looked at the huge space-time rift that suddenly formed, and said in surprise. Such a big gap, if it can really bridge the two worlds, I don't know what strange guy will pop out of it. Can't let it stay here, Madara, give fire style a try. Manjun, who wanted to directly erase the gap in time and space, said to Uchiha Madara who had been riding on Shinsu Senju for a long time next to him. Okay, I will try. After Uchiha Madara agreed, he didn't dare to pat with both hands, and a fire style was formed in an instant. Fire style extinguished the fire. A huge flame spurted out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, heading straight towards the space-time rift formed by Obito just using Kamui to leave. Uchiha Madara fired the violent fire, but after flying for a certain distance, it directly enveloped the huge space-time rift in it. The trees around the hills were also ignited because of the turbulent flames. In an instant, the battlefield on this side was shrouded in thick smoke. Bang! Bang! While the two of Wanjun were waiting for the crack to disappear, two loud noises suddenly came from the place where the crack existed in the center of the flame. The fire style cast by Uchiha Madara seemed to burn something. There are only boulders and forests. This sound shouldn't come from this area. Wanjun frowned after hearing the two loud noises. This sound was probably transmitted from the other side of the fissure. From Uchiha Madara also agrees with Manjun's words, the thing that can cause the loud noise must not come from this forest, could it be that fire style has been burned? Probably. Wanjun stared at the center of the flame and said, it seems that things can really connect the two worlds, but I don't know which world this rift connects. That thing is shrinking, and it seems that fire style is still effective. Uchiha Madara has been perceiving the fissure wrapped by his fire style. At this time, he is perceiving that the thing wrapped in the center is gradually changing. Small. However, Wanjun felt that the narrowing of the fissure did not seem to be the function of fire style. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Uchiha Madara, this shrinking fissure shouldn't be due to the burning of your fire style. It is likely that part of the fierce fire has gone through. After the fissure, its energy was consumed, which caused him to gradually become smaller. But no matter what, as long as you can make it disappear. Now Wanjun doesn't want to bring out even more powerful creatures because of this inexplicable thing. Now their opponent is the double Kamui Obito. If the next one comes out of it, Tsutsuki Kagaya or Tsutsuki, it would be difficult to deal with. Today's Manjun team does not have any 6 paths level combat effectiveness. The strongest Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Manjun are only above the ceiling of the ninja, but it's difficult to break through this ceiling. Very big. Senju Hashirama's age has left him no room for further growth, and Uchiha Madara is already in his 50s or 60s, and his mental age may be older than Senju Hashirama. The rest, such as Namikaze Minato and Hokage Sakumo, although they are younger, they still need a certain amount of time to grow up. Perhaps the only thing that can increase the team's combat power most directly is to continue to wake up Hokage and slowly increase Wanjun's upper limit. And another quicker way to wake up a 6 paths level flame, such as the future 7th generation Uzumaki Naruto. But now this is just to think about it. Although the speed of awakening is accelerating, it still takes time to get together. As long as there are no other teammates like the infant Tsunade in the middle, it is already very good. Var. It's gone. While Manjun was still thinking, Uchiha Madara reminded Manjun. The huge fissure in the middle of the flame just now disappeared completely under Uchiha Madara's perception. But while Uchiha Madara was speaking, there seemed to be a shout from the rift. But due to the disappearance of the rift, only one word came out of the shout. Madara, did you hear the sound inside just now? Wanjun stared at the center of the flame and asked Uchiha Madara. He suddenly felt a little familiar with the cry just now, as if he had heard it somewhere. Uchiha Madara thought about it slightly, and replied, there is a voice. It's a pity that it disappeared too fast, I didn't catch what it was saying. If there were a few more words in this sentence, Wanjun might be able to get some clues from it, but the rift disappeared so just right. Wanjun, who was not going to continue to struggle, looked away from the flames and said to Uchiha Madara, let's go back. Once these Kamui Obito leave, there is no threat to the rest of them. Although Wanjun's words were a bit impatient, the facts are exactly the same. Without the help of the double Kamui Obito, Nagato's 6 paths and Gedo statue alone would not be able to compete with Wanjun and others. And more importantly, the Gedo statue controlled by Nagato has been pinched by Shinsu Senju of Senju Hashirama at this time, and the 3 paths and 6 paths have also been destroyed by Senju Hashirama. The other members of Akatsuki's experience were not much different from those of Nagato. Sasori, who fought with Hotaki before, has all his puppets destroyed by Hotaki. Now it is Sasori's own body who is fighting with Sakumo. But looking at the current battle situation, Sasori's defeat is only a matter of time. On the other side, Namikaze Minato's combat power was even more blazing because of Uchiha Obito's departure. Taoji Nazang was already lying on the ground, and Mizuki Minato was currently treating Nazang. After solving this missed Shinobi 7 swordsman, Namikaze Minato's goal was only on Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Itachi was forced to use Amaterasu because Namikaze Minato had just released the pupil technique Tsukuyomi. At this time, blood and tears were already overflowing in his eye sockets. After the two Obitos left, Akatsuki's organization was already showing signs of decline. Leave the rest to me. Uchiha Madara, who has only used 2 fire styles from the beginning until now, has long wanted to move around, so when Manjun was about to control Shinsu Senju to return to the battlefield, Uchiha Madara took the initiative to ask. With the words of Chiba Madara, Wanjun was happy and relaxed. Now even without the help of his Shinsu Senju, the victory has been established. Therefore, Wanjun nodded directly to Uchiha Madara and said, "Okay, I will leave it to you." After Wanjun finished speaking, he no longer maintained Shinsu Senju's state, and when his mind moved, he turned the huge Shinsu Senju into a huge smoke. At the same time that Wanjun cancelled his Shinsu Senju, Uchiha Madara jumped directly down and swiftly ran towards the direction of the battlefield. At this time, Akatsuki's closest team to Manjun and Uchiha Madara is Hoshigaki Kisame, who is not working hard. He has been in a semi-paddling state, standing on the periphery of the battlefield, watching his teammate Uchiha Itachi who is playing against Namikaze Minato. Should I save this guy? Hoshigaki Kisame is very entangled now. Uchiha Itachi fits his temperament very well, but this teammate is from Akatsuki, and they are rivals with Manjun-sama. Hey, it's a bit difficult. However, Hoshigaki Kisame's struggle did not last long. Because he is currently blocking Uchiha Madara's path forward, although Uchiha Madara learned from Wanjun that there is an undercover agent in Akatsuki's organization, he can only perceive the existence of Madara in Chakra, and he did not find Hoshigaki Kisame the first time. Which is the undercover? So, before Hoshigaki Kisame could react, Uchiha Madara kicked Hoshigaki Kisame's back. Get out of the way! Boom! Because Uchiha Madara came too fast, Hoshigaki Kisame was not ready to fight yet. Madara's kick hit Hoshigaki Kisame firmly on the back. What? Although Uchiha Madara is nearly 60 years old, his physical skills are still the same. This kickdown directly caused Hoshigaki Kisame to fly a distance, and fell to the ground in a daze. After passing this foot, Uchiha Madara did not stop, but saw his feet exert force again, and the whole person jumped up, ready to directly attack Uchiha Itachi who was above Susanoo. Madara! Uchiha Itachi, who was above Susanoo's head, had already seen the scene where Hoshigaki Kisame was hit just now. For the appearance of Madara, Uchiha Itachi can be described as a mixed bag. Is the previous mask Madara fake? Isn't it true that what I have done together? While Uchiha Itachi was still thinking about the difference between the two Madaras, the jumped Uchiha Madara was already level with Susanoo's head, and at this moment, Uchiha Madara patted with both hands directly, and fire style followed. Fire style dust hidden technique. After Uchiha Madara's fire style was cast, a cloud of high temperature dust began to rush towards Uchiha Itachi. This very high temperature dust grew more and more. In just a few moments, Uchiha Itachi's entire Susanoo was destroyed. Dust hidden technique covered it all. After blocking the opponent's sight, Uchiha Madara, who was still rising, took advantage of this opportunity and shouted again, Fire Style Dragon Flame Singing Technique. Chapter 171. Uchiha Itachi, whose vision was blurred by Dust Yin technique, even though he was aware of the opponent's Longian Song technique, but he was unable to observe him, but he was hit by 2 fireballs from Longian Song technique. Boom! Boom! The fireball of Long Yan's singing technique was so huge that after hitting Susanoo, it directly knocked down Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi to the ground. Susanoo, there are so many people here who can use it. After putting Uchiha Itachi down, Madara fell on a huge boulder. For Susanoo, Uchiha Madara has the most say, but he has been blind for many years. Since being blind, he has never used the unique ability of Susanoo, the Mangeki Sharingan. Leave the rest to me. Just when Uchiha Itachi fell, Senju Hashirama, who was holding the Gedo statue with one hand, continued to control Shinsu Senju and drove in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Because Shinsu Senju is so huge, Senju Hashirama didn't spend too much time on his way. As soon as his voice came, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo was directly caught by Senju Hashirama. With the two zombies fighting power in succession and the two Obitos disappeared, the rest of the Akatsuki organization already felt that the scale of victory was too large. Even if he continued to resist, it seemed to be of no avail. With this idea, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been sitting with the inner response, took the lead in taking off Akatsuki's characteristic trench coat. This dress was already a bit dilapidated because of Uchiha Madara's foot just now, so Hoshigaki Kisame didn't have any nostalgia after throwing it away. Compared to Hoshigaki Kisame's backwaters, Akatsuki's Sasori is still fighting with Hotaki Sakumo in an endless appearance. However, due to the disparity in strength, Sasori's body that was transformed into a puppet was slightly damaged, and it was about to be dismantled directly by Hotaki Sakumo. Among the remaining few people, Konan has been caring about Yahiko, who is still controlled by Nagato. If the peach field is not cut, he will have lost his combat effectiveness. If it were not for the care of Mizuki Shiro, maybe this guy has gone to the place of death. The only two major forces, Nagato and Uchiha Itachi, fell into the hands of Senju Hashirama. Now the only one who can resist a little bit is probably only Nagato, who has not revealed his real body under the ruins. However, even in this situation, Wanjun didn't let it last for too long. After Wanjun had not seen Nagato show up, he guessed that the controller of Six Paths must be hiding somewhere nearby. And most likely, it was the collapsed Akatsuki base under his feet. Thinking of this, Wanjun, after Uchiha Itachi was under control, he patted with both hands, ready to explore the entire area with wood style birth of the tree world. After Wanjun used this wood style range skill, the originally bare hills were suddenly covered by a piece of green, and the green trees grew crazily after they appeared. And because of Wanjun's control, the tree not only grew upward, but also the thick and sturdy rhizomes rushed down, ready to pull out the hidden Nagato directly. Found it! Because wood style's growth power was too fast and didn't have too much time, Wanjun directly probed into the ruins below. In a well-preserved cave, Nagato, who is full of black energy bars capable of chakra, is surrounded by more and more roots of trees. The thin-faced Nagato looked up and saw that the walls of the cave had been wrapped in Wanjun's wood-style ninjutsu. After Six Paths were basically destroyed, and his body was found by the opponent, it seemed that the outcome was doomed. But even so, Nagato is still not ready to give up. What he wants to practice is to make the world feel painful and lead the world to peace. He will not stop because of this setback. Therefore, Nagato directly controlled the only heavenly path pain on the surface that could still be controlled, and used Rinnegan's very powerful trick. Planetary devastation. Above the surface, heavenly path pain, who had already destroyed his left arm, created a black sphere directly above the tree world under the control of Nagato. After the black sphere appeared, it quickly absorbed nearby objects, whether it was crushed stone or giant wood. One by one was attracted by this black sphere with great gravity. And because of the rapid absorption of the black sphere, the entire body is rapidly expanding. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Gravity is so strong. Senju Hashirama above Shinsu Senju felt abnormal after the black sphere appeared. The Susanoo and Gedo statue in his hand were also affected by the sudden black sphere. Be attracted. Had it not been for his control of Shinsu Senju and firmly controlled these two behemoths, perhaps the black sphere would have attracted them all. No, you have to stop it from expanding. Senju Hashirama, who realized something was wrong, directly continued to control Shinsu Senju, raising his arm, and hammering at planetary devastation, who was still absorbing the object. Boom! Boom! After a few loud roars, the sphere that was still expanding rapidly, because the black sphere in the center was hit by Shinsu Senju's bombardment, the whole sphere fell to the ground faster than before. These few attacks of Senju Hashirama, like a blind cat and a dead mouse, directly destroyed the structure of the black substance in the center of the sphere. This weakness discovered by Uchiha Itachi was hit in a casual attack like Senju Hashirama. While the planetary devastation was cracked by Senju Hashirama, the Nagato in the cave deep in the ruins was also brought directly to the ground by the roots born from the Wanjun tree realm. You are the leader of Akatsuki's organization, right? Wanjun stood at the top of the huge tree created by the birth of the tree world, looking at Nagato who was bound by the rhizomes. Although Nagato was restrained, he still looked at Wanjun fiercely, his mouth closed, and he had no intention of cooperating with Wanjun's questioning. Wanjun didn't feel annoyed when he saw Nagato like this. Instead, he grinned and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I know the situation of your organization. However, I call you Pen or Nagato. Why are you?" Nagato was obviously surprised when he heard the two names that Wanjun called. However, this was only a short moment of surprise. After being surprised, Nagato still showed the same expression just now, and said directly to Wanjun, "You even know Yahiko, and know that I am normal. However, you shouldn't let people impersonate Yahiko, this is an insult to him." Until now, Nagato still doesn't believe that Yahiko really exists, and he also concluded that the other party made another person act like Yahiko. His own heavenly Dao pen is the proof. Yahiko is already in his own hands, how could they become a member of the other party's organization? You are wrong about this. We didn't let anyone play Yahiko. He was real. Wanjun smiled slightly and said to Nagato. Impossible. Nagato, who believed in his own deduction, still didn't believe Wanjun's words. Wanjun didn't want to keep explaining to Nagato's stubbornness, and his time could not be wasted on this. I saw Manjun glanced at Nagato who was tied up honestly by the roots of the big tree, then turned and said in the direction of Senju Hashirama, "Do you believe it or don't believe it has no effect, you have failed, and your Akatsuki organization has also failed. Will be removed from the ninja world afterwards, and from then on, the Akatsuki organization will no longer exist in the ninja world." After speaking, Wanjun ignored Nagato's reaction, and went to the direction of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. At this time, the Gedo statue has been sealed by Uchiha Madara from its connection with Nagato, and Uchiha Itachi has long since cancelled Suzanu's status, standing on top of the tree world birth made by Wanjun, and facing Uchiha Madara in the distance. "Your name is Itachi." After confronting for a while, it was Madara who asked the other person first. After so long of fighting and the previous news, Uchiha Itachi has already figured out the identity of the opponent, the Uchiha Patriarch, Madara, who almost sat in the Hokage position. Although Itachi didn't know why there were two Uchiha Madaras, he also guessed that there was something wrong with the Madara that allowed him to join Akatsuki before. "I am Itachi, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi stood on the branch and swayed following the branch as the wind blows. "You slaughtered the whole Uchiha clan." This Hokage Madara has always remembered what Wanjun told him about. He still has a heart for the demise of the Uchiha clan in this world. Faced with this problem, Uchiha Itachi was silent. The Uchiha family, including his close relatives, were indeed dead in his hands. But all that was compelling, because too many accidents gathered together, which produced this even more incomprehensible accident. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi did not reply, Madara stood there and continued to say to the other person, "You are a member of the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan is on the verge of extinction. From now on, you are no longer Uchiha." If someone else said that, Itachi might not even take a word. But now standing opposite him is Uchiha Madara, the man who brought the Uchiha clan to the top of the ninja world, and the Uchiha clan chief who established Konoha with the Senju clan. Only he is qualified to say this. Only he, Uchiha Madara, is qualified to remove Itachi from the Uchiha clan. Regarding Madara's remarks, although Uchiha Itachi wanted to defend himself, but he wanted to argue that what he did was not for himself, but his thoughts disappeared for a moment. His life was not only for Uchiha, but also for Sasuke and Konoha. Even if I am removed from Madara, I am still Uchiha Itachi, and I am still Konoha's ninja. But now that Akatsuki's organization has been destroyed, his undercover career has also ended, and now it is time to return to Konoha. As soon as this idea appeared, Uchiha Itachi made up his mind. He had to go back to Konoha and ask third generation why these Hokages did not seem to be related to Konoha. He also went back to see how Sasuke had become. After thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi was ready to leave Shinsasen's control in an instant. But Madara, who had been staring at Uchiha Itachi, hurriedly chased after Itachi concealed Kiin in his sleeve with one hand and left. Is this chasing it? Wan Jun, who had just arrived at the scene, saw Uchiha Madara chasing Itachi and leaving here before he fell. Forget it, your Uchiha family affairs, let you solve it yourself. After giving up taking care of Uchiha's family affairs, Wan Jun came to Shinsu's Senju, who was controlled by Senju Hashirama, once again. First generation, the battle is over. After coming to Shinsu's Senju's head, Wan Jun glanced at Senju Hashirama, who was already a little tired, and said. After this series of high-intensity battles, Senju Hashirama himself is not very good, and his body is already a little uncomfortable. So after Wan Jun came to remind him, Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it's finally over. After returning to Sicheng, I will have to rest for a few months. After meeting Sicheng, I will definitely let you rest well. You don't have to go to other ninja villages afterwards. Now the people in the team can solve the remaining ninja villages. After defeating Akatsuki, there was nothing left. The threats of the few big ninja villages below to Wan Jun's team are no longer enough. Even if Senju Hashirama is not accompanying him, Wan Jun believes that no organization can stop his team from advancing. The unification of the ninja world seems to be only a matter of time, but in addition to the unification of the ninja world, the newly appearing double Kamui Obito poses a great threat to Wan Jun and others. The two Uchiha people who escaped with time and space ninjutsu, this is our biggest threat at this stage. With the combat effectiveness of Wan Jun's team now, there is no need to worry about the head-to-head fight between fists and fists in the face of positional warfare. But double Kamui Obito can use Kamui, and Kamui's lethality cannot be underestimated. This kind of guy who can cause some trouble to Wan Jun and others from time to time is what causes Wan Jun the most headache. We need some ninjas who can fight space-time ninjutsu, or ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama nodded and said after Wan Jun explained. To deal with this kind of guy who can leave at will, only Namikaze Minato who also has time and space ninjutsu can fight against it. But Namikaze Minato didn't seem to be comfortable with Susanoo. To deal with the armored creatures unique to the Uchiha clan, something larger was needed to fight against it. The two ninjas who can fight against Susanoo are not so easy to find, so Wan Jun can only say, we can only look at the future. We can only watch out for the other side's time and space ninjutsu. But now, at this time and space ninjutsu is not easy to use for the people of the Uchiha clan. If it is used too frequently, the blind Uchiha Madara is a lesson for them. Chapter 172. During the conversation between Wan Jun and Senju Hashirama, the entire battlefield has begun to calm down. Except for Obito and Itachi who left the Akatsuki organization, the rest of the front personnel were either killed or controlled by the Wan Jun team. The opponent's Sasori is too aggressive and has been killed by Hotaki Sakumo. After summarizing the situation on the battlefield, Namikaze Minato came to Manjun's side report, the opponent is another mist besides Hoshigaki Kisame. The injuries of the shinobi seven swordsmen are more serious. I don't know if I can survive tonight. Except for these few people, everyone else basically has no problems. Wan Jun had already guessed the things Namikaze Minato said. He had already observed the battles that took place just now. Not surprisingly, Wan Jun nodded slightly, and said to Namikaze Minato, okay, let Hoshigaki Kisame take it again. Nagato and Konan let Yahiko watch, and Sasori just bury it on the spot. Okay. After Namikaze Minato responded, he directly conveyed the past to the Wanjun team and others scattered nearby. Just after Namikaze Minato left, Wanjun went directly into the Hokage warehouse. Just now after the battle officially ended, he received a prompt from the Hokage warehouse. Although the warehouse did not say exactly what this reminder was about, Wanjun guessed that it must be related to the huge space-time rift created by Kamui Obito before. But when Wanjun came to the warehouse system did not give Wanjun a further prompt. Only the two screens on the outer wall of the warehouse were shining brightly, reminding Wanjun that there was something different here. The second screen is also lit up. At a glance, he found Wanjun who was different in the warehouse, and quickly walked to the front of the second screen. I saw a line of large characters scrolling on the screen where the message just appeared. Awakening Enhancement Plan. In view of the instability of time and space, the warehouse has decided to increase the strength of Hokage in the warehouse. You can enhance the ability of the warehouse to awaken Hokage by waking up tasks. Enhancement Plan. In this line of words, Wanjun found the key to it at once. This line of words is very concise and concise. The warehouse increase plan is to increase the strength of Hokage and his team to deal with other powerful enemies that will appear in the future. Although there is only one pair of Kamui Obito in the main world now, but when this Obito uses Kamui, he will bring other time and space characters into this world. If it was just an ordinary ninja, Wanjun would still be acceptable. But getting a few Tsutsuki, or some more outrageous, brings the kind of characters that are not in the Hokage world, such as Saitama, Thanos, and Errol. Wanjun can't bear it. Of course, Wanjun is still just guessing. He hasn't seen anyone in the non-Hokage world until now, so Wanjun doesn't know if this time-space rift will lead to more strange worlds. Do you want to enable the enhancement plan? After scrolling that line of characters several times, a few large characters suddenly appeared on the screen, and at the bottom of the screen, two options of yes and no appeared. Of course, Wanjun would not refuse this kind of plan to enhance his own strength, so after the big characters appeared, Wanjun directly clicked yes and passed the new wake-up enhancement plan that appeared in the warehouse. The wake-up enhancement program has been activated. At this stage, the wake-up enhancement plan task. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Bloody Night is a perfect solution to the crisis of the Uchiha clan extermination. After the mission is completed, the strength of Hokage Uchiha Fugaku, who is awakening, will be enhanced. Namikaze Minato, Nine Tails Night, Seal 9 Tails, rescue the Vortex Kushina, and let Uzumaki Naruto make a sound. After the mission is completed, it will enhance the strength of Hokage Namikaze Minato that has been awakened. Hyuga Hinata, climb to Hokage to help Hyuga Hinata successfully ascend to the position of Hokage. The road to Hokage of Hyuga Hinata is actually not smooth. Although his father Hyuga Hayashi is Konoha's Hokage, it is because of Hanabi's talent and Senju's line. The re-emergence of Hyuga Hinata makes the Hokage position of Hyuga Hinata seem less stable. After the mission is completed, the strength of the awakened Hokage Hyuga Hinata will be enhanced. There are only these 3 tasks on the screen now. Wanjun tried to swipe down with his finger on the screen after reading it, but he didn't see any more tasks. Fugaku, Minato, and Hinata, why are these 3 people? Wanjun looked at the names of these 3 people, thinking with some confusion. If sorted according to the city, it should be Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but these 2 did not appear on the task list, which means that Wanjun cannot give the 2 strongest teams in the team for the time being. Strength and strength. Is it random? Only 3 tasks appear each time. The warehouse did not explain Wanjun, so Wanjun can only rely on guesswork to get more information about this new plan. But just guessing doesn't seem to get much useful stuff, so after a moment of contemplation, Wanjun directly reached out and clicked on Namikaze Minato's task on the screen. The reason why Wanjun didn't choose the other two was mainly because Uchiha Fugaku was still in the wake of the countdown, and Hyuga Hinata's strength was a little too poor compared to Minato. What Wanjun needs now is the high-end combat power in the squad. If Namikaze Minato's strength can be further improved, Wanjun would be more happy to see it. So this is why Manjun chose Namikaze Minato directly. Nine-Tails Night, you will appear alone on the night that Nine-Tails attacks Konoha. Mission objectives: 1. Seal Nine-Tails, 2. Kill and repel the masked people, 3. Konoha's death toll shall not exceed 8. 4. Uzumaki Kushina survives. Completing 2 of the Nine-Tails Nights will count as completing the task. Task 4 is a required option. If the Whirlpool Kushina must be selected for survival, then the rest is to choose one of 3. After reading the task introduction, Wanjun felt that this wake-up plan was not so easy to do. The task of Mickey Yi's death toll is not higher than 8 is the most difficult. Whether it is Nine-Tails or masked people, one action of them may take away more than 8 people. After getting rid of this task, Wanjun could only choose one of the 2 previous tasks. But whether it is to seal or kill the masked person, the difficulty is not small. After all, the prompts at the end of the mission made Wanjun think that he could use wood style to pass the level directly. This mission cannot take his existing abilities to participate. Your optional roles: 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2. Shimura Dans, 3. Toad Fumita. After seeing the 3 acting choices, Wanjun was amused by the warehouse. I can understand your first 2 acting roles, but what does Toad Wenta mean? Chapter 173. The first 2 choices are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans. Although they are a little older, they are still individuals no matter what, but the third one directly changes the species. Sarutobi Hiruzen Strength Prediction, S. The reward coefficient for completing the task with this character is 1.0, Shimura Dan's Strength Prediction, A+, the reward coefficient for completing the task with this character is 1.1, Toad Wen is 2 Strength Prediction, S. Using this creature to complete the reward coefficient after the task is 1.1. When Wanjun's eyes scanned the last line of words, he found something wrong with it. Hey, no. How can this Toad Wenta and Sarutobi Hiruzen have the same strength? Although this guy is big, he can't do anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a Hokage, and the reward coefficient is the same as that of A+. There must be a problem. If it's all S, and the reward coefficient is more, then why didn't I choose Toad Wenta? What's wrong with the Toad, anyway? I have not always been a Toad. Faced with the more rewarding, stronger and more powerful Toad Wenta option, Wanjun was a little moved. However, because he is still on the ruins of the Xiao organization's borrowed land, Wanjun can't immediately enter this mission to find out whether to choose Toad Buntat or Sarutobi Hiruzen. This multiple choice question can be put back a little bit and wait to leave the Xiao organization base. Later, make a choice. Thinking of this, Wanjun no longer struggled with the question of who to choose in the Hokage warehouse. After a last glance at the options on the second screen, he directly exited the Hokage warehouse. And when Wanjun returned to his hands in reality, Hitaki Sakumo, Namikaze Minato, and others had already dealt with everyone in Akatsuki's organization. On Manjun's side, except for Madara who went to chase Uchiha Itachi, the others, including Fukin Kishi who left with Senju Tobirama, have returned to Manjun. As the best runner, Tobirama returned to the ruins of Akatsuki's base with Senju Tobirama after the battle. When he came back, Namikaze Minato instructed to bury Sasori's puppets. N.S. After burying the only member of the Xiao organization who died directly, Fujian Qixi returned to Wanjun and said to Wanjun, Master Wanjun, Master Madara has not yet returned. Have you come back? After hearing Fukin Kishi's words, Wanjun turned his head and looked in the direction Uchiha Madara had just chased out. It stands to reason that Madara should not take too much time to deal with Uchiha Itachi alone. After all, he has defeated Uchiha Itachi who uses Susanoo before. Yes, there has been no movement after Madara-sama chased out, and there was no sound of fighting. Fujian Chi-shi has been paying attention to the direction of Madara's disappearance. This Madara is one of the best in the organization. The name is also well known in the shinobi world. For Uchiha Madara, Fujian Chi-shi attaches great importance to it. Although Wan Jun still believes in Uchiha Madara's strength, he has to be more cautious at this time. So after the Fugen Kishi report played, he said to Fugen Kishi, "You catch up and see if there is, don't participate in the battle, just come back and report. If there is no battle, you can head towards the capital of the Rain country in half an hour." Wan Jun didn't plan to return to Sicheng directly, so he put the repaired site in the capital of the Kingdom of Rain. This place is also the first city he went to after he came to the Hokage world. He and Senju Hashirama and others also met Hashirama's granddaughter Tsunade here. Although Wan Jun had already made a plan for Fujian Chi-shi, Sand Shinobi, who was only Jainin capable, was taken aback when he heard Man Jun's words, "My lord, you let me go." Fujian Chi-shi has seen Uchiha Madara and Uchiha attack if fighting just now. They are two Susanoo and a large-scale fire style. If you don't want to participate in this level of battle, you will stand next to it. Maybe Madara will be attacked. A fire style is directly affected. If this one spreads, he may be gone for an instant. Therefore, Fujian Chi-shi was very scared of the task Wan Jun gave him. "I didn't let you go to arrest people, you just need to see where Madara is going. In the case of battle, you can stay a little farther away." When Wan Jun saw Fujian Chi-shi like this, he knew that this guy didn't want to go. Look for Madara's trail. The Tsunade who rebelled against ninja at the beginning has gradually forgotten about the work of the ninja. His most familiar job has become how to manage the Sicheng City Lord's mansion where the Wan Jun team lives, instead of the ninja's own job. And this is why Wan Jun directly handed this task to Fujian Chi-shi. "You should already know that. I appointed a new Mizukage in Kirigakure. After solving the Akatsuki organization, our next target is Tsunade, the country of wind. You know what I mean." Manjun's words are already obvious. He has designated a Mizukage in Tsunade, the country of water, and now he goes to Tsunade in the country of wind, and it is very likely that another Fengcage will be designated. Compared to Tsunade's unfamiliar ninjas, isn't my rich and strong Kishi more suitable to be this shadow? Thinking of this, the motivation of Fujian Chi-shi was enough immediately. Seeing this just now, Sand Shinobi, who was still hesitating, immediately said to Wan Jun in vigor, "My lord, don't worry, I promise to complete the task." As soon as he finished speaking, Fujian Chi-shi did not wait for Wan Jun to reply, so he flew directly in the direction where Uchiha Madara had just disappeared, looking very energetic. "My lord, where is Chi-shi going?" Namikaze Minato, the person who subdued Fujian Chi-shi, came to Wan Jun after seeing Fujian Chi-shi leaving. "I asked him to see where Uchiha Madara chased him." Wan Jun said to Namikaze Minato, looking at Fujian Chi-shi who had become a black spot. "So active." Namikaze Minato, who knows Fujian Chi-shi's character very well, can't believe that this guy can be so active in battle. Seeing that Namikaze Minato had the same thoughts as his own, Wan Jun smiled and said, "I just talked about Feng Ying. Who knows that this guy is so active? By the way, after Akatsuki's staff has dealt with it, we will go directly to the capital of the Rain country. If Fujian Chi-shi does not find Uchiha Madara, he will return to the capital. By the way, in order to prevent Uchiha Madara from finding us when he comes back, I will leave a wood clone here. Because Wan Jun's chakra comes from a warehouse, there will be a lot of chakra in the clone, and it is the best choice to leave the clone with him." Chapter 174. The base of the Akatsuki organization is not far from the capital of the Rain country. Although Wan Jun and others took a few prisoners from the Akatsuki organization, it did not take too long to reach the capital. This time Wan Jun came to the capital of the Rain country, and he was much stronger than before when there were only two combat powers, Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato. They did not go through the slightest concealment. One by one, they were fully armed, and they walked into the capital of the Kingdom of Rain without cutting the peach ground and others. And the guards of the capital did not dare to stop these ninjas at all. Ninjas were not something they could provoke. I'll stay alone for a while. You can go and see what happened to Yahiko and Nagato. After entering a hotel, Wanjun was ready to complete the wake-up enhancement plan in the Hokage warehouse. So just after entering the room and sitting down, Wanjun drove Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo out of the room. After both Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakumo left, Wanjun re-entered the Hokage warehouse. The three missions on the second screen of the Hokage warehouse remain unchanged. They are still Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, and Hyuga Hinata. Namikaze Minato, Nine-Tails Knight. As soon as he arrived at the Hokage warehouse, Wanjun directly chose Namikaze Minato's enhancement mission. This was also when he was in the ruins of Akatsuki's organization base. Mission confirmed, Nine-Tails Knight. Please choose to play characters, 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2. Shimura Dans, 3. Toad Fumita. Toad Wenta. Wanjun did not hesitate in the choice of this character. With the same strength as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the profit of this Toad Wenta was significantly higher, so Wanjun did not consider Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans, but chose directly Toad Wenta to this option. After the character is selected, give the character Toad text to random attribute Susanoo. The wake-up enhancement plan is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. After choosing the Queen Mother Toad, Wanjun kept staring at the countdown on the screen. When the countdown came to 1, Wanjun's eyes suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in Konoha where Nine-Tails attacked the village. If I heard you right, what kind of attribute seems to be given to Toad Man? It seems to be Susanoo. With reappearing light in his eyes, Wanjun recalled the information he had just heard about the character when he was in the Hokage warehouse. Wentai, suppress Nine-Tails. Just when Wanjun remembered the random attribute given to Toad Bunta by Hokage warehouse, Namikaze's voice rang from his head. Hearing the familiar voice, Wanjun realized that it is not time to acquire any attributes. The Nine-Tails who is using Tailed Beast Bomb is at his feet right now. But having said that, the texture of the hair on Nine-Tails is not bad, and it feels soft when stepped on. Okay, no problem. After Wanjun played Toad Wenta, he agreed, and Namikaze Minato began to print on his head. But Nine-Tails, being pressed by Wanjun, won't make Namikaze Minato so easy to seal. I saw this powerful tail beast grows his mouth, tailed beast bomb is forming in his mouth, and its the target is Sarutobi Hiruzen in front and the living area of Konoha behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bah, I don't know what's so good about this pipe. Wanjun spit out the big pipe in his mouth while pressing Nine-Tails' head. He had no interest in this pipe. However, even though the Toad Man with Wanjun is too suppressed, Nine-Tails' tailed beast bomb is still taking shape very quickly. At this speed, this area of Konoha will be razed to the ground in just a few moments. So the ninjas standing in front of Nine-Tails approached the abdicated third Hokage Namikaze Minato very worriedly, and said with some fear, Master Third Generation, this is too dangerous. Before the ninja had finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Wanjun and others just heard a bang, and Nine-Tails and Namikaze Minato disappeared into the eyes of several people at the same time. Gone. After seeing Nine-Tails disappear, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and then took a closer look in front of him. After confirming that Nine-Tails was really gone, he was shocked and said, it was Minato who left with Nine-Tails. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were finished, everyone was directly behind the high mountains in the distance, and a strong light suddenly lit up. If no accident, this should be the damage caused by Nine-Tails' tailed beast bomb. Running so fast, it's different with Flying Thunder God. After Wanjun controlled Toad went aside the speed of Namikaze Minato, he kicked his feet and jumped straight in the direction where the bright light just lit up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still standing still and not moving, saw this scene, and said in a puzzled way, "What is Toad Wenta doing with him? He can't do anything against Nine Tails. He knows the strength of Toad Bunta very well. After all, he has seen this summoning beast many times from Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Although these toads of Mount Maiboku are huge, they are still very powerful compared to the tail beasts. Not enough to see." But just after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the Toad Bunta, who was still leaping in the air, directly opened the Hokage warehouse, which was randomly attached to Toad Bunta's attribute, Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stared at when the purple armor wrapped the Toad Man too much. What is that? Susanoo of Uchiha? How could this thing appear on a toad? When did the Toad of Mount Maiboku use Susanoo? I must be dim-eyed and misread. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes. Perhaps the attack of Nine Tails made his heart a little confused, and he showed Susanoo from the Uchiha clan to see Toad Bunta. But after rubbing, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his right hand and looked at Toad Bunta again, but the purple armor giant still clings to Toad Bunta. This, how is it possible? After Sarutobi Hiruzen redetermined that Susanoo on Toad Bunta really exists, he turned to look at the Konoha ninjas who reached out, and said, "Go, let's go over and take a look." "Yes, Lord Third Generation." Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's doubts about the inexplicable combination of Toad Bunta and Susanoo, a group of Konoha ninjas followed the previous generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and drove towards the place where Namikaze Minato just moved Nine Tails. Chapter 175. Boom! When Wanjun controlled Susanoo's toad text and fell to the ground, the trees with a radius of tens of meters were smashed by the force of the fall. "My chakra is not enough, the barrier seems to be unable to." Not far from Wanjun's landing, Namikaze Minato was talking to Kushina. When Kushina heard that Minato said that chakra was not enough, she barely supported her body and said to Minato, "Minato, I can still." When the line was still not uttered, Wanjun jumped again and adjusted his position, and came to the side of Minato and Kushina. "Don't fight, let's take a good look here, Nine Tails, let's hand it over." "I am." After hearing Toad Bunta's words, Namikaze Minato instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, the strength of Toad Wenta and Nine Tails is too far apart. "Wenta, you can't do it, the gap between you and Nine Tails." Namikaze Minato hadn't finished saying this. He raised his head and looked at Wentai, who happened to see that Wentai was wrapped with a layer of Susanoo. "Wenta, what's the matter with you?" Namikaze Minato said in surprise after seeing this scene. The Toad Wenta he knew was not like this. "Don't worry about that, you can just look at Kuna. It's better to take her away," Wanjun said to Namikaze Minato while looking at the already weak Kushi Kuna. The safety of Uzumaki Kuna is related to the success of his mission, so Wanjun doesn't want any unexpected situation in Uzumaki Kuna. Well, I will take Kuna to leave first, and I will come back to help you in a while." After hesitating for a while, Namikaze Minato made the choice to leave with Kushina first. After all, there is a Toad Bunta. Able to resist for a while, he and Kushina have not yet been in trouble. So after Namikaze Minato took the initiative to invite Ying to fight with Nine Tails, he took his wife and quickly ran outside the area where Nine Tails and Wanjun were. "Wow! I just cast a tailed beast bomb." Nine Tails, watching my previous Jinchuriki is about to leave, he yelled a little unpleasantly. It has been trapped in Jinchuriki for too long, and it has also lost its freedom for too long. In the days of being sealed, Nine Tails was always thinking of revenge for the person who sealed it, and now, the opportunity has come. The very angry Nine Tails once again gathered the energy of the tailed beast bomb. The energy that is gathering quickly seems to be able to be ejected soon. However, Wan Jun will not let this Nine Tails and the combination easily use Tailed Beast Bomb. When Nine Tails was accumulating energy with its big mouth open, the Toad Man with the shell of Susanoo rushed forward too violently, drew out the long sword from Susanoo's waist and slashed directly at Nine Tails' head. Damn it, is it Susanoo? For the familiarity of Susanoo, in the Hokage world, apart from Uchiha, perhaps only Nine Tails is the most familiar. In the past, he was controlled by several fierce people who knew Susanoo, and he even became a tool man of Susanoo. No, you are not Uchiha. Just now because I suddenly saw the appearance of Susanoo, the tailed beast bomb in Nine Tails' mouth sprayed in the wrong direction again, shattering a mountain. Of course I am not Uchiha, but whether it is Uchiha or not, you will be sealed again. Wan Jun controlled his acting creature and slashed towards Nine Tails continuously, but the four-legged Nine Tails dodged pretty well. Yes, a few times in a row, Nine Tails quickly avoided it. Seal. When Nine Tails heard the word seal, Nine Tails became anxious. No one could seal the word before himself. The anxious Nine Tails grew her mouth, and yelled at Wan Jun again, "No one wants to seal me again." The furious Nine Tails no longer avoided the long knife that Wan Jun had cut. After grabbing a Susanoo's long knife with her own claws, Nine Tails took advantage of the situation and bit at Toad Bunta's head. But this time Nine Tails seemed to be a little miscalculated. Wan Jun's Toad Man had a layer of Susanoo armor on the surface. The bite of Nine Tails happened to bite firmly on Susanoo's shell. Boom! Just when Nine Tails was trying to bite Susanoo's shell and was about to attack Toad Wenta directly after biting it open, Wan Jun controlled Susanoo outside Toad Wenta's body, punching hard with his right hand, and hitting Nine Tails firmly. Physically. Wow! The painful Nine Tails screamed, and his mouth loosened his grip on Wan Jun. And Wan Jun took this opportunity to take a step back, and slammed the long knife in Susanoo's left hand from Nine Tails' claws. While Manjun was fighting with Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen also rushed to the scene with Konoha's ninjas. When they came over, they happened to see Wan Jun controlling Susanoo and hitting Nine Tails with a punch, knocking Nine Tails to the ground. Does Toad Wenta really have this kind of strength? So what's the matter with Susanoo? After confirming that the purple thing on Wan Jun's body is Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very curious about how this toad matches Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. On the relationship. Different from Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking, the Konoha shinobi behind him have never seen Susanoo, so they don't know what that thing on Toad Bunta is. They only know that the Toad Wenta from 4th generation Lord Summoning seems to be beating Nine Tails. After seeing the powerful Nine Tails tailed beast bomb, they have already raised the position of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato by several positions in their hearts. Is it the summoning beast of Master 4th Hokage? It's so strong that even Nine Tails can't compete with it. Yet, do you not need to seal these tail beasts in the future? As long as there is Lord 4th Hokage's summoning beast, these tail beasts will definitely not dare to move. The second ninja said in a compliment. At this time, the toad text is too obvious to have the upper hand. When will it not be blown at this time? If Toad Wenta has completely subdued the Nine Tails afterwards, it will appear that the level is not so high when he blows it again. What are you talking about, sealing class, going forward to seal Nine Tails? Some Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't listen to the praise of everyone, stopped the conversation that everyone was going to continue, turned his head, and shouted at the ninjas. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout, the members of the seal class who should have been ready to stay nearby quickly stood up and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Okay, Lord 3rd Generation." Although both 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's ninjas are thinking that the battle has been won, Wan Jun, who is facing Nine Tails, knows that the battle has just been seen. Because Wan Jun, who played the role of Toad Wenta, looked at Nine Tails' mouth, a tailed beast bomb that was many times smaller was vomited out by it.